I am someone with exceptional talent in handling knives. There is nothing I cannot cut, nor anything I cannot slash through. I practiced until my hands were completely covered in calluses. Living by the knife for 20 years, ever since I dropped out of high school, I became the #1 swordsman nationwide. But life has a funny way of turning things around. Until one day, by pure coincidence, I was Isidalesi asterisk into the very familiar game that I had long since abandoned. Driven solely by my fascination with the female character's beauty, I had spent a considerable amount of money on it. The story begins at a fairly famous restaurant with a diverse and rich menu. As usual, the place was packed and bustling today. Please escort the customers to tables number 5 and number 7. One special tuna portion for each. So delicious. I heard the head chef of this restaurant is an exceptionally skilled knife user. One high-end menu set for table number 4. Have a good day, sir. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside. The noise caught the attention of the assistant chefs, prompting them to wonder, what is that sound? Inside, a chef in a black outfit was currently handling a fish with a knife. At that moment, an assistant chef approached the curtain and whispered inside, "Chef, there's a phone call." Hearing this, the man took off his headphones and replied, "Ah, got it." He thought to himself, "Didn't I leave my phone on silent mode?" Then, he pulled out his phone to check. 1857 on September 15th, along with the notification, "The blessing of the miracle is open again, hero. The Demon King Army's invasion, targeting the Academy, is not over yet." Reading it, he mused, "Oh, it is the game I deleted before. Could my phone be broken?" Just then, an assistant chef walked in and spoke up. "Chef, there's a customer waiting." Hearing that, the chef pocketed his phone and casually replied, "Then just tell them I am not here." As the two were talking, someone's footsteps approached, and a voice rang out. "Here is the deal, but you are telling me you are not here again?" Lying right to my face, a group of people led by a pot-bellied man walked in and continued, "Hey, Teacher Kim, it seems like it is time to hear your answer. I think I have given you enough time to think about it, haven't I? For someone like Teacher Kim here, someone who holds a knife every day, this should not be too difficult, right? All right, I really lack tact." Immediately, he signaled his subordinates to open a suitcase full of money, then said smugly, "For matters like this, the requester should show their sincerity first. I will not let you down. I have placed a 300 million deposit up front. If you finish the job." Before he could finish, the sound of slashing echoed. At that moment, Teacher Kim cut the fish in half and cast a cold gaze at the man. He spoke up, "Boss, this is a kitchen, a place where cleanliness takes top priority. Unclean people like you should not step foot in here. Please step outside." After hearing these words from Teacher Kim, the pot-bellied man looked thrilled and replied, "Truly the sword god. You shouldn't just be standing in a place like this cutting fish, right? Come on, let's go." Hearing these taunting words, Teacher Kim picked up the knife on the table. This startled the whole group, making them too scared to make a move. So they turned around and walked out, but still muttered, "Humph, do not think I'll just give up like this. I will be back soon. Let's go, boys." And so a long day gradually passed, and the sky turned dark. Teacher Kim took the opportunity to step outside for a smoke. The assistant chef, standing nearby, said, "Hey, 300 million deposit. If it were me, I would have agreed immediately. How could you turn it down so fast?" Teacher Kim took a drag and replied, "All day long I only know how to cut fish and sell them at a diner. How could I accept doing something else?" The assistant chef continued, "My point is they just want to use your sword god reputation. They aren't actually making you cut anyone's throat. Just scare them a bit and use the money to buy a house and open a bigger shop. You should live a proper life." Teacher Kim answered without a moment of hesitation, "Even if they gave me a mountain of money, I wouldn't take it." While the two were talking, Teacher Kim's phone kept ringing incessantly. The assistant chef teased, "Hey, what is that noise going off the whole time? Are you having a romance with someone?" "Romance my foot. It's just a game." "You still play games? Is that Miracle Blessing thing?" "I quit that game a long time ago." "Miracle my ass." Suddenly, a voice called out from inside, "Hey, nobody stayed to clean the kitchen. Where did everyone go?" Hearing that, the assistant chef walked inside, but turned back to say, "The boss went outside. I'm heading off first." Left entirely alone, Teacher Kim sank into deep thought. "Honestly, back when I was a kid, my family went bankrupt. I always buried myself in work. Well, I have a proper life, but I only knew how to look forward and charge ahead. And what is wrong with this phone anyway? Why does it keep ringing continuously? This is too much. Then he pulled out his phone, looked at the screen, and muttered, could it be that I downloaded this game again when I was drunk? Then I must hurry and delete it. But how many years have these guys been invading anyway? He reached out to delete the notification, but accidentally tapped on the game instead. The game interface popped up. He was quite surprised that after so long without opening it, the background music was still the same. Then he muttered to himself, it is true that the female characters are just as pretty as before. Just then, his notification screen popped up continuously. Seeing that, he suspiciously muttered, hey, is the network lagging? Suddenly, the screen grew brighter than usual. A moment later, the assistant chef returned and spoke up. Chef, the boss wants you to come up. But before he could finish his sentence, he was surprised to find no one there, save for the phone lying on the table. He looked around, observed, and checked, but still saw nothing. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from inside. Hey, where is the kitchen? Where did the chef go? He must have gone to the restroom. Well, get down here right now. Hearing that, the assistant chef panicked and ran down. The phone screen now only displayed transfer complete 100%. There was nothing special to mention about this game. Simply put, it was a pay-to-win game with a standard auto-grind system. Just a generic mobile game rated 2.5 stars with nothing more to explain. An information panel popped up. Please touch the screen. So why on earth am I playing this game anyway? Perhaps I was captivated by the beauty of the female characters, and so I got sucked into this game. In the end, I spent a huge amount of money on this game, and even after playing through many rounds, now I'm not even a playable character, not even an NPC, but a character nobody knows, just a background extra. And the truth is, I possess this character. Here, my name is Kanjiyama. Suddenly, a girl with blue hair tapped his shoulder as she walked past. Jiyama turned around in surprise, observed, and mused, is she a woman? And I understand what everyone is thinking, but it's not like that. Hearing that, the girl replied, yes, I am sorry. Actually, fortunately, the setting of Miracle Blessing takes place in South Korea. Geographical names only have a few minor differences in a few characters, while the rest are basically quite similar. Thanks to that, I easily adapted to everything quickly. Raising his phone to scan information, a notification rang out. I am a teenager. And just like that, for a year, I could not tell whether this was reality or a game. I am living my second ordinary life. Until evening, when I returned home, my parents were overjoyed and excited because I received the acceptance notice to Joa Queen Academy, the pride of the family, the great sword god Kong Jiyama. His father held out the admission notice right in front of him. Reading it, Jiyama awkwardly said, "Can we put this away now?" His parents exclaimed in surprise. "What are you talking about? No matter how many times I look at it, I still feel proud. We raised our son so well, darling." "That's right, Jiyama. Tomorrow is the entrance ceremony." "Oh, my son, are you all set?" Jiyama smiled awkwardly and replied, "I will go get ready." That's right. My modest dream of an ordinary life had vanished in a thin air. Entering his room, sitting and looking at the acceptance letter, he muttered to himself, "Is it tomorrow? Everyone is so happy. I cannot refuse. I've asked a few times if I could skip it, but that did no good. I'm tired, so tired. Because of you. It is all because of you." At that moment, Jiyama looked at the photo on the desk and secretly blamed. "Kong Jiyama, you bastard. How on earth were you accepted into that prestigious school?" The thing is, before I possessed him, Kong Jiyama had manifested his holy power and passed the entrance exam to Joa Queen Academy right away. Jiyama looked at the admission paper with a bit of dissatisfaction. Was he a genius? This bastard. Holy power is a special ability that humans in this world can use. It is like skills in a game, but not everyone can possess them. Holy power is usually inherited and plays a role in defining social class. Back then, society was divided into 3 tiers: elites, commoners, and lowborns. Joa Queen Academy was established to train heroes who inherit great bloodlines. Although founded under the banner of training heroes, it had long since become a school for the upper-class nobility. Recently, a special admission system for non-hero lineages, known as special admission, was introduced. Yet Kong Jiyama, someone without hero blood, passed the academy as a special student. But why are heroes even needed? The reason is crystal clear. Because of the Demon King. Immediately, a notification window popped up. Sword God's painless holy power. Painless. Effect. Reduces pain. Activation time. 30 seconds. Cooldown. 12 hours. Reading it, Giamma muttered, the status window still feels unfamiliar. Let's see. What kind of holy power did Kong Giamma wait? Painless holy power. Pain reduction? Unbelievable. Back then, Kong Giamma relied on this trashy, holy power to get into this genius academy. 30 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. How pathetic. Then another notification appeared. That is my new holy power after possessing this body. Sword God's blessing skill. Wielding a sword can cut anything, but only activates with a sword under 30 centimeters in length and no more than 5 centimeters in width. Are you kidding me? This is a holy power I have never seen in the game. The fancy name contrasts sharply with the overly simple effect. It cuts when slashed. It's ridiculous to call something so obvious a holy power. Absolute nonsense. But what stands out more is the activation condition. A sword 30 centimeters long or shorter, with a width under 5 centimeters. This is clearly the size of a sashimi knife. Is it implying I should cut sashimi here? Oh gosh, I have no idea. After all, life doesn't always go as planned. Did I pack all my gear yet? Oh, right, I completely forgot my weapon. He suddenly remembered. What weapon did my character use when starting the game? He fell into thought again. Even the lowest E-rank weapon costs tens of millions of won. An average C-rank costs hundreds of millions, and A-rank or S-rank items are considered true treasures. As for tuition, that is also a huge sum of money. I don't want to spend money on things forced like this. The admission letter also requested equipment. So, if I don't bring anything, I will likely leave a bad impression on the first day. Thinking of this, he sighed tiredly. Guess I'll go grab a knife then. Walking, he continued to think. At that moment, he recalled his first master, who insisted on using a Japanese sashimi knife priced at over 100 million won. So he spoke up. Why on earth do I remember that old man right now? A true master never blames their equipment. The next day, he walked out in his uniform. As soon as he reached the door, the teacher inspecting the weapons he brought frowned uncomfortably and asked, Hey, new recruit, is this really your weapon? Giamma replied with full confidence, Yes, sir. The truth was, not only did he bring a knife, but he brought a whole bunch of knives. This is the equipment inspection area on the first day of enrollment. The inspector stood motionless for a few seconds, speechless. Looking at his gear, he began to scheme inwardly. Every year, those upper-class students usually try to play pranks on me. I must establish discipline right from the start. Thinking of this, he slammed his hand hard on the desk and shouted, Do you think this academy is a place for you to mess around? Do you seriously think I can accept using a kitchen knife as a weapon for the grading inspection? Giamma remained unbothered and calmly replied, This is my weapon. His answer left the inspector astounded. Then he shouted loudly toward him again, Hey, student! But before he could say more, Giamma interrupted. I am a special student, coming from a modest family. Tuition alone is already a heavy burden for my parents. How could I shell out a huge amount of money to buy an expensive weapon? The inspector was taken aback by the new student's words. But looking back at the name tag, he realized he truly was a special student. Just as he said, for students not belonging to the elite class, tuition was indeed a massive burden. He felt shocked realizing that he, a supporter of equal educational rights, had harbored prejudices and pushed away such a sincere kid. So he lowered his tone, but at that moment, Giamma continued. Besides, blaming your equipment is what an amateur does. The inspector was surprised once more. A master does not blame his equipment? He thought to himself, this is not something a growing kid should be able to say. It feels like he has reached the peak in a certain field. Such eloquent words and an unwavering spirit, as if he were a great figure transcending all eras. Thinking of this, he couldn't maintain his composure, tearing up with emotion, tears of admiration. Seeing the inspector somewhat dazed, Giamma spoke up again. Instructor? Hearing that, the inspector regained his composure and declared, Student Kong Giamma's weapon is approved for use. Hearing that, Giamma packed up his knife and thanked him. "Thank you, instructor." The new students behind them who overheard the conversation between the two gossiped among themselves. "Ah, another special student? How on earth could a guy like that show up here? Ugh, smells like those special admits. So disgusting." Hearing the new students whispering and bad-mouthing the kid, the inspector grew angry, raised his fist forward, and shouted, "New students, be quiet. Once the evaluation is over, move quickly to the lecture hall. Your attitude will determine whether I become an angel or a demon. Understand?" Even Giamma felt creeped out just hearing that. My ears just suffered psychological trauma from hearing that. Creepy. Right after that, Giamma walked outside with a sigh. "I need to take a break." I anticipated this, but experiencing it firsthand still makes me feel uneasy. However, I've finished the weapon inspection and passed the entrance ceremony. All that's left now is the grading test. How exhausting. Just like that, he sank into his thoughts. But I am really here. This is the school I will attend for the next 3 years. The Hero Training School, Joa Queen Academy. It will surely be different for what I used to see in the game. To exaggerate a bit, it could be as big as a small town. How impressive. Studying at a school for the elite class. Come to think of it, when I had to drop out of high school due to family circumstances back on Earth, it feels so unfamiliar. Right then, the PA announcement blared. The grading test will take place shortly. New students are requested to gather at the training hall before 1 p.m. Giamma tidied up his belongings and said, "Guess it's time." Huh? The entrance ceremony is over, but this grading test is very important. He took out the knife, held it up in front of him, and muttered, "I haven't used this knife since coming to the new world. A test is a test. I'll have to get used to it. There's no reason for me to refuse it. But I remember my master's advice. Not a single day are you allowed to put the knife down. Even when sleeping, you must grip it tightly. Hold on to it firmly, understand?" I suppose I've adapted to his habits. Thinking of this, he uttered, "Over the past 20 years, I've lived by this knife. Will a single year of rest wear down my skills?" He raised the knife, observing it with sharp eyes, then brought it close to his ear to feel its sound and sharpness. He was quite satisfied. Much better than I thought. Let's see. Maybe I'll try cutting a few leaves. Just as he drew the knife, a stream of blue lightning enveloped it, and the system information panel rang out. The equipment has requested the activation of the Sword God's blessing holy power. A powerful beam of light burst forth, accompanied by a red information panel. Your physical level is too low. Giamma was startled as the notification panel continued to pop up. Your weapon level is too low. Use suppression to initialize synchronization for the user. He grew even more anxious, thinking, I just drew my knife. Synchronization with what? The notification board appeared again. May the blessing of the gods always be with you. Right at that moment, Giamma felt a surge of lightning starting to backlash into his body, causing intense agony. He screamed in pain. He thought in panic. If this keeps up, I'm going to die. What on earth am I supposed to do? Then suddenly, a golden light appeared, creating a crack that shattered the space right in front of him. Giamma blurted out in shock. What the hell is going on here? He was so panicked that he couldn't even keep a firm grip on the knife in his hand. And then, with the momentum, it dropped straight to the ground. Immediately, the space began to restructure itself, and he realized that everything had returned to normal. As soon as he let go of the knife, all those illusory sensations vanished completely. However, Giamma clutched his aching leg and groaned. Ouch! Why does my body hurt so much? He muttered with a tremble. I get how the divine power activation works, but what does the world shattering like this have to do with the Sword God's blessing? And that backlash causes way too much pain. If every time I activate it comes with side effects like this, I just can't use it. What am I supposed to do? Right on cue, the loudspeaker announcement echoed again. All students, please gather at the training hall immediately. Giamma looked at the knife with deep hesitation, muttering, I guess I should pick it up. I can't just leave a sashimi knife lying on the ground. Well, it might hurt, but it's probably only going to hurt the first time. Then he sat down and reached his hand out toward the knife. His hand was shaking slightly. I'll be fine, right? And with that, Giamma gripped the knife tightly. But, surprise, surprise, not only was it not any gentler, but it was way more violent than before. Giamma bounced around like a madman, right in the middle of the schoolyard. Everyone around him was startled out of their minds by his bizarre reaction. At the same time, over at the training hall, a massive crowd of examinees had gathered. Everyone was chatting and laughing happily. Proud dads were also there to drop off their kids for admission, talking away cheerfully. Haha, totally. I was just wondering how much your kid's tuition costs. Suddenly, a blue-haired guy with a blank, dull-witted expression spotted something. He turned his head and said, "Oh man, you've had a rough journey, Mr. C.L.Ng." Catching my immediate attention was an elderly gentleman, a bit up in years, but looking utterly dashing. He was none other than the 7-star hero KLing. Then whispers broke out. "An Aravioni B. Look, a direct disciple of the origin hero, the big shot Joaquin, the greatest person in the world? Haha, should we head back to our bait spot?" Although he heard every single word, he didn't say a thing, just let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, his eyes drifted to the side. He was drawn to a beautiful woman walking over. She was also one of the 7-star heroes, the sage Media Poison. She smiled and spoke up. "Has it really been half a century?" He replied with an exhausted tone. "Media, you don't look like an academy headmistress at all. Turning 70 doesn't seem to have changed you much, does it?" Media answered, "Don't all women want to keep their looks until they die, my friend? Just say the word, and my blessing can make you look 10 years younger." He continued, "Even if you turn 70 tomorrow, you still haven't grown up, have you? People should value what's on the inside." Hearing the old man say that, she burst out laughing and said, "Oh, look at this old-timer. Why are you still exactly the same as you were 50 years ago? So old and stuffy. But at least the rigid old guy has changed a tiny bit, huh? Bringing me to places like this. I used to hate even breathing the same air as these selfish pricks. I bet your granddaughter must be gorgeous, right?" Hearing her say that, he fell into deep thought, but it looked like everything was about to begin. Down below, the students were excitedly greeting each other. There was only one person feeling totally out of place in the crowd. None other than our very own Giamma, a guy drifting aimlessly through the bustling crowd, feeling it himself and muttering in resignation. Am I the only one with black hair? Could I be that black-haired outcast I've heard rumors about? Plus, being a special student among a bunch of stuck-up nobles is way too much. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, Giamma noticed the arrival of an exceptionally unique figure. He watched intently, thinking, there she is. It seemed like all attention and every single eye were locked on this person. And without exception, Giamma was no different. A fresh, pretty blue-haired girl was walking closer. A dazzling aura seemed to radiate from her entire body, paired with a sharp and cold gaze. She was the granddaughter of Sword Emperor Abel von Nibelung, as well as the main heroine of this game. The sole reason I blew so much money. The subspace is a realm created by the origin hero alongside the founding of the Academy. It's a reality completely separated from our own. On one hand, the injuries and pain experienced here are real. On the other hand, inside the subspace, people no longer feel actual physical pain. Actually, this doesn't apply to the real world since there's no interference from the outside world here. Even murder is brushed aside. At this moment, Sieg spoke up. The Overlord war inside a subspace. Media Poison, sitting next to him, replied, "That's right. Subspace battles are a tradition at our school. But this year, we're trying something different with the Overlord war format. We're going to divide the examinees into groups of 10, followed by a survival game with no restrictions on equipment. So if there are no equipment restrictions, wouldn't that just hand the privileged folks an unfair advantage? Don't even get me started on that. I had to compromise as much as humanly possible. Like it or not, the Academy is mostly funded by noble money. I had a really hard time getting this system introduced." Sieg sighed and said, "That's the whole point of it, isn't it? He's a special student after all." Over here, Giamma still couldn't take his eyes off the blue-haired girl who had just walked past. She's drop-dead gorgeous. Honestly, I thought she was just a 2D character, but this is completely different. She's even prettier than I picture in my head. A bunch of idiots tried to approach her. Or maybe if I wasn't such a hardcore fan of this game, would I have done the exact same thing? But I played this game enough to know that Abel von Nibelung is a player who received a cheat level blessing. She's tied directly to the protagonist of this game. After all, A beauty always has someone by their side. A guy like me, just a special student, can't compare to them at all. I'd rather steer clear and just finish this noisy school life in peace. 3 rules I've set for my future. Finish my studies without causing any drama, find a stable job, and live a safe life. Just as he thought that, a headline in a book caught Giamma's eye. Most popular career, hero, with an insane salary. Giamma thought to himself, a hero? What kind of freezing death is that? I barely even drew my knife, and my body was already shaking. It's still shaking right now. You guys can go save the world. I'll just find some comfortable desk job instead. Right then, the loudspeaker chimed in. The class placement test for the 783rd year at Joaquin Academy is about to begin. I will now explain the rules. This year, as previously announced, it will be an overlord battle. Out of 10 randomly selected examinees, the top score will be placed in the Star class. The second and third place will go to the Dragon class. Ranks 4 through 7 will enter the Wolf class, while ranks 8 through 10 will be placed in the Mortal class. Class placements will be determined entirely by these results. Scores are calculated automatically, and there is no time limit. Hearing this, Giamma thought to himself, just like in a game, the goal is the Mortal class. Let's not waste any time and get this over with quickly. The loudspeaker continued, activating the subspace generator. The exam starts right now. May the blessing of the heroes be with you all. Giamma muttered to himself. If I can just manage not to draw my knife, maybe that electric shock feeling won't haunt me quite as much. Right after that, groups took turns stepping up. The loudspeaker announcement blared. Group 24 has completed their evaluation. The top scorer is Rachel, and second and third place go to Balaba. Group 47 has completed their evaluation. The top scorer is Saki Ryu, and second place is Sarada. Sitting to watch from afar, Media Poison spoke up. Come to think of it, this batch of applicants includes your granddaughter, along with descendants of Trang Zhao and Zhang Gong. So the outcome is pretty much set. The grumpy man let out an annoyed huff. Here she goes talking about this again, haha. Look at this, look at this. 7 minutes and 15 seconds, amazingly fast. Oh, hitting this kind of record with a C-rank weapon? Abel wanted a fair evaluation. She stood 1m72 tall and weighed 61 kilograms. Finishing reading that, Media Poison continued. Oh my, so mature at such a young age. Sieg casually replied. That's to be expected with Nibelung blood. Looks like the test is almost over, so I should get going. Oh, come on, there's still one group left, and you're already heading for the exit? They're probably just the spawn of some pigs anyway. Catch you later. Yeah, see you in the next life, old man. He could feel it too, right? But before he could even leave, he suddenly noticed something and froze in his tracks. Not just him, it seemed like everyone present felt it too. Media Poison panicked and said, You felt that too, right? No way. Down below, the examinees also realized something was off. I've never felt a sensation like that before anywhere. What on earth is this? Suddenly, both of them dropped their jaws in absolute shock. Out of nowhere, a crack appeared in the subspace. The spatial tremors grew more and more violent. Neither of them could keep their cool anymore, locking their eyes on the scene. That spatial crack widened rapidly before shattering completely into pieces. Debris blasted in every direction. Everyone froze dead in their tracks. What the actual fuck? Heavy thudding sounds echoed down from above, accompanied by a buzzing murmur. Did someone just fall out of subspace? What the heck is going on? From up high, a blinding flash of light pierced through. Sieg fixed a cold, sharp gaze on that beam of light. That was none other than the light radiating from Giamma's sashimi knife. It plummeted straight down with pinpoint accuracy right toward its owner. The headmistress yelled out urgently, Medical staff, check the vital signs of the examinees who just came out. Move it now. Giamma's face was sharply reflected off the blade of the knife. This outcome was unavoidable. It had been written in stone all along. Flashback to a few minutes earlier inside the subspace. An angry roar rang out. You son of a bitch, you've got some nerve. No sooner than those words left his mouth, someone strode up to him, and without a second hesitation, yanked his hand onto the guy's neck, then slammed him hard against the wall, triggering an earth-shaking shockwave. Too bad, looks like I walked straight into a death trap. The wicked twin brothers from the Iron Lord family, None other than Mao Run and Mao San. Even though they've got natural talent, their cruelty and deceit have absolutely no limits. These assholes, did they seriously spend 30 minutes just messing around? Am I really so weak that I'm not even worth their attention? In truth, the twin brothers were beating the remaining students to a bloody pulp while treating Giamma as if he didn't even exist. At that moment, Mao San stood there counting, muttering, 1, 2. Then he turned to his older brother and asked, "Bro, how many have we got?" Suddenly, he jumped and stiffened up because right beside him, his older brother was mercilessly beating a fellow student to death. "Holy crap," he muttered in annoyance. "Damn it. Whether it's more or less, we're done anyway." "What is it?" Mao San continued. "You've already caught 4 people. Mao Run pointed outward and said, "Oh, my bad. I'll leave that girl for you." In the direction they were pointing stood a weak, cowering girl, trembling in fear. The younger brother grinned with amusement. "Well, I'll take that." Her entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Terror had completely hijacked her mind and body. Watching from afar, Giamma was pissed off seeing a girl getting bullied. He thought to himself, that girl sitting quietly in the corner looks totally panicked. She's completely lost her will to fight. The power gap is massive, like a battle between a giant and an ant. Mao San pursed his lips and blurted out, "Oh, look at this. She's totally my type. I'm even curious if the screams escaping those little lips will match my taste. I'm dying to find out." Mao Run laughed. "Even if you're my little bro, you're a total creep, haha. So, where should I start tearing you apart?" Suddenly, summoning all his courage, Giamma shouted out loud, "Hey, you fat tasses. Even if this is a subspace, why go this far? Are you guys out of your minds?" Mao San looked surprised and let out, "What's this? Another one? Son, check out his name tag. A special student? Just some low-tier trash, haha. Trying to act tough in front of big bro? Bro, I'll take care of this guy in a flash." Mao Run replied, "Go for it, little bro. Tear him apart." "Oh, and since that punk just insulted us, cut out his tongue." Right then, Giamma thought bitterly, "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? Should I use pain-free blessing? Nah. Avoiding pain for 30 seconds isn't going to help when these guys have been desecrating other students' corpses for half an hour." Suddenly, a blue glow radiated outward. To be exact, it was coming from Giamma's bag, as if it were urging him, "Go ahead and pick it up." But he thought, if I grab that knife, blessing is definitely going to activate. The sword god's blessing. Normal, peaceful, and safe for less than half a day since I made up my mind. Damn it all. Suddenly, both brothers looked shocked. "What the hell is this?" Giamma gripped the sashimi knife tightly in his hand. Over on their end, the two brothers were still reeling from disbelief. Right after that, they burst out laughing like maniacs. "Ha ha ha. Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? You little piece of shit. Since you're so entertaining, I'll make sure you feel at least a little bit of pain. I'm going to smash your head in first." Saying that, he gathered momentum, soared high into the air, and aimed straight for Giamma. "This isn't a situation where I can afford to be picky. Just 30 seconds from now, everything should be fine. Pain-free blessing for 30 seconds. All pain will be eliminated thanks to the sword god's blessing. Activation time, 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 12 hours. With this blessing, it will completely dissolve the agony caused by the sword god's blessing." Over there, Mao San still smirked arrogantly and shouted, "What can you even do with that dull knife? You little mongrel." Giamma thought, if I don't slash, I'll die. With a sashimi knife like this pressure feels like slicing a person, not a fish. Why on earth do gangsters in movies always use sashimi knives? Can a teacher actually slice a person open with a sashimi knife? That's just in the movies. Even a god couldn't pull that off. You idiot. If you slash it, it'll snap. Without a shred of hesitation, fueled by more recklessness than common sense, Giamma swung the knife forward, while the opponent was still looking down on him with utter contempt and roaring, "You asshole." He probably had to say goodbye to a part of his own body, and right on cue, exactly as predicted, it was one of his arms. It was sliced clean in half, to his unbelievable shock. Giamma's eyes remained ice cold to a terrifying degree, but deep down, he still hoped. "May the blessings of the gods be with you." Suddenly, images from the past flooded back. Giamma asked the boss casually, "Why do gangsters in movies always use. Before he could even finish his sentence, a sashimi knife zipped right past his face and embedded itself deeply into the wall. He stared in absolute terror, eyes wide open. A bulky, muscular man roared, "I told you to call me master. Why on earth are you so curious about that?" This was my first mentor, a former mobster. To atone for his sins, he had slashed his own wrists in repentance. Later on, he said he would use knives to bring delicious meals and joy to people. So he opened a sashimi shop. But his knife skills were genuinely impressive. I was still burning with curiosity and pressed him for an answer. Why do movie gangsters always use sashimi knives anyway? Is that even a real thing in real life? Even though my master thought my question was idiotic, he still explained it thoroughly. Think about it. If you stab flesh with a wide kitchen knife, the skin instantly contracts. Can you pull it back out? A sashimi knife has a thin blade, so you can pull it out and stab repeatedly. Stab? Why not cut it just like filleting a fish? Hearing that, he flew into a rage and yelled at me. A fish lies still on the cutting board, so you can fillet it. If a fish could walk around, how the hell are you supposed to cut it? I still stubbornly argued back. But in comic books, you just swipe and it cuts clean through. That's just because the boss lacks skill. Instantly, I received a devastating head bop from above. "You brat, I told you to call me master." Even if the sword god himself came down, he couldn't pull that off, understand? Snap back to the present. Even I couldn't believe my own eyes. Why on earth am I able to pull off something this insane with a mere sashimi knife? Mao-san stared in horror as his severed arm went flying, shrieking in disbelief. "Come on, keep running your mouth. Talk big now." Which asshole was just calling this a dull knife? His older brother and the girl were equally struck, dumbfounded. Jiyama had successfully applied the knife, normally used for slicing fish, onto a human being. He gradually began to feel the agonizing pain, screaming endlessly, "Damn it, you bastard. My arm. My arm. Oh God, it hurts so much. It hurts. Ah, holy crap." But Jiyama still didn't intend to stop. He slowly walked toward him step by steady step, scaring the living daylights out of him and making him shriek, "Stop. Don't come any closer. I said don't come near me. Somebody help. Save me." Screaming at the top of his lungs, he scrambled away in absolute panic on all fours. Meanwhile, Jiyama was still standing there dazed, unable to process what had just happened. What on earth is going on here? Across the way, the guy fled desperately while screaming for backup. "Big bro, save me. That guy, that lunatic has completely lost his mind. Hurry up, big bro. Save me right now." It felt like he was screaming for his very life. Jiyama rushed forward swiftly and took him down with a single, decisive slash straight across the face. His head was cleanly split right down the middle. Blood splattered everywhere across the space. The older brother couldn't help but stare in sheer horror at what had just transpired. His face turned pale as a sheet, standing frozen stiff without daring to make a peep. Watching his little brother reduced to half a head with 2 streams of pathetic tears flowing down, Mao Run bellowed in furious rage. "Mao-san." Even so, Jiyama had no intention of stopping here. The girl he had just saved stood there too, completely stunned by the entire ordeal. By this point, the older brother quickly regained his composure. He tried to calm himself down and analyze the situation. "Stay calm. This is a subspace. With a knife like that, Mao-san isn't actually dead. Even so, what the hell is up with this guy? Where did this lunatic crawl out from? Though it's unclear what he's doing, his movements are super clumsy, like it's his very first time swinging a blade at someone. His breathing is uneven, and he's even shaking. Is it just a fluke? But that knife is definitely a secret weapon. I just need to be careful with it." Trembling all over, he picked up his little brother's glove and analyzed. Mao-san's mistake was underestimating the enemy. If that's the case, this weapon performs best when wielded with both hands. Thinking of this, he slipped his brother's prosthetic arm onto his own hand. The moment he put it on, his power surged multifold. Dispel blessing, defense boost. Intervention blessing, increases strength by 200%. A spiritual talisman to supercharge fist strength. He smiled triumphantly and blurted out, "Activating 3 blessings at once. Possessing A-rank blessings that ordinary folks couldn't even dream of. I don't know where you fished that sword out from, but even an S-rank weapon can't scratch me. I'm nothing like Mao-san. Over here, Giamma was still caught in his cool-down period, trembling slightly as he muttered, 23, 22, 21. As for the older brother, high on his boosted strength and supreme confidence, he hurled his fist toward Giamma, roaring, "Damn it! I'm not going to sit here and wait to die. Are you reciting your last words or something? I'm going to smash your skull to pieces just like this." Meanwhile, Giamma kept counting down every single second. Right now, only the final few seconds remained. 7, 6, 5, just as Mao Run thought victory was entirely in the bag. Before he even realized what was happening, his body was already riddled with knife points, all striking fatal spots. Faster than a flash of lightning. Nobody even caught the exact moment Giamma struck. His arm dropped to the ground as well. Giamma still gripped the knife tightly in his hand, his conscience pricking him with guilt as he trembled. His consciousness slowly grew hazy before he collapsed like a chopped-down banana tree. At that instant, only a single second remained. His gaze grew blurry, and his lips trembled, murmuring silently. The moment it ended, the effects of the pain-free blessing wore off completely. A crushing wave of intense agony instantly slammed into his body, leaving him utterly helpless as he let out one final, deafening roar. Ah, ah, ah. Then he blacked out completely. Who knows how much time passed before Giamma slowly regained consciousness. Unfamiliar sights greeted his eyes. Quickly realizing the situation, he muttered to himself, "Is this a hospital?" Giamma slowly sat upright. His body still felt quite sore and aching all over. A blond guy who had just stepped inside spotted him and immediately yelled out, "The student's awake." Right after that, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed closer. Faces he had never seen before came into view. But then he recognized them. 50 years ago, the ones who wiped out the Demon King's 6th Legion commander, 2 of the 7-star heroes. The greatest person in the world, Sieg, and Academy headmistress Media Poison. She spoke up cheerfully. "Are you feeling better?" Giamma answered in utter confusion. "Ah, yes, well." He was probably racking his brain. Why on earth are these legendary figures right here? Sieg asked, "What's your name?" Giamma replied, "My name is Kong Giamma." Right after that, his expression shifted to a serious look as he asked, "Let's get straight to the point, Kong Giamma. What on earth did you do during the exam?" Giamma slowly pieced his memories back together. That sensation earlier wasn't just a figment of his imagination anymore, but that person was genuinely himself. His gaze grew deeply pensive as he analyzed. "If this old monster sets his sights on me, that spells big trouble." Thinking that, he calmly replied, "Even if it was a subspace, I felt their actions went way too far. But I suppose my reaction was also a bit extreme, so I'll gladly accept whatever punishment without a single complaint." He looked somewhat surprised by the boy's clever response. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the female headmistress sighed and blurted out, "Oh my goodness, how foolish. How can you treat your own student like that? No matter what, Sieg was the one who cleared your blocked blood vessels while you were passed out. They say ginger gets spicier as it ages, right? Don't you agree? Let him rest and save some face for me, will you?" Sieg said with an awkward expression. "I told you not to bring that up anymore." The gorgeous headmistress teased further. "Haha, look at that big dummy blushing." Giamma thought to himself, "That teacher, why'd he go that far? No wonder my body felt light as a feather, or rather, damp as a feather soaked in water." The headmistress added in sheer admiration, "Giamma, while you were out cold, we actually projected the video footage and watched it together with everyone. The sight of you throwing caution to the wind to protect that fragile female student. You're straight out of the prince stories I used to dream about. You're practically a prince yourself." Faced with the headmistress's blatant brazenness, Sieg was completely at a loss for words. Not knowing what else to say, he cleared his throat and signaled, "Ahem, Media, rein in a bit." Media Poison kept smiling and barked, "Got it. Enough already. Stop nagging, you old fossil. If you know what's good for you, keep some dignity." She didn't say she'd blame you for your actions on the test, so don't worry about it. Actually, the twins from a Mao family got into the academy by sucking up to these old folks. They said they withdraw from here on their own. Serve them right. How wonderful. Realizing this truth, Giamma also understood why they were gloating so much. Thank goodness. So I don't need to face them at school anymore. The headmaster continued. We came to inform you of something extremely important, Giamma. You're the top scorer. Congratulations. Hearing this, Giamma bewilderedly blurted out. What? How am I supposed to have peaceful days now? Right after that, the two returned to the office. Over a hot, fragrant cup of coffee, the headmaster slowly spoke up. I've held the top position at this academy for nearly 20 years. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this happen. Why on earth could the kids say I don't like it? Something so absurd that neither I nor you could ever expect. Back then, I even emphasized to him that it was the star class. You can't just say you don't like it like that. I thought my hearing was going bad too. When old folks like us end up getting angry. On the other hand, choosing the best student will be based on the direct evaluation results of the situation. Giamma thought for a few seconds, then firmly said, even so, I still don't like it. Media Poison teased. Giamma, are you playing dumb? Then, turning to Sifis. Hey Sifis, aren't you upset that the top spot isn't your granddaughter's, but Giamma's instead? Sifis just shook his head, replying, so what? I have no objections to the Origin Heroes evaluation. The Academy has ruled him as the top scorer, and we just need to follow that decision. It's just that if his technique were brilliant, I could understand. Or if his body were perfect, I could accept it. Or if his experience were rich, I could nod in agreement. But with a kid who isn't even grown, yet acting like that, every movement of the kid follows rules. The swordsmanship I've pursued all my life, the sword saint ring. But an indescribable sense of unease struck me when I unblocked his blocked meridians. An untrained body, soft and weak, acting on instinct. It felt like something that shouldn't exist had somehow appeared inside the kid's body. Or at my age, do I still have such a competitive spirit, especially with a kid the same age as my granddaughter? At this point, Media Poison spoke up. Scholarly looks, but so decisive when acting, like a hero saving a damsel in distress. If I were back in my 20s? No, even now, I wonder if I could still pull that off. Sifis turned around and asked back. Hey, old lady, what are you thinking? Do you know what college students nowadays call women like you, huh? Media, full of hope, thinking she would receive a compliment. What did you say? Open wide and tell me. What do those kids dare to call me? But Sifis gently put down his teacup and slowly uttered a single word, hag. Hearing this, Media went crazy, reacting violently, slamming her hand hard against the floor. The impact was so loud that even the teacup shook violently. At the same time, Giamma stood in front of the classroom information board, deep in thought. This is the wolf class. His gaze looked at it with weariness, thinking, this is the best deal I could make. Classes in the academy are graded from star, dragon, to wolf, and common. As the top scorer, I should have entered the star class, the best one. But I wanted to enter the common class, the worst one, to avoid endless power struggles. After trying to beg the headmistress to transfer me down to the common class, she finally had to say, fine then. I'll keep a secret. Your class is about to start, the headmaster thought to herself. If I send this kid to the common class, those old folks are probably going to scream their heads off. So was Giamma's plan, to quietly finish his studies in a low-level class instead of getting caught up in the power struggles of the upper classes. Anyway, this class is still within my expectations. Thinking of this, Giamma gently pushed the door open. Even though he tried to open it as softly as possible, the door didn't cooperate, slamming shut with a loud bang. At that moment, all eyes turned toward him. An unbelievable silence. At first, they were a bit surprised, but after seeing the special student name tag, they looked away, treating him like air. No one thought the top-scoring student was standing right here. Giamma walked in while thinking, that's right, don't look. Nobody pay attention to me. Excellent. Luckily, no one is paying attention. It seems the headmaster succeeded in keeping it a secret. Huh? Successful people always have their own path. This is probably a good thing, too. Suddenly, Giamma turned his face to the side. Striking his eyes was the girl he had saved during the assessment test. It was quite a coincidence that they ended up in the same class. The girl stammered, hi. Thanks for what happened back then. Giamma was a bit flustered, not knowing how to respond. The girl immediately reminded him. During that test, Giamma replied, back then? It was nothing. He thought to himself, we're the same age. Does she really need to talk to me so formally? Giamma continued. You don't need to feel awkward. In that situation, anyone would have done the same, right? But at the final moment, looking like Giamma was saving that girl, he was actually just trying to survive. That sounds like I'm being a hypocrite. Thinking of this, he added, "Oh, and it seems we haven't introduced ourselves yet, have we? My name is Kong Giamma," the girl replied, "and I'm Chloe. Nice to meet you. I really didn't think I'd be in the same class as you." "Yeah, me too. Nice to meet you." But inside Giamma's head, he suddenly thought, "Who is Chloe? I played this game a lot, but I've never heard this name before." As far as I know, the main storyline in the later stages revolves around the war with the demon race. So I didn't expect a new character to appear at this stage. She's probably just a minor supporting character like me. Thinking of this, Giamma cheerfully continued, "Oh, by the way, could you keep what happened during the exam a secret?" The girl was a bit surprised and replied, "Oh, of course. At all costs. I'll keep it an absolute secret. At all costs. I'll keep it an absolute secret." Suddenly, the teacher's loud voice shouted, breaking the conversation, "Class, settle down in your seats." Giamma said, "All right, let's talk later. Go back to your seat." The teacher slammed the stack of books onto the desk and said clearly, "First of all, congratulations on getting into the school. Here, you are all chosen ones to inherit the will of the origin hero, Bao Joa Queen. Be proud of that. My name is Lu W. Bien, the head instructor of this class. Since it's the first day, we'll just warm up with some simple physical activities. Change into your training gear and gather at the training ground in 30 minutes. A student raised their hand and spoke up. "Excuse me, teacher, what is this training session about?" The teacher went on to say, "It's very simple, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Then just run a few more laps around the training ground. So if there are no further issues, go change your clothes and gather at the training ground right now." Class dismissed. Giamma was stunned, thinking to himself, are they planning to train these students into Navy SEALs or something? He stepped up to the podium and asked further, "Excuse me, teacher, why?" Student Kong Jiang." Giamma was quite surprised, thinking to himself, how on earth does he know my name? But this wasn't very important right now. The problem was that he had to find a way to dodge this boring training session. Thinking that, he spoke up, "I don't feel well today." The teacher just huffed, then thought about the headmaster's instructions. She said this was a secret. Thinking of that, the teacher said, "Oh my, I think this training will help a top student like you get stronger. So how about the first day in the STAR class? The headmaster has allowed you to join every single class." Learning this, Giamma turned furious, thinking, right, a secret kept? That damned old witch woman. He smiled awkwardly, touched his head and scratched his ear, continuing, "No, teacher. I think I just need to use the restroom for a bit. My stomach is hurting a little." The teacher nodded in agreement. "My schedule is truly perfection. Just like a top student, very straightforward. See you on the field then." A little later, Giamma had changed into his athletic wear. Just as the teacher said, the whole class was made to run several laps around the field. Giamma tiredly ran behind, panting heavily, muttering, "Damn it. Seriously, I'm so tired. I'm about to pass out." Chloe ran over and asked with concern, "Is it a bit too hard for you? You look so exhausted." Giamma forced a smile and replied, "Haha, I'm fine." "So how many laps have you run?" Chloe casually replied, "I've done 9 laps." Giamma felt a bit ashamed that he couldn't even keep up with a weak girl. Chloe encouraged him further. "Come on, you can do it." Saying that, she sprinted forward again, leaving Giamma trudging behind with an exhausted look. At this time, the sky was dyed with brilliant twilight hues. Inside the small room, empty mineral water bottles were scattered everywhere, to the point where not a single drop was left. The water bottles had been completely emptied. Giamma slammed his water bottle onto the desk in anger and let out a helpless sigh. Tired, he collapsed onto the bed and muttered, "Damn it, I'm so tired. I'm so damn hungry." Thus, a week after entering academy life, he encountered an unexpected problem. Recalling that lunch session, after finishing his physical workout, he rushed off to refuel. His eyes lit up and drool dripped as he looked around the school cafeteria counter. So hungry. I'm starving to death here. Pork belly. Give me a serving of pork belly. Please hurry up. But the cold gaze of the kitchen lady just swept past, as if communicating silently. He looked over and saw the meal ticket box right in front of him, confusedly thinking, isn't it free? Then awkwardly replying, I'll grab a ticket right now. A bowl of pork belly rice. Please make it extra large. However, the smile on his face quickly faded when his eyes hit the attached price list. His eyes widened, and his voice trembled. 50,000 won for a serving of pork belly? Giamma stood there, muttering about the exorbitant price, and finally gave up. That was probably why even the water bottles were gradually running dry. He chose to drink water to scrape by day. After squeezing the water bottle to the very last drop, he threw it away in frustration. Damn life. I'm starving to death. Charging 50,000 won for a pork belly meal is just going way too far. Are prices up in the sky, or what? I'm about to ascend to heaven right now, damn it. Come to think of it, before enrolling, his dad had handed him some money and said, take some extra money with you, son. Back then, he thought he could earn money on his own and that his parents had already worked hard enough, so he didn't accept. But now he regretted it. I should have just taken it when I had the chance. You're such an idiot, who even survives day to day on cheap bottled water bought from the campus convenience store. Right at this moment, the system panel popped up. Blessing of the sword god. Just swinging the sword is enough to slash through. Physique level increased from 1 to 2. Physique has been improved. Sword range regulations loosened. Sword length reaches 30 plus or minus 2 centimeters, and width reaches 5 plus or minus 1 centimeter. Bodyguard activated. Reading through it, Giamma thought to himself, it really is true that just thinking about it brings up the status window. I'm so hungry, I can't even fall asleep. He jumped off the bed, walked over to the mirror, and gazed at his body, which had undergone significant changes. Firm six-pack abs, noticeably improved physical strength. He smiled with satisfaction. It really wasn't a waste of time. The sword god's blessing has cleared my meridians to this extent. I'll reach a whole new level. But the sword god's blessing still hasn't leveled up. If I improve step by step, I'll definitely be able to use a short sword soon. Giamma's gaze lingered on the 2 short daggers on the desk. He began to ponder. Before the entrance ceremony, I didn't even dare to hold a sword. But now if I don't hold a sword, my hands get a bit itchy. Is this because of the blessing's effect? Then he rubbed his head in confusion. What the hell, why do I feel so proud? Right at that moment, a knock on the door sounded. Giamma was slightly surprised. Who could that be? He ran to open the door and blurted out, who is it? Chloe stood there looking a bit flustered and spoke up. I'm sorry. Am I disturbing you? Inside Giamma's head, he thought, why is she here? Then he said, it's fine. I was just lying down. Is something wrong? Chloe shyly replied. It's just that for a whole week, I haven't seen you show up at the academy cafeteria. I was worried you weren't feeling well. Giamma was momentarily flustered, but tried to hide it, replying in a casual tone, I'm just not used to eating food cooked by other people. But in reality, he was starving to death while trying to act cool, secretly lamenting inside. Boo-hoo, I'm literally drooling right now. Chloe lowered her head shyly. I see. Don't worry too much. If it's okay, I was planning to go to the school supermarket to buy some ingredients and cook dinner together. Hearing that, Giamma couldn't hold back his excitement, zooming off like a gust of wind. Then let's go, Chloe. Chloe looked a bit dazed, not quite understanding what was happening. Giamma quickly added, didn't you want to invite me to dinner? I'm great at cooking. Leave everything to me. Tra-la-la. Chloe's dorm is across the street, right? Let's go. After cruising around the supermarket until late into the evening, the two returned to the dorm. After Chloe finished eating the dish cooked by Giamma, she praised it endlessly. Oh my God, so good. Seeing her enjoy it so much, he felt happier too. Giamma smiled and replied, I'm just glad you like it. Chloe ate while continuously praising. You cook so fast and so well. I only know how to boil fish. I never thought I'd get to taste this kind of flavor. Looking at the spotless plate of food, Giamma secretly rejoiced. Then he stood up and said, let me check what else is in the fridge. Opening the fridge, he was quite surprised to see lots of fish neatly arranged in containers. He spoke up. Do you really like eating fish that much? Chloe happily replied. That's right. I'm from River Country, after all. Giamma smiled, rolling up his sleeves. Oh, awesome. My specialty is also fish dishes. Let's start preparing. Both his hands were itching as well, wanting to cleanse himself with a few slices of sashimi after that whole ordeal. But he worried about another issue. If I use the sword god's blessing with a kitchen knife, that's going to be... Holy cow. Giamma panicked a bit, turning around to ask, "Do you have any longer knives?" Chloe was surprised. Something longer? Well, my weapons are swords and stuff. Using a knife like this feels kind of weird. Chloe replied, "Yeah, I get it." After that, she ran off to look for one. A moment later, she returned carrying a long sword, excitedly asking, "Will this work?" Giamma shook his head, keeping a serious expression. "No need. I'll just use the kitchen knife. Guess I'll just have to deal with it." Holding the knife, he told himself, "Let's finish this thing in 30 seconds. The system immediately updated. Painless blessing has been activated. He thought, "I used to be the best swordsman in this country. It's very likely that with the sword god's blessing." In the blink of an eye, the fish was completely sliced. 21 seconds. That's all the time it took me to decale, Deb 1, clean the internal organs, and fillet the meat. It was so exceptional, it feels almost legendary. "I'm still alive." Chloe, who had been watching the whole time, exclaimed in awe, "Why are you so good at cooking?" Giamma casually replied, "I used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant." Chloe looked confused and wondered, "Part-time work? What part-time work?" Giamma was quite surprised that his friend didn't know what a part-time job was. Chloe quickly bowed her head, looking shy. Sorry. I didn't know." He smiled. "It's fine, don't worry about it." What was there to even apologize for? As expected, the gap in their social status had created a difference between them. But Giamma cheerfully said, "Anyway, as long as you enjoy the meal, I'm happy." Chloe excitedly replied, "I'm just really glad you prepared dinner anyway. Let me wash the dishes." He nodded. "Yeah, thanks. I'll leave that to you then." Afterwards, she went off to do the dishes, while Giamma sat back comfortably and thought to himself, "I'm full and satisfied." Suddenly, the sound of breaking porcelain echoed from behind. Chloe panicked and apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to." Giamma turned his head, gave a faint smile, and thought, "Haha, I wonder if she's ever washed a dish in her life before?" Right, I started fumbling through chores at that age too. Suddenly, a book fell off the shelf. A gentle breeze blew through, accidentally flipping open some pages. Seeing the content of the book, he became even more surprised and thought to himself, "A diary?" He casually skimmed a page that read, "I was helped by someone during the sorting exam on." Giamma thought to himself, "Such round and cute handwriting. Is Chloe just like any other girl her age? I should probably just leave it back where it was." Suddenly, the book accidentally flipped to another page. The friend who helped me actually ended up being in the same class as me. His name is Kong Giamma. My heart keeps racing, and I have no idea what to do. I can't possibly tell him about this." Giamma smiled gently. "Oh, how cute. So this is why you couldn't talk to me. Should I read more?" But out of curiosity, he kept flipping to the next page. The entire page was filled with countless repetitions of the same words. "I love you. I love you. I love you." Multiplied over and over again, to the point that even Giamma was startled by the surprise. Suddenly, Chloe turned around, and the bowl in her hand slipped from her grasp. Terrified that her secret had been exposed, she panicked and blurted out, "Did you see it? Farewell. Farewell to this world." Heroic clans seek fame by slaying monsters, earning the admiration of society and cementing their status. However, beneath that tight-knit organization, there always exist those who are granted pre-existing authority. They exploit the weaknesses hidden beneath the facade of the rulers, while public authorities remain powerless against them. One heroic family stepped forward to take on the role in the shadows. That family was named Auditor Cecilia, a clan operating in the shadows, yet constantly yearning to step into the light. They maintain order through assassinations. Children born into the Auditor family must undergo psychological conditioning before puberty, suppress their emotions, and endure harsh training to become assassins. The age at which that young girl first stained her hands with blood was just 15. Chloe Auditor Cecilia never denied her talent for assassination. She had heard such words even before reaching adulthood. Chloe accepted it. The training had warped the young girl's psyche, sowing a deep darkness in her heart. Over time, her senses gradually faded, leaving behind only traces of emotion. Chloe reached the age to enter Joa Queen Academy, where classes were divided by skill. Even though members of the auditor family all lean entirely towards the darkness, possessing skills far surpassing the dragon class, they're still assigned to regular classes according to family tradition and their agreement with the academy, to avoid drawing the eyes of others. However, even the 3 years of her youth were completely stripped away by her family, robbing her of all personal freedom. Faced with the destiny of becoming an assassin, Chloe didn't dare to resist even a word. She accepted it, thinking there was no way to change it. She thought that way until she met a male student, none other than Kong Jiama. The moment he shouted, "Hey, you fat bastards, are you out of your minds? Don't touch her!" During the battle in the subspace, even though death in there wasn't real, it was the first time Chloe experienced death. She didn't show any panic or fear. Chloe faced death calmly, as if it were a destiny ordained long ago. She no longer wanted to resist. That was how she learned to live, and how she had always lived. That's right, there was no way to change it. That destiny had once been exceptionally clear, or at least it used to be. But then, it brought a feeling like the sun breaking through thick, dark clouds at the eye of a storm, awakening something inside her. A sword wielded by one's own will. A sword used to protect someone. She was the reason that student used his sword. Throughout her childhood, Chloe still remembered a fairy tale she used to read, secretly hidden under her bed, reading it over and over day after day without getting tired of it. The story was about a princess trapped in a castle, until one day a prince appeared. The Prince's Love, a story revolving around a prince who always goes around saving people, made her face flush red and her chest ache endlessly. A strange emotion welled up inside. Chloe had only one thought, the romance of youth. Returning to reality, Jiama was turning pale with fear. Damn it. On this side, Chloe stared at him without blinking. Jiama rubbed his head, offering an awkward smile. The air suddenly grew terrifyingly suffocated. Seeing the look on her face, Jiama broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. Crap. Where on earth did I go wrong? Was it the first time I set my eyes on this innocent teenage girl? Or when I foolishly followed her just for a meal? Thinking of this, Jiama awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Hey, Chloe, isn't tonight all the more beautiful thanks to you? For the first time in a long while, I actually had a good meal. Anyway, I'm heading home. See you later." But right then, Chloe couldn't keep her composure, emphasizing, "Did you see it?" With that, she slowly took off the gloves she had just used to wash dishes. Jiama broke out in a cold sweat and blurted out, "Huh? What?" She said, "What else?" "That thing." Jiama still tried to play innocent. "Ah, you mean your book? You must have studied super hard, huh?" "Chloe, angrili tortid." "No, my diary." Jiama thought to herself, "Do you have an extra eye growing the back of your head or something? When did she even see me?" Furthermore, I think she dropped her formal way of speaking. She's acting like a completely different person. Jiama still stubbornly denied it. "No, I didn't see anything." Chloe coldly snapped. "You didn't see anything, huh? What is there even to see? Don't lie." "That's right, I saw it." Suddenly, he was shocked to his core upon seeing Chloe's expression at that moment. She was terrifyingly cold, gripping the sword tightly in her hand. A murderous aura filled the air. Seeing this, he thought, "Huh? Why is it suddenly like this? No, this is bad." Thinking fast, Jiama glanced around, observing, "The 4th floor is the top floor. If I jump from here, I'm going to splatter. There's only one exit, that door over there, but it's way too close to where she is. I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. I am trapped. What should I do? What the heck is she doing?" On the other side, the screeching sound of the sword clashing against the floor echoed out, accompanied by a pair of furious, bloodshot eyes. Jiama thought to himself, "Is she really coming at me? No way. Or did she black out? Damn it, I don't want to deal with this shit." Standing completely still with dead, red eyes. That's definitely a Yandra. Moreover, that energetic attitude can flip in a split second. No way. Could it be multiple personality disorder? Having Yandra traits was already too much. Now she has multiple personalities too? Maybe opening that diary triggered a change in her personality. This is too dangerous. She might chase me to the death. I'm about to run out of here to save my own skin. Her killing intent is even stronger than the Mao brothers. I am doomed. School life is so miserable. Right now, I have to get out of this situation first. Think fast. Remaining time, 9 seconds. My sashimi knife is stored in my room. Would I put the knife I used earlier? No, if things go that far, I'll definitely lose an arm or a leg. Oh God, oh Mom, what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, he spotted a utility knife nearby. Chloe was swinging her sword high, stepping closer and closer. Left with no other choice, Giamma hurriedly grabbed the utility knife. But deep down, he still thought, I just wanted to resolve this with words. But now I have no other choice. The moment he picked up the knife, the system updated. The user's mental stats are rising sharply. Verbal dexterity and actions will be temporarily imbued by suppressive wrath. Strength is beginning to adapt to better suit the wielder. The sword god's holy defense has been activated. The blessing of the gods will be with you. Chloe stepped closer and closer. Giamma suddenly spoke up. Chloe, your hair is getting a bit long. Shall I trim it up a bit for you? With that, he unleashed a few quick sword strikes. A few strands of her hair drifted down. Who knows how much time had passed, but by then Chloe had finally regained consciousness. Her appearance had changed slightly. Her hair was a bit shorter, but her body seemed completely unharmed. As soon as she woke up, the first person she thought of was Giamma. Where did you go, Giamma? I remember looking out the window while washing dishes. I was secretly peeking at him. Chloe instinctively brushed the hair from her forehead and said loudly, Where's my katana? But then she saw it placed next to the table. Chloe let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But I guess I'm already used to passing out after using this katana. She recalled the past. Great job, Chloe. What happened? Don't worry too much and stop rejecting your talent as an assassin. Returning to reality, Chloe stared at the sword, then buried her face in her pillow and shouted out, Chloe, you're such an idiot. How could I possibly pass out at a time like that? Boo-hoo. Oh Lord, I'm going out of my damn mind. Blushing, she shyly continued, Did I say anything super weird while I was knocked out? As she asked, Chloe noticed the utility knife lying on the floor. She wondered, why is a utility knife lying on the floor? My hair feels a bit shorter. Did this utility knife cut my hair? So Chloe walked over to the trash can, saw her hair inside, and fell into thought. Looks like he cleaned up and left. Giamma is seriously so kind. I have to write this in my diary right now before I forget about it again. Afterwards, Chloe walked over to the desk, opened her diary, and jotted it down. When she finished, what she had written was, Giamma, I love you. Is that really all? Moving outside, someone was lurking under the moonlight. A rainbow of groans poured down like rain. That was Giamma. Right then, he wiped his mouth, recalling the past. My painless blessing effect has worn off. Somehow I made it through that situation, though. Meanwhile, I went way past the 5-second time limit. For the remaining few seconds, this is the consequence. Here it comes again. I'm going to throw up everything I ate for dinner. After a moment, Giamma walked over to a chair, sat down, and sighed. He raised his gaze upward and pondered, My entire dinner, and I puked it all up. I'm hungry again. Amidst Giamma's train of thought, a certain introduction popped up. Normally, the goal of swordsmanship is to take an enemy's life in a single strike or eliminate multiple targets. However, the sword Chloe uses only targets vital weaknesses, as if her entire style specializes in assassination. If I were to be assassinated by her, there would definitely be no turning back. My head probably would have rolled off before I even realized. The feeling at that moment was like danger staring me right in the face. By instinct, I aimed for the back of her neck. Luckily, this utility knife was a bit short, so I only ended up clipping a lock of her hair. I need to clean up a bit more too, so hopefully nothing was left behind. Everything seemed stable, but stability and safety are never easy. They say being mediocre is the hardest thing, but compared to this, that's even harder. Honestly, ever since I got dragged into this shameless game, I haven't lacked any ambition either. For someone who once stood at the pinnacle with a simple sashimi knife, tossing aside a gentleman's courtesy wasn't an easy choice. Still, everyone has their own role to play. The Miracle's Blessing is the name of this game, and also the unique blessing of the protagonist in this world, someone I've never crossed paths with. Along with the blessing of courage, Baylor Hoakin, I recall there being only 2 mythical tier blessings in this game. The purpose of these blessings is also pretty straightforward. Protect the world from the Demon King. And the protagonist is the one chosen blindly by both the Holy Sword and the Demon Sword. But by contrast, I can only use a sashimi knife. Do I even need any further explanation? With that, he slapped his own cheeks and said loudly, "Focus." He continued pondering. Furthermore, ever since joining this academy, encounters have been happening back to back. New situations and imaginary numbers made me forget my original goal. I stalled for a few reasons. Now I remember, not a single person in this academy is normal. I also understand a little bit about the importance of the characters in this game, but my knowledge of this world is still way too weak. It's been over a week since I enrolled in the academy. Based on the plot, it's about time the protagonist's blessing gets triggered. They are completing their studies, meaning the game's story is only now officially beginning. I know the main plot, but I don't know how it ends. I can't say I regret not reading all of it, but knowing the main plot is definitely an advantage. No matter what happens, I just need to follow the main storyline. If things get chaotic, it will lead to several consequences. Many valuable people will be forgotten. If I remember correctly, the story gets darker starting from the second semester of the third year. I can sense the birth of a demon clan hero who will unite their forces under the leadership of the Demon King, threatening the academy. The scale will keep growing. Gradually, a massive war will break out between the Demon Clan and humanity. Furthermore, the story of this game will shift toward a typical fantasy plot. Giamma just remembered reading the information. What is going on? Why is the plot suddenly changing? Someone who wasted my youth and never experienced the brilliant years of my teenage years. As a chef, feel frustrated. Why are they all dying? There's no prospect at all. Since I was familiar with the characters, with that exact mess of thoughts, I decided to delete this game. What could be worse than that terrible battle taking place in the very world I'm living in? This is a war. Am I really going to die in this battle? No. I still have 3 years left, and now I need a more practical goal. I'm not someone who likes to run away. I can't die that easily. I have to become stronger and try to survive. Most casual games have a happy ending, and it seems this world will also be saved by the protagonist. Therefore, I need the power to protect myself. I can't live with a fragile fate like a common housefly, because I might very well die in that war. So, I need to train to survive without drawing too much attention. If I stand out too much, there will be a risk of being drafted as a soldier and fighting the demon army. That's exactly what I need to avoid. I also have to be careful when using the painless blessing. This is the blessing that helps me feel no pain. And since I had no other choice while holding the sashimi knife, this burden on my body is just too heavy. At this moment, the system suddenly brought up a status board. After reading it, he blurted out, "This stat is actually pretty impressive." He rubbed his chin in thought. There's also quite a bit of new information. Physique, mentality, weapon. These stats are probably rank indicators. The information board contains some content. If you do that, you will bear the consequences. Physical strength. 2. The sword standards are not strict. Mental strength. 3. Creates a terrifying atmosphere while working and acting. Weapon rank. 1. Not yet eligible to unlock. Assimilation rate. 1.5%. Giamma looked at the special line of information and thought to himself, "Is this the assimilation rate? What on earth is this again?" Then he brought his finger up to the information board. Instantly, a red notification popped up. "System access restricted because the player is ineligible." He exclaimed, "What? Now I have yet another question about this mysterious ability. But this isn't important right now. What matters now is training my physical body and getting a new weapon. I can't keep relying on the painless blessing forever. I also have to practice with the sword, because I'm still currently ineligible for the sword god's blessing." He opened his phone and checked the schedule. Thank goodness. Next month, there will be a combat training session replacing the midterm exam. The reward is Murasi, a B-rank weapon. If I acquire and master using it, it should be enough to qualify for graduation. The basic characteristics of this weapon are not enough to trigger the sword god's blessing, so I'll take it as an alternative secondary weapon. He sighed and continued, "Phew, I guess I have even more things to do now." Right at that moment, a voice spoke up. "Hey." Hearing this, Giamma turned to look. It seemed to be a girl who had just finished working out, her body covered in sweat. She turned toward Giamma and continued, "That's my spot." And then, the two of them locked eyes, sparking romantic tension. Giamma was quite surprised by this sudden appearance, sitting frozen without uttering a word. Seeing him dazed, she continued, "Could you move a bit?" At this moment, Giamma was still surprised, looking at Abel and thinking, "Abel? Damn it. No matter how closely I look at her, she looks kind of unreal." I accidentally glared at her the whole time. Abel spoke up, "You don't need to go somewhere else. Just move to one side is fine." So Abel sat down next to Giamma. He looked at her out of the corner of his eye and pondered. "This is your spot?" "Yeah. Isn't this public property? Is it because of this school's tier system?" "Yeah, it seems like it. But if I keep staying with the protagonist, the main plot will gradually get complicated. Therefore, if I feel uncomfortable, I must find a way to avoid it." But he still watched Abel's actions, then shyly thought, "Damn it, she's so pretty. She really was born that way." Abel looked up at that moment and said, "This is the place where you can see the stars the clearest." This caught Giamma by surprise, thinking, who goes and says that out of nowhere? It totally startled me. He looked into Abel's eyes, worried. Is this really Abel? Isn't this the granddaughter of the sword saint that I know? Isn't the protagonist supposed to be an untouchable beauty? After seeing Giamma say nothing, Abel opened her mouth. "Is your weapon also a sword?" Giamma was surprised and replied, "Oh, how do you know that?" Abel blushed and lowered her head. "My grandfather told me so. I've also heard that swordsmen always have a very different gaze." Giamma was left completely speechless. Suddenly, Abel held her sword out toward him and said, "Here, do you want to hold it and try?" Hearing this, Giamma broke into a sweat and replied, "Doesn't look too heavy, does it?" So he made Abel puff out her cheeks and look away. Giamma thought to himself, is she sulking? She's really hard to get along with. Is this even the Abel I know? Right at that moment, Abel spoke up, "Hey you know me, right?" Faced with this abrupt question, Giamma thought in surprise. She's asking like that. Is she suspecting something about me? Of course, that thought was a no. Who in this school wouldn't know Abel? Then he spoke up, "At least I know a little bit." But Abel next to him immediately denied it with a sentence, "I don't know you," leaving Giamma surprised and pondering, damn, what does she mean by that? At this moment, Abel smiled and continued, "Isn't it a bit odd of me? You know my name, but I don't know yours." So Giamma turned to ask, "Do I have to tell my name to a stranger I just met for the first time?" Hearing this, Abel casually replied, "Who knows? You could even be a spy the Demon King tried to sneak into this academy. Or maybe," she paused, "I can't think of any other reasons either. But it's very late, and you're still sitting here all by yourself." Giamma was surprised by Abel's gaze and thought to himself, did she notice me? Well, there's no other reason anyway. So the two of them exchanged words. "Then why are you here too? Isn't it as clear as day? I'm training and working out here." "Well, I'm also training here." "Then what are you practicing?" Giamma immediately said something that left Abel not knowing how to respond. "Practicing breathing." Abel was just about to reach out her hand to say something when Giamma noticed her hands covered in wounds. The girl shyly hid her hands away in a hurry. The atmosphere fell into deep silence, with neither saying a word to the other. After a moment, Giamma spoke up. "You really work very hard." Abel casually replied, "Of course. People have no idea what it feels like to carry the bloodline of Nibelung. They always have to wear a flawless facade, just showing a tiny bit of weakness, and people will trample all over you immediately. You probably already know that I'm not the person with the highest score this year, right? Honestly, this is the first time I've lost to someone. But you know what?" Then Abel wore a little smile. "I feel a bit relieved myself. But on the other hand, I'm also very curious about who defeated me. I want to know who this person really is." Hearing this, Giamma panicked, extremely startled when Abel continued, "I'm going to crush that person next time." Giamma panicked. "Are you really planning to go that far?" Abel immediately said loudly, "This is a matter of honor. I had to beg my grandfather for more information, but he said that person isn't even in my class. That person actually dared to break the oath. How can I live with this second-place label? Oh goodness, why am I saying these things to a stranger?" Hearing this, Giamma glanced over and replied, "Why on earth are you telling me this?" Abel then whispered, "Humph, because you look weak. My family's motto is to be firm with the strong and merciful with the weak. The students in my class are all very good at what they do, so I don't have a single friend." Hearing this, Giamma didn't know what to say either, but a thought crossed his mind. That's why the protagonist feels so distantly apart. A moment later, Abel stretched and continued, "I think we'll just talk this much tonight." Giamma didn't hold back and bluntly replied, "Oh, goodbye then." At this moment, Abel seemed to have forgotten something, but then propped her hand up, turned toward Giamma, and said loudly, "So are you going to tell me your name or not?" Giamma casually, "Don't feel like it." Abel was surprised. "Oh, come on, you. Keeping even a name a secret like a cat hiding its poop." Moving to the classroom the next day, Giamma sat in some spot, clasping his hands together in thought. Life at this academy is much more peaceful than I expected. Chloe over there quickly made new friends and blended into this class. Meanwhile, I have to avoid gazes and avoid running into her. If I make eye contact with her, her new friend will look at me with a freezing stare. But I can't just pretend those gazes don't exist. Furthermore, I'm not the only special student in this class. People like me aren't many, but they are very reluctant to interact with others. It's probably because those other folks overestimate their own power. Thinking like this, it's really lucky that I didn't choose a higher class, because right now is the time when the Star and Dragon classes are fighting for power. When I played this game before, I thought of them like a bunch of clowns. If I were in that class now, my head would probably explode. At least now I get to eat, sleep, and rest peacefully. What should I eat today? So he took out some kind of card, and the silhouette of Principal Media appeared. The principal said, "As the top student, you should have received this treatment much earlier. Sorry for keeping you waiting this long. This is Joa Queen School's faculty card." Giamma thought, if I bow to the principal 3 times every day, it still wouldn't be enough to express all my gratitude to media. A moment of silence. "Thank you very much. What kind of wicked thing is this, wow?" Afterward, he continued to ponder, "Great. I've completed a student's duty, right? I didn't change too much of the game's main plot either. Then for the remaining 3 years, I'll just live like this. If it stays like this, I'll be able to live the kind of life I used to dream of in the future." A moment later, the lecturer's voice spoke up. 700 years ago, after the first Human-Demon War, the hero Joa Queen Bearer realized the necessity of nurturing the next generations of heroes. Thus, hero Joa Queen founded this academy with 7 general principles. These sentences will be on the test, so you all remember to study this information carefully. Giamma, down below, sat in a daze, thinking, this is all stuff I've memorized by heart. Regarding this founding hero Joa Queen B, during the 20 years of fighting against the First Legion commander, someone famous for their cruelty and the right-hand man of Demon King Lai Can, he participated in combat and won. However, after that battle ended, Principal Joa lost an arm and could no longer participate in combat. Screams echoed everywhere, heard in every direction. It was a bloody battle with no clear victor. Fortunately, humanity and demons reached a non-aggression agreement, and hero Joa Queen founded this academy to nurture the next generation of talented individuals. Returning to the lecture, the teacher continued. Thus, the first Human-Demon War led to the signing of a non-aggression pact between the two sides, opening this 700-year era of peace. The students below started whispering and chatting. Do you think a war might break out in our time? How could there be a war in the 21st century? I'm already worrying about what to wear to the party tomorrow, huh? Meanwhile, Giamma calmly organized his thoughts. 700 years of peace? I'm probably the only one here who knows about the first crack in this era of peace. Everyone here is too used to tranquility. I really want to say these things, but I don't know if anything will change after I speak up. Even though she doesn't hide her intention to resign as principal as soon as possible. She once told me, should I ditch this position? Media is the first person to notice the anomaly thanks to the Seer Lord. She is also the first among the 7 heroes to stand up and protect the students. Although I didn't play this route much, I truly respect her. She is also the first to sacrifice herself in the battle against the Demon King. Back when I was a chef, I watched this scene. She died extremely miserably. I couldn't even believe it myself, but it's the truth. So he fell into deep contemplation amidst his train of thought. I wish I didn't know anything about this. Returning to the lecture, the teacher said, "That's it for today. Remember to study hard for the test in 2 weeks." People started to leave, chattering, "Wow, that's awesome. What, is that true? What's going on? What's happening? Let me tag along." While Giamma stood blankly, clueless about what was happening, thinking to himself, what's going on? At this moment, he was surprised by someone's words. "Is that him?" Giamma took out his phone, checked the information, and thought, today is May 5th. That's right. Today is the day students gather in one place and talk with each other. He won't come to our class, right? Of course, obviously he has to go to the star class instead. Giamma walked behind everyone and thought further. If I remember correctly, on this May 5th he will enroll. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed just as he thought. The protagonist of this world has appeared. Lion Van Ryn, a young man with a handsome face that makes girls swoon wherever he goes. And this 700-year piece will see its first crack. Looking at his face is so annoying. As mentioned before, all the girls in this game fall in love with this guy. If this were an adult game, Lion probably would have died before fighting the Demon King. Furthermore, the girls who fell in love with this guy include Ducho Zamura, granddaughter of the Spear Saint, Sakir Rujo, daughter of the Bao Saint, and Abel von Nibelung, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. All the female protagonists have an impression of him. How annoying. Thus, the protagonist of the Miracle Blessing, Lion Van Ryn, will be one of the first trainees in the next 3 years. Actually, calling it training is already an understatement. I refuse to go through it a second time. It's no different from forcing me to enlist in the army again. By the way, even Baylor Kin could only seal 1 Legion commander. Then how strong must the Demon King be? No way. Could this be such a crazy story that even the protagonist will lose? While talking with everyone, Lion suddenly looked in a certain direction, which turned out to be Giamma's direction, startling him. Amidst Giamma's bewilderment, it felt kind of like the world is crowded and we accidentally bumped into each other. Right? I was talking about the Miracle Blur Blessing, after all. The protagonist will probably sort everything out. His face looks trustworthy too. I actually got persuaded before I even knew it. Right at this moment, someone shouted loudly, "Over there!" startling Giamma, who turned back to observe. Moving to the evening at the training building, the atmosphere was quite deserted and gloomy. Giamma held a wooden stick, flailing it wildly to practice his reflexes. A moment later, he let out a breath, looked at his arm, and thought to himself, phew, just as I predicted. When standards aren't met, the blessing cannot be executed, forcing oneself to reach a certain level of swordsmanship. Just as he was deep in thought, Chloe approached from behind and shyly spoke up. "Did I do something wrong that day?" Seeing this, Giamma froze with a blank face, thinking, I was this close to losing my head. Even though he wanted to say that, he told himself, we still have to study together for 3 whole years. I have to maintain peace for myself at this school. Thinking of this, Giamma replied, it's nothing at all. Chloe secretly rejoiced inside and asked back, "Is that true?" Then she let out a sigh and muttered, "Phew, thank goodness." Meanwhile, Giamma thought, damn, what on earth is his real personality? Even while out of it, he still managed to use the sword. It was a mournful sword, as if crying out for help for some reason, yet it was still overflowing with a murderous intent. If he had intended to kill someone, she probably would have been even more dangerous than the Mao brothers from earlier. After a moment, Chloe spoke up. Kong Giamma, if you're up for it, could I treat you to dinner? I just want to thank you. Well, of course, I'm not as good at cooking as you are, though. Hearing the mention of dinner, Giamma was flooded with the memory of that day's trauma. I almost bought the farm, damn it. Who the hell feels like eating or drinking after that? But seeing Chloe's wide, hopeful eyes, he just couldn't bring himself to refuse. That's a pretty worrisome look, Giamma thought. It'd be super awkward to turn her down, but if I agree, I might end up in a pickled corpse prison by tomorrow and be pushing up daisies by this time next year. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Giamma cheerfully spoke up. Hey, Chloe, this might sound a bit weird, but instead of dinner, Could you help me out with something? Chloe asked. Help you? Giamma continued. Yeah. I couldn't think of anyone else besides. Chloe beamed. Me? What is it? Giamma scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Would you mind teaching me swordsmanship? He thought. I need someone to teach me swordsmanship anyway. This is a good excuse. Chloe is ridiculously strong. Ever since that day, whenever I get back, the only thing I check before going to sleep is what I need to do to survive. I guess it comes in handy. While he was lost in thought, Chloe approached in a new outfit with a bright smile. How long have you been here? I've been waiting for you over there this whole time. Giamma replied. Chloe, I just got here too. What about you? Chloe cheerfully lit up, her eyes shining like car headlights. I just got here too. What time is it? 6:30. Giamma looked dumbfounded at Chloe's cluelessness. Didn't we agree to meet at 8 o'clock? Giamma stared right at Chloe, thinking, that's true, but she's acting super weird today. Noticing him staring, Chloe shifted her gaze to the side and asked, Is something wrong? Giamma quickly answered, Oh, nope, nothing. But his eyes stayed glued to her ant-like waist. He thought, I never really noticed before. She's always wearing her uniform, but now I can actually see her abs and muscle tone. Now I totally get why she's so insanely strong. Anyway, she's actually pretty cute. Gotta give her that. So he held out the wooden sword and said, Here, take this. Chloe took it, looking surprised. Oh, I honestly thought we were going to use real swords right off the bat. Giamma startled, thinking, Did I hear that right? Who the hell trains with real swords? This isn't a life or death battle. Still reeling, he said, Practice is just practice. We should use wooden swords to avoid getting hurt. Chloe burst out laughing, then suddenly switched to a sweet attitude that caught Giamma off guard. Chloe's lifeless gaze fixed on the wooden sword in her hand. With a single swing of her arm, she gave Giamma the chills. He thought, just how strong is she? It sounded like she literally sliced through the air. I'd better be careful. Finally, he thought of the blessing, checking his stats panel and pondering, I need to double-check a few things. All right, the sword stats look fine. Physical growth is steady too. But is a blessing normally like this? Even though blessings usually level up skills, could there be some other side effect? I don't really remember all the details. What were the requirements again? Seeing Giamma standing there totally spaced out and staring into empty space, Chloe asked in confusion, Is something wrong? Did I scare you? Giamma replied, Oh, my bad. Then thought, Looks like only I can see this. She probably thinks I'm zoning out like an idiot. After calming down, Giamma hastily said, Since it's just the first day, go easy on me, okay? Chloe replied, Yeah. Giamma raised his sword and said, Well then, let's get started, shall we? Right after that, the two of them officially began their training. In his past life, Giamma always lived practically by the motto, Only believe what you see. To become a master in any field, shedding blood and sweat isn't enough. You have to be ready to completely rebuild your body. Adapting quickly to the academy was also the result of everything he learned in his youth. At that moment, he closed his eyes to focus. His palms were sweaty and his posture was stiff. But the essence of swordsmanship is hitting your opponent dead on. Chloe suddenly lunged straight at him, startling Giamma. Why is she so fast? That's insane. Chloe aimed straight for his neck, but he barely managed to dodge to the side. Regaining his balance, he cursed under his breath. Holy crap, I told her to take it easy. But Chloe didn't stop, her eyes glowing with a cold sharpness. This is just practice. Why does it feel like a real death match? A few seconds later, Giamma left an opening, his hands shaking as he raised his stick. Why is this so heavy? But I can still block it. I'm going to smash down like this. But he was caught off guard when Chloe suddenly leaped upward out of nowhere. Damn it. Is she even faster now? Was that last move just a feint? Giamma brought his sword up to defend, but the wooden sword started showing cracks and splintering. He was shoved backward, thinking, how is anyone supposed to handle attacks this nonstop? Chloe kept up a relentless barrage of blows. Giamma struggled to fight back, thinking, Holy Mother of God, every single hit feels like a sledgehammer. If I take even one direct hit, I'm genuinely dead for real. I'm hitting my limit here. I don't even have a window to counterattack. A few seconds later, a piece of wood splintered and flew off. Chloe snapped back to reality, quite shocked by her own strength. I actually went and broke the wooden stick in the hands of the guy I like, damn it. Chloe panicked. I'm so sorry. I meant to hold back, but I honestly didn't think I'd snap it. Giamma, are you mad at me? Suddenly, a wave of light radiated all around them. Chloe's eyes went wide as she muttered, the sword. Over on his end, Giamma's system kept flashing notifications. Equipped weapon does not meet the requirements. Weapon damaged. An error has occurred. Initiating forced self-adjustment. Decreasing humanity. Sword God's blessing activates heat. Giamma's expression turned terrifying. A heavy, intense, murderous aura radiated from his entire body. The weapon equipment requirements have been met. The weapon was destroyed, causing an error. Suppression was used to adjust the player's personality. Humanity has begun to decrease. The Sword God's blessing has been activated. Transported to some strange dimension, a chef appeared along with a stream of inner monologue. Where is this? A kitchen? Could I have been dreaming just now? Ah, right, I was prepping fish. Oh well, time to get to work. The chef thought. It's been a long time since I used this knife. Let's try it out today. Wait, what is this? I can't select it. Guess I'll just make do with this knife. But then, even this small knife is a no-go. A voice rang out. Don't worry about it. Just keep picking. The chef thought. So the only one left is this sashimi knife. Even so, holding this sashimi knife looks like it had hurt. That voice echoed again. How about now? The chef grabbed the knife and spoke up. Huh, that's weird. It doesn't hurt at all. In fact, it actually feels super comfortable. The voice continued. Yeah, exactly. Just do it. Hurry up and cut it. The chef was controlled by a pair of hands like a puppet. All right, let's create a masterpiece together. Back in reality, the murderous aura exploded outward. Giamma stood frozen, completely motionless, acting totally abnormal. Seeing this, Chloe looked bewildered. Kong Giamma, are you okay? Hey, Kong Giamma, say something. But looked like Giamma was somewhere else entirely, before looping right back to where he was. A moment later, he vanished. Faster than lightning, Giamma dashed right up to Chloe with glowing blue eyes and attacked her. An overwhelmingly terrifying pressure filled the air. Chloe panicked. Hey, say something. Wait, what are you doing? Hold on a second. Have you lost your mind? Over here, Giamma showed no signs of stop. The next second, Chloe was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing hard into the back wall in absolute shock. Chloe herself took quite a heavy hit, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. She thought. Just now, he was acting like a completely different person. While Chloe was still processing it, Giamma lunged forward again, stabbing right where she had just been sitting. He unleashed a powerful palm strike. Faced with this situation, Chloe leaped backward to dodge. Giamma looked completely unhinged at this point, his eyes full of murderous intent as he refused to stop, his body seemingly completely out of control. Chloe planted her wooden sword into the ground, whispering to herself, I got dazed from his attack just now. My body can barely move at this point. What on earth is wrong with him? I have no clue what just happened. I have no choice but to put a stop to this sparring match right here. She struggled to speak up. Kong Giamma, you have to stop. But Giamma kept lunging forward to attack. With no other options left, Chloe thought, there's no way I can dodge this blow. She weakly gasped out. Please stop, Kong Giamma. Pull yourself together. But Giamma kept charging straight toward her. Chloe cried out in helpless despair. Kong Giamma. Returning to the chef's dimension, Teacher Kim continued. Why is this happening? Why does this fish keep dodging like that? This kind of fish is so weird. It can actually dodge, chewing it up and turning it into meat just like that. Wait, did that fish just talk? Am I hallucinating? A voice called out. Kong Giamma, snap out of it. Looking at his own reflection mirrored in the blade, the chef thought, that's right, Then where is Kong Giamma? Right after that, in the blink of an eye, the chef transformed back into present Kong Giamma. I am Kong Giamma. Chloe's image flashed in his mind as she desperately called out. Giamma, snap out of it. Back in reality, the wooden stick was embedded deep into the wall. Apparently, in the nick of time during that critical moment, Giamma managed to hurl the stick away and snap out of it. Chloe was still shaking and terrified, bringing her hands up to protect her head. She must have been scared out of her absolute wits. The ultimate shock of a lifetime. Chloe slowly fluttered her eyes open, but then gazed dreamily like a turkey at Giamma's handsome face. He looked at her with an affectionate gaze, one hand gently sliding around her waist to support the girl. Giamma tapped Chloe on the head to snap her back to reality and said, "Let's call it a day here." Chloe looked dazed, processing that head tap before stammering, "Kong Giamma, are you all right?" Giamma waved with a smile. "Thanks for practicing with me. I'm heading back to my room." And with that, he walked off before Chloe could even get a word out. Moving outside the training building, Chloe walked along while clutching one arm, thinking, I already had a feeling ever since the class assignment tryouts. Giamma is a martial arts genius. He doesn't just possess raw strength. There's some kind of bizarre power sealed inside him, too. He unleashes a terrifying, murderous aura. If he actually attacked me flat out, I wouldn't even be able to block it. This isn't just technique. It's something born purely from instinct. Even though I subconsciously unleashed my blessing to the absolute max, I was still no match for him. With just a half-broken wooden sword, he managed to push me back. I knew he was strong, but just then, someone stood blocking her path and said, "You look awfully cheerful, don't you?" Chloe looked up in surprise, noticing someone with the exact same hair color as her, who had just appeared and called her name, Chloe. Character info, second-year student, common class, Knox auditor. Looking closer, Chloe spoke up, "Brother Knox?" Knox adjusted his mask and continued, "After enrolling here, you're actually hanging out with lowlifes like that?" Hearing her brother talk like that, Chloe snapped back, "Don't you dare talk about Giamma like that." Knox continued, "His name is Giamma? If you keep getting tangled up with him, everyone in the auditor family will find a way to get rid of him." Chloe didn't look worried in the slightest, walking straight past her brother without a care. Even if the entire auditor family showed up, they still couldn't beat him. Finished speaking, she walked away without a single goodbye. Knox stood there deep in thought, muttering, "Giamma." Over on his side, Giamma was also deep in thought. "There's one thing I need to clear up. The power I was granted isn't a blessing or some God-given blessing at all. On the contrary, I think it's more like a curse. To avoid relying on a God's blessing, I need to find a new weapon that feels more natural in my hand. But that power seems desperate to take control of my body. There's no discomfort or restraint, just an overwhelming comfort that lays bare wild ambition and unbridled violence, an endless craving for slaughter. When I slip into that unconscious state, the curse manipulates me like a puppet. Whispers echo through my mind, urging me to strike down anything in my path. Get stronger, kill more, destroy everything. I can't let that curse take the driver's seat." When I was about to strike, Chloe's scream woke up the humanity inside me. Right then, I suddenly realized my actions had crossed the line. Kong Giamma, that name echoed out, binding my physical self and my nearly shattered soul back into a single unified whole. Everything seemed to snap into connection. The sword in my hand grew immensely powerful. If I just kept mindlessly slaughtering in a trance, I could have fallen into the demonic path and completely knocked out my own ego. She was the one who dragged me back to the real world, gave me faith, and brought my good human consciousness back to where it started. It was actually her snapping the wooden sword that triggered my demonic nature to flare up. It's kind of annoying to think about the situation, but I'm also grateful she woke me up. I just want to thank her as sincerely as possible. Of course, I still haven't mastered controlling this physical state yet. Who knows when my demonic side will flare up again. I need to head back to my contemplation room and figure out how to deal with this mess. Next time, who's going to be around to wake me up? The sword God's blessing, a ridiculously powerful skill, but it demands the user's lifespan as payment. In this otherworldly realm, things still operate by those kinds of rules. This is the skill I'm stuck with, so I can't just toss it aside. I have to adapt to it. Moving forward, I can't just brush it off without thinking about it. In a place like this, I honestly just wanted to live a peaceful, quiet life, but it looks like that's not going to be simple at all. All the incidents up until now have been minor, but I haven't been able to completely resolve them. It's only until now that I've vaguely realized there's something inside my body. It's like it's gradually taking over my reason, leading me into the demonic path and turning me into a frenzy-driven person. This isn't a God's blessing, but a curse. It just wants to take over this body. Even though it's a powerful move, I need to be careful when using it. Cutting to 3 days later, the atmosphere in the classroom remains as usual, with nothing out of the ordinary. Chloe is currently talking to a friend sitting next to her. Her friend cheerfully says, "Yesterday was seriously amazing. You should try it too." Chloe replies, "Yeah, I'll look into it later." But her gaze is tinged with sadness and worry. Chloe ponders, ever since that day, Kangjiyama hasn't shown up for 3 whole days. His seat is empty right now. Come to think of it, even now, I don't know how to contact him. Why didn't I ask back then? I went to his dorm and tried knocking, but only heard sounds of groaning and pain. At that moment, I wanted to break the door down, but I was afraid he'd hate me, so I held back and left. I really love the way he looks when he's deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand. I don't know how many times I've secretly watched him, but I'm afraid he'll think I'm an annoying girl, so I'm careful when striking up a conversation. At first, I thought I was attracted to him because he rushed in to protect me, but it seems that was just an excuse. Thinking up to this point, Chloe mutters, "I want to go see him." Moving on to the next day, Instructor Liu Bian marches into class and angrily barks, "Quiet down. You are all students at a prestigious academy, yet all you know how to do is argue? Due to today's rainy weather forecast, we are replacing training with self-study." But noticing something, the teacher thinks, "Giamma still hasn't come to class today, huh? If it's him, he probably has a reason." Trusting and waiting is what a true teacher should do. Then he barks again, "Get to self-studying." The whole class chimes in, "Yes." One student whispers, "This teacher is fucking intense." Just then, the teacher spots someone's figure and continues, "Who dares wander in during class hours?" His eyes widen in utter shock. A figure approaches the stairs with slow footsteps. Countless eyes lock onto that student. Sauntering in step by step, his gaze is ice cold. The male lead has finally deigned to show up for class after a long, unexcused absence. Giamma's bad boy face is still as captivating as ever, his hair looking even cooler with a few smoky gray highlights. He looks drop-dead gorgeous. Chloe seems to be the most shocked of all. She stands up and stammers, "Kangjiyama," but he pays her no mind, fixes his gaze on the instructor, and says, "Sorry I'm late, instructor." Teacher Liu is quite surprised and replies, "Ah, yeah, no problem. Take your seat." Following Giamma's sequence of actions and words, alongside the teacher's unusually gentle reaction, the students below start whispering, "Isn't he a special student? He was never like this before." That's true. I think he looks even more handsome. Everyone falls silent again shortly after. It seems the previous training session changed Giamma's original personality. He's practically turned into a different person, sporting an indescribable coldness. After the self-study period ends, everyone gets up to leave. Cheerful chats echo out. "Let's go eat. I'm starving to death." HHM really reached that point, huh, buddy? Chloe walks up close to Giamma and timidly says, "Hey, Kangjiyama." He replies, "Yeah, Chloe." Chloe worries. "Is something wrong? I haven't seen you come to class for the past few days, and I thought something happened to you. Was it because of our last training session?" Giamma ponders without answering right away, then breaks into a smile. "I caught a pretty bad cold. Thanks for worrying about me." That radiant smile makes Chloe's fragile heart race wildly, leaving her feeling dizzy and head over heels. She blushes and softly says, "I'm glad to hear that." Meanwhile, Giamma is deep in thought, feeling suspicious. For the past 3 days, I've been tortured to the point of mental exhaustion, just like the symptoms of someone going through withdrawal. I lock myself in my room, refusing to eat or drink, just burying myself in bed and praying for the spasms to stop. The price of using that power with a broken weapon far exceeded any pain I've ever experienced. But that's not even the weirdest part. My build is the same, but my face looks a lot colder, and a patch of my hair is turned completely white. This is clearly a punishment from a blessing. Thinking Chloe must be feeling guilty, Giamma continues, "That's right, she saw me last, and she was also my final training partner. I should treat her to make it up to her." With that thought, he speaks up, "You asked me out for dinner last time, right? Let's go grab dinner today then." Chloe is startled, blushes heavily, and blurts out, "Huh, what? Really? Me? Like a dinner date?" Giamma replies, "Yeah, but this time I want to eat something Chloe cooks." Chloe jumps up for joy. "Of course. I'll make it. I'm seriously so excited." Giamma chuckles inwardly. Looks like she's in a much better mood. Chloe continues. Then today, Kong Jiama, I'll make whatever you like. What do you want to eat? Jiama answers, I haven't eaten anything in ages. Right now I'm craving. Last time in your dorm, I threw everything up. Oh wait, it was way too expensive, so I haven't had it since. Right then, Jiama seems to sense something, intently gazes toward a potted plant, and then looks back and forth to search around. After that, he stares fixedly at someone. Chloe finds it strange, follows his gaze, and wonders, what on earth is he looking at? Hitting her view is someone standing with crossed arms in the corner of the wall, wearing a gaze so sharp it looks like he wants to devour someone alive. Chloe panics. Noticing her expression, Jiama abruptly asks, an acquaintance of yours? But Chloe keeps staring at her brother, inadvertently missing the question. This only makes Jiama even more curious. He slowly walks toward that person. The two lock gazes with an intense, murderous aura. Jiama speaks up, if you got something to say, spit it out. Stop staring like that. His eyes shift from blue to red. It looks terrifying. Jiama thinks, what the hell kind of look is he giving me? Suddenly, Chloe steps up to shield Jiama and says, Kong Jiama, don't pay attention to this guy. Then she turns to her brother. Brother, I told you not to come here. Why did you actually show up all the way here? Jiama thinks, an older brother? His tone is sharp but slightly trembling. He's clearly scared. Nox Auditor finally opens his mouth. Doesn't look like much. Did you break the Auditor family rules just to hang around with trash like this, Chloe? Chloe bites her lip and retorts, Auditor or whatever, it has nothing to do with me anymore. He continues, hand stained with blood can never be washed clean. Born a part of the Auditor family, you remain its slave forever. Listening to the dialogue between the siblings, Jiama reflects. The younger sister talks like modern youth slang, while the big bro sounds like he stepped out of a historical drama. Would you two please stop? These two are like oil and water. Nox Auditor keeps pressing. Drop this lowlife and come back to the Auditor family, Chloe. But his stubborn sister refuses. Chloe furiously yells, don't you dare talk about Jiama like that. After that, an endless argument breaks out. Standing off to the side to observe, Jiama thinks, the murderous aura is way too strong. Good thing everyone else cleared out. He continues, the Auditor family, I remember now, specializing in assassinations. They're the group that constantly takes on shady missions in the game. Showing up mid-game, their direct combat skills are a bit lacking, but the shadows are their ultimate backing. The children of the family are trained as assassins from a young age, growing up with incredible strength and agility. So Chloe actually belongs to the Auditor family. That totally explains her freakish personality then. She really is an assassin, taking lives as casually as eating candy. And her brother looks like a bona fide hitman straight out of the Auditor clan. There seems to be fierce internal competition, so it's no surprise family members treat each other like this. Chloe came here to study, probably wanted to break away from the family and live like a normal person. But just like the burden of the blessing, or rather, the curse I'm carrying, born into an assassin clan, she can't just do whatever she wants. Her life was predetermined to be that of a mindless killing machine. How cruel. I'm no hero or anything, and I don't want to become one either. I can't save the whole world, but I can save this girl. Thinking up to this point, Jiama speaks up. What are you doing? Let me talk to him. This is something I can do for her, something I want to do. The curse, just like the blessing, is something I have to bear. I just hope it kicks in right when I need it. He continues. Your name is Nox, right? His train of thought presses on. No matter how much I try to run, I can't escape these ties. The Sword God's blessing is still something I need. Heaven or hell, I'll have to walk through it. No matter how painful it gets, I won't give up. If I can't run away, the only option left is to push forward. Embrace it. I am Kong Jiama. Kong, as in sword demon, Ma as in devil. As a swordsman. With that, Jiama brushes past him and says coldly, follow me, let's go talk. At the same time, in Professor Liu's office, he sits deep in thought, recalling Jiama's expression from earlier, and thinks, something seems to be up with that kid. That look on his face showed something entirely unusual. Suddenly, a girl barges in cheerfully. Senior, what's got you so stressed out today? You're losing way too much hair. Teacher Liu says coldly. Don't touch my head. The girl flusters. Sorry. Suddenly his phone rings, and he hastily answers. Lang class instructor, Lu Bian speaking. Is it something urgent? The girl standing outside thinks. Turns out it's a wig. But seeing him like this makes him look even cuter. The teacher suddenly panics. What? A subdimension? What happened? Students registering for combat match? Who is it? The other end replies. It's student Kong Jiama. His opponent is Nox Auditor. The teacher is struck with extreme shock. What? Over on this side, the subdimension is ready. The doors open, and the countdown begins. Jiama sits in the waiting room, thinking 15 minutes before the subdimension match kicks off. I thought this process would be more complicated, but everything went smoother than expected. He recalls the principal's words. If you're genuinely serious about this, be careful. Even though the subdimension doesn't affect reality and leaves no physical injuries, psychological scars still linger. Even so, as long as you win, that's what matters most. Combat sounds echo all the way into the waiting room. Jiama thinks, watching others fight really helps you learn, but I never expected these duel matches to be this brutal. I tried to keep a low profile before, but now it feels like all those efforts were pointless. While brooding with his back against the wall, Chloe walks over and sits next to him. Jiama is startled to see her exaggerated emotional state. Chloe's tears are streaming down like rain. She's probably super worried about him and likely blames herself. A fight with her older brother was something he never anticipated. Jiama awkwardly says, Chloe, this isn't your fault. I've already got the weapon you gave me anyway. Don't worry. After that, the two fall into an unusually quiet silence. A few seconds later, Chloe says sadly, my brother is really strong. Jiama reassures her, I've sparred with you, so I know a thing or two about your family's techniques. But Chloe remains anxious. Don't think like that. My brother is a historical genius of the Auditor family. No one of this generation can match his hidden weapon mastery. By age 14, he had already reached the Dark Assassin rank. Jiama thinks, Dark Assassin, huh? Sounds pretty dangerous. Come to think of it, it's been like this from the start. No matter how much I try to dodge it, I end up with no choice other than this decision. Oh well, since it's come to this, I'll fight with everything I've got. He recalls his master's words. You were born to hold a blade for the rest of your life. Jiama thinks, who would have thought? Even in this lifetime, I still can't escape the fate of wielding a sashimi knife to fight. The PA system booms. We will now begin the subdimension match. Selected trainees, please enter the arena. Jiama grabs his two knives and bids farewell to Chloe. I'm heading in. Chloe wears a bewildered expression, blaming herself for causing this mess. Jiama says earnestly, Chloe, say what you will, there are tons of combat geniuses in this world, no matter the era. But right here, right now, I'm going to win this match. With that, he boldly steps into the subdimension. The subdimension doors slowly swing wide open, and the blinding light forces Jiama to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Standing in the middle of the empty space, he feels so tiny. Up in the stands, many classmates have come to watch, and cheers ring out. You better win. We've been waiting forever for this moment. Jiama smirks. Standing down in the arena, being cheered on by everyone, I naturally feel like a real warrior. How thrilling. Suddenly, he notices a corner, seeing that even the star class is in attendance. The main characters of the game are all gathered here without exception. Abel is there too, watching intently. Jiama thinks, I'm a bit excited mixed with anxiety, but I'll do fine. Nox suddenly snaps irritably. You bastard, are you messing with me? Daring to use a kitchen knife to fight me. You're dead for sure. A crise de mur de roue aura radiat ou toi. Making it hard for Jiama to breathe. He replies, you think a high-level master like me needs a legendary tier weapon? Just a kitchen knife is plenty. Jiama's arrogance makes Nox boil with rage. Damn, you little shit. I'll chop your head in half and see if you can still talk smack. Just wait a second. You'll get your wish granted. Looking at Nox's sharp sword, Jiama thinks, as expected of an S-rank weapon from a wealthy family. It's dual swords, loaded with a signature assassin aura. The Auditor family's Black Crow secret technique. One of the strongest moves in the game. The murderous aura is spreading fiercely. I need to watch out for a surprise attack. S-rank weapons surely deal insane damage with ultra-fast attack speed. Looks like it'll be tough to dodge. The PA announces, both opponents are ready. The subdimension will deploy defensive magic. May the blessings of the gods be with both duelists. With those words, the two charge at each other, their gazes as sharp as knives, matching each other blow for blow. Giamma's system updates. War God's Blessing activated. Sword God's Blessing activated. May the blessings of the gods be with you. Asterisk. The people in the stands were astonished. What kind of fighting style is that? I can't even see clearly. Those two students are crazy fast. I can't keep up. How does a common class student have that kind of speed? The subdimension battle unfolded dramatically, with stunning sword strikes executed in the blink of an eye. Retro Zamura exclaimed, "The movement speed of those two is way too fast." Abel was shocked by someone she had previously considered weak, thinking, "I never expected that guy to fight at such a high level." Two formidable opponents. Neither is inferior to the other. Both truly talented. The sound of clashing swords rang out continuously, moving at lightning speed. Nox launched a relentless barrage of attacks against Giamma. The sword strikes were so powerful that the ground shattered with every slash. Nox thought, "You're pretty good, but let's see if you can dodge this secret technique." He unleashed Triple Black Crow, a powerful wave of murderous aura lunging forward. Giamma was startled by the speed and didn't have time to react. Caught right in the middle of the attack, he was completely enveloped by hidden weapons. Nox smiled inwardly. It's over. But when the dust and smoke cleared, Giamma was still standing motionless. The surrounding ground shattered, remaining proudly and steadily in place. Nox thought, what the hell, he actually dodged it. Giamma looked at the students whispering in the stands. Second-year students are definitely more overpowering. That first-year punk is just using a kitchen knife, dodging and running away. Everyone agrees that second years are on a higher level than first years. Abel pondered. At a glance, it looks that way, but looking closely, not really. The second-year student with assassin skills is overwhelming him, but that first year pretty cleverly dodges the moves. Looks like he's waiting for an opening to counterattack when the opponent drops their guard. Nox started feeling annoyed and admitted, what Chloe said wasn't wrong at all. This guy is no ordinary person. Damn it, I used the Dark Crow Divine Protection to boost my speed, and he still dodged it so easily. Fast attacks aren't enough. I need to carefully observe his dodging path, predict his movement, and accurately intercept him. Just one hit, and he's done. The more I look at him, the more pissed off I get. That kitchen knife actually blocked both of my S-rank swords. Suddenly, Giamma dropped his knives. Nox spoke up. Were you plotting? Giamma didn't answer. Instead, he showed off his technique, pointing his knife straight at Nox. The knife was printed with exquisite patterns. Faced with this abnormal action, Nox focused his observation. Giamma looked at him with a gaze even sharper than a blade. Nox was terrified. Is that posture supposed to provoke me? He said, a piece of trash like you dares provoke me in this battle? You're asking for an early death. A murderous aura radiated and engulfed the space, making everything feel crushed under an invisible weight. Nox's eyes flared up, cold as ice, filled with death and fury. He thought, with the Shadow Assassin Crow technique, you're going to die. This fight will be over soon. No one stands before the Crimson Sword and escapes the fate of losing their life. Giamma said coldly, just you wait. A blinding light radiated all around. He thought, I just want to live normally, but unwanted battles always drag me into trouble. In this match, with his overwhelming momentum, I figure out how to fight back effectively. A curse or a blessing are both privileges to me. I can control my body as I wish and apply secret techniques skillfully. I need to stay calm. Even deep inside my mind, there's a curse wanting me to go mad and lose control, but I will keep my temperament under control. If I can't run away from the god's blessing, my only option is to fight with everything I've got for survival. Suddenly, a sound came from Nox's arm. One of his arms was sliced off and sent flying before anyone even noticed. Too fast. Even Nox couldn't catch a glimpse of Giamma's figure. He had just zipped past like a rocket, leaving behind a trail of dust. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe it. Giamma thought, whether it's a blessing or a curse, The values they bring are useful in this match. Maybe my peaceful future will be shattered, but the storm is only just beginning. But without stopping, Giamma continuously unleashed rapid slashes toward Nox in the blink of an eye. Nox's eyes bulged with anger and frustration, managing only to gasp, "You bastard," before his head was instantly sliced off with just a fingerknife strike. Too fast, too dangerous. At that moment, the subdimension activated a spatial shield. A dark shadow blanketed the entire area beneath the stands. Everyone seemed dead silent, unable to believe their eyes. When the shield faded, Nox returned to his initial state. Although he felt no physical pain, his mental state suffered heavy impact. The sky seemed to collapse in a split second. Giamma proudly sheathed his knife. As the knife clicked shut, the sword god's blessing also stopped activating. Even the top female students of the star class couldn't believe it. They never expected a first-year common class male student to defeat a second-year, let alone win so cleanly and quickly. At the same time, the PA announced, "Combat subdimension ended." Giamma looked down at the stands in confusion, thinking, this reaction is obvious, right? Now, there's really no turning back. Even though this is a knife meant for gutting fish, I've always felt that way, but cutting down an actual person is really unpleasant to stomach. Good thing everything happened in a virtual space, unlike the real world. The quality of this dimension isn't bad either. Over on this side, Nox was sweating profusely, shaking with anger, and thought bitterly, he's strong, just like Chloe said. A lot of his combat experience comes from actual real-world battles, but leaking that much murderous aura, who wouldn't be able to dodge it? He's going to expose everything. Probably thanks to the blessing. The loudspeaker continued. The winner is the Lang class first-year student, Kong Giamma. The first-year special student has defeated a second-year. Giamma sighed in annoyance. That sounds like a free advertisement, but it is what it is, just gotta deal with it. This is the path I chose, so I'll just have to bravely endure it. Cutting to the next morning, even though the match was over, its aftermath lingered. Endless chatter echoed. I heard he's from the auditor family? Yesterday's match? Humph. No wonder he was so strong. Right. But no matter how strong that guy was, he still got beaten by someone else. And a first-year student at that, Kong Giamma. Everywhere he went, he heard that familiar name. Abel was no different, resting her chin on her hand while looking out the window, muttering, "His name is Kong Giamma. Everywhere I go, people only talk about yesterday. Even though it's a shock, it's the truth." Ever since Nox's arm dropped off, my eyes couldn't keep up with the speed anymore. En réalistique soit technique. And with just 2 kitchen knives, as the granddaughter of a swords master, I've always been confident in my swordsmanship. But I misjudged him. Is he really that strong, using just a single knife? Abel realized something, connecting the dots from her accidental encounter with him before. She thought, anyway, I'm still curious who beat me and became the valedictorian. Next time we meet, I'll defeat him. Grandpa once said he looked a bit weak. Our family rule is to be strong and strict with oneself, but also merciful to the weak. This year's valedictorian, I really don't know anymore. Then she realized, it's him. He's the valedictorian, the person I've been looking for. Abel turned red with anger, her fists clenched in fury. It's definitely him. Even though it's frustrating, he completely overpowers me. When Kong Giamma looked at me, what was he thinking? Losing her composure, Abel slammed her hand hard on the table and barked loudly. What was he thinking back then? Rachel Zamira, who was sleeping, jolted awake. What the hell? What's wrong? Are you crazy? Abafuto. See. It's nothing. But seeing Abel's expression, Rachel pressed further. Really? Is something going on? Abel replied, well, I haven't trained in a few days, so my body just feels sluggish. Rachel looked suspicious. What? What's with that look like you're hiding something? Abel insisted. I'm not hiding anything. Rachel continued. Tell me, what's up? Or are you hungry? No. So you forgot your weapon? No. Need to use the restroom? I said no. Oh gosh. Or do you have a crush on someone? Faced with that question, Abel froze, thinking, holy crap. Her face turned bright red. Rachel watched and burst out laughing. Ha. Really? Lady Abel also has romantic concerns? I thought you weren't interested in romance at all. Abel looked embarrassed. That's really not it. Rachel grew even more curious. Who is this guy that's so talented? The one who stole Abel's heart can't be ordinary. Let me see. Is it Lion? Yeah, right. He does have a handsome face. But Abel's expression remained ice cold, completely emotionless. Rachel pondered. Looking closely, Abel has a bit of a rivalry with Lion, right? So could it be that special student at the martial arts hall yesterday? Hearing that, Abel's hair stood on end. Rachel's guess hit right on the bullseye. She laughed with amusement. My accuracy rate is really good today. Haha, found something interesting. Thinking that, Rachel grabbed Abel's hand and dragged her along. Lady Abel, let's go. Abel panicked. But where are we even going? Rachel casually replied. Where else? Lang class. A moment later, the two of them walked hand in hand to the door of Lang class. Rachel confidently spoke up in a loud voice. Hello, Lang class students. Sorry to interrupt for a second. Their appearance shocked everyone, unable to believe their eyes. Rachel didn't hesitate to walk deep into the classroom amid the astonishment. Oh my God, Rank 2 and Rank 4 are here. Afterwards, Rachel spoke up. Found the right one. With that, she stepped up onto a desk, standing proudly. Go find a black-haired guy for me. Hey, where are you? My dear black-haired boy. A blue-haired classmate walked over annoyed. Hey, climbing onto other people's desks is a bit too much, you know. Rachel used her charm offensive, flashing a bright smile and a wink. I'm pretty. Let it slide. He blushed heavily and couldn't say another word. Abel could only sigh, bringing her hand to her forehead. Shameless to the absolute max. Finally, Rachel found the person she was looking at. Seeing her expression, Abel thought, I can't even look. Rachel spotted Giamma, but more surprisingly, there was a girl sitting right next to him. Rachel thought, a girlfriend? No matter. It's even better. She adjusted her hair, took off her tie, and thought, this is going to get a lot more interesting. Over on this side, Chloe, who had been smiling happily, suddenly turned pale and stunned. Rachel walked close to Giamma and gently blew into his ear. Chloe sitting beside him froze like a statue. Not just Chloe. Abel was also shocked by her friend's reckless action. Rachel sat right down on the desk. Oh, hi. Giamma slowly woke up, looking groggy with drool on his face. Rachel's seductive figure hit his vision. An S-curve body with assets in all the right places and an impressive chest. She coquettishly said, Oh my, are you awake? Is your name Kong Giamma? Yesterday at the martial arts hall, I didn't recognize you. Giamma was surprised. Isn't this Rachel? Why is she here? Rachel brought her finger close, flirting. Looking up close, you really are handsome. Giamma had a bad premonition. What is this? So dangerous. My instincts are screaming danger. Just as Rachel's finger was about to touch his face, Chloe stood up, grabbed her hand, and said coldly, Excuse me, who are you? A thick, pungent scent of jealousy wafted through the air, so spicy and unbearable. Faced with this bewilderment and sudden action, Rachel wore a mysterious smile, then brushed Chloe's arm away. Standing on the sideline observing, Giamma was startled. A sense of anxiety appeared on his face. Instinct warned him. Is this a hazard? Chloe couldn't blame her instincts for sounding such a fierce alarm. Giamma looked at Chloe and muttered, What is this? Is she holding a utility knife? An uneasy expression gradually appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth, thinking, if a fight breaks out right here in the classroom, it's definitely something never seen in the game. Why did everything change so suddenly? Faced with her friend's hasty action, Abel rushed forward, pulled Rachel's arm, and shouted, Rachel, what are you doing? This is someone else's classroom. It's dangerous, you know. Rachel turned to look at Abel with a teasing gaze and a sarcastic tone. What's wrong? Lady Abel? I'm just saying hello. There's nothing improper about it, right? Right at that moment, an idea flashed through Rachel's head. She approached Chloe and gently stroked the little girl's head. Both of them seemed to lose their initial composure at that moment. Rachel continued teasing. Hey kiddo, you know what? Interrupting adults' conversations is very rude. Children shouldn't do that. Rachel smiled faintly and whispered, You shouldn't play with knives like that either. It's dangerous, understand, innocent little girl? Faced with Rachel's unexpected actions and words, Chloe lost control. She pulled out a utility knife and extended the blade. Rachel indifferently turned her face away, Then let's continue our previous conversation. Suddenly, Chloe slashed fiercely straight ahead. The utility knife flashed, lunging toward Rachel's position. Giamma and Abel, standing nearby and witnessing this, were both startled, their eyes full of astonishment. Rachel sensed the danger behind her and spun around lightning fast. A splash of blood sprayed out, though it was actually just someone's carton of tomato juice accidentally spilled on the desk. One person got annoyed. "Hey, it spilled all over. If you're going to open it, be more careful." The other replied, "But if I opened it slowly, you wouldn't have paid attention to me." So annoying. Returning to the main dispute, Rachel quickly grabbed Chloe's wrist, halting the attack. She smiled faintly with a teasing tone. Iske, I thought you only had the tiny strength fitting for that body size. Didn't expect you to have speed, too. Are you actually a child?" As she spoke, Rachel tightened her grip on Chloe's wrist, leaving the girl unable to fight back. Abel lost her composure and shouted loudly, "Rachel, stop right now." Rachel lost interest and gently tossed Chloe backward. Chloe was sent flying and startled, but she spun a few times and landed neatly on both feet with great skill. The classmates gasped in astonishment at the impressive landing. Only Giamma remained indifferent. He stared intently at Rachel, silently evaluating. The Martial Saint family is famous for close-quarters spear combat, direct descendants of the Martial Saint. You have terrifying strength. This family's motto is, "Before absolute strength, all techniques are useless." A star-class student, granddaughter of the Martial Saint, ranked 4th in the class. Rachel smiled teasingly, looking at Giamma. "Is this little girl your girlfriend?" Giamma replied coldly and briefly. "No." Standing not far away, he looked at Chloe with a gaze so cold it made him feel a bit frightened. Giamma thought, "Why is her look always as cold as ice? Don't look at me like that. Anyway, this is so troublesome." To defuse the situation, he added, "She's just a friend of mine." He muttered to himself, "Seems like this is the best answer right now." Hearing that, Rachel crossed her arms and stayed silent. After a moment, Giamma thought, "How strange. What does she want by showing up here? Is something going to happen?" He shifted his gaze to Abel, wondering, right? Why is Abel here too? I was too focused on Rachel earlier to notice." Regaining his composure, Giamma looked at Rachel and asked, "Do you two have any business finding me today?" Rachel replied without a hint of shyness, "I heard Abel likes you, so I came here to see with my own eyes what the person she likes is like." Abel blushed, waving her hands and stammering, When did I ever say that?" Rachel was surprised. "Isn't this why we came here today? I thought the obedient young lady following along wanted to come." Pushed into a corner, Abel hastily explained, "That thing," but before she could finish her sentence, she felt embarrassed by all the eyes turning toward her. The air in the classroom became stifling, filled with buzzing whispers. "Did you hear what was said just now? They were just fighting." Abel was talking pretty loudly just before. "What on earth is going on?" Abel crossed her arms, awkwardly turning away and hedging. "Oh no, it seems there's some misunderstanding. I didn't say we should come here." Even though he heard clearly, Giamma kept his cold gaze and thought, "If that's the case, you should head back too." No one said anything more, nor did anyone leave. Giamma decided, if there's nothing important, everyone can go back now. His blunt words made Rachel almost blurt out a few curses, but she managed to hold them back to keep a shred of dignity. Abel expected the two of them to leave, but Rachel suddenly stepped close to Giamma, poking him with her elbow and teasing, "You really are an interesting kid, and cute too. You know what? I really like someone like you." Giamma frowned, annoyed, looking straight ahead. "Well, that's fortunate. My personality is super boring." He thought, "I don't want to get tangled up in anything else with other people. School life is already troublesome enough. I don't need any more annoyance lingering around." Just as his train of thought ended, Rachel moved closer, wrapping her arm around his and pressing her chest against him, saying with a suggestive tone, "Come on, don't be so tense. How about after class, you come to my room to watch a movie?" Facing this sudden situation, sweat poured down Giamma. Chloe couldn't stand it anymore, snapped back to reality, and shouted, "Get away from Giamma right now." Rachel turned back to look at Chloe, her eyes full of interest. What is it again, Grandma? She burst into a loud laugh and continued teasing. Ta! Look at dear Giamma. How hilarious. But hey, young lady, did you hear that? It's Giamma. Oh my God, so cute. Giamma felt helpless, thinking, typical friend of mine, getting more and more ridiculous. I can't stand this absurdity. Abel radiated heavy pressure, sternly calling out, Rachel, causing the other to startle. Knowing Abel had a bit of a rough temper, Rachel stood up intending to leave, but didn't forget to turn back and say to Giamma, Oh, how embarrassing. I'm so glad I met you today, Giamma. Huh, see you later. With that, she left, leaving behind a bewildered space. Giamma, internally, hurry up and leave already. You guys are such a pain. Afterward, he slumped his face down onto the desk. Chloe was surprised. Huh, what's up? Even after stepping out of the classroom, Rachel glanced back at Giamma, her gaze focused. Why are you so cold to me? A flash of regret and an indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes. She walked slowly toward the door and finally left. Chloe ran over to Giamma, seeing him burying his head, seemingly trying to avoid everyone's gaze. Shifting to the hallway scene, Rachel and Abel had arrived there. Abel walked behind, feeling a bit gloomy. Rachel walked in front, deep in thought. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't think he'd be that scary. I knew he was cold, but those deep, dark eyes carried an absolute, overpowering aura. Why did I feel like my neck was just placed on a chopping block? Like a sharp blade was pressed against it. The purpose of coming to the classroom was just to bug him a bit, but I realized something more important. She recalled the tradition of the Marshall Saint family, always marrying elite warriors. Rachel smiled, thinking, from a certain perspective, he's an ideal match. Looking at Abel, she silently evaluated. Now I understand why an invincible queen likes him. Suddenly, Rachel ran ahead, blocking Abel's path, excitedly. Abel, I'm sorry. Abel sighed helplessly. If you're really sorry about the chaos just now, you should say it to the Lang class students, not me. Rachel firmly replied, No, not about that. Abel was surprised. What? Crossing her arms, Rachel stated with determination, I must have Kong Giamma. I'm not yielding him to you. Abel froze, feeling the threat of a new crisis. At the same time, elsewhere, Knox had just woken up from a coma caused by his defeat at Giamma's hands. Dragging his forepole, he ran down the corridor, thinking, Kill. Kill. I must kill him. That bastard. In this life, I've never tasted defeat. An auditor family genius like me has never lost. Knox pondered further. If we fought at night, would the result be different? Should I kill him tonight? But he broke out in cold sweat, remembering Giamma's deadly gaze. As he walked, Knox shoved an injured person aside. Move out of the way. I'll command the entire auditor family with this power and defeat him, bringing Chloe back. The more aggressive Knox advanced, the more he thought, Chloe's potential is massive. She could match or surpass me. I'll execute the plan right now. Family power combined with my dark assassination techniques will show you. Suddenly he stopped, his face turning pale. Upon seeing a familiar face, none other than Giamma, the male lead calmly asked, You're here? Returning to a few minutes earlier, things had returned to normal. However, inside Chloe's head, old memories rushed back. The image of Giamma surfaced, making her mood stifled. Even though she had calmed down somewhat, Chloe's expression remained as gloomy as a sky about to rain. This annoyance stemmed from Rachel getting close and talking intimately with Giamma earlier. Seeing Chloe's expression, Giamma thought to himself, She looks a bit sad and upset. But why did she pull out a utility knife so fast back then? Chloe muttered to herself, Damn it, how dare that woman do that to Kong Giamma? While she was lost in thought, a sudden voice startled her back to reality. Hey, Chloe. Recognizing the caller, Chloe quickly changed her expression, smiling. Ah, it's Giamma? What's up? Chloe's 180-degree change made Giamma break out in cold sweat. He thought, looks like she should put that utility knife down first. Giamma awkwardly scratched his arm and asked, How is your brother, Knox, doing? Chloe looked briefly surprised, then calmed down, her demeanor returning to normal. She replied, He's currently receiving treatment at the Academy Hospital. Seeing Chloe's somewhat gloomy expression, Giamma stood before her and thought, Looks like when Knox is mentioned, her mood drops. Do these two have some kind of bad blood? Their family is really weird. He asked further, why does he have to be hospitalized? Didn't participants in subdimension battles suffer no physical damage? Knowing she was the cause of the battle, Chloe averted her gaze and slowly said, actually, I haven't visited him yet, so I'm not sure what happened. Even though there are no physical wounds, I heard he was taken to the hospital right after. She smiled at Giamma, so he should be fine. You don't need to worry. Hearing Chloe's words, Giamma's face dropped, his mood heavier. He thought, even though I slashed him repeatedly, could just those few cuts cause enough mental trauma to hospitalize him? Wait, is he pretending to be hospitalized to catch me off guard and launch a midnight sneak attack? This train of thought made him briefly wary. Giamma patted Chloe's head, making her blush. He asked, do you know Nox's room number? He told himself, gently patting her head is also a way to reduce Yandra effects and get closer to her. Surprised and briefly startled, Chloe quickly calmed down and answered, yeah, I know. Meanwhile, in Nox's hospital room, seeing Giamma appear, Nox's eyes widened in shock, stammering speechlessly. Giamma's gaze was as cold as an electric shock. Holding an apple, he calmly asked, can I eat this? Fear gripped Nox. He thought, wasn't he eating that just a moment ago? That bastard looks totally fine. Giamma casually said, the auditor family seems rich. Huh? A first-class single room. Talk about filthy rich. Reassuring himself, Nox replied, how did you? But he was horrified to see Giamma reaching for a knife. Nox thought, is he here to assassinate me? Giamma tightly gripped the knife, its blade flashing with a sharp gleam. But in the end, it was only used to peel an apple. He peeled it expertly, the strips of skin falling away as intricately as peeling an orange. Nox watched as his sanity felt like it was breaking. He thought, why is this guy so good at peeling fruit? In under 30 seconds, Giamma finished peeling, placed the apple on a plate, stood up, brushed past Nox, and said, if you can't eat regular food, at least eat some of this fruit. Nox was startled by the suggestive words. With his assassin instinct, he quietly drew a hidden knife in his hand, thinking, damn you, are you defying me? I can kill you right now. Reaching the door, Giamma suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said, if you intend to take revenge, I will personally annihilate the entire auditor family. The heavy threat made Nox's eyes bulge. As the door closed, Nox looked at the apple peeled to perfection, into 8 equal pieces, panicked inside, and slumped to the floor in fear. Exiting the hospital, Giamma walked while deep in thought. Looks like Nox's mental state suffered heavy damage. To prevent future trouble, I left a warning. But honestly, I'm still wary of the Auditor Assassin family, the only clan specializing in assassination, with many great and dangerous killers on this continent. I said that just for show. How can my actual strength do that? With the Painless Blessings Guardian, I can only hold out for 30 seconds. Within 30 seconds, I can take down about 10 people, but that's just a hypothesis. Right now, the best thing to do is minimize damage and casualties. Walking under the moonlight, he muttered, this moonlight is really nice, but only nice when there are no sad prior events. I'm the one who ruined a genius. Right now, I feel like I'm facing a series of cascading storms, events dragging me in with no way to avoid them. Reflecting on past events, Giamma evaluated. Maybe I did something a bit inappropriate. I've been too tired of everything lately and couldn't control myself. Now I don't need to care about Nox anymore. The biggest problem right now is Rachel, the female character I want to avoid the most. I really don't want to get mixed up with these people. He remembered that in the game, Rachel always proactively approached whoever she liked. His thoughts closed as he prepared for the midterm exam, determined to focus. This midterm exam was a major test requiring both individual skills and teamwork. He checked his phone, looking at the list of necessary items, telling himself, I need a new weapon to extend combat time past the 30-second limit. This is a decisive test. Having high-level teammates will help overcome every challenge. The purpose of forming a team isn't just to elevate collective value, but also to help individual progress. As long as I keep up the speed, every position in the team is important. If I'm lucky and find good teammates, everything will be simpler. This test faced grade D monsters, the mermen, half-human, half-fish creatures, looking like walking fish on two limbs. These were some of the ugliest creatures in the game. Giamma thought, not only do I face them, but I also get to witness them firsthand. Used to catching fish all my life. Now I have to fight walking fish. Just thinking about it isn't fun at all. He joked lightly. If the opponent were mermaids, my eyes would find some relief from the strain, though I wouldn't want bloody noses in the middle of battle. Afterwards, he sat down on a roadside bench, continuing to ponder. Come to think of it, I remember now. Mermen are demon kin, the core combat force of the demon army. But these monsters are just small fry, can't be called true demon kin. Even so, facing them in the exam is still a challenge. Looking around, he felt an unusual stillness and consoled himself. It's naturally quiet. The history of this world is a history of war. The night here is always quiet, suitable for reflection. It's been 700 years since humans and demons signed a truce. But small conflict between the two sides still persists. He recalled the story of the 8 demonic ghosts, commanders of the 6th Legion under the Demon King, who once crossed the truce boundary half a century ago. They hoped to resurrect the sealed leader of the demon horde. The 6th Legion commander crossed the boundary of their own accord. In response, humanity sent out their strongest heroes to counter them. After a week of intense combat, humanity won, but 3 sacrificed themselves in exchange for peace. Luckily, there hasn't been a major war since then. Giamma sighed. Humanity's strongest heroes could only deal with the 6th Legion commander of the demon race. Peace has managed to hold until now. Gazing up at the moonlight, he muttered to himself. Maintaining this peace wasn't easy, he thought. From this, I'm reminded of Martial Hero, the one who single-handedly sealed the 1st Legion commander of the demon race. His real power is too insane. He was startled. Say what you want, I wonder how powerful his strength really is. Anyway, the current worry is that in just 3 years, the Monster Legion will see turbulence. When that happens, it won't just be the commander to deal with, but the Demon King too. What's going to happen? Oh well, worrying won't change anything. I gotta focus on finishing the midterm exams first. But where do I find compatible teammates now? I don't have friends. I've lived too isolated a life in the academy. Right now, I'm drawing attention after the fight with Nox. Based on this feat, I wonder if I can find teammates. Living at this academy, I just have to accept it. Over the next 3 years, I probably won't be able to live in peace. Looking at his phone, he told himself, all right, time to focus on doing well in the midterm exam. Looks like I've got the right mindset now. 1 week later, when the whole class had found their teammates, only Giamma was left alone. He felt depressed. No way. I couldn't find any teammates. Thinking back, maybe I went a bit too far with some things. What do I do now? Everyone is scared of me. Suddenly his eyes were caught by something. Looking over, Chloe was also sitting alone by herself. He thought, ever since that day, Chloe hasn't said much, just sitting as still as a post. Giamma walked closer and asked, Hey, Chloe. The girl looked up, briefly surprised. He continued, You still don't have a group yet, right? Chloe answered, Yeah, I don't have a group yet. Giamma awkwardly said, How weird. You have plenty of friends at the academy anyway. Chloe smiled. I'm fine. As long as I have Giamma, I'm fine. All right then. How about you and I team up? Now we just need to find 3 more people. Hearing that, Chloe's eyes lit up excitedly. Sounds good. Giamma thought. She's a teammate I trust quite a bit. The current goal is to eliminate as many monsters as possible. With the Guardian God's power for 30 seconds and the protective shield, I can fight freely. Chloe burst into a big laugh. Hee hee. So happy. Giamma also smiled, seeing her happy. But his gaze suddenly startled at hearing a voice. Giamma. Rachel cheerfully ran up. I've come to see you. Giamma felt perplexed and said in a harsh tone. Why are you here again? Rachel flustered. I just came to hang out. What's with the tension? But Chloe, irritated and with a dark face, thought, Looks like trouble has arrived again. Seeing the utility knife in Chloe's hand, Giamma got scared, quickly stepping back to his spot, and coldly said, Go back. I'm quite tired. No time to play around. I need to prepare for the exam. Feeling wronged, Rachel teared up. You're really mean, Giamma. Disgusted by her fake act, he coldly said, Cut it out. Stop pretending to be close like that, okay? Regaining her spirit, Rachel said, "Fine, I get it. I'll do as you say." So exhausting. With that, she flopped her face down onto the desk, throwing a tantrum and groaning, leaving Giamma speechless. Holy crap. Rachel looked up and asked, "Oh, right, participating in this test. Do you have enough teammates yet?" Giamma thought, "Does she want to join my team?" He coldly answered, "Not yet." Rachel rejoiced. "Great. Then can I join your group? Let's form a team." While Giamma was still dazed, wondering why he had received such an unexpected invitation, Rachel gently approached him. Her eyes lit up, holding something indescribable. With a slow gesture, she gently lifted Giamma's chin, pulling him out of his wandering thoughts. Confused and slightly annoyed, Giamma brushed Rachel's hand away and asked in a somewhat incomprehensible tone, "Why me? Without me, there are still plenty of other people who want to be your teammate." Rachel flashed a playful smile, looking straight at Giamma. "They're not as interesting as you." She softly replied, "For some reason, I have a hunch there will be a lot of exciting things if I stay by your side." After listening for a moment, Giamma decisively stated, "Rachel, I've decided to team up with Chloe." Rachel smiled faintly and raised 2 fingers in a confident pose. "That's fine. Coincidentally, our team happens to be short 2 people." Giamma paused and thought. Even though he honestly didn't like Rachel's somewhat stubborn personality, if he kept refusing, not only his prize, but also his score would be affected. Might as well just accept the situation. Recalling what people of the past used to say, Giamma muttered to himself, "Hate the sin, but not the sinner." Amidst his thoughts, he glanced over at Chloe, probing her reaction. Chloe furrowed her brows slightly, clearly unhappy at seeing Rachel, but after a moment of hesitation, she also nodded in agreement. Seeing that, Giamma turned back to Rachel, speaking with an emphasis like a final decision. "Everything will be up to you to decide, right? No digidalin." Rachel quickly took out her phone, texting someone, while replying, "All right. But remember, no changing your mind." Giamma instinctively paused, suddenly remembering something important. "Oh, by the way, who is the team leader?" Rachel was still intently texting. "Ah, the team leader is Leon. You know him, right? He's pretty famous." Hearing Leon's name, Giamma startled. That name was not unfamiliar at all. From deep within him, a heavy feeling surged. Giamma muttered, unable to hold back his emotions. "Damn it." After Rachel left, Giamma sat in silence, starting to doubt the meaning of life. Did I commit a huge crime in my past life? I only remember spending nearly 30 years slicing fish. Yet even though I tried to give up hundreds of times, I still accidentally got involved with these heroic female leads. Anyway, Giamma's current position was quite prominent. He had to admit they were very attractive, making it hard for people to look away. But thinking of Leon Van Reinhard was different. He was the male lead of this game. Giamma suddenly felt a strange pressure, as if Leon's sharp gaze could see through everything. He thought, "Why do my eyes feel so blurry?" With tangled thoughts, Giamma was confused about how things would progress. Every next step seemed destined, with all the consequences piling up on him. Giamma had once tried to switch to another team to escape the trouble, but Rachel had secretly snuck him into her team and submitted the application right away. The image of Rachel, that annoying person, popped up with a mocking tone. "Did you think you could escape? In your dreams." Thinking about it made him want to cry out of frustration. His heart tangled with a series of unpredictable thoughts. A battle. Huh? Should I just slash her right now? Giamma clenched his fists tightly, a notion that had never appeared before suddenly rising up. But he told himself, "I've got to keep my adult self-respect." Chloe chuckled at Giamma's expression, asking, "What's wrong with you? You look so gloomy. Ever since that blonde girl left, you've been acting weird." Giamma replied, "It's just a bit stressful being in a group with all top-tier star class students." Chloe encouraged him. "Nobody in the star class is stronger than Giamma. I guarantee it." Giamma bashfully said, Thank you." Deep inside he thought, Chloe is participating too. Running away alone would be irresponsible. Come to think of it, this lineup is full of heavy hitters. Actually, this is a beneficial situation. Just think positively. Then he spoke up. "Hey, Chloe, what time is the team meeting?" Chloe answered, The blonde girl said 6 o'clock at the main building cafe. Giamma added, "Oh, so it's almost time then. Let's get going." A little while later, the two of them hurried over to the cafe at the designated spot. Someone slammed a water cup down on the table. It was Chloe. She exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my God, this is so good." At this reaction, Giamma was quite surprised, thinking, a bright green drink like that costs 50,000? Inflation is real. But right after tasting his own drink, Giamma's facial expression changed, blurting out, "Bitter." Then he hurriedly covered it up. "Ah, this Starbucks of yours tastes all right." He tried to endure the bitterness, thinking, "Maintain your adult composure. The only thing priced around 20,000 here is the espresso, so I bought it to try. But the taste is terribly bitter. Off-campus shops don't accept Academy cards, so I probably won't come here often." Suddenly, Giamma's phone vibrated. A series of messages from Rachel. "Giamma, where are you? I don't see you anywhere." He texted back, "It's already been 5 minutes. Can you hurry up?" Rachel replied, "Oh, sorry. Haha, I was late because I had to round up the kids first." Giamma texted, "Starbucks in the meeting room?" "Oh, there it is, saw it." The meeting room door flew open. Rachel quickly spoke up, "Oh, sorry for being late. I'm really sorry. Have you guys been waiting long?" Right behind Rachel was Leon walking in, but behind him was an unfamiliar person. Leon had an overwhelmingly gorgeous face, a beauty loved by all. Giamma was surprised at the guy walking behind Leon, a guy looking quite fierce, with a cold gaze and a somewhat swaggering demeanor. He furrowed his brows slightly, thinking, "Are these gangsters?" Leon walked up, looked at Giamma, flashed an easygoing smile, and raised his hand. "Hello. Nice to meet you." His eyes lit up with excitement. Giamma quickly responded, "I am Kong Giamma." Leon said, "The battle in the subspace you pulled off a few days ago was really impressive. I'm very confident having you on the team." Hearing that, Giamma thought, a person with a slick tone and a perfectly calm demeanor. He is the main character I used to experience. After sitting down, Leon suggested, "So, why don't we start getting acquainted?" Rachel raised her hand in response. Leon continued, "I'll introduce myself first. As the team leader, I am Leon von Reinhard from the Star class. To be honest, I don't even know why I was chosen as the leader. I'm not a perfect leader, but let's get through this midterm exam together." Giamma didn't care much, just looked at Leon, inwardly cursing. "Damn it, just look at that face. Life is so unfair." Rachel giggled. "Everyone here already knows me, so I'll skip the introduction." Next, the remaining person spoke up with a clear, enthusiastic voice. "I'm a Dragon class cadet. My name is Speed Weapon. I especially admire heroes." Giamma thought, "No wonder he slaps a giant hero label right on his neck. Is that it? I thought he'd explain why he has that name. Is he the quiet type who loves heroes?" That declaration just shattered quite a few stereotypes. Chloe stood up, introducing herself. "Hello, I'm Chloe Auditor from the Dragon class. I'm here along with Kong Giamma." Suddenly, thinking of the mesmerizing Rachel, Chloe called out Giamma's name, her complexion shifting briefly with murderous intent. But she quickly regained her composure, continuing, "Nice to meet all of you." Chloe's sudden change in expression surprised Rachel. Finally, it was Giamma's turn. "I'm Kong Giamma. Like Chloe, I'm also a Dragon class cadet." After everyone finished introducing themselves, Leon smiled and took out his laptop. After a few mouse clicks, a holographic image appeared. He said, "Let's begin." This morning, during lunch, the class instructor handed materials over to the team lead. "This is the map of Skopali Island, where we will conduct our upcoming exam. On the day of the exam, we will be teleported to this island via a subspace portal. However, only the portal is a subspace, while the island exists in the real world. Keep in mind, we can get genuinely injured when facing magical beasts." I'll zoom in on the map. This is the northeastern coastal area assigned to us. Including our group, there will be 3 teams hunting magical beasts in this area. The core point of the exam is which team eliminates the most mermen, because their numbers are limited. That's all for now. Does anyone have any questions? Speed Weapon raised his hand. "Skopali Island is also home to powerful magical beasts. Doesn't that increase the risk?" Leon replied, "The instructors have scouted thoroughly, so everything will be safe." Speed nodded. pretending to understand. Chloe hesitated. May I ask, what about sudden attacks or conflict between teams in the same area? Leon answered. The focus of the exam is to eliminate magical beasts, so any form of conflict between cadets will be dealt with by immediate disqualification. Has your question been answered? Chloe nodded repeatedly. Giamma looked at Chloe, thinking, truly the mindset of an assassin family member. Leon continued. All right, this concludes today's meeting. Make sure you're ready for the exam. We'll meet tomorrow to discuss combat positions. Clear, team. Everyone responded in unison. After that, Leon packed up his laptop. Everyone left, but somehow only Giamma and Leon remained. Giamma thought, this is so awkward, I gotta get out of here. He was about to dash off when Leon spoke up. Hey, surprised, Giamma turned back. Hesitating, Leon stammered. Giamma, where are you from? Leon was sitting and waiting for an answer from him. Meanwhile, Giamma remained silent. A moment later, he realized and thought to himself, what's going on here? It feels like someone asked a similar question like this before. But this time, I feel like the question holds a different meaning. Where am I from, huh? Does he just want to know my background? Contrary to Giamma's worried expression, Leon over here had a cold, slightly narrowed gaze, accompanied by a dangerous aura. Silence continued to blanket the room. Giamma stood there sweating, thinking, I still don't understand his motive. What's behind this question? Does he really just want to know where I come from? But to me, this question carries a different meaning. How strange. If this were true, he should have asked right when I introduced myself, instead of waiting for everyone else to leave. There's definitely a reason. Faced with Giamma's silence and somewhat unhappy demeanor, Leon spoke up. Sorry for asking a weird question. Giamma, are you like that too? I thought maybe you're like me. But Giamma remained motionless, endlessly pondering in his head. Like what? What does that mean? Even though Korean was a popular language in this game, it didn't mean everyone was Korean. Everyone knew Giamma was Korean, but with Leon, he was different. Leon had a Western build, blonde hair, blue eyes. Just as Giamma was lost in thought without speaking, Leon decided to break the atmosphere. Forget what I asked you earlier. Let's pretend nothing happened. Finishing his sentence, he stood up, turned toward the door, and walked away. I'll head out first then. Leon left Giamma standing there with a blank look. Thinking everything was over, Giamma unexpectedly patted Leon's shoulder. Hey, Leon, actually you. At the same time, a sense of unease welled up. Damn it, I need to ask more. If I let him walk away, I'll be thinking about this all night long. I really can't stop thinking about it. Another trouble found its way to Giamma, but he had to ask straight out. Leon. Amidst the awkward atmosphere mixed with other thoughts, Leon grabbed Giamma's hand and smiled. I'm from Germany. That response left a big question mark on Giamma's face. After answering, Leon let go of his hand, stepping away step by step from the cafe where they just held the meeting. He carried a still surprised mood, his figure gradually fading away. Giamma stood there, telling himself, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Returning to the dormitory, Giamma intended to place his hand on the spoon on the table, still deep in thought. What was that just now? Am I imagining things? At that time, I actually thought he was also from another world. Giamma crossed his arms and evaluated. But thinking back about reincarnating into this game, there's no way it only applies to me. Besides, he is the main character of the game. That makes more sense. I'm just a supporting NPC. After a while of thinking, Giamma looked at the knife on the table, telling himself, under the influence of the two absolute blessings and sword god that I possess, ever since they activated, all my senses have become strangely sharp. I have to check out the sword god blessing again. He slowly pulled the sashimi knife out of its sheath, closed his eyes, and focused on feeling. Leon is a main piece of this world. Upon receiving the information, Giamma startled, his eyes opening wide. Just like last time, when activating the sword god blessing and falling into a state of concentration, a sound was emitted. He brought his hand to his forehead. Thinking about these things makes my head hurt even more. The pain even surpasses the capacity of the absolute blessing. All right then, the way Leon acted today resembles what I used to play in the game. And one more thing, even if he's a professional actor, he couldn't possibly say everything so naturally. But is it true he only asked about my background? If that were all, fine, but I used to think he was like me with that statement. Giamma opened the wiki info page. The clock read 10:28 p.m. Leon Van Reinhardt. Create new documentation entry. There was no information whatsoever about it. Giamma thought, Leon is like a mysterious character to me right now. Maybe the game creators wanted to keep a little surprise for the players. He sighed. If it were before, I would have overthought all sorts of things. But now, stuff like this is too normal. Giamma reminded himself. Looks like I should stop asking questions like that. Anyway, I've decided to cooperate with him for the midterm exam. If anything else happens, I'll probably have to ask Kamdia for help. But if something related to Leon happens after the exam, I must find a way to deal with it first. As for Kamdia, even though she only claims to be the honorary principal of the school, she is still the head of the world's most prestigious academy. Looks like I need to stop overthinking. Giamma continued to ponder. How strange. Normally, this is a case I should avoid. But now I feel unusually calm. Is it due to the blessing's influence? He glanced sideways. An information panel popped up. Asterisk sword god blessing. If you slash, everything burns. Required physical level from 5 to 7. Mental sword standard. 3. Speech and action carry a slight weapon dominance. Conditions not yet met to unlock. Assimilation rate from 2.5% to 6.8%. Unlocks upon reaching 7%. Note, shield only activates when sword length is less than 35 plus 1 cm, and width is less than 8 plus 1 centimeter. Asterisk, Giamma thought. Things are going smoothly. The mental and weapon levels remain the same. Only the physical intensity has improved. Probably thanks to my training lately. As for weapon intensity, I'll probably unlock it after getting Muramasa. I understand these 3 items. But what is assimilation speed? Why is it increasing so fast? The conditions to achieve it are also getting close. He looked back at what he had done. Is there any connection? I don't even understand myself. How annoying. And I can't ask anyone either. While checking, a notification panel appeared. New information. Activation time adjusts based on the player's usage count of the absolute blessing. Giamma opened his eyes wide. Absolute blessing. Activation time increased from 30 seconds to 40 seconds. Cool down 12 seconds. He stammered. Whoa, 40 seconds. Why did it increase like this? If I use a lot, the duration will increase. All the hardships are starting to pay off. He sheathed the knife, held it in his hand, and burst out laughing. Ha, unbelievable. This feeling is awesome. Time passed. 5 days left. Giamma continued his physical training. 4 days left. Everyone met up for another meeting. While everyone was serious, Rachel acted up, making the atmosphere tense. 3 days left. Giamma practiced swordsmanship with Chloe. He was surprised when Chloe showed up with him. 2 days left. Rachel sat closely, pressing against Giamma, startling him because facing him was a murderous gaze and the utility knife Chloe was wielding. 1 day left. Giamma trained his stamina, posing ready to run. Sweat falling. He threw a sword strike forward, feeling the change within himself, a satisfied expression surfacing. Finally, the exam day arrived. Everyone appeared in front of the competition plaza, where the space portal was already waiting. Giamma dressed up, wearing his usual expression, looking ahead, and concluded, is this a subspace teleportation portal? Not only that, the vibe at the training ground is totally different. Someone called out to him. Giamma cast his gaze at the 4 people in the team. 3 swords, 1 spear, 1 flute. Rachel spoke up. Hey, you're usually very punctual. Why are you so late today? Rachel, the close combat warrior, was in the lead position. Giamma suddenly remembered the previous meeting when Leon arranged the positions. Leon held the center. Speed Weapon was in charge of support and healing. Standing fourth, agile Chloe, hiding her presence, stood second. Chloe smiled brightly and greeted. Good morning, Giamma, he replied. Sorry, I'm a bit late. As for himself, Giamma was in the last position, doubling as support. He thought, I didn't expect Leon to arrange everyone into these exact frame positions. Giamma stepped forward, surprised. Whoa, we even get weapons? Isn't this the S-rank Heavenly Halberd? A crescent-shaped blade, a whole 2 meters long. Yet Rachel chose this. Rachel raised an eyebrow, saying softly, Hey Giamma, if you're late, pay the penalty. He glanced at the other two. Leon chose a double-edged sword without a sheath. Speed weapon held a flute. Facing Giamma's suspicious gaze, Speed irritably snapped. What are you staring at? Rachel stepped closer, whispering, Believe it or not, that's a rare S-rank weapon with healing abilities. Giamma was surprised. Really? That flute? Rachel nodded. Yep, truth be told. Giamma inwardly evaluated. In games, the drop rate for S-rank weapons is extremely low. Even a wealthy Chable has to spend thousands of dollars to get an A rank, let alone an S rank. But this flute looks different. It looks like an elementary school recorder. Isn't appearance supposed to reflect strength? Or is it the playing the pig to eat the tiger type? Out of curiosity, Giamma stepped closer, placing his hand on the flute. Oh, fascinating. Speed startled. Hey, enough. Back off. The announcement echoed across the plaza. Attention, everyone. The 2034 midterm exam will begin shortly. Judging by your expressions, it looks like you are ready. You already know the rules. I'll keep it brief. If you feel it's dangerous, don't hesitate to run immediately. Don't forget, you aren't heroes yet, just students. Don't trade your lives for grades. If you want to give up or get injured, contact the supervising coach at any time. As Teacher Lai lectured on the rules, Leon checked his watch, instructing the team. It's time. Everyone get ready, stay calm, and try your best. Giamma fell into deep thought. Chloe cautiously stepped closer, worried. Giamma, what's wrong? She hesitated. I don't know why I feel overwhelmingly anxious. I remember one thing. Skopali Island is famous for the appearance of mermaids. Giamma gently said. But the teachers confirmed there are no mermaids there. Don't worry too much. Chloe nodded, but still pondered. Back in my hometown, Sicily Island, mermaids used to appear, even related to the truce agreement between humanity and the demon race. Even though we're in a truce period with the demons, outside of dungeons, it's very hard to encounter them. But if rumors still persist, the appearance conditions of the mermaid are unclear. Teacher Lee's voice resounded. All right, time to enter the portal now. Shaking off her anxiety, Chloe and the others stepped into the subspace teleportation portal. Giamma patted her head. Come on, let's go. Chloe blushed, a surge of belief blooming in her heart. I don't need to worry. With Giamma here, I trust him. Suddenly, in the gloomy space, a voice echoed, Chloe, Chloe, Chloe. She stood dazed, her hand gripping her sword tightly. Giamma shouted loudly. Hey, Chloe, are you okay? Snap out of it. She snapped to her senses, thinking, did I just lose my mind for a second? Hey, Chloe, are you okay? Snap out of it. She snapped to her senses, thinking, did I just lose my mind for a second? While the group discussed, we can't contact the instructor. The signal is cut off in this cave. One of the group members was heavily injured. Right before their eyes, a bizarre shape gradually became clear. The legendary mermaid appeared. Something thought to be extremely rare to encounter had actually happened. Returning to a few minutes before the mermaid appeared on Skopali Island. Giamma's group had set foot on this beautiful, poetic island. A long coastline with white sand, absolutely breathtaking. However, everyone in the team was constantly vomiting. Only Kong Giamma seemed fine. Leon awkwardly and shyly looked at the male lead. Giamma, you look fine. He nonchalantly replied. I've naturally rarely ever been seasick. Leon laughed. Haha, but this isn't just a seasickness issue. Behind them, a fish-bodied monster appeared, its eyes wide open in astonishment like a lost, scared child. Giamma quickly realized, thinking, is this a mermaid? Smaller than I thought. It let out a cry and ran away. Looking at its eyes, Giamma thought, I naturally feel so foolish for making a big deal out of it earlier. He glanced at his sword, telling himself, maybe I don't even need to use it. Anyway, I'm in a rear guard position. Leon spoke up. In your assigned position, there will be adult mermaids. The mermaids assigned to us aren't babies like this one. Go to Chloe's scout location first. Following team leader Leon's orders, the group skirted along the tree line, pushing deeper inside. As they walked, Leon kept reminding them, careful. Giamma was surprised. I didn't expect Leon to know the terrain here this well. After traveling for a while, the group stopped. The team leader's voice echoed. Looks like we're here. Suddenly a streak of light flashed by, so fast and naked I could barely catch it. Chloe appeared with an impressive landing. Giamma was astonished. Did you cross the trees to get here? Chloe nonchalantly replied, Ah, yeah. Going this way draws less attention. Leon asked, How is it, Chloe? What's the situation over there? She quickly reported, About 500 meters ahead, there is a cave. Following Chloe's guidance, the group approached, surrounded by lush trees. Right in the center was a cold, mysterious cave. Inside flickered sharp golden pairs of eyes. Lots of mermaids gathered around a blazing fire. Rachel analyzed, estimated about 50 to 60 of them, right? Looking at them, Giamma fell silent, thinking, definitely worth considering. If we eliminate this many, we'll definitely take first place in the midterm exam. But the team leader must prioritize the safety of the whole team. Inside the cave, we can't communicate with the outside. If anyone gets hurt, it's very dangerous. Accept the risk or take the safe detour. The decision belongs to Leon. He recalled his previous conversation with Leon. He had assigned the tasks. Chloe, when we arrive at the island, please scout ahead. Weapon, you support and heal in the back line. At that time, Giamma even teased Weapon, still surprised you're a healer. Weapon frowned, irritated. What's that supposed to mean? Being a hero means knowing how to help others. Didn't you know? Leon continued. Giamma guards the rear, just in case of unexpected situations. Giamma secretly rejoiced. Awesome, nice. Leon analyzed the tactics. I'll lead everyone from the middle. Depending on the situation, I'll attack too. Rachel wondered, what about me? Leon answered, you have a special mission. Returning to reality, Leon decided to deal with the group of monsters. He called out, Rachel. She immediately understood, charging forward. The sword in Rachel's hand flashed. She gathered her strength and threw it straight ahead. The sword flew swiftly, stabbing right into the fire, right in the middle of where the mermaids were gathering. Giamma blurted out, What the hell? What is this? While they were still busy staring at the sword, Rachel jumped down from above, her blonde hair fluttering, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. She rushed into the crowd, grabbing the sword before they could even recover their senses. What the hell is going on? Rachel screamed, wielding the holy sword to attack. A long sword arc slashed past. Decapitating goodness knows how many of them. As she slashed, she remembered Leon's plan. Rachel, you destroy everything. Can you do it? She confidently said. Of course I can do it. What do they even rank against me? I can take them all on by myself, haha. Weapon provided support from afar. The sound of the flute. They cast greedy gazes toward Weapon, opening their mouths and lunging forward. Rachel still didn't stop slashing and killing. The clanging and swishing sounds mixing with her counting. 6, 7, 9, 11, each one taken down. She shouted out excitedly. The more she slashed, the more enthusiastic Rachel got, unleashing consecutive sword strikes. With her eyes full of energy, the number quickly rose to 24 eliminated. At this rate, they would be wiped out in no time. Rachel laughed loudly. Weapon, thanks for sparing me 25 of them. Giamma stood watching from afar, surprised at Rachel's precise slashing speed. The monster horde shattered into pieces. Chloe's hands were itching to join the fun. She drew her sword, her eyes looking annoyed because all the spotlight was on Rachel. A beautiful, exquisite sword stroke was unleashed, horizontal slashing 8 of them. Chloe proudly showed off. 8. 2 other monsters screamed and lunged at her, but with just 2 sword strikes, they went to meet the Grim Reaper. 2 more, 10 in total. Chloe's speed was no less than Rachel's. Both of them enthusiastically swung their swords, showcasing sharp blade techniques. Seeing this, Leon and Giamma's expressions changed. Giamma worriedly thought, What's this? Why aren't they stopping? At this rate, could it be the 2 of them are using this opportunity to test their limits? Neither of them wanted to lose to the other, not caring about their surroundings, just charging forward to slash. Right at that moment, a giant monster appeared, opening its XXL-sized mouth wide to join the fun. Thinking there would be a clash between the 2 beautiful sword masters, the situation reversed instead. The monster was chopped into 100 pieces by the 2 girls. A sudden death, giving it no time to react. Rachel laughed. Thought it's easy to beat us big girls? Keep dreaming, darling. She acted friendly toward Chloe. Kid, seems like you've gotten a bit faster, huh? Chloe emphasized. The last one was taken down by me. Don't mess around, blonde. After that, the two split their paths, each attacking in a different direction. Giamma breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I thought those two women fighting each other would be the end of us. Leon put his sword away from his ready-to-intervene stance. Smiling at Giamma, looks like both of us were overthinking. Giamma agreed. Yeah, such an unnecessary worry, right? So in the blink of an eye, 60 of them were wiped out. Leon half-jokingly and half-seriously said, as teammates, we have to trust each other. All done, right? Let's go. Giamma inwardly remarked, decisive, leadership skills, an indispensable pillar of the team. Turns out it really is like that. Was it just a question about nationality after all? The result was a top-tier coordinated move. Suddenly, a mysterious source of power brushed past like lightning, striking Leon in the abdomen. Amidst the shock of the whole team, everyone's eyes became lifeless and mesmerized. Only Giamma remained calm. He looked back, a giant mermaid radiating a powerful, oppressive aura. A human-like skeleton covered in scales, pupils elongated like a snake's, and bizarre fingers and toes. That was the legendary mermaid. Rachel panicked. Why is there a mermaid here? Weapon followed up. Wasn't this scouted beforehand? Is it an illusion? Giamma was stunned. What the hell is this? I thought everything was going smoothly. Damn it. Should we run away or face it? If I run away carrying an injured Leon, the risk of the whole team being wiped out is even higher. There's only one choice left. He shouted. Rachel, contact the instructor. Report that a mermaid has appeared. Weapon trembled. What is this? I can't contact anyone. There's no signal. Giamma sneered. Cut off in the outside world. No wonder everyone is panicking. Looks like I'm the only one sober. Taking over Leon's command, he ordered, Rachel, do whatever it takes to hold back all those fish. Weapon, pour all healing blessings into Leon. Chloe, hearing her name, Chloe snapped back to her senses. Giamma continued, go outside and see if there are any cadets nearby. Report to them to evacuate and call the instructor over. Chloe stammered, what about Giamma? He reassured, if you want the whole team to escape, we can't carry Leon. Hurry up before the mermaids flood in. Although worried for Giamma, Chloe felt helpless. All right, she darted away like lightning, disappearing in a flash. Just as Rachel was about to rush forward to hold off the merman, she turned back and asked, Giamma, what should we do now? Is there a way? Seeing him walking toward the mermaid, she yelled, what are you doing? Weapon was shocked. Are you crazy? Where do you think you're going? Giamma stated clearly, Rachel, Weapon, I leave the small fish to you too. Rachel screamed, what are you planning to do, you lunatic? Giamma didn't answer, just closed his eyes. Drawing his sashimi knife, he smiled confidently, his gaze sharp and full of determination. I've hated small fish since back then because slicing them isn't satisfying enough. My opponent has to be the big catch. Precisely this fish. A special type of power used by the demon race, similar to humanity's blessing, was magic. With just a single, ordinary magic attack, the protagonist was defeated instantly. This was the difference in power between humanity and the demon race. Even with the sword, God blessing, guaranteeing victory wasn't easy. In the game, eliminating a demon using magic was impossible without forming a party. Going solo against a boss designed for party raids was pure madness. But under these circumstances, Giamma had no choice and had to face it alone. Damn it, this is so shameless. Anyway, he had crossed the line of no return. It would take Chloe at least 10 minutes to return. There was only one way left. Within 40 seconds, he had to slash down that mermaid. Upon drawing his sword, the sense of urgency gradually stabilized, and his spirit was elevated by unleashing his aura. Overbearing speech and actions began to adjust according to the user. Using suppression, the sword God blessing was activated. Giamma laughed excitedly. It's been so long since I've properly sliced sashimi. Hope the God's blessing stays with me. At the same time, Rachel relentlessly hacked away at the small monster horde. One by one, they were sent off to meet their ancestors. Rachel slashed nonstop, one after another. Taking on 3 at once was too simple. She cornered the monster horde against the wall, leaving them no choice but death. After that, Rachel concentrated her power into the spear, swinging it powerfully, creating a whirlwind of oppression that blew away the stubborn monsters. Putting in all her strength, she grew exhausted, standing there panting heavily, wiping sweat with one hand. Weapon witnessed Rachel killing the whole crowd with a single strike, but he was also exhausted. Though he wanted to activate his blessing to support Rachel, he had to focus entirely on healing Leon, who was already overexerted. The wound was very deep, but fortunately, it was recovering slightly. Weapon thought. I knew Kong Jiama was absurdly strong from the virtual space match, but I can't believe he dares to take on a boss solo. He's out of his mind. Just looking at it makes my limbs go numb. Should I stop him right now? Right at that moment, the beautiful yet far from gentle mermaid bared her teeth, smiling contemptuously toward Jiama. She channeled her inner energy, creating a bizarre whirlwind-shaped magical current, frantically attacking him. But Jiama didn't flinch, staying calm with a sharp gaze as he rushed forward. Observing her combat style, he analyzed, "This mermaid is a demon, using long-range water attribute magic. Never mind the magic. A fish is still a fish after all. Time to close in." Without hesitation, Jiama swung his knife at her, his eyes flashing with a hateful, terrifying fire. But just as the blade slashed forward, the mermaid's body instantly transformed, dissolving into thin air. Not stopping there, she changed direction, rushing swiftly toward Weapon's position. Being too careless, Weapon didn't foresee this move, his face turning pale. The mermaid bared her teeth, confident in her combat strength. But it wasn't that easy. Before she could attack Weapon, she screamed in pain. Jiama managed to chase after her in time, a knife slash making her wail. Even so, it wasn't enough to take her down. He muttered in disappointment. Damn it, not far enough? Without stopping, Jiama dashed forward, planning to land a few more slashes with the kitchen knife. But she was faster, diving down to the bottom of the lake. Jiama landed safely, pissed off. Seriously, as expected of a mermaid, predicting her movements isn't easy. Is she targeting the injured guy? Anyway, I need to quickly. While thinking, a voice echoed. Jiama turned his head, looking toward Weapon. Seeing the bewildered look on his face, he guessed that the weak voice just now belonged to Leon. Seeing Leon gradually recovering, Jiama breathed a sigh of relief, smiling faintly. You okay? Weapon sta merda. I'm fine. Jiama, then continue helping me, hero. That sentence left Weapon dazed. Thoughts surfaced in his head. A hero? Awesome. Then recalling what he used to say, justice and courage, sacrificing for others, turning despair into hope. But even studying at the world's top hero school, I didn't see anyone with such potential. Therefore, when joining the Dragon class, I asked Rachel to join this team. Being a supporter makes sense too. If it's Leon, he will help me witness the image of the hero I admire. Jiama also thought, that's right, Leon is the main character of this game. But he awkwardly retorted, sorry, you don't look like a hero at all. Strong, sure, but I refuse that title. Is a hero some kind of object that whoever wants can just take? Returning to reality, Weapon had to rethink his assessment. Never thought Kong Jiama, right before my eyes, would be fighting a mermaid, a battle with a predictable outcome. Is there any individual with enough guts to solo a boss? Unbelievable. At this moment, the mermaid created fish-shaped magic to attack Jiama. She waved her hand, and the magical fish swarmed forward together. But Jiama didn't flinch, gently leaning his body to dodge. Sneering, so slow, suddenly sensing something abnormal, he was stunned. Damn, a trap? She smiled triumphantly, the smile of a winner. But whether she could win was far from certain. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ground. A deep pit activated right beneath Jiama's feet. Faster than lightning, he moved to another spot, dodging. Think it's that easy to fool me? Keep dreaming, darling. Seeing him turn around and leave, the mermaid reached out her hand to grab him. From this angle, Jiama's size compared to the boss was just like a grain of sand in the desert, extremely tiny. Just a second later, she changed direction, spinning 180 degrees, waving her hand toward another side. Rachel, standing nearby, realized the intention and shouted loudly, Weapon. Could it be that the demon had been targeting him all along? Like a rocket, Giamma chased after her, swinging his kitchen knife to slash hard at her. But it still wasn't enough to take her down. He muttered in disappointment. Too slow again. Focus, Kanjiyama. After the slash, the mermaid's body was somewhat weakened. She immediately changed her plan, reaching her hand toward the cliffside. Boom, boom, boom. A streak of light pierced through the rock, shooting high up into the air. She was furious and pissed off for failing to deal with Giamma's group. A fierce scream rang out as the magic backfired, attacking her instead. Wailing cries shook the area. A female student dropped her jaw. Instructor Kim, there's strange noise over there. A loud explosion. Boom. I even saw a flash of light. It started to rain strangely. The teacher calmly said, "Come on, pack up your things and move the injured person. What you saw was probably just thunder." "Yes, sir." They headed back to the academy immediately. On this side, the mermaid's destructive power created a large hole, with smoke billowing out. Weapon was still focused on playing the flute to heal Leon. The terrified mermen fled in panic from the explosion. Rachel was surprised. What the heck? They ran away. The rain kept falling relentlessly. Giamma pondered. Damn it, for 30 seconds I couldn't deal a fatal wound. Probably because I was too distracted by Leon. The mermaid brought this bad luck upon herself by causing the cave to collapse and getting buried. But is she really dead yet? Right at that moment, from beneath the dirt and rocks, a surge of power erupted, scattering stones in all directions. Sure enough, she wasn't going down that easily. The mermaid molted. The thick scales vanished, replaced by smooth white skin, two watermelons swaying as she lunged at Giamma. He stood loftily like a god, calmly shouting, "Rachel, the small fish are partly cleared out. Take care of Weapon and Leon." Rachel didn't understand what Giamma was planning to do, stammering. Weapon couldn't believe it. Is Kong Giamma really fighting a demon all by himself? I thought he was crazy earlier. But maybe I'm witnessing a legendary moment in the making. Giamma breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to fully concentrate. 10 seconds left, starting the extra time. Let's go. Seeing his confidence, the mermaid hesitated somewhat, gritting her teeth and trembling, veins bulging all over her face as she aggressively lunged forward. Giamma closed his eyes to sense. When the sword God Blessing activated, his eyes lit up coldly, his gaze terrifyingly sharp. Here we go. I'll slice you up. Switching to Chloe, who was on the move. She hurried to find support and report the danger. She didn't know how long she had been running, but the lingering anxiety still made her think. Must go faster. I have to go even faster. Can't stop right now. Along the way, she cleared away some unnecessary obstacles with her weapon. Her legs felt like they were about to snap off, in pain just from running to seek help. She recalled the male lead's back instructing her. Chloe, go call the teacher quickly. Giamma was stronger than anyone she had ever met, but he always dreaded fighting, trying to avoid it, only drawing his knife in unavoidable cases. I trusted his judgment, so I left as instructed. But this time it's a mermaid. If only I were stronger. Right at that moment, she felt tremors coming from Giamma's direction. An uneasy feeling welled up. An explosion? Could they be fighting? Please survive. While moving, she tripped over a vine. Her center of gravity suddenly shifted, throwing her body forward. But Chloe adjusted with one foot, regaining her balance. The effort to find help could not stop under the rain. I cannot fall. Tears fell hopelessly. I must find a way to save him. She gritted her teeth and shouted with all her might. Anyone. Please. Is anyone there? Running aimlessly, she felt something appear around her, materializing before her eyes. Shadows blending into the scenery. There are signs of life ahead. Not very clear. My senses must be messed up. I can't judge. Anxiety grew. Friend or foe? Why would mermen appear right now? There are signs of life ahead. Not very clear. My senses must be messed up. I can't judge. Anxiety grew. Friend or foe? Why would mermen appear right now? Chloe drew the sword at her waist, slashing forward. But another sword blocked it from behind. She realized she had just attacked a person. It was Aben. Chloe uncontrollably stammered. People. Thank goodness. Saudi. Then she collapsed in front of Aben's group. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. Aben's teammates were also dumbfounded. A light brown-haired male student concluded, "What is this?" The girl next to him followed up, "How is a sneak attack like this supposed to work? What do you mean by randomly charging in?" Everyone looked at where Chloe lay. "Are you crazy? Try calling him out. You can't just brush this off." Observing closely, Aben recognized the image of an angry Chloe when she met Giamma in class. He said to the group, "Wait, that face looks familiar." Chloe's consciousness faded, her strength exhausted. She managed to utter, "Save, save, Giamma," and then passed out to everyone's utter bewilderment. Silence returned once more. Scene cuts back to Giamma's group. Weapon watched him fight, unable to believe his eyes. "I wonder if there will be any more shocking scene than today in this lifetime." He looks like a veteran chef, nimbly processing the fish on the cutting board. But the opponent is a demon, not only matching evenly, he's even dominating. This scene was deeply etched into Weapon's mind. "I will never forget this." Not only did he move fast in the virtual space match with precise technique and terrifying speed, dodging all the demon's attacks, while also approaching, countering simply and decisively, delivering clear results. Rachel, the heir to the saintly merchant family, had never seen anything like it either. Surprise mixed with disbelief appeared on both of their faces. If this keeps up, he's actually going to kill the mermaid. Rachel recalled her decision to invite Giamma to join, her gaze focused. Suddenly losing her concentration, Rachel yelled, "Weapon!" He turned back just in time for Rachel to rush over and push Weapon out of the way of a surprise attack. Out of danger, Rachel angrily snapped, "Don't lose focus." "Wanna die?" Weapon, still shaken, blurted out, "Ah." A deep indentation formed right before his eyes. If she hadn't pushed him in time, the group might have lost a member. Regaining his composure, Weapon thought, "I almost forgot. Because of this unreal spectacle, I lost my mind." The opponent is a demon user using magic. He watched Giamma fighting the mermaid. A kitchen knife against magic is a total disadvantage, even though he's overwhelming her. What if an unavoidable magic attack comes flying in? After a grueling battle, Giamma was exhausted, sweat dripping down, holding the knife with a steady gaze fixed on the demon, humanity's terror. Seeing her attacks had no effect, she sneered and raised her hand, gathering a new attack. Hail appeared, accompanied by a sizzling sound. The raindrops turned into needles aimed at Giamma. She lowered her hand, confident in her technique. As the first 6 waves of attacks surged forward, he was forced to dodge back and forth among countless attacks. Corrosion marks began to appear on the sashimi knife. Facing an unfavorable situation, Giamma suddenly unleashed a horizontal slash, which expanded and struck the demon's torso. Disbelief crossed her face. Giamma's cold, murderous gaze and dangerous aura closed in. Her torso was deeply dented. The tables turned, and she screamed. Giamma slashed again, but felt an unsettling premonition. The demons swapped positions with the fish demons, causing his attack to hit them instead of her. Question and exclamation marks popped up in his head. Stepping back a bit, she channeled power into her other hand and punched herself in the stomach, pulling something out. An energy orb formed from her mouth, aimed straight at Giamma. Overwhelmed by shock and anxiety, Rachel and Weapon screamed in warning. "Get out of the way, Giamma!" Faced with the attack and the warning, he stood dazed. How on earth am I supposed to dodge this? A flash of light illuminated the scene, and the surroundings changed. He appeared in a vast body of water beneath a clear blue sky. Where on earth am I? Miraculously standing on top of the water. He reached out his hand to feel it. It's real water. While deep in thought, he accidentally spotted something. A red light appeared beside him. Giamma suddenly looked over and yelled, "Dodge!" A voice echoed, "The cut is done." Returning to reality, a red slash mark appeared across his eyes. He pulled out another sashimi knife, crouched down into a stance, gripping the blade tight. With a spectacular leap, accompanied by a slash leaving a red trail behind. The shockwave made the water in the lake disappear and sliced the magic clean through. Giamma blurted out, "What the actual hell?" Immediately afterward, the entire mermaid lay motionless on the ground. Her wrinkled, pale skin gradually revealed itself. Giamma stood in the middle of a clearing reeking of blood, still gripping the kitchen knife, staring intently at the monster's corpse. Perhaps it was finally over. But no, a small severed piece of her body twitched and convulsed. The mermaid groaned weakly. Rachel and Weapon stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. They never imagined Giamma could pull off something this extraordinary. Right at that moment, a cold, sharp blade cleanly sliced off her head, ruthless and without mercy. The head tumbled down, rolling on the ground. Weapon widened his eyes in horror. We actually won. He beat the demon all by himself, and he's even just a freshman. Right after that, Giamma spewed a large mouthful of blood. Drained of all strength, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his wound as blood splattered everywhere. Rachel screamed, "Kong Giamma!" and rushed over. Leon, having recovered, slowly sat up. Weapon turned back and let out a sigh of relief. Leon, thank goodness. Suddenly, a series of footsteps approached. Weapon looked in the direction of the sound, anxious. Could the mermaids have turned back after running away? But it was Abian and her group. Weapon felt relieved. Thank God, you're finally here. Stepping further in, a member of Abian's group screamed in terror. Holy crap. What the hell is that? Before them lay a chaotic scene. A cave reeking of blood. The mermaid's body hacked into pieces. Someone was shocked. No fucking way. Is that really a mermaid? They couldn't believe it. A flurry of questions erupted. Why is a mermaid here? How the hell was it chopped into pieces? This makes no sense. Ignoring the chatter, Rachel hugged Giamma, worried about his wounds, crying out, Kong Giamma, you have to hang in there. Aben looked stunned, thinking, why are they always glued to each other? Leon stepped forward and accidentally caught Aben's eye. The two locked eyes, sparks flying. But Leon managed a forced, awkward smile. Aben was annoyed. Their teammate is hovering between life and death, and the captain is trying to look cool? So annoying. Aben spoke up. I've already contacted the academy. At best, the instructors will arrive in an hour. But what on earth happened here? Weapon snapped angrily. Those damn instructors are useless. This damn island was supposed to have been surveyed. So how the hell did a mermaid show up and cause this mess? Aben urged impatiently. All right, explain what happened, Weapon hissed. Are you giving me orders? Aben retorted. Why do you always love twisting things? This is a favor. Trust me, you won't believe it anyway, Weapon replied. Fine, I'll tell you. This is my specialty. He recounted the whole story from start to finish to Aben and the group. Listening closely, Aben marveled. You mean a mermaid suddenly showed up, and Kong Giamma fought it alone and won? Weapon replied offhandedly. Yeah, pretty much. Inside Aben's mind, thoughts raced. A lone freshman wiping out an unannounced demon? The legends my grandfather told aren't even this absurd. Hard to believe as it is. Based on the situation, this is the truth. They have no reason to lie. Atruli epictale. Of the descendant of the hero originator Bao J, Quain, and disciple Aaron B. With that background, I was destined to be special from birth, by bloodline. But I refused to be swallowed up by it. So I worked hard to forge my own talent and reach this position. And Kong Giamma, coming from a commoner background, possesses such admirable talent. Is the gap in our abilities really this massive? It's such a complex feeling, fear, trembling, and all at once. Am I just an ordinary mortal? Aben told her teammates, hey, hurry up and use a healing blessing. A girl stepped forward to treat Giamma. Even though his body was mangled like a corpse, Aben thought, the same age as me, and he defeated a demon all by himself? It's unbelievable. Weapon wondered. You said earlier that you contacted the academy, right? Aben, yeah, that's right. Maybe we shouldn't tell the instructors the details of this. Didn't they say they surveyed the island? Weapon, yeah, but something's not right. No matter how big Skopali Island is, this cave isn't that hard to find. Yet a demon appeared? This doesn't add up. Before Weapon could finish, Leon cut in. You mean there might be a spy from the demon faction inside the academy? Everyone fell silent. Weapon stammered. Not necessarily, but we can't rule out the possibility. This area isn't hard to find. Just like Weapon said, if not for Giamma, Leon's team would have been slaughtered by the demon. But why did this happen? In 700 years of peace, despite conflicts, the demon race has never directly targeted Joe Queen Academy students. This could trigger a war under the established treaty terms. Aben imagined the terrifying scenario. Her hair standing on end. Weapon, perceptive, patted her shoulder. Aben, I know what you're thinking, but thinking that far ahead is a bit much. Suspecting a spy isn't unreasonable, but basing it solely on this single incident is jumping to conclusions. Leon continued. In this case, we should get our story straight. If there's a spy, and word gets out that Giamma single-handedly handled the demon, he could become a target. But keeping quiet about what he did, wouldn't that be wrong? Aben suggested. Why not consult my grandfather, the Sword Emperor? And so, the group safely returned to the academy. The sky was still blue with white clouds and bright sunlight, and the wind blew softly through the window frame. Giamma woke up with a dazed look in his eyes. He muttered to himself, a hospital room, really? Raising his hand, I'm still alive. Before dying, the mermaid fired an almost unavoidable magic attack. But I saw the sashimi knife cut right through it, and the magic burst like a water balloon. Was that water? What kind of feeling was that? Ever since activating the sword god's blessing, everything I feel is hard to describe. He muttered weakly. Blessing. A status window popped up. Sword god's blessing. When you slash, it cuts. Body level. B. Sword usage criteria loosened. Mental level. B to B+. Speech and action effects carry immense pressure. Armored level. A. Unlock conditions not yet met. Assimilation rate. 6.8% to 7.2%. Giamma said to himself, my mental level increased to B+. Not feeling fear when facing the demon was thanks to this effect. This is amazing. Assimilation rate is 7.2%. Reaching 15% will unlock the next condition. From a mermaid's magic? Did it unlock right from that moment? As his mind spun with thoughts, the headmistress rushed in, hugging him tightly and choking up. Kong Giamma, I was so worried something terrible happened to you. Those damn instructors had the nerve to say they surveyed the place. I want to beat them all up. Giamma broke out in a cold sweat. Headmistress, wait. Haha. Sorry, you're just too happy. The headmistress rummaged through her pockets while talking. That's right, this too. Where is it? I remember keeping it close by. I found it. Take it. Your midterm exam reward. Muramesa Sunwoo. A sword as sharp as a mirror. Surprised by the weapon the headmistress brought, Giamma stared at it without blinking. Its basic stats popped up. B-grade weapon, level 25, attack 1670. Headmistress Kumdia saw him staring intently and spoke up. Hope you like it. I should have presented it to you officially, but given the circumstances, I'm sorry. Sensing someone else approaching, Kumdia glanced over and raised her voice. Hey, old man, what are you still hesitating for? Get in here. Giamma noticed as well, realizing he was being pointed at, and watched the sword saint step inside. He cleared his throat and started the conversation. Kumdia, how many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? As he got closer, Kumdia still teased him. A 70-year-old man acting like a blushing maiden. Seeing both of their strange expressions, Giamma felt awkward and weirded out, asking, Sword Saint, what brings you here? Sharing the same purpose, Kumdia explained, I've heard the whole story from your team, Giamma. On behalf of the Academy, we apologize. Both of them bowed their heads to him. The sudden shift in situation left Giamma dazed. Kumdia continued, what happened during the midterm exam was the Academy's fault. Without you and your team, everyone there would have been in mortal danger. I, Kumdia Poison, by the honor of the headmistress of Joe Queen Academy, swear to get to the bottom of this demon incident. The Sword Saint added, you saved those students. Giamma felt flustered, glancing away to dodge the praise. As he said, I just did what I could. Kumdia continued, your actions are admirable, but this matter needs to be kept secret until a proper investigation is finished. It sounds a bit funny for the headmistress to say this, but it's an internal issue. I'm truly sorry, Giamma. I should have paid more attention to you. Everyone has their own duties and responsibilities. Giamma didn't want things to escalate, smiling. It's fine. Seeing him calm after everything, Kumdia felt more at ease. All right. Thank you for everything. The three of them chatted back and forth, mostly exchanging words of concern. Afterward, Kumdia and the Sword Saint left. Their footsteps faded down the hospital hallway, evening light filtering through and creating a surreal scene. Walking a bit further, Kumdia stopped, gazed up at the light, and spoke. Do you remember? The question caught the sword saint by surprise, a question mark appearing over his head. Without waiting for a reply, Kumdia continued. On your first day at the academy, you were lying lazily on a bench. I told you to move, and you drew your sword, saying, "Don't give me orders, you grunt." The distant memory made the sword saint ponder. After a moment, he replied, I don't remember. Kumdia stared at him hard. It's already been 60 years. Time really flies. It's not even a fraction of Joe Queen Academy's history. It's funny, really. When we entered, the academy had already existed for a very long time. A long history through all kinds of big and small events. But for 700 years, the academy has continued to train and protect its students. Comedia's demeanor shifted. Suddenly, the glass shield outside shattered into pieces. A green barrier blocked the falling glass shards. Comedia's face turned furious. Her eyes filled with hatred. Memories rushed back. Before the midterm exam, I received reports from teachers saying they had surveyed the field multiple times. Because Skopali Island is an area where mermaids might appear, we were extremely careful. Yet, seeing Kumdia change in an instant, the sword saint wasn't surprised and stepped forward to pat her shoulder, gently tapping her shoulder. Realizing she had lost her composure, Kumdia turned back with a smile. Sorry, I got a bit emotional. The sword saint looked skeptical at the sudden change. To change the mood, Kumdia smiled brightly. Kid Giamma is amazing, right? He defeated a mermaid all by himself. The sword saint muttered thoughtfully. Truly a natural talent. I've witnessed countless prodigies hailed as geniuses or the chosen ones, only to burn out like shooting stars. Heroic families crave prestige, slapping the label genius on their kids the moment they stand out. Even my own granddaughter, Abin, I've forbidden from using that word. If there is a true genius, it's this boy. With more experience, who knows how far he'll grow? Will Giamma reach the realm I once dreamed of? He walked past Kumdia without another word, leaving a question mark over her head. The sword saint surprised her. I'll be staying at the academy for a while. Kumdia wasn't surprised and smiled. All right, then help me clean up this mess. Suddenly given a chore, he answered, No. Kumdia thought, what's wrong with this old man? The sword saint looked back calmly. Everything returned to normal. Giamma appeared back in class, though a trace of lingering sadness and contemplation remained. Keeping his slaying of the demon on Skopali Island a secret as the headmistress requested. Though it sounded a bit arrogant, thanks to me stopping the mermaid, everyone is able to be this happy. After leaving the hospital, he went to the academy's forge to upgrade the Muramesa. With the sword god's blessing, it's purely a weapon of damage, so upgrading is a must. He handed over the weapon. Upgrade this for me. The blacksmith replied, Got it. For the 700th anniversary, it's free. Come pick it up in a week. The blacksmith's spirit sword. Giamma felt lucky. All right, let's hope the upgrade is a complete success. Lost in thought, a voice called out, Giamma. He turned around and saw Chloe moving on crutches. She asked, You're out of the hospital? Feeling better. Seeing Chloe with one leg bandaged, he asked suspiciously, Why are you here? Chloe laughed. Haha, I accidentally ended up like this. But thanks to Speed giving me first aid in time. The doctor says I'll ditch the crutches and walk normally in a week. She thumped her chest confidently. Even so, I'm for the auditor family, hee. Seeing Chloe smiling, Giamma felt happy, thinking, seeing you healthy, I'm glad too. Then he asked, Nothing happened, right? Chloe replied, I heard the headmistress and the council of elders are in conflict. Giamma pondered. But that was thanks to everyone's coordination. Chloe went to ask for help on her own. Rachel stayed behind to fight the whole group alone, and Speed and Weapon provided healing support. But what was Leon doing? Can you defeat a demon just by giving orders? Or was he ambushed first? The atmosphere was suddenly shattered. Teacher Lai appeared at the door and yelled, Everyone quiet, with a hurried demeanor and a loud voice. Maintain order and sit down. Before starting the training session, I have a sudden announcement. There will be an additional teacher coming soon. Let me introduce them. The students looked dazed, feeling bored, before widening their eyes in awe. As the sword saint walked in, slow and majestic, all eyes turned toward him. He walked up to the podium and crossed his arms. The students panicked. Isn't that the sword saint? So cool. Teacher Lai bowed 90 degrees, trembling, his eyes scanning around as if searching for someone. Giamma saw the sword saint, his expression no different from anyone else's. What's wrong with him? Shifting to another room, someone was attacked and thrown backward. Trembling, I am sorry, but they got their cheek stroked again. That person said, I'm sorry, Professor Kim. Opposite was an eerie gaze. Professor Kim went furious. The Fifth Corps commander is very angry. Professor Kim pulled out something resembling a multicolored caterpillar, brought it up to her tongue, and said, why didn't you handle it carefully back then? You really have a talent for annoying people. On this side, the elder who had just been hit only managed to say sorry, thinking everything had settled down. Who would have thought he'd get hit another time? Professor Kim closed in and gritted out, try saying sorry again. The elder trembled from being hit so much, only stammering, hick. Yes. Professor Kim glanced to one side, observed, and continued, Leon, I told you to bring him back with half his life left, and even that was too difficult? Even though he's a hero candidate, you couldn't spare him? You brought along a fish demon and still fail. Because of your basic mistake just now, the Sword Emperor has come to this academy. Hearing this, the elder clutched his face and apologized in a pleading voice. Professor Kim was furious. Do you take what I just said as wind passing by? A straight kick to the face was unleashed. Realizing he kept getting hit, the elder hurriedly covered his mouth, not daring to say anything more, and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Damn it. Just a low-level teacher, and she dares. If status mattered, this had never and was not allowed to happen. But Professor Kim leaned down, looking disdainful, so thick and covered in blood, utterly filthy. She continued, how ridiculous, a mere mermaid getting taken down by a bunch of first-year students. Surprising. But looking at this year's crop, nothing is impossible. The elder chimed in, stammering, that was done by a single student. Professor Kim looked over coldly. Leon, the elder hurriedly denied, it wasn't him. Professor Kim was startled. Then who was it? I hate beating around the bush. Spit it out. Remembering what had just happened, the elder lowered his head, taking a moment before finally speaking. The one who made the move was this year's top scorer, Kong Giamma. Professor Kim's face went blank, her eyes narrowing as she asked and answered herself. Giamma? The kid who got special admission. She raised her hand, a few purple flames appearing, irritated. Is that so? She licked her lips, her gaze thoughtful, as if calculating something interesting. The flames flared toward the bag of candy in her hand, burning it black and releasing a scorched smell mixed with sweetness. The next morning outside on the academy grounds, Caden's calls rang out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Say it louder. Teacher Lai led the way, putting the wolf class through endurance running. Everyone shouted loudly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chloe sat on a stone bench nearby, her injured leg leaving her helpless to join the training, smiling and waving to cheer them on. Hang in there. Quite unlike the first time, Giamma was gradually getting used to the rhythm teacher Lai had set. His gaze shone with admiration toward Chloe, thinking, so jealous. They say nothing in life is easy. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, a loud voice startled him. So slow. Did you injure your leg during the exam? It turned out to be the Sword Saint, the new instructor. He wore green athletic gear that stood out among the students. Despite his age, he was even more energetic than Giamma. He hurriedly replied, it's not that. Caught between sudden mood swings and suspicion, he thought, what's going on? How can he be running right beside me like this? Sword Saint Sifis von Nibelung. Barlow was right-hand man, the first-generation Sword Saint, inheritor of the title and humanity's strongest combat asset. He was also the swordsmanship mentor who taught Leon during the Second War, a crucial character from the middle of the game's plot on. Giamma's expression turned worried as he muttered inwardly, please go over to Leon. The main storyline is veering off course. Wait, didn't Leon ultimately fail to receive the Sword Saint title? On the forums, players wanted him to get the title, but no one succeeded. The developer even replied, it is impossible for Leon to receive the Sword Saint title. We apologize for the inconvenience. It was a pretty famous issue. Anyway, since Leon didn't get the title, Is it okay for the Sword Saint to be running alongside me? No, it's not. This is so annoying. What should I do now? The sense of unease grew as the students stared at him, as if he were a four-star general. After running for a while, he fell silent before the Sword Saint spoke. A warrior's foundation is physical fitness and endurance. No matter how talented you are, without a good physique and a strong will, you're just useless and cannot unleash your hidden strength. Basic training is the foundation for future development. Don't be lazy. Focus up. From being pushed around by teacher Lai to being pushed around by the Sword Saint, Jiyama felt a mix of shock and helplessness. Yes. Then he said loudly, "Yes, I understand." Seeing him cooperate, the Sword Saint glanced over and gave a slight nod. Good. He dashed forward with lightning speed, tearing through the air pressure, and leaving Jiyama behind along with the sound of the whistle. His eyes went wide. Is this old man getting younger or something? Are we reversing aging? In the game, the Sword Saint was a mysterious character who rarely appeared. But strangely enough, not only had he visited him during both of his hospital stays, but now he was even a teacher for the wolf class. After a while, once the whole group was drenched in sweat, the Sword Saint gathered everyone and said, "From now on, outdoor practical sessions will strictly forbid the use of personal weapons." He pulled out a new weapons bag. Spears, swords, polearms, shields, everything was there. The students looked dazed, question marks popping up over their heads. The Sword Saint continued, "Instead, choose a weapon from here and get used to it in the coming period." Jiyama was surprised. Even the sashimi knife? The other students were skeptical. "My weapon is a family heirloom." A dark brown-haired male student asked, "Sword Saint, I think practicing with a family heirloom weapon is better for the future. Why ban it?" Knowing this question would come, the Sword Saint calmly closed his eyes. Good question, but everything requires a foundation. The more one relies on high-grade weapons, the easier it is for the user to slack off on training, mistaking the weapon's power for their own strength. That student looked like he'd bitten into a chili pepper and said loudly, "But shouldn't we get used to using them to make up for our shortcomings?" The other students agreed, thinking he was brown-nosed, but the Sword Saint replied, "No matter how good a weapon is, if the user lacks ability, it's just trash. A true master doesn't blame his equipment. Period." Jiyama was startled, then smiled with satisfaction. That's right, couldn't be more true. Seeing everyone whispering, the Sword Saint slammed his staff onto the ground to grab their attention. When you master basic skills, the weapon will naturally fit in your hand. Students who master ordinary weapons will be evaluated highly during the year-end promotion exams. Hearing about the sweet deal, the crowd went wild. Really? Move aside, I'm first. The scrap metal pile became a scramble. Jiyama stood outside, looking dazed. Everyone's so lively. His words really make sense. I actually thought he was just a punching bag for Headmistress come to get a vent on. He stepped forward to observe the remaining weapons, locking his eyes onto the untouched sashimi knife. But a sense of depression washed over him. If I had known... He picked it up. The Sword Saint's gaze locked tightly onto him. Sensing danger, Jiyama glanced over, but the old man remained silent. Returning to formation, the Sword Saint announced, "Today, to get used to the weapons, we'll be doing sparring matches in pairs." Chaos and anxiety spread through the air. Seriously? No virtual reality? People are going to get hurt. Hearing the timid remarks from students, the Sword Saint explained, "You entered the academy to inherit the legacy of the creation heroes and become true warriors. Warriors only grow through dangerous actual combat training. But if you point real swords at each other, both of you could lose your lives. So before sparring, I will demonstrate a match." The crowd buzzed. Awesome. We get to watch the Sword Emperor fence. I can't believe it. Until now, we've only seen it in virtual reality. Teacher Lai barked, "Quiet. No talking during class." But even he was terrified hearing that the Sword Saint was preparing to spar, breaking out in a cold sweat and trembling. I am Lu Bian, a top-tier educator in the world. Yet throughout my career, I've never found myself in such a dangerous situation. Even if it's just a demonstration, the opponent is the Sword Emperor. "Oh, Mom, I'm sorry. I'm not coming home this spring. This is probably the end." Gathering his wits, Teacher Lai echoed the Sword Saint, then stood in a daze when the old man uttered, Student Kangjiyama. All attention shifted to him. The Sword Saint's voice rang out. Step up here. A chilling light radiated like early morning dew. Cheers echoed across the training ground. The students held their swords, looking at their own weapons and then at Sieg's sword, marveling, amazing. How can anyone fight with scrap metal? Yet we get to witness Sieg and Giama's performance firsthand. Unbelievable. Giama's mood shifted as well. After assessing the situation, he blinked repeatedly. His thoughts flowed. A person standing at the pinnacle of swordsmanship is looking at me. The atmosphere is heavy. The air current has changed. From foot placement and sword grip to the angle of the blade, there's nothing to fault. Everything is aimed straight at me. Suddenly, Sieg's voice snapped him back to reality. Are your bones settled yet, kid? Without hesitation, feeling a mix of nervousness, he replied, Yes, sir, they're settled. The sword in Sieg's hand lit up. He said, Then pick up your sword. The majestic voice plunged Giama into a daze of thoughts. Even though it's just a swordsmanship exchange, it's not that simple. Isn't this a bit much? I just got out of the hospital. My body has recovered from the rest, but perhaps due to the influence of the sword, God's blessing, my instincts crave victory. However, my reason denies it. The opponent is Sieg. There can be no gentle ending. Best case scenario, I lose an arm. Worst case, I lose my life. Furthermore, way too many people are staring. My head is spinning. Why isn't my blessing working right now? My instincts tell me to fight to the death, but I've strayed way too far from the original plotline. Thinking about the consequences, I need to find an excuse to refuse. Without hesitation, he said loudly, I am no match for you, sir. Please put your sword away. Naturally, the students behind him laughed mockingly. Huh. Go get beaten to a pulp. What a coward. The jeering laughter didn't stop, but Giama's gaze remained fixed firmly forward. They sure are comfortable talking like that, as if it has nothing to do with them. Honestly, if I swing my arm, most of them would be bidding this world farewell. He looked straight at Sieg, veins bulging on the old man's forehead. Sieg's voice was cold and angry. Not even a shred of pride as a wielder of the blade? How long do you think you'll survive with that hidden strength? No matter how talented you are, you won't amount to anything. Truly cowardly. The voice wasn't loud enough for the other students to hear, but the coldness echoed in Giama's ears. Don't you have any pride as a swordsman? What about your self-esteem? His gaze was dissatisfied, as if being questioned by himself. First, I've always wanted to become the best blade wielder in the world. Second, I have no reason to put my blade down. He's deliberately provoking me. This atmosphere wants me to run away. If I fall into this trap, I'll definitely regret it forever. Giama spread his hands, then clenched them into fists, veins prominent on the back of the hand holding the sashimi knife, something nobody had paid attention to earlier. Everyone's eyes turned toward him, their faces full of anticipation. Teacher Lai panicked and ran over, screaming, Wait, Student Kanjiyama! But Sieg raised a hand to stop him, his gaze focused. Looks like you've made up your mind. As if waiting for this moment, amidst everyone's attention, Giama bluntly stated, Student Kanjiyama looks forward to your guidance. The sashimi blade left its sheath, and the sword god's blessing activated. A silent void appeared. Their concentration reached its peak. When the two swords clashed, age was just a minor detail. The night sky was pitch black. Giama's footsteps moved forward slowly. Thud, thud, each sound distinct. Sieg took a defensive stance, looking at him. Thoughts raced through his mind. Even at 70 years old, that moment is still deeply etched in my mind. Searching through childhood memories, achieving swordsmanship enlightenment when I was just a kid, practicing swordsmanship on the mountain, I happened to encounter a wandering knight. Missing an arm, clothes torn and dirty. He walked forward intending to touch my sword. Amidst surprise and disbelief, I witnessed a basic sword strike, as if making a firm assertion. His swordsmanship had reached the realm I had always dreamed of. Sieg observed intently. The boy I've kept my eye on since the placement test. Immature build, but his eyes overflowing with majesty. Kanjiyama. If it's this teenager, he surely holds the clues leading me to the sanctuary, beyond even that realm. A burning heart, a cold blade. Putting aside the title of Sieg, I want to face this boy like a warrior. A simple slash was unleashed by him, the blade flashing brightly right at Giamma. But he turned into an afterimage and slipped past. Sieg didn't panic, quickly observing and executing a horizontal slash at the predetermined spot. The blade flashed again, but Giamma dodged easily, as if sensing the boiling fighting spirit. A smile formed on his lips, his gaze looking upward, his silhouette against the dim scenery, the sword standing out as a signature point of light. Without resting, Giamma swooped down to attack from above. Sieg below held his sword, ready for impact. A piercing metallic screech echoed everywhere. His gaze held high evaluation. Instead of dodging, he chose a direct attack. The sword trajectory is strange, like a swallow. As Sieg attacked, Giamma spun his knife to meet it, his movements as fluid as a professional's. The sashimi knife drew an arc, creating a sharp sound as if cutting through space. When he counterattacked, Sieg raised his sword to block in reverse. With every clash, sparks burst forth. Sieg's blade contained a lifetime of seasoned talent and experience. Giamma's knife carried mystical energy, as if breaking free from human constraints. Sensing his power, Sieg inwardly evaluated. His physical capabilities can't compare to before, but I didn't expect him to move so lightly. Still, my sword isn't that light. A glossy slash was unleashed by him, shifting to the changing expressions of the watching students. One of them remarked, "Unbelievable, the battle with Nox earlier was shocking, but wasn't that space battle just luck? The Wolf class is notoriously weak. At best, he's just a special admission kid with a bit of talent. Why did Sieg choose him as a sparring partner? Caring about a special admission kid that much?" They grimaced, whispering, "Hope he gets taught a lesson by Sieg and cries his eyes out. That'd be great." Lost in silly thoughts, they widened their eyes, waiting for the clash. But contrary to expectations, Giamma casually held the sashimi knife, as if it were a normal occurrence. Even for a casual match, the opponent was the 7-star hero Sieg. Even kneeling wouldn't hide one's anxiety. Yet Giamma showed no expression at all. One student noticed the anomaly. Why are those two standing still? Giamma and Sieg faced each other, swords in hand, but stood like statues, feet glued to the ground. Their swords reflected the sunlight, emitting a cold glow. Teacher Lai was stunned. They aren't just standing still. I've never doubted his words. But is Giamma really on this level? He recalled their prior conversation. When Sieg made the proposal, Teacher Lai was shocked. If the academy director finds out the truth, the nearby students will be affected too. Sieg calmly replied, "You think I'm actually fighting that teenager? Don't worry. If it's true, Giamma might be able to step in there." Teacher Lai was thunderstruck. That place is returning to the present, looking at the two of them. Teacher Lai thought, he's not just stepping in, he's taking the blow too. It's impossible not to be amazed. The mind is a fierce battlefield. You only realize it when they clash swords. This teenager, managing to do this in under a minute? Incredible. A flickering projection hovered around Sieg's sword. Blue light enveloped the blade, surging all around. The momentum was pushed to the absolute max. Opposite him, Giamma was slightly outmatched. Outside, everyone only saw the two standing still, but the atmosphere had shifted, pressure radiating outward. Teacher Lai panicked. That blue light is aura. Has it transcended the mental realm already? The scenery shifted, but neither moved. Cold sweat broke out down Teacher Lei's back. This is way beyond normal. Sieg needs to stop it. Going on like this is going to draw blood. He screamed, "Stop right now." But another oppressive force rushed forward. Headmistress Kumdia. The ground cracked beneath her feet. Her face furious, voice ice cold. "Stop. What do you think you're doing, old man? Have you lost your mind?" After the sparring match, inside the headmistress's office, Sieg continuously apologized. Kumdia sat opposite him, irritated, letting out a huff. Sieg lowered his head, dodging her gaze, and said, "It's nothing." Kumdia calmed herself, her brows twitching slightly as she gritted her teeth, remembering the sparring session. Back then, she had arrived just in time to stop a terrifying battle. Grabbing Sieg by the collar, she yelled, "Are you in your right mind? If you're losing it, stay home. I'll let you come to the academy, went through all the trouble to arrange it, and you go flex your mind on a student? Are you crazy? Do you really want me to deal with you?" Suddenly, she turned around, noticing the terrified students. Realizing she had gone overboard, Kumgya calmed down and let go of Sieg's collar. Acknowledging his fault, he lowered his head. "I didn't mean to," then glanced toward Jiyama. The male lead calmly put away his sashimi knife. Seeing this, Sieg grew suspicious. "I lost control too, used my full strength, and even unleashed aura." Seeing Sieg stare fixedly at her precious student Jiyama, Kumgya crossed her arms, annoyed. "Hey, old man, are you listening to me?" Sieg let out a grunt. Kumgya turned around, lowering her head to apologize. This action caught her off guard, melting away her anger. Returning to the present, Kumgya slumped back in her chair. "For over 50 years, this is the first time I've heard you apologize, let alone twice in one day. Your attitude is completely different from usual." Suspecting he had amnesia, she frowned. "What was that earlier? If it weren't for me, what would have happened? You even used the sword blessing on a student." Sieg calmly sipped his tea. "If I hadn't activated the blessing, I couldn't have gained the upper hand." Kumgya was stunned, as if mishearing. Shocked. What did I just hear? Did those words really come out of the arrogant Sieg's mouth? She thought to herself, "I know Kong Jiyama's innate talent, but I know Sieg's strength well. For you to lose is completely alien." Sieg's eyes hardened, gazing into the distance. "That kid has reached the realm of state of mind." Kumgya jumped up, refuting. "What? He's already reached that realm? It took you nearly 30 years to do it, yet a 17-year-old managed it? Does that make any sense to you?" Sieg put down his teacup, deep in thought. "I don't know either, but what if there's something that compensates for experience?" Kumgya slumped back down, clutching her face. "Oh Lord, the world has gone mad." She remembered Jiyama's expression after she scolded Sieg. Hurried over to ask, "Are you all right?" Only to find him exuding a dense, murderous aura, his face completely expressionless. Kumgya was startled, feeling helpless. For the first time, she felt a primitive, powerful fear, like when facing the Sixth Corps commander. But this time, it came from Kong Jiyama, an ordinary student. Is it because his name has the word demon in it? Comedia's mind was in turmoil. As the headmistress, she was actually afraid of her own student. Looking over, seeing Sieg silently enjoying his tea, Kumgya thought, "Looks like he wasn't lying." She frowned. "So you lost?" Sieg slammed his teacup down, angrily standing up. "No way. Absolutely not. No matter how talented Kong Jiyama is, he can't match me. Besides, I didn't bring my full complement of weapons," Kumgya casually remarked. "Oh, why are you suddenly getting so angry? Didn't you always say a master doesn't blame his equipment?" She rested her chin in her hand, narrowing her eyes meaningfully. "Yet now you're using weapons as an excuse? Don't you feel any shame?" Sieg trembled, gritting his teeth. "You damn old hack," Kumgya replied. "No big deal. You wanna di." The brawl lasted for 2.5 hours. That evening, back in the dorm, Jiyama reflected on the sparring match. When he boldly accepted Sieg's provocation and drew his sashimi knife to clash, the sound of ringing metal echoing, he woke up with a realization. Could this be rain? Staring at the ceiling, he muttered, "Sieg is really aggressive." Though it ended in a rush, without Kumgya stopping us, it might have actually gotten dangerous. Rolling over, groggy and exhausted, he continued thinking, it must be the mental realm. Experiencing it for the first time, it feels bizarre. The mental realm is a mastery and understanding of a weapon that exceeds a certain level. Once conditions are met, you can activate the mental realm space. Word has it that only top-tier masters who spend a lifetime training with a single weapon can ever enter it. In this world, only a few heroes can freely move in and out of the mental realm. Even the game's protagonist, Leon, with all his innate talent, took 3 years under Sieg's tutelage to achieve it. I know this well, because I quit the game right at that point. But why did the mental realm, something that took Leon 3 years to reach, come to me so easily? After pondering for a moment, Jiyama remembered his sashimi knife. Between his past life and this one, he had dedicated over 20 years to blades and swords. As a tactical master and a swordsman who aided his nation, it made complete sense that he possessed the highest level of weapon mastery. Whenever the God of Swords' blessing activates, His concentration far exceeds human limits. His current life and past life intertwine and complement each other, helping him overcome every situation. Lost in thought, Jiyama picked up his sashimi knife and stared at it. Right, based on experience. Just running away only makes things worse. Instead of being passive, I should do what I'm good at and tackle things step by step. The corners of his mouth twitched upward. He sprang up, wide awake, and started thinking about training. Without hesitation, Jiyama drew his sashimi knife. If I can freely adjust the mental realm, I can practice without having to trigger the god of swords' blessing. He closed his eyes and focused, the dorm lights turning off, plunging the room into pitch blackness. The scenery gradually shifted, and Jiyama stepped into the mental realm. A snapping sound echoed, and the space shattered into pieces. Memories of the sparring match rushed back. The sensation of meeting the blade, his sixth sense expanding, shattering into tiny fragments before reassembling into an invisible mass. A hand appeared, gently tapping his shoulder. Instantly, rippling blue energy surged through the hand, enveloping the sashimi knife as if it were ablaze. Jiyama stared blankly with curiosity, but the knife couldn't withstand it and crumbled into dust. Returning to reality, he muttered in bewilderment. What the hell was that? At the same time, in a secret location within the academy, an angry voice rang out. Elder Clady, you've gone too far this time. Another elder chimed in. Indeed, this is an act of disrespect toward us. Clady slammed the table. Didn't you all agree to this? The scene showed 5 men seated around a round table, interrogating someone. One of them spoke up, but sending a demonkin. Even with the treaty signed, they're still our enemies. Clady snapped angrily. Is now really the time to debate that? We need to eliminate the suspicious element quickly. I'll repeat, investigate the special admission student. Kong Jiyama, the green-haired elder, looked doubtful. Could he not be a hero candidate? Leon is the candidate. Clady dismissed it. That guy hasn't even activated his blessing. He's just trash. Did everyone forget? During the entrance exam, he hacked the genius twins to pieces. Kumdia even covered up the information, using the excuse of protecting a special admission student. Everything is full of suspicion. One of them agreed. Anyway, getting rid of the hero is unavoidable. Clady continued, right? We're already pulling our hair out over the 7 stars, and now we have to deal with a hero on top of that. We have to prevent trouble before it starts. And this time they even brought Sieg into the academy. The more he talked, the angrier Clady got. Ever since the 7 stars Kumdia took office as headmaster, the authority of the Council of Elders has been declining. After Bassman was wiped out, people only worship the 7 stars and treat us like a bunch of useless old folks. The Council of Elders is supposed to lead the masses and maintain balance. If a hero emerges, our existence will be threatened. The crowd murmured in agreement. Indeed, to maintain power, a common enemy is needed. A hero who threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. Clady muttered to himself. I am an Academy Elder. I'm not just convincing the Council because of that woman. The commander of the 5th Legion is furious. If we do nothing, begging for death would be easier. An elder who had been silent for a long time said coldly, I understand. Give the order for the auditor family. The next morning, at the blacksmith shop, a heavy thud echoed as a large hammer struck the floor. Jiyama was trembling, shocked to the core, completely at a loss for words. The old blacksmith sat on the ground in fear, scooting backward. In Jiyama's hand was the sashimi knife version of Muramasa. What the hell is this? What did they do to a B-rank sword to turn it into an E-rank dagger? Whether by coincidence or destiny, Jiyama had ended up right back with a sashimi knife. Information on the new Muramasa. Durability, a rank. Description, a sword once called the bone-covering sword, reborn as a high-carbon steel blade using a craftsman's secret family technique. Though small in size, its effectiveness varies depending on the user. But Jiyama's expression clearly showed disgust. What is this? The blacksmith hastily explained. I did my best, but this is my first time encountering such a case. In nearly 30 years of work, I've never seen anything like it. In other words, the iron broke in half with just a single hammer blow, as if it were actively resisting being reforged. At that moment, I felt like the sword had a soul. So I quickly made a mold, melted the iron, and forged it again, and this is the result. Any other smith, and it would have been scrap metal. That it broke after a single strike is the absolute truth. Giamma felt uneasy about the sword, which had now shrunk into a tiny sashimi knife. A reddish-brown wooden handle, cord-wrapped blade, shiny, coated with a thin layer of oil, exactly 35 centimeters long. A worried look was evident on the skilled craftsman's face, reflected in every detail. Even I, after 20 years of sharpening knives, have to admire the old man's workmanship. It matches the blessing's specifications perfectly, but the durability only reached earache. Seeing Giamma stay silent, the blacksmith grew even more anxious, his tone shifting. To be honest, in nearly 30 years of business, this is the first time I've felt uneasy handing a weapon to a customer. But this weapon has huge potential. If you enhance it, it'll become very powerful. Consider this an apology. Bring me the materials, and I'll do the enhancement for free. Looking at the blacksmith's expression, a few thoughts flashed through Giamma's mind. His eyes aren't lying. If the growth potential is A rank, the weapon's potential is at least A rank, and with luck, S rank. A tempting offer, hard to refuse. But he flared up. What if it breaks again? Seeing Giamma's sudden change, the blacksmith raised his hands in defense. Even though it's currently only E rank, its potential reaches A rank. This katana can go up to A rank or even higher with foolproof enhancement materials. Giamma's expression shifted. The blacksmith stammered, but those materials, catching his drift, he thought, materials from low-level magic beasts. But come to think of it, you need A-rank magic beasts or higher. Giamma panicked. An A-rank magic beast is equivalent to an E-rank demonkin. Does that mean I have to kill things like mermaids again? I don't want to risk my life just for enhancements. It's too costly. After a moment, he nodded. You promise, right? The blacksmith said with confidence. Of course. I swear on my honor as a blacksmith. He laughed heartily, slapping his chest. Giamma stared for a second and said, Once that's settled, now pay me back half the price of the scrap metal left over from forging the sword. The blacksmith's jaw dropped. Huh. Giamma named his price, 10 million. The blacksmith flusteredly objected. No, I followed your request, and I'm even giving you free enhancements. Giamma held up the weapon and replied. It dropped from B rank by half. By market value, this amount is fair. Seeing how calculating he was, the old man was shocked. What kind of person is this? This kid dares to scam money from an adult? Not giving the old man time to think, Giamma unwrapped the bandages on the knife. I still need to check how it performs anyway. The old man panicked and stammered. I'm sorry. How about 5 million? Giamma stood firm. 10 million. Seeing the high price, the old man bumped it up. 8 million. Not a penny less. Giamma didn't answer and continued unwrapping the cord. Panicking, sweat pouring down like rain, the old man argued. Even if it's just fragments of a B-rank weapon, the market price is different. It's hard to break even. When the blade was finally exposed, Giamma's eyes turned sharp, his voice dignified. Give me my money back. The old man collapsed, sitting heavily on the floor, dazed. All right. Giamma opened his status window. God of Swords blessing. When you slash, it will sever. Physical level, 78. Sword range expanded. Mental level, 4. Increases the dignity of words and actions. Armament level, 13. Reduces pain by 1 tier when the blessing is activated. Assimilation rate, 7.2 to 9.3. Reach 15% to unlock the next condition. The grace only activates when the blade is under 36.2 centimeters long and under 9 centimeters wide. Attack stats and durability slightly increased. Other stats will unlock when conditions are met. Sitting on a campus bench, eating and reading at the same time, Giamma thought, after getting a new weapon, my armament level went up, along with some extra features. The biggest reason I was reluctant to use the God of Swords blessing was the excruciating pain. Now it's reduced by 1 tier, from feeling like I want to die down to just barely breathing, though it's still unpleasant. If level 1 is like this, at higher levels, I can use the blessing without painlessness. Armament level increases with a new weapon or enhancements. The midterm exams are over, and the goal now is weapon enhancement. If I keep going, I'll understand the power I've been granted and find out the identity of the person who threw me into this world. Just as he was thinking, a figure approached. Giamma was startled when Chloe suddenly appeared, staring at him with a dazed look as he ate, calling out, "Giamma!" He froze for a few seconds before calming down. "Oh, Chloe." Noticing his attention, she asked, "What are you doing eating like this?" Giamma bluffed. "Nothing, just didn't have much of an appetite." Noticing the change in Chloe, he asked, "Did you take off the cast? Are you feeling better?" To avoid suspicion, Chloe hopped a little. "Yeah, still using crutches, but I'm better than before." She smiled brightly. "Bones grow back stronger after they break." Giamma turned up his nose, about to say something but stopped, thinking, bones are supposed to be bones, not muscles. Then he noticed a grain of rice on Chloe's mouth and reached out to brush it off. Chloe blushed and fainted. Giamma panicked. What the hell? Before he could even enjoy the moment, she woke up from her fall, her illusion shattered. He stepped forward and offered a hand. "Are you all right?" Chloe scratched her face, embarrassed. "Ah, I'm fine." She noticed the item next to him and picked it up to inspect it. "Is this Giamma's first weapon? It's so pretty." He didn't deny it. "Yeah," Chloe thought. "Holding should be fine." She smiled. "I didn't expect it to look this nice, but it's only E rank." Giamma felt a fleeting sadness. "Rank." Realizing she misspoke, Chloe panicked. "Ah, that's not what I meant. I mean, compared to the lowest rank, it's pretty." "Oh, wait, that's not it either. I mean," before she could finish, Giamma forced a smile. "It's fine. I got some money back from the blacksmith anyway. He said if I bring materials, he'll do free enhancements. If I keep at it, it'll get stronger." Chloe cheered him on. "That's right. Giamma is already strong, even when using a Daiso sashimi knife. With proper high-end equipment, you'll be even stronger." Giamma replied. "Thanks." Thoughts flooded his mind. "Actually, I don't need to be stronger. Ever since defeating the fishmen, I can easily wipe out medium or high-level magic beasts. A rank and S rank demonkin are powerful, but they're just ordinary demon race. Running into the fishmen during midterms made me feel like bad luck was following me. Setting that aside, the goal is to weapon enhance so I can reduce the pain when overusing it." He forced a smile, trying to act normal. Realizing her mistake, Chloe spoke up loudly. "Giamma, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to look down on your weapon." Giamma rushed to say, "No, that's not it. It's just seeing the Muramasa I was rewarded with, I got a bit depressed." Chloe looked intently. "Did that blacksmith ruin your weapon?" A creepy atmosphere settled in, her voice threatening, her eyes sharp. Anyone who gives Giamma a hard time must all be killed. Her eyes turned a deadly red. Giamma called out, "Chloe." When it didn't work, he patted her shoulder. Chloe snapped out of it and calmed down. "Ah, I'm sorry." Right then, Giamma sensed something and looked toward a nearby tree. "What is this?" Couldn't Chloe sense it? This guy hides his presence really well. He stepped forward. "My senses are getting sharper and sharper. I can't ignore this faint aura. At this rate, I'll be able to hear ants crawling." Chloe asked in surprise, "Giamma, where are you going?" Pinpointing the location, Giamma kicked the tree trunk hard. "What are you doing here?" A figure fell down along with the leaves. "Nox." Giamma stared hard. Nox took a painful tumble, but stayed calm, taking a defensive stance. First it was me. Now, Chloe? Chloe only just noticed, hiding close behind Giamma to block him. He looked at Nox and made a judgment. No smell of blood. Probably not carrying a weapon. Giamma asked, "What do you want with me?" Nox was startled and didn't speak yet. Seeing his silence, Giamma took a deep breath and asked again, "Didn't I explain myself clearly enough already?" Nox grew angry. "I didn't come here for that." Giamma asked, "Then what?" Nox crossed his arms. "Talking to Chloe is like talking to a brick wall. Best to tell you both." Chloe looked blank. Nox continued, "This concerns you, Giamma. The Academy's Council of Elders has issued an order to deal with Kong Giamma." Giamma was surprised. "The Council of Elders? Those old farts want to deal with me? 5 geezers holding supreme power, always hiding in the shadows, meddling in everything at school. They're making a move now. Chloe jumped up. Did you come find Giamma just for that? Knox's eyes turned red. Chloe, you've been away from home too long. You've let your guard down. Chloe drew a utility knife hidden on her person, her eyes red as she snapped. Giamma, get back. Let me handle this. She moved at top speed, but Giamma remained seated. Chloe urged, hurry, get behind me. Knox sighed. Humph, you're still as soft-hearted as ever, Chloe. He looked at Giamma. I don't care what you're up to, but the Council of Elders doesn't view you favorably. Not just me. Even inside the Auditor family, people find it strange and want to postpone the mission. They gave the order in secret, bypassing the headmaster. Assassinating a student goes against protocol, but an order from the Council of Elders is hard to ignore. If the pressure mounts, the Auditor family will be forced to investigate you, Giamma. Knox adjusted his tone. Chloe, you're an Auditor family member, so I'm telling you this. Giamma had a new thought. Using protocol violations as an excuse to come here, but actually just worrying about Chloe? Knox turned around to leave. I've said my piece. Giamma called out. Knox! He startled and glanced back. Giamma felt awkward. What's with this? Same as last time. Knox kept walking, adding, Chloe is happiest when she's with you. Even I, her brother, have never seen her like that. Giamma was bewildered, not knowing what to say. Knox continued, don't make Chloe cry again. Utter cluelessness was clearly written across his face. Giamma raised his head and observed Knox's face, a look full of questions. A few thoughts popped into his mind. What the hell is he talking about? Contrary to his usual arrogance, his fierce expression has softened a lot. I thought my intimidation had ruined his psyche, but his willpower is stronger than I thought. The question marks grew clearer. What hurt Chloe's foot wasn't even me. He carefully scrutinized Knox's expression, like someone who just dropped from the sky. Giamma realized the meaning behind those words. His gaze flicked over to Chloe, and a few words slipped out. Ah, all right. But it didn't stop there. Knox's gravelly voice dragged him into a new situation. Let me ask you a question. How on earth did you get so strong? Giamma was taken aback, pausing for a few seconds. Thoughts pulled him back to his subconscious. The reason I'm strong? I used to think strength was the ability to face constant threats, like Sieg. But all in all, I have no right to talk about strength. I'm only strong for less than a minute a day. What kind of strength is that? His sharp gaze met Knox. But he couldn't just brush it off. Knox had leaked family secrets, using Chloe as an excuse. An outsider like me? Is he hinting that I should take care of Chloe? Shaking off the thought, Giamma opened his mouth. Knox! He hesitated, shoulders tense, waiting for an answer. Giamma said seriously, you lack sincerity. Knox frowned and forced a smile. What do you mean? Giamma said in a serious tone. Even though you're from the Auditor family, there are still social experiences you don't understand. I've been through a lot since I was little, working everywhere. All of that accumulated to make me who I am today. If you trap yourself in the academy, you'll hit your limits soon enough. Step outside and build up some real-life experience. Put in the effort, sweat a little, and you're bound to gain some. By the time he finished, Giamma turned his head away, clear awkwardness written on his face. None of that was wrong, I gotta go. But Knox muttered behind him, what the hell does he know? Scene cut to the next day, late afternoon class. Giamma scribbled a few lines on the blackboard. The professor's lecture continued. Transcending all things, including order and prosperity, countless deities exist in the heavenly realm. Yet even those who seem omnipotent cannot escape extinction. Back to Giamma. He wasn't paying attention to the lecture, forced to pivot his thoughts. They're targeting the academy's senior students. The upperclassmen are descendants of 5 out of the 7 disciples of Bao J. Queen, a highly influential group, not just in the academy, but worldwide. But their role is to meddle in the protagonist's business at every turn, purely to safeguard their own power. They're called the 5 Plagues. Giamma pondered, why is my very existence a thorn in their eye? Still overthinking, he picked up his pen to take notes on the lecture. Among the omnipotent deities, he is the greatest and most powerful, the outer god who destroyed the gods in heaven, declaring the end of the mythological era. But he zoned out. I care about mythology, but writing it down makes me realize I still have so much to do. I try to stand out, but there are way too many dull, safe problems. Damn it. No matter how many part-time jobs I work, it's just ridiculous that so many older folks are targeting me. Glancing at his recent notes, Scopoli Island, Leon, Mermaid. That monster's target wasn't me. It was Leon. Recalling the midterm exam, the fishman gathered near the puddle, as if waiting for Leon. The mermaid attacked when he let his guard down. Thinking back, this is strange. Even though Kumdia kept it under wraps, it still reached those fake demon ears. The truth is I killed the mermaid. The fact that those fakes are targeting Leon, the hero candidate, suggests one or all of them are colluding with the demon race. Not certain yet, but the Council of Elders' actions in the plot give me reason to be suspicious. Not only do they sabotage, they're also trying to back me into a corner. Anger flared up. Is protecting their own interests more important than human safety and the Academy? Even if they've rotted away, they still represent the Academy, yet they're plotting to harm students for personal gains that outweigh human safety. Giamma thought, I didn't expect power corruption to reach this level. Right now, I could go find those damn old fogies and hack away blindly to vent my anger. But it's not the time yet. When the time comes, I'll deal with all of them. Returning to the lecture, the professor jotted down more information. Lost in thought, Giamma realized he hadn't been paying attention. Are there any other options? First, I need to upgrade my weapon, then head to the dungeon. But I need more members. It's hard alone. If I tell Chloe, she'll help. But I want someone with a strategic mindset, not someone living day-to-day like a slippery eel. He continued writing. Future generations will dare to speak of his existence. A smile broke across his face. He added, weapon, speed, then let's find weapon. He ended the class with the line, it was called the God. Right outside the classroom door, someone blocked his path, cracking their knuckles. Hey, look who's the celebrity, he sneered. But this isn't some place lowlifes like you can wander in and out of as you please. Special admissions student. Seeing the large figure appear behind him, Giamma remained calm, thinking, what is this? A Tier 3 mob character. Looks like a delinquent student. In my past life, I worked in the restaurant industry for nearly 20 years, dealing with countless drunk customers. A mental case like him isn't worth worrying about. He walked past. Don't bother me. Get outside before I lose my temper and shave that square chin of yours. Provoked, the guy got angry, murderous intent flashing across his face as he raised a fist. Oh shit, what a bastard. But Giamma nonchalantly replied, so slow, and you expect to mess with me? In a flash, weapon appeared and punched the guy right in the face. He lost his balance and fell backward. People around started murmuring, hey, what's going on? Are they fighting? After sending the guy sprawling onto the dirt floor, Weapon spoke up. Oh man, that hurt. Whose chin is made of steel? Giamma smiled faintly, thinking, I've heard of strong mages, but now I'm seeing strong muscles. Heh. Weapon asked, did I lay it on a bit too thick? Anyway, you came looking for me, right? Better talk outside. Giamma nodded, left the classroom, and set his drink can down by the window. Weapon started the conversation. We need to form a new party as soon as possible. I'll help you find teammates. You'll have to split the loot, but you'll be gathering materials for magic beasts, right? Catching Weapon's quick wavelength, Giamma added. If I said I was forming a party, nobody would come except Chloe. But with you, from the dragon class, it'll be easier. Weapon drank his beverage while discussing. A party needs at least 4 people to enter the dungeon. Even though there are no academy rules against it, can you farm 5 or 6 dungeons a day all by yourself? Giamma denied it. I can't conquer any dungeons on my own. Weapon teased. Are you kidding? You beat the mermaid all by yourself, and you're saying that? Being too modest isn't a good thing either, Giamma. He didn't know what to do, thinking, he's looking at me like I'm just acting modest. Weapon asked, you look like you've recovered your health? Giamma chimed in, thanks to your treatment, I was much more comfortable resting in the hospital's VIP room. Weapon looked up, handing over his drink can. All right, I accept the offer. No reason to refuse. I feel like I'll have a new experience going with you. Giamma smiled, thanks. Weapon cut straight to the point. Have you thought about which dungeon yet? Giamma replied, C rank Buffalo Dungeon. Weapon added, the Water Buffalo Dungeon in Chan? That's the most classic one. Pondering for a moment, Weapon said, me, you, Chloe, that's 3 of us. For the final member, what kind of person do you want? Giamma looked thoughtful. As long as it's not Rachel or Leon. Weapon laughed. Haha, they couldn't join anyway. Rachel has been training at the training center ever since you were hospitalized. Leon is getting ready to grind high-tier sub-dungeons with the 52nd and 53rd year students. Giamma let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But Weapon's expression shifted as he looked up. Right about now, I'm reminded of someone. If it's this time of day, he's probably sleeping over there. Giamma wondered. Sleeping? At a time like this? Weapon replied while taking a sip of water. That's just how she is. Tossing his empty can into the bin, Weapon continued. Let's stop by the shop first. There are a few things I need to buy. Cutting to the evening, the full moon led them to a new place. Weapon said, the door is open. Let's go in. Giamma thought, his house? Is there a place like this inside the academy? I've never been here, even while playing Miracle Blessing. In my past life, I was a Japanese cuisine chef who had never actually been to Japan, always wanting to research the market. I guess I'll satisfy that wish through this experience. Turning his head, he spotted archery targets in the distance, bristling with stuck arrows. While gazing at them, the two of them noticed someone lying off to the side. Weapon approached. Ah, here she is. Hey, wake up. Receiving no response, Weapon sat down next to her. Wake up. It's bright out. Why aren't you moving? Leaning in close, he whispered, I bought it. The girl snapped awake. Huh? Where? Weapon pointed at Giamma. Over with that guy. Faster than lightning, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes as she lunged at Giamma. Taken by surprise, he felt the bag in his hand get targeted. With a swift, sweeping motion, she grabbed the bag. Yet her gaze remained sharp, leaving Giamma completely bewildered. Due to the high speed, the two of them crashed heavily into each other. The result, Giamma ended up pinned beneath her, her mouth chewing on something. Delicious. So good. Absolutely amazing. Feeling completely helpless, Giamma thought, what on earth is this? She abruptly asked, Hey, do you have any more sweet bean cakes? Flashing back to old memories, two chefs were bustling away preparing dishes when suddenly a loud noise echoed from outside, immediately capturing both of their attention. Doubt quickly surfaced across their faces. Right in front of Giamma was a glowing object, floating suspended in the air. That's right, this exact thing used to keep me entertained after a long, exhausting day of work. On the screen, a strange image appeared. Thoughts rushed back. He remembered all those generic mobile games filled with countless ways to attract players. The most effective method to extract money from gamers was creating beautiful, appealing characters. It sounded simple, but execution was never easy. With the RPG Miracle Blessing, Giamma had faced quite a few struggles. Living among sweaty dudes, both in-game and in real life, made me truly appreciate the existence of female characters in this game. Now, with just a single tap, it would arrive right after payment. Why am I doing this? He asked himself. The simple answer, beautiful female characters in games. And not just in games, but right here. Suddenly, Saki's crystal-clear voice rang out. Do you like rice cakes? Giamma stood stunned, his eyes unable to tear away from the screen. Every character in the game was vividly portrayed, their personalities as distinct and real as life itself. Some might argue it was a bit over the top, depending on aesthetic tastes, but the revenue numbers proved everything. The story revolved around Leon, an unlucky yet handsome guy. His charm proved irresistible to the beautiful heroines, pulling them in like metal to a magnet. The two of them gripped the sword handle together. Aben said, I'm sorry, we're a bit late. The story focused on the journey of Leon and Aben overcoming adversity and trials. Amidst the hardships, their love blossomed. In that exact moment, Giamma was captivated by Aben's irresistible allure. His hand automatically opened his wallet, depositing funds without a moment's hesitation. Seconds later, a confirmation message popped up. Web sent CB card named Kim, April 12, 1707, payment of 149,000 W completed. Looking back at the character roster, aside from Aben, the main heroine who stuck around until the end, the other female characters gradually faded into nothingness. The one who disappeared the fastest was this particular girl. I misjudged her character. Maybe she'll be fine. Among the fallen heroines, The one who faded away the quickest was the beautiful young noble lady right before him, the archery prodigy Saki. She gently held up a piece of candy. "Do you have any more snacks?" Snapping back to reality after leaving the memory, Saki turned away with a cold demeanor, leaving behind a parting thought. This guy is a real idiot. What an annoying personality. Jiyama felt helpless as his gaze swept over Saki, the girl with hair as blue as the sky and calm, unpredictable eyes. Why did Weapon pick her? He pieced it together. I used to play this character. Saki boasts the highest damage stats among the main cast. At first glance, she doesn't stand out, but reality is the exact opposite. She's intelligent and plays a major role in the later plotlines. The chance of her relationship status crumbling after the party is practically zero. She'll probably be fine, right? Lost in thought, Jiyama caught sight of Saki seriously approaching Weapon. Speaking up, "What brings you here?" Weapon held the piece of candy, scanned his surroundings, and replied after a brief pause, about that." Before he could finish, Saki brushed past him. The candy in Weapon's hand moved right along with her. He watched as she unwrapped it and began eating unbothered. Seizing the opportunity, Weapon chimed in, "That guy is Kong Jiyama. You know him, right?" Saki paused for a few seconds, indifferent. "Yeah." Weapon continued. "He met me this afternoon." Saki asked, "So what?" Weapon added, "I ran into some thug blocking the door. Sound a bit all over the place, huh?" Saki cut him off. "Get straight to the point." Realizing he was off track, Weapon adjusted. "All right. We're recruiting more members for the Water Continent dungeon next week." Jiyama listened closely, making no effort to hide his bewildered look. Completely unlike his usual self. Just like his nickname, he's only fit for a supporting role. What kind of explanation even is that? Weapon provided details. Aside from the continent horns, we'll split the remaining loot. Saki's eyes locked firmly onto Jiyama. She stepped closer, raising a finger to touch his chest. "Hey, are you the one who took part in that battle in the subspace?" Pierced by her intense gaze, Jiyama didn't deny it. "Yeah." The two of them stared at each other in silence for a long time. Saki turned her back, walking away as she spoke. "Dungeon rewards count toward our scores. No reason to refuse." She stopped. "Seems you're less courageous than I thought. You don't look persistent or strong at all." Jiyama let out a helpless sigh. "I never expected the word courageous to come from someone who was just napping. Hearing that honestly hurts my feelings a bit." Saki grabbed her coat and spoke up. "I'm sorry. I don't want to work with someone who lacks even a shred of courage." Weapon chimed in. "Saki, you watched that match? Kong Jiyama's fight was no joke." Saki retorted. "I'm guessing his opponent was weak." Weapon explained. "No, are you crazy? His opponent was from the Auditor family during the midterms." Weapon hurriedly covered his mouth, terrified of spilling secrets. His reaction immediately caught Saki's attention. Jiyama sensed the heavy tension in the air. To deflect any suspicion, Weapon spoke up. "Oh, I can't talk about it." "How frustrating." "Just listen to what?" Saki misunderstood. "Do you take me for a dog? You say listen and I just obey." She glared at him with an annoyed tone. "If a dog is drooling over rice cakes, then what does that make it?" A tense atmosphere enveloped the area. Saki snapped. "What are you jabbing at? What do you even know about rice cakes?" Weapon flusteredly replied. "I know. That's why I bought them." Jiyama watched the two of them argue and sighed. "Again with this? What are we supposed to do here? Lowering yourself by comparing your eating habits to a dog's?" Jealousy and criticism are two completely different things. There's no need to degrade yourself like this. Without hesitation, Jiyama turned on his heel and spoke. "Weapon, that's enough. Stop, let's go." A lack of cooperative attitude will only make things worse once we join the team. Let's find someone more suitable. But Saki maintained her calm composure under the moonlight, a smirk playing on her lips. "Don't you need me to clear the dungeon anymore?" A heavy silence settled over them. To resolve the situation, Jiyama took action. He opened his jacket, revealing his two familiar sashimi knives. Gripping tightly with one hand, he slashed horizontally. The knives left his hand, a flash of light cutting through the air as they embedded themselves dead center into the targets 50 meters away. Saki stood frozen, staring at the targets before turning back. Before she could react, Another flash of light erupted. Saki tracked it. The remaining knife had also struck the bullseye of a completely different target. Demonstrating his raw skill, Jiyama calmly looked at Saki. Do you need me to show you anything else? Saki was taken aback, a tremor running through her heart, though she managed to keep her composure. Her face flushed slightly as she grasped the hidden meaning behind his action. The next morning, the doors to a certain place swung open. Saki sat waiting, her glasses resting neatly on the bridge of her nose. She spoke up, "Hello." The other three members appeared, Jiyama, Weapon, and Chloe. This was a study room inside an academy cafe. Weapon looked surprised. "You got here first?" Chloe nodded. "Good morning." Jiyama and Saki's eyes met, and she forced an awkward smile, her face turning slightly red. "Haha, hello." Still wearing that same expression. A fleeting thought crossed Jiyama's mind. The sashimi effect, it's really unmistakable. Weapon walked over, sat down next to Saki, and asked, "Have you ever done this before?" Saki calmly replied, "Piece of cake. Just takes a few tries." She picked up a piece of paper. "The permit has been approved. Everything is almost ready." Weapon cleared his throat, pen in hand. "All right, let's begin the Water Continent dungeon raid." Weapon explained, "Just as the name suggests, it's the habitat of C-rank continent demons, also known as water continentals. They charge in from close range, making close-quarters combat extremely difficult." He focused. "Everything has a blind spot. Their ultimate weakness is that they are entirely helpless against long-range attacks." But Weapon's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice. "There's one thing you must never, ever do. Never open the central stone gate." Chloe frowned and asked, "What happens if someone opens it by accident?" Weapon pondered. "Rumor has it something is sealed away behind it, but it's just a theory, nothing certain." Saki added, "The Academy's strict rule when raiding the Water Continent dungeon is not to touch the stone gate. There's no reason to open it on a whim, right?" Jiyama nodded. "Right, absolutely never." The other three turned to look at him. Jiyama awkwardly spoke up. Weapon asked bluntly, "Jiyama, do you know what's behind that gate?" Jiyama shook his head. No. Of course I have no desire to touch it." Weapon sighed. "Sigh, what else can I even say?" Jiyama quietly thought to himself, "That gate only opens when the conditions are met. Right now, the system has it locked. Putting the dangers aside, this is by far the most profitable dungeon." Glancing over at Saki, he noticed her staring straight at him with a slightly dazed look. Jiyama chuckled softly and asked, "Oh, do you really like sugar that much?" Saki answered indifferently. "For someone who uses their brain a lot, sugar is essential." Jiyama gave a dry smile, thinking, "I honestly don't even know what to say to that." Suddenly, his expression turned deadly serious. Chloe sensed it too, her eyes turning ice-cold and blood-red with heightened vigilance. Jiyama muttered to himself, "Are we being watched?" Chloe turned to him. "Jiyama, what's wrong?" He didn't answer, thinking, "Just wait and see. When the time comes, whoever it is will show themselves." A clear blue sky guided them toward a new destination. From the road, winding along the mountain range, a vehicle appeared, rolling steadily forward. Their destination was Joe. Inside, Kong Jiyama sat quietly, a pensive look on his face as his gaze followed the scenery passing by outside. Thoughts flooded his mind. A remote stretch of land on Earth, once famous as a staging ground for this world's heroes. When I first read the novel, I promised myself I'd never take this route. Who would have thought I'd end up taking a bus here after all? After a while, the bus came to a halt. A voice from outside rang out, capturing his attention. "How did you even make it out here?" Glancing through the window, Jiyama saw someone pushing the security barrier aside. A civilian control zone, close to the dungeon. He slightly frowned, scanning his surroundings. Tight security. That feeling of being watched from earlier is flaring up again. Jiyama concentrated, filled with suspicion. Could those old geezers really be trailing me? While lost in thought, Weapon suddenly approached and spoke up. "Hey, Jiyama!" Hearing his name, he turned toward Weapon. The other guy pulled something out, asking, "Do you want an egg?" Jiyama shook his head. No thanks." A thought flashed through his mind. "Are you planning to eat that kind of food today, too?" But Weapon quickly changed the subject. "Are you worried about that X-rank sub-dungeon?" Jiyama burst out laughing. "Ha ha. I figured as much. Paying him no further mind, Weapon turned to the others. Saki, do you want an egg? Saki maintained her cold indifference. Her eyes fixed out the window as she gave a blunt reply. No. Chloe was fast asleep, conserving her energy for the upcoming mission. With no takers left, Weapon peeled the egg and nodded in satisfaction. Delicious. Finding nothing interesting outside, Saki turned her attention back inside the vehicle. Her gaze landed on Jiyama, who was chatting with Weapon. Weapon asked, "Want to do something to kill time?" No. But realizing Saki was staring right at him, he accidentally met her eyes. Saki looked momentarily startled, then quickly looked away, her expression shifting from curiosity to worry. Jiyama lowered his gaze to his feet. I didn't think anyone was following me, but why is she looking at me like that? A short while later, the bus stopped. It was hard to tell who got off first and who followed, but Chloe was the first to step out, exclaiming, "Whoa, it's so pretty. The weather today is amazing, right?" Jiyama paid her no mind as his thoughts shifted elsewhere. This place used to be the habitat of ancient monsters, now shrunk down into a farming zone. Even so, everyone seems fully prepared. Chloe took the lead, her familiar crossbow strapped across her back. Saki carried something carefully wrapped in cloth, roughly matching her own height. Weapon brought nothing, casting a cold glance at Jiyama. "Why are you lugging around such a bulky pack?" Jiyama turned around with a calm expression. Curious? The clinking sound of his backpack with every single step clearly annoyed Weapon. Without another word, Jiyama unzipped his pack. Inside lay countless familiar sashimi knives. Not just the signature brown color, some blades even painted over to boost their stats. Weapon stared in blank shock, sweat dripping down his forehead. "Are you planning to open up a shop out here or something?" Jiyama replied with absolute confidence. Better safe than sorry. Though Weapon still didn't understand the purpose, he didn't press further and chuckled. "You talk like an old man. Anyway, you must have a good reason to prepare this thoroughly." Chloe spoke up with confidence. "I always take the lead, so I'll go first." Jiyama smiled faintly. Just a few months ago, she was timid and tiny. Now she's confident enough to lead the whole group. He nodded. No problem at all. The four of them advanced toward the dungeon entrance. Up ahead stood two security barriers and a pair of guards. Noticing the group's arrival, they looked slightly surprised, but quickly composed themselves. While the guards eyed Jiyama's group with scrutinizing gazes, both he and Saki maintained cold, poker faces. One guard spoke up, scanning the registry book on his desk. "Are you guys from the academy?" "All four of you." Signed a roster. One by one, they signed their names, with Jiyama going last. When he finished writing, a flash of surprise crossed the guard's face. Noticing this, Jiyama immediately locked eyes to observe his reaction. The other three had already moved ahead. Weapon called back. "Hey, Jiyama, what's taking you so long?" "Let's go." Chloe glanced back, signaling him not to drag his feet. Jiyama let out a sigh and nodded. Yeah, the heavy gate slid open, and the three of them stepped inside. "Let's go." But the moment he crossed the threshold, Weapon winced. This smell. Looks like we're in for a rough time. At the same time, a wave of unease welled up inside Jiyama. Am I actually shaking? The dungeon gate slowly groaned shut. Before it closed completely, he glanced back at the staff member standing outside. Should be fine. The gate slammed shut with a heavy thud, plunging the four of them into the darkness of the dungeon. The group pressed deeper inside. The interior was surprisingly well constructed, looking nothing like the stereotypical gloomy, dark cave. Is this really where academy students hang out? Jiyama thought. The walls were covered in graffiti and carved messages like you enter only to leave. Seeing the traces left behind, he was amazed. What kind of dungeon feels like a tourist spot? While lost in thought, someone gently tugged at his sleeve. It was Saki, wearing a distressed look. "I'm having a bit of a hard time." Jiyama turned back. "Are you all right?" Saki looked pale as she whispered. "If I eat something sweet, I'll feel better." Jiyama reached into his jacket pocket. Saki watched him quietly, her eyes full of expectation. He handed her a few pieces of candy, but Saki looked disappointed. "Candy? Don't you have any sweet bean cakes?" Jiyama looked surprised. "Why are you expecting them from me? You should have brought your own." Saki replied, "It'll save you later." Despite that, she accepted the candy and began eating it. Giamma regained his cold composure, reminding himself, I need to focus more. But Chloe suddenly appeared, leaving him stunned. Her eyes shifted as she made an assessment. 3 to 4 monsters are approaching, about 200 meters ahead. Weapon turned around. All right, just stick to the plan, and we won't run into any danger. Chloe, Saki, I'll protect both of you, don't worry. Chloe drew her crossbow, taking a defensive stance. Saki swiftly readied her weapon. A crimson bow, fueled by the candy she got from Giamma. Giamma was startled. An S-rank weapon. With this thing, clearing the dungeon shouldn't be hard. But Saki complained with exhaustion. This thing is old, a bit stiff. Giamma silently questioned. Can I even trust this? Saki suddenly screamed. Wait a second. She pulled out a red bean candy bar, bit into it, and beamed with joy. Now I can actually fight. Giamma's newly formed trust instantly vanished. Can you really? Without making everyone wait long, a fierce gust of wind swept through from deep within the cave. They're here. Everyone get ready. Clacking sounds signaled the approaching monsters. Chloe and Saki prepped themselves, while Weapon blew into his flute. 3 bipedal buffalo monsters emerged. Showing no panic, Chloe rushed forward, pushing off the ground to leap high into the air. Her eyes sharp and cold, she fired her crossbow in rapid succession. One arrow struck squarely in the monster's eye, bringing it crashing down. Yet the remaining 3 kept charging forward. Why are there still 3? Chloe muttered to herself. Landing on her feet and seeing them refuse to stop, she decided, I'll slow them down. Weapon yelled. Chloe, lure them into the ambush zone. But Saki spoke up. Leave this to me. Chloe turned back to see Saki taking aim with her bow, her blue hair streaming in the wind. 3 streaks of golden light shot forward. Amidst the perilous stillness of the space, the 3 buffalo monsters were instantly obliterated. Saki licked her lips. I shot my bow a bit early, my bad. She immediately changed the subject, lifting her chin toward the candy. It's really good. Giamma was at a loss for words. With her attacking like that, even the horns are completely destroyed. How are we supposed to collect materials now? He felt a fleeting wave of sadness, thinking, with long-range damage that powerful, she's practically carrying the whole match. Long-range archers really are unstoppable. Impressive, but the materials got destroyed too. Damn it, Weapon asked. Should we push deeper in? Suddenly, a stone slipped loose from the one-eyed, injured buffalo. It staggered back to its feet and charged straight at Saki. She looked surprised. I thought it was already down. How annoying. A rolling stone clipped her ankle, throwing off her balance and causing her bow to slip from her hands. Danger loomed right over her. Saki could only raise her arms to shield herself, but felt no impact. Opening her eyes to take a look, she saw Giamma drawing his sashimi knife, slicing the buffalo cleanly in 2. The blade shone with a cold, gleaming light. The monster crashed heavily onto the ground. With everything settled, Giamma looked at Saki with a smile. Are you okay? Saki covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. Giamma had no clue what was going on. Right then, someone's phone began to ring. The guard outside picked up, answering, Yes, instructor, I understand. Returning to the dungeon after taking down the water buffalo, Giamma stepped forward and picked up one of its horns. Observing it, a smile crossed his face as a few thoughts popped into his head. The purpose of this trip to the secret realm is precisely the water buffalo horns, a C-rank, high-quality reinforcement material. Besides boosting equipment, it has other uses. I'm going to grab as many as I can. But from behind him, Saki suddenly spoke up. Hey, she held out a snack bar toward Giamma. Thanks for what happened earlier. This is a thank you gift. Giamma looked a bit surprised, stared at her for a moment, and pondered for a few seconds. Wait, why are you giving me something? Never mind. If Chloe loses her temper, it's going to be a huge headache. Never mind. If Chloe loses her temper, it's going to be a huge headache. Hearing her name, Chloe blushed and felt slightly embarrassed. Huh. Giamma leaned in close and whispered something unclear. Chloe no did. Yeah, alright. But their conversation was interrupted when Weapon chimed in. Hey, are you two flirting over there? Chloe's face flushed bright red. looking thoroughly self-conscious, while Giamma frowned, shattering her daydreams. Why would you even think that seeing us like this? Weapon continued. All right. I just thought of it out of curiosity. Giamma still found it odd. It's fine. Chloe felt a bit let down. It's normal. Keeping a distance is the best way to deal with Chloe. But she quickly brushed it aside, moving on to the matter at hand. There are a few things I need to ask. Why are there so many monsters? All four of them focused on observing more closely before venturing deeper into the cave. Weapon turned to Saki. No matter what's in the dungeon, their behavior is abnormal. It shouldn't be this deserted. Saki mused. Yeah, in my opinion, something's definitely weird. Weapon's eyes went wide. Weird how? Remembering the moment they walked in, Saki popped a candy in her mouth and said bluntly, I'm not sure, I just feel like they're running away from something. Given the nature of water buffaloes, this is highly unusual and doesn't fit their normal behavior. Weapon nodded along. You're right. Water buffaloes are naturally docile, used to plow fields, and are the closest to humans. Giamma said tiredly. Those aggressive beasts used to plow fields? These people really have wild imaginations. After chatting about the water buffaloes, the group ventured deeper. This instance had a low difficulty because water buffaloes didn't attack unless provoked, just as Giamma had experienced in the game. They were called minus, magical beasts that were hard to agitate. Now this world is reality. Is everything still like the game? Giamma thought. There are many suspicious points, but it should be fine. The route is set, and if anything happens, we can call for backup. Checkpoint staff are on standby after all. He turned to Weapon. Hey, what about your relationship with those two? You got a really wide network. Before Weapon could answer, Saki cut in. I was the valedictorian of the written exam, and he was the salutatorian. Because of his scores, he goes around bragging everywhere. Weapon flustered. Hey, why'd you say it like that? Saki flashed a triumphant smile. I'm just stating facts. She held up 3 fingers. That last grading test? I came in 3rd, you know. Giamma looked at Weapon. What about Chloe? I don't think you met her through exams. Weapon stammered. Well, she and I are pretty close. Giamma frowned. As a player, how come I didn't know Weapon knew almost every character in the game? His name wasn't even mentioned. Weapon explained. My family is a branch of Chloe's lineage, a sub-branch of the prestigious River Silk family. Chloe and I don't see each other often, but we've crossed paths occasionally since we were kids, so consider us distant relatives sharing the same bloodline. Weapon stopped and turned to Giamma. I talked about myself, what about you? Giamma fell silent. Weapon gave his chest a light punch and laughed. Don't look at me like that. I'm happy with my life right now. I like being a sub-branch descendant and staying out of messy power struggles. That rotten aristocratic society, full of drama. You're the real deal for handling it. Giamma replied with a straight face. Nothing like that, don't worry. Weapon said loudly. Who knows? You might even become one of the 7-star heroes. Chloe cheered. That's right, totally possible. But Giamma noticed something off about Saki. She stopped walking, leaving everyone dazed. With a cold expression, deadly serious. I hate the 7-star heroes. Giamma and Chloe looked surprised. What's wrong? Saki shook her head and changed the subject. Never mind. Let's go. We have to finish the quest. Don't we need a full 2 water buffaloes? The group continued, but Giamma's gaze was drawn to a strange purple slash mark on the wall. A bad hunch welled up. Weapon asked, what are you doing? Let's go. Giamma snapped out of it. All right. Elsewhere, near the entrance of the hazardous dungeon area, a mysterious person communicated through a device. It's me. Just like you said, have you finished? The voice on the other end replied. Yes, of course. They've already gone deep into the water buffalo dungeon and are running into the monsters. The mysterious person frowned. Do you need? Before he could finish, the voice cut in. All right, I don't buy it. Is there anything else you did? The guard answered. Yes, as reported, I left the glowing stone along the water buffalo's path. The mysterious person, commander of the 5th Legion, held a piece of candy and muttered, You talk too much. If this fails, you'll shoulder a hefty responsibility. The guard gripped his phone tightly, feeling anxious. All right, I trust what I've done. If anything unusual happens, I'll report immediately. The call ended. He looked toward the dungeon entrance and mused, will they die in there? The gate emitted a dim light, shrouded in gloomy smoke, making a sense of unease surge within him. If the gate opens while something's brewing inside, the survival rate is practically zero. He stepped closer, narrowing his eyes. I need to double-check. Inside the cave, Giamma's group pushed further in. Chloe stopped, her eyes alert. Her voice was tense. Sounds like magical beasts are coming. Giamma asked immediately. Good. How many are there? Chloe observed, swallowing hard. There are about 50 of them. The three of them froze. What the? Thinking they misheard. But a roaring explosion burst out, shaking the dungeon violently. The whole group stood dumbfounded, staring toward the source of the noise. A massive herd of water buffaloes charged forward like an unstoppable army. The four of them stood rigid without a word, as Weapon tried to stay calm and yelled, "What are these things? Why are there so many? Are they all actually water buffaloes?" The lead buffalo had blazing red eyes and roared furiously, setting off countless others to howl in unison. Weapon turned pale and stammered. "What the hell? Aren't water buffaloes supposed to be gentle?" Giamma couldn't explain it, but instead of panicking, he forced himself to focus. The monsters swarmed like chaotic fish, bringing back memories of his first teacher. Every knife has its own purpose. A chicken cleaver doesn't handle beef, and a sashimi knife only slices raw fish. Understand, memories flooding back. Giamma muttered, "Sashimi." He used to wonder, aren't sashimi knives meant for cutting? The teacher raised a knife and he flinched back. Sorry, but nothing happened at all, as he looked down at the cutting board in front of him, to find just a single flawless cut. The teacher smiled. That's right, too. Back in reality, Giamma told himself, now I have to use a sashimi knife to handle beef. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Chloe, distract the water buffalo herd. Attack head-on. Move fast to the sides to mess up their formation. Remember, no need to fight, just draw aggro." Chloe nodded seriously. "Got it." Giamma looked at Weapon and said briefly, "You know what to do, right?" Weapon looked briefly surprised before catching on. Of course. Saki was confused. "What is this? Why are the water buffaloes acting like this?" 50 of them. Giamma called out. "Saki." She jumped. "Block the ones coming close." Saki froze and whispered to Weapon, "What's wrong with him? Why is he so calm?" Weapon chuckled, spending time in a platoon with Giamma and getting used to killing monsters. Don't be surprised. Saki couldn't understand it at all, thinking, buffalo herd? Sashimi knife? Don't think it's that hard. Just like the sword god's blessing. If so, I just need to prepare. Giamma drew a flurry of knives from his bag, his gaze sharp. 8 knives ready. Sword god's blessing activated. The crazy buffalo lunged forward. Giamma held his ground and threw his knives at the targets. Weapon supported their teammates while Saki stood there dazed. Her eyes widened in shock at the scene before her. A snack dropped to the ground. A pungent, foul stench hit her nose straight on. The instance, previously echoing with the rumblings of battle, fell completely silent. Dazed, she muttered, "What is this?" Saki rubbed her eyes, refusing to believe the sight in front of her. The chilly air mixed with a musty, bloody stench. She narrowed her eyes to look, but nothing changed. A giant mountain of flesh piled high with the corpses of magical beasts. Underfoot, bright red blood pooled into massive puddles, with streaks splattered across the walls, congealing like a terrifyingly grotesque modern art painting. Saki's eyes widened, her light blue pupils dilated to the limit. Atop the mountain of corpses, Giamma stood tall and defiant. Right before Saki's eyes, Kong Giamma stood alone atop the pile of water buffalo carcasses. Steam billowed from his hands, and the sharp blades reflected a chilling, deep crimson light, sticky with fresh blood. His face was cast in shadow, save for his strangely glowing eyes. The space was reduced to just 2 colors, black and red, a terrifying yet bizarrely harmonious blend that created a bloody tragedy. Saki stared blankly, the corners of her mouth twitching as indescribable emotions surged within her. She forced herself up and scanned her surroundings. What the hell is this? Time. You can't even call it time. In the blink of an eye, in less than a minute, dozens of water buffaloes turned into cold chunks of meat. Even seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it. Every time Giamma swung his arm, the blade spun wildly, tearing through the air like a steel fan, slicing through the magical beast's bodies with ease. The group had completed their quest. Chloe dashed forward, her eyes gleaming with familiar excitement. A few afterimages were created, moving at terrifying speeds to lure the water buffaloes. With blessing, she generated 4 more clones, charging in unison. As the shadows converged, the sword returned to its scabbard, clack. The sound of the blade hitting the sheath rang out. Right after Xing, sharp-cut lines simultaneously appeared across the bodies of the water buffaloes. Not to be outdone, Jiama hurled his next batch of knives. His silhouette reflected on the wall, every thrown blade hitting dead center. His icy gaze locked onto his prey. With just a flick of his wrist, the remaining buffaloes fell. He glided past as lightly as a breeze. The water buffaloes roared in despair, but in a flash, sword chi scarred their bodies. Every time he swung his shoulder, the blade flashed like lightning, tearing enemies apart. It looked random, but it was dead accurate. Each monster took just a single blow, their massive bodies cleaved in two, revealing flawlessly smooth-cut surfaces as if meeting no resistance. The remaining buffaloes wailed hopelessly, helpless as they watched their kind fall. Boom! Dirt and debris flew everywhere, but with transcendent speed and reflexes, Jiama dodged effortlessly, his steps still as light as a stroll through a bloody battlefield. Outside, Weapon focused on playing his flute, using sound to support his teammates. Saki still had no idea what was happening. She had heard about Kong Jiama's difference through virtual training sessions and whispered rumors, but seeing it with her own eyes was entirely different. Jiama charged forward without hindrance. Even as the water buffaloes converged, trying to crush him with sheer numbers and rush his position. The numbers grew, finally trapping him tight. Saki gasped in shock, pulling back her bowstring but not daring to release it. He's in danger, but her gaze went blank. Jiama swept his 2 sashimi knives horizontally, slash, 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 and all the surrounding water buffaloes were batted away, hacked into pieces. Before Saki's eyes, he stood quietly, his gaze brimming with absolute confidence. No longer a side character, but the protagonist. Stunned, Saki let her bow drop and muttered, What the hell just happened?" Before her, the remaining water buffalo herd lay in a messy pile of meat. A murderous aura hung thick, with bright red spreading out to paint a terrifying yet hauntingly bloody picture. Jiama quietly looked over the battlefield and smiled. Somehow, he pulled out a bag and gathered enough water buffalo horns for the quest requirements. Damn it, the author didn't even bother explaining how he got those. His voice was calm. This is enough, though. Looking at the bulging bag full of horns, Jiama thought, it only took 40 seconds to wipe out 50 of them. Too bad, I don't have a spatial bag. I can only carry a portion. He nodded in satisfaction, smiling as if it were a minor chore. Chloe walked over, her eyes sparkling. Jiama, you were so cool today. Jiama realized her previous expression. Chloe had used her terrifying speed to draw the herd, making it easier for everyone else to handle. He chuckled softly. Chloe worked hard too. If it weren't for you, we couldn't have finished this fast. The praise made Chloe blush happily. Thanks. The two chatted, Jiama's gaze toward Chloe turning gentle. Though he didn't like showing emotions, he never hesitated to praise those who helped him achieve his goals. Weapon was used to this sight, but Saki wasn't. She glued her eyes to Jiama, as if witnessing the impossible. Weapon glanced at her and shrugged. I told you, don't be surprised, Saki snapped, annoyance clear on her face. Looking at this and telling me not to be surprised? You idiot. Weapon laughed, sighing. Haha, I admit I couldn't say anything the first time either. It's still hard to believe. Every time a guy named Jiama shows up, he breaks all common sense. Saki pressed her lips together, her expression complex, her voice trembling. Who on earth is Kong Jiama? Looking at the two ahead of him, Weapon shrugged. I don't know either. Not only did Jiama win by a landslide today, but he's also constantly pulling off feats at the academy and other instances. Saki couldn't hide her surprise, staring as if wanting to ask, what the hell is this? But she shook her head, trying to brush it off. Weapon turned to Jiama sincerely. Thanks. Saki watched on, her head still a chaotic mess, trying to make sense of it. After achieving their goal, the group headed out, chatting as they walked. Weapon asked in surprise. The dungeon condition was just to take down 2 water buffaloes. Yet you took down more than double. Practically clear them all by yourself. That's too much. Giamma gave a dry smile. During the midterms, when we took down the merman, I couldn't do anything. Consider this payback. Weapon chimed in, hey, that wasn't. He paused, glancing at Saki, who didn't understand a thing. Weapon corrected himself, stammering, all right. Anyway, thanks. Saki frowned, a massive question mark popping up. What's going on here? Weapon brushed it off to lighten the mood. We almost lost our lives, let alone clear the dungeon. His tone turned heavy and suspicious. Why were those water buffaloes so aggressive today anyway? Saki nodded along. Didn't we see something like this last time? Remembering the Lion King, I even felt they weren't as strong as expected. The group kept walking, but Chloe stopped, staring intently ahead before turning to Giamma. Hey, Giamma, where is this? Giamma halted. Saki looked around and realized, oh, huh? It looks like a pillar. Suddenly, Saki screamed. Oh, God! The space shifted. Out of nowhere, eerie purple chains appeared, binding everyone tight. Question marks hovered over all 4 of their heads, but Chloe didn't panic, a flash of calculation in her eyes. Giamma observed and thought. Bound by chains? What's next? An unexpected character appeared. The dungeon gate guard, staring at the scene in shock. What is this? He muttered, unable to believe the monsters had been completely wiped out. Sheer panic washed over him. And then he remembered. Damn it, I'm dead. Desperate thoughts arose. I still owe 20 billion to CH1. He gritted his teeth, recalling their previous meeting. A woman claiming to be an academy instructor had approached him and said, just do one thing, and I'll pay off 2 billion for you. He gripped his hands tightly, his heart pounding, as he remembered the instructions from the 5th Legion commander. Tame the water buffaloes, use magic stones to drive them berserk. When Kong Giamma enters the dungeon, release them all at once and open the deep-level stone gate. He swallowed hard, looking at the purple essence stone in his hand, wondering, what on earth does she mean? Lost in thought, he recalled the dialogue. The woman had asked, is that cadet walking to his death? The commander sneered, I don't want to gamble on this. He had replied, then I'll find someone else. He hurriedly grabbed the essence stone. No, I'll help. The other party smirked. Humph, hurry up. I'll call with detailed instructions later. Remember to answer unknown numbers. He rushed. Yes, I understand. She left, leaving him dazed. A thought flashed. 20 billion. With this money, I can do anything. Back in reality, remembering the important task, he walked away with determination. They're just brats. The stone gate is open. They're definitely all dead. Switching back to Giamma's group, someone's voice rang out. That gate. Don't tell me it's here. Giamma thought to himself. Things went way too smoothly. We got in here without any problems. His eyes grew alert as he realized. This gate only opens with Jigen magic stones. Those magic stone shards earlier were boss rewards. I didn't expect them to open the gate. Seeing the red slash on the stone gate, Giamma knew ordinary blades didn't leave marks like that. This was his handiwork. He drew his knife, getting ready, but the movement all around put the group on guard. Chloe asked, what is that? Everyone paid attention. A fiery red monster wielding a giant axe. Weapon asked, is that thing really a water buffalo? Giamma felt uneasy. Damn it, did it wake up? While everyone panicked, Giamma thought coldly. The reward for clearing this place might be transfer blessing, moving a blessing from the owner to another target and activating it. You can't use it alone. Suddenly, an A-rank magical beast appeared. Minotauros, bringing clear menace with it. A strong gust of wind crept through the door crack. The flickering light from the oil lamp cast a shadow against the wall, revealing the shape of a water buffalo standing nearby. On the opposite side, another one appeared. All 4 of them witnessed it with their own eyes. A giant buffalo standing tall between 2 water buffaloes. One purple, one blue, standing on either side, looking furious. They were Zhuochong and Yu2, the king's left and right advisors. Chloe, with her strong sensory abilities, immediately asked, Giamma, what is that? Why is there a magical beast like this on the stone gate? Giamma didn't answer right away, lost in thought. Those two as well. Recalling the scene before, he muttered to himself, even if I slash the gate to pieces and run outside, once that monster wakes up, no one's getting out alive. The pressure mounted, forcing him to concentrate to the utmost. This isn't like the midterm exam when I knew nothing about the mermaid. But I've fought this Minotauros in the game before. If I'm in peak condition, I can take all three of them by myself. The problem is I've already used up to 40 seconds of pain-free blessing. He gritted his teeth and decided, I have to act on the option with the highest success rate. Right on cue, a sound echoed through the space, filling the air with heavy tension. After weighing his options, Giamma reached into his pocket and carefully gripped his hidden sashimi knife. Suddenly, he turned to Weapon. Hey, Weapon, can you buff my strength to dull the pain? Weapon looked surprised. Yeah, sure, but how long do you need it? At most about 2 minutes, Weapon replied. Giamma nodded. That's enough. While I'm fighting it, keep pumping it into me. Don't let up for even a second. Weapon looked briefly worried, but resolved himself. All right, you said it, so I'll do it. Preparations done. Giamma turned to Chloe and Saki. Chloe, Saki, you two take care of the grunts. The two stood frozen for a few seconds. Giamma emphasized, that big guy is dangerous. Don't get close. Saki was tense, losing any capacity to think about other things. Ahead, the water buffaloes roared, raw fury visible in their muscles. Giamma clenched his fist, pulling out the E-rank Murasi blade and raising it high. A blue light spread, Sword God's blessing activated. Lightning coursed through his body, and excruciating pain struck. Giamma spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his knife-wielding hand trembling from the agony. I can still move. Weapon played his flute to support him, but the piercing pain throughout his body was brutal. Even so, Giamma held his ground, took a deep breath, and focused all his senses on the battle. The boss lunged forward, swinging its massive axe down hard. The monster's eyes flashed with an unusual red light. Damn it, it changed its attack stance. Giamma jerked backward, trying to steady himself, and thought to himself, it's as if all the senses that blessing had suppressed for so long were finally unleashed. Giamma stepped back, but the monster didn't give him a chance, lifting its foot to kick straight at him. Bastard. Thud. Blood splattered across the ground. Right on cue, a counterattack shot up from below. Rumble, shattering the ground into pieces. The pain tore through his nerves, but he used the momentum, spun around, and swung his blade in a lethal arc, slashing at its weak spot despite his aching body screaming to throw up blood. The overhead slash shifted into a horizontal sweep way too fast. Giamma ducked low, dodging by a hair's breadth. The axe head drove straight into the ground, smashing the earth to pieces. He sped up, circling around to its back, but the crazed buffalo sensed it, spun around, and swung its axe in a counterattack. Boom! A massively powerful cleaving strike. It shockwaved like a bomb as dust and smoke billowed up to shroud the area. Amidst the swirling dust, the buffalo paused, but instantly sensed something unexpected. Weapon kept playing his flute, sweat pouring off him, his body trembling. At the same time, Saki was frantically dealing with the remaining one. She gathered momentum and leaped forward, remembering Giamma's words. Use your muscle power, stride posture, and reaction to leverage kinetic energy and combat senses to throw the opponent off balance with minimal movement. That was the theory. Reality was entirely different. Seizing an opening, Saki fired an arrow straight into the water buffalo's eye. It roared in pain, but its fighting spirit unbroken. It gripped its blade and lunged forward. Saki thought, it's like I'm blindfolded, I can't see anything. She pulled her bowstring tight once more. The attack seemed simple, but rumble, the buffalo's head was blown apart, its body violently recoiling and crashing down motionless. It was dead. Saki darted her eyes and thought, Sword Emperor's fit? Did I hear that right? Word is the Sword Emperor uses aura along with a special class individual. But she had no time to dwell on it. Back to Giamma's fight, the buffalo's eyes widened. In shock, this brat dodged that last hit. Its expression shifted, Giamma's silhouette reflecting in its savage eyes. Murder intent raging like a demon. The buffalo roared, bang, and charged forward with a massive fist. But Giamma vanished smoothly, faster than the wind. Wielding Murasi, a flash of light cut through the air as the blade traced a lethal arc. Slash! And an arm came flying off. The buffalo shrieked miserably. Ah! It hurts so bad. Oh Lord, oh God! The cries of pain and fury echoed out. Its weapon dropped, clang. Chloe, and weapon had also just finished up. Chloe stabbed straight through the remaining water buffalo, which let out a final roar and collapsed. She panted, wiping a streak of sweat from her deeply pensive face. Magical beasts that resemble humans are even more dangerous. Each one has a different level of threat, but she didn't have time to think further, turning her gaze to Giamma's battle. The buffalo kept screaming, but stopped, grabbed its axe with its remaining hand, and raised it up. What is this? A terrifying surge of power enveloped its weapon. The group was stunned. Saki's eyes widened in panic. Magic? No way. Magical beasts using magic. Veins bulged and mutated across the monster's arm. Saki froze, her grip on the bow trembling. It's trading its life force for mana? Just a magical beast, and it's this terrifying. A wave of energy erupted. Rumble, forcing all three of them back. Saki gritted her teeth as a flurry of thoughts flashed through her mind. The mana is too dense. I can't get close. Weapon kept playing his flute, sheer anxiety playing on his face, screaming internally. Giamma, you gotta pull this off. But Giamma stood still, not dodging, looking up as blood overflowed from his mouth. The monster raised its axe, preparing for a horrifying downward cleave. Giamma didn't budge. This one's really screwed. In this situation, the explosive mana prevented Giamma's teammates from getting close to support him. Left entirely on his own, Kong Giamma had to fend for himself against the boss. Instead of flinching or panicking, he smirked, his eyes sweeping coldly and contemptuously over the monster. The pain reminded him that he was still alive. There's only one way. Pour everything into this final battle. The boss let out a piercing roar, swinging its axe to carve a deep crimson arc of mana that slashed right through space. The shock wave spread wide, engulfing the area. Giamma didn't fall behind. Gripping his knife tight, he charged forward. Boom! The moment the two weapons collided, a violent tremor erupted. Giamma poured all his strength into barely holding his ground. This magic is too dense. If I dodge right now, I'll be pushed back and the group will be in danger. Just a fraction of a second of distraction was all it took for the boss to spot the opening and pour even more power into its attack again. Pushed to his absolute limit, Giamma stepped back a few paces. In the nick of time, a cold arrow flew swiftly from afar, embedding itself straight into the boss's right eye. It roared in pain. Panting heavily, Saki shouted at the top of her lungs, "What are you spacing out for? Hack that bastard to death." Thanks to her timely backup, Giamma noticed the water buffalo's strength waning. He closed his eyes to sense the power. When he opened them, his mind reached a state of absolute focus. The pressure from his teammates' worried gazes vanished, leaving his mind completely blank. At that moment, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out, and heat surged. Giamma recalled the words of the past. If you cut, everything will be severed. Those words now carried absolute meaning. He concentrated his entire mind, his shoulder and hand moving automatically. The sashimi blade, wrapped in sword chi, lunged straight ahead. The sword chi struck the deep crimson mana wave, piercing right through it and splitting it apart like a fatal blow. Every time the blade touched, the magic dissolved into red fragments, the sound of impact echoing throughout the cave. The heat from the clash made the air vibrate. Standing far back, Chloe recognized that source of power. She remembered the fight between Giamma and the Sword Saint, where similar blue light had also appeared. Just a second later, Giamma's sashimi blade pierced right through the water buffalo's weapon. He twisted his sword like a key, sending a wave of blue energy spreading from the wound, submerging the monster in agony. Giamma slashed frantically and relentlessly, as if he hadn't had his fill of cutting. The Bull King wailed helplessly and miserably. Without stopping, he twisted his sword once more, the sword chi tearing its internal organs to shreds. The sound of breaking bones and ripping flesh rang out clearly. The blade swept down, a decisive strike ending everything. A crisp, sharp sound rang through the air, cleaving the boss's upper body in half. The sight left the group thunderstruck, unable to believe their eyes. That's way too overpowered. It completely surpassed all imagination. It took a moment for the boss's gigantic head to hit the ground. Giamma landed safely and gracefully, though exhausted, with a foul stench lingering around him. Gathering his wits and seeing that everyone was safe, he let out a sigh of relief, raising his eyes to bask in the glory of victory. I won. I actually did it. Giamma couldn't believe he pulled it off. Saki brought her hand to her chest, her heart hammering wildly, and took a deep, relieved breath. A flawless slash. Weapon removed the flute from his lips, tried to recover his chaotic breathing, and collapsed with a heavy thud. His body was utterly spent, even though there were no visible wounds. The side effects of the pain-reducing blessing had wreaked havoc from within. With lips swollen as if stung by bees, he groaned softly. Giamma, every time I see you, you break limits like it's a daily routine. Weapon's gaze drifted toward Giamma, thinking to himself, that brilliant blue light, illuminating this pitch-black cave. To wield chi at this age, what kind of monster is he? While Weapon was lost in thought, Saki rushed over and patted his back lightly. Hey, breathe. Weapon instinctively obeyed, taking a deep breath, but it turned into a choked hiccup. Puzzled, he turned back. What? What is it? Saki squatted beside him and said slowly, I think I understand what you meant earlier. Weapon looked blankly. What did I say earlier? That livestream legend thing. Saki tilted her head to look at the cave's ceiling and smiled faintly. Yeah, I remember now, and I get why you keep tailing him. Weapon raised a hand in protest. What? When do I ever tail him? Saki let out a teasing laugh and dropped the subject. Weapon muttered, by the rules, Giamma shouldn't be able to skip grades this year, right? Then he scolded. Are you shell-shocked or possessed by a ghost? Saki smiled, as if disbelieving her own thoughts. Well, what about the opposite? Do the rules forbid it? Weapon doubted. Well, not really. Saki said no more, quietly watching Giamma. For some reason, I suddenly want to tag along with him too. This is getting interesting. The boss had been taken down by Giamma. Battered with wounds, he thought. Even with Weapon's blessing reinforcement, I still need a rest. At least this is mild compared to what could have been. Still, it's worth noting, facing an enemy without the pain-reducing blessing is rough. Chloe rushed over, hugging Giamma tightly, her eyes full of worry. Giamma, are you okay? Are you hurt? She forgot that Giamma was actually injured, his body trembling uncontrollably. Regulating his breathing, he stammered, Ugh. Chloe, I think she's hurt. Hold on a second. Chloe gently stepped back, her eyes shy. Hick, sorry. Giamma turned pale, thinking, just let me die already. This hurts like hell. Ignoring the exhaustion, a status window popped up. Congratulations. You have unlocked a new blessing. He smiled bitterly. This should have belonged to Lion, the protagonist. And it's even a rare one, spirit grade. When combined with other blessings, it triggers its effect. Movement blessing. Transfers an existing blessing to a living creature or an object, requiring direct contact to activate. It's practically mandatory to control Ban Meng, the sword carrying both yin and yang. Giamma felt a quiet sense of joy. At least there's a silver lining. The stone door creaked open slowly. Through the gap, a familiar figure came into view. Chloe blinked her eyes and turned to Giamma. He whispered quietly, Chloe, that thing I asked you to do earlier, it's time. The checkpoint staff member. His expression was twisted. A crooked smile, more terrifying than any monster. Got it, Chloe replied firmly, charging straight toward him with determination in her eyes. Chloe kicked the staff member hard in the stomach. He wailed in agony. She pressed her foot down, driving the hilt of her katana straight into his thigh. The blade sank deep, and a piercing, agonizing scream echoed out as if his throat was tearing apart. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he writhed and trembled from fear and pain. Chloe looked down coldly and hissed, Sit still. Giamma wasn't great at manipulation, but there was no rule against exploiting Chloe's absolute trust. 2 reasons I chose her. First, Chloe is an assassin from the Auditor family. Students aren't usually allowed to attack people, but members of her family can, provided there's a valid reason. Second, I'm certain this guy is mixed up in all of this. Thanks to the sword god's blessing, my intuition is sharper than ever. Pale-faced, Weapon spoke up. What's going on? What's happening? Giamma exhaled casually. I asked Chloe to do a little favor. The staff member cowered, sobbing. You kids, why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Giamma smiled calmly, leaning down. We're about to find out. Wrong or right. Everything will be clear soon. Weapon was astonished. Huh? The crazy buffalo herd, the stone gate wide open, was all of this is doing. Saki agreed. It's definitely abnormal. There are no cameras in the dungeon, yet he showed up right on cue, as if waiting for us. Weapon frowned. But why target us? Speechless, Saki glanced sideways at him. Idiot? We have to find out the rest. She walked up to the staff member. Hey, Mr. Staff Member, a small fry like you couldn't pull this off alone. Who's the one behind it? He opened his mouth, but clamped it shut, stammering a few words. Saki sighed, turning to Giamma and gesturing. Not planning to talk? Let me help loosen his tongue. Giamma appreciated her composure, stepped closer, and frowned. If you're not going to talk about the mastermind. Before he could finish, the man shrieked in panic, his voice trembling. I'll talk. Don't hit me, don't kill me. Recently, an instructor from Quain Academy approached me and offered to clear my gambling debts. Weapon curled his lip in outrage. You did all this just for gambling debts? Selling out students for pennies? Saki said coldly. Oh. He hesitated, shaking. Not pennies. 20 million. At first I objected, but Weapon couldn't hold it back, cursing, what the hell? Shut up, you scum. Saki stopped him and continued. Enough. What did that instructor look like? Clutching his body, he shook violently. A female instructor, purple hair and eyes, impressive height. Saki deduced. Must be a TA from our class. I never forget a face after meeting someone once. I remember her identity clearly. Her eyes are very distinctive. Giamma muttered, Oh, is that so? Weapon asked. Wait, was the midterm exam incident her doing too? Saki asked suspiciously. What happened back then? Giamma replied. We ran into a mermaid. Saki's eyes widened. What? Leon was hospitalized because he fought a magical human. Weapon grimaced. Now the secret's out. Actually, Giamma took it down all by himself. Saki figured out. Ah, so we've squeezed out all the necessary info. Giamma pulled out his iPhone 16 Pro Max with a voice recorder running. All her crimes have been recorded. Weapon was surprised. Unbelievable. That's professional. Chloe decisively pulled her katana out of the staff member's thigh. Clutching his thigh, he shook his blood gushed out like rain. Giamma stepped forward coldly. That dungeon over there couldn't be opened, yet it was. What better way to make someone disappear completely? Pale-faced, he stammered, W8? What do you mean? Giamma stared straight at him and smiled coldly. Chloe, I'll leave our assassin in your hands. Chloe nodded, her voice clear yet resolute. Got it, Giamma. Chloe stepped forward, posture straight, expressionless, looking down at the staff member with empty, terrifyingly calm eyes. Old man. He screamed, Wait? You're just joking, right? Hold on. But it was too late. Chloe tilted her head, her blade flashing upward in a clean stroke. His head tumbled off, blood staining the floor crimson. Giamma didn't spare the corpse a second glance, thinking to himself, Academy Senate, you damned instructors targeting me. Bring it on. I'll take on all you cowards hiding in the shadows by myself. Pathetic. After a while, he returned to the academy, specifically the smithing area. Right in front of him sat an item neatly placed on the table. The information popped up. Horn of the Minotauros, boss of the Hidden Bull Dungeon. When reinforcing equipment below A rank, success is guaranteed. Giamma's expression remained as calm as ever. His steady voice resonated as he set the item down. Reinforce this for me. The blacksmith stared intently at the item, freezing for a few seconds with a blank, astonished look on his face. Then it abruptly turned into panic. He thought to himself, good grief, he actually brought it back? Materials from an A-rank magical beast? Even as a student of Jokwin Academy, owning A-rank materials is way too insane. Recovering from his shock, The blacksmith regained his composure, casting a sharp gaze at Giamma as he asked, "Did you hunt this A-rank material yourself?" It was no surprise to be asked that, and Giamma slowly shook his head. "With teammates. How could I do it alone?" Quietly, he pulled the Murasi blade from his person and placed it beside the item. The sword was covered in bloodstains with deep, jagged chips. His gaze dropping, he muttered softly, "And this too? Since you're reinforcing, can you fix this as well?" Seeing the battered weapon, the blacksmith's face flushed red, his voice bursting with anger. "Hey kid, what the hell did you do to leave a weapon in this state?" Giamma stood still, completely composed, his icy eyes unwavering as he indifferently replied, "How did it end up like this?" A vague aura of pressure leaked out, throwing the blacksmith into a panic. He hurriedly waved his hands with an awkward smile. "Well, you should have been more careful. I was worried you'd get hurt." Giamma didn't answer, paying it no mind as he turned to leave. Before vanishing from sight, he stopped. "I'll get going then. As promised, handle the rest." The blacksmith watched him go, face scrunched up, mind a chaotic mess of pent-up frustration. Why do I always end up in this mess? What a damn kid. Before his annoyance could fade, Giamma turned back, raised a hand, and casually said, "Oh, and keep the leftover materials, sell them to buy some drinks." The blacksmith's expression shifted from anger to sheer confusion. A new class session for Class Lang began, with everyone fully present. Giamma quietly returned to his usual seat, lightly clenching his fist in front of his chest, closing his eyes as he sank into thought. "It's a lot better now, but I'll need to rely on weapon to push harder next time." Leaning back in his chair, he gazed upward. Suddenly, ding, a system info panel popped up. "Sword God's blessing. If you cut, it will sever." Remaining information unchanged. Giamma stared at it, an ellipsis forming in his mind. He checked the stats. 12.7% reinforcement success rate, a prominent index that didn't just rise normally but spiked after a major event. Memories of the battle with Chloe and the mermaid flashed by, his eyes drooping with a hint of insomnia. "If I clear a few more dungeons, the rate will keep going up." The anxiety faded, but the physical pain, once the sword god's blessing wore off, remained starkly real. His stats had skyrocketed, but his body suffered severe damage. The white hair wasn't spreading as thickly anymore, but it was bound to grow over time. His gaze shifted sideways, bringing up the image of his cleaver-wielding teacher, the bald old man whose hair had all turned white. Am I going to go completely bald too? Shaking off the bizarre thought, he refocused. In front of him lay an object on the desk, though he paid it no mind. Instead, a new realization formed. I need to prepare more thoroughly. Too many factions are targeting me. I can't stay passive after coming this far. He needed to research blessings more deeply. The gap with Leon, the protagonist, was still large, but that was fine. My bread bar will fill up with other blessings. There was too much to do, but first he needed to recover. Giamma stretched out, cracking his joints with a soft sigh of relief. It was then that he noticed the item on his desk, a small piece of paper shaped like a pink heart, reading, "Dungeon Conquest Commemoration. A piece of candy. Hope you get well soon." So sweet, it's almost inedible. Looking at the simple gift, he recalled the moments with Chloe and Weapon, their first time forming a party and clearing a dungeon. Having his life targeted was practically routine now, but it wasn't entirely a misfortune. At least I have two teammates. Holding the gift, Giamma thought, Chloe and Weapon don't drastically impact the plotline. I'm not even sure Chloe views me as a friend. A passing smile touched his lips as he continued. I heard Chloe was hospitalized due to exhaustion after the dungeon. When I have time, I should go visit her. But his attention was pulled toward the door. Three familiar figures, two people and a mysterious dark silhouette. Instructor Lee's voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere. "Back to your seats." The whole class was surprised, though Giamma merely narrowed his eyes, thinking, when is the sword saint going to leave? A sharp sound chime, ding, a text message on his phone. He checked it, his brow furrowing. 8:54, June 8th. New message, what you doing? Who's this? Wrong number. Looking closer at the sender, his hand shook slightly, causing his phone to vibrate along with it. What the hell is this? His eyes darted toward the door. and panic washed over him. A familiar girl stood there, holding up her phone with a screen matching the message he had just received. Saki. She licked her lips gently, her sharp eyes locking tightly onto Giamma. The classroom erupted, whispers buzzing down the hallway. What is going on? Instructor Lai sighed, as if he had anticipated it all. Alongside the Sword Saint and Saki, he stepped up to the podium, his voice echoing. Starting today, Cadet Saki Ryo is reassigned to Class Lang. Quiet down. You have 30 minutes to pack up and assemble at the arena. The class exploded. Seriously? Saki is studying with us. The bald instructor confirmed it. She volunteered for the transfer herself. Saki leisurely walked toward her seat while cadets gossiped. Sakiko is really in our class? What kind of guy does Sakiko like? Giamma remained calm, but deep down he was deep in thought, his eyes tracking Saki's every step. Don't tell me she's sitting near me. Memories flashed. The generation of miracles, the four most elite cadets. Valedictorian, salutatorian, third place, fourth place. Exceptional intellect, overwhelming strength, leading both theory and practical combat. But most notable was Saki's background. Daughter of Sovereign Palace Saki Kojima, one of the 7-star heroes and Prime Minister of Japan in this world. In other words, she was the princess of Japan. The cadets were as excited as if they'd seen a celebrity. But to Giamma, this was a disaster. Sweat dripped down his temple. Don't come over here. Normal trouble is 100 HP. With her, it's ought to be 200. Saki walked calmly, her hair shimmering as it reflected the window light. She hummed a cheerful tune, completely unbothered by the tense atmosphere. Giamma turned his face away to avoid her gaze, praying, "Please, please." But a shadow cast over half his face. A chill ran down his spine as a familiar voice whispered right by his ear. "If you're not going to eat it, I'll take it back, Giamma." The most terrifying scenario became reality. He looked up, his heart dropping into an abyss. Saki was sitting right on his desk, holding his phone, smiling knowingly. "Say my number. Can I sit next to you?" Giamma froze, unease surging. Why is my bad premonition never wrong? Scene transition. The Water Buffalo Dungeon gate is sealed off. Agent L warning tape, cordon off following the severe hazard report. The lights in the guard post are still on. A voice asks, "Before entering the dungeon, what did he say?" The guard replies, "He was worried about the cadets and wanted to investigate himself first." The other broods, "Wasn't there anything unusual?" The guard hesitates. Now that I think about it, his complexion wasn't looking too good back then. The brown-haired investigator, arms crossed, speaks up. "I see. We need to do a final inspection of the scene. You can leave now. Thanks for your cooperation." Night falls, a cold moonlight blanketing the area. The two investigators finish their task, standing outside the gate, smoking and exchanging words. People dying in dungeons isn't rare. True, but even if it's an accident, we still need to find the body. The atmosphere is heavy. One of them frowns, recalling the search team entering the dungeon. The horrifying sight, water buffalo carcasses scattered around, the monster taken down by Giamma's group, blood painting the entire region red. The investigator assessed. A mountain of shriveled corpses, blood scattered everywhere. Jokwin Academy students returned safely, but the staff member who went in out of worry vanished, as if they had never existed. Without hesitation, the two of them left. Outside the gate, they continued discussing, could a corpse get stuck in the stone gate? Low probability. That gate has never opened before. But interrogating the Jokwin Academy students is out of the question either. The plump man walked away. Jokwin Academy is full of nobles. Who would dare order an interrogation? "I'll go sort something out and be right back." The other leaned against the wall, looked up at the sky, and groaned. "This is insane." Thud! He startled and turned around. His colleague had collapsed, and an eerie trail of blood was spreading across his body. The figure of a girl appeared. The investigator felt uneasy and backed away. Magic? A demonkin. An eerie purple gaze gleamed in the dark. She clenched her fist, dark energy gathering. The 5th Legion commander of the Demon King spoke up. "Hello." The tone was gentle yet lethal. He froze, out of his wits. Human. Before he could even process it, A surge of purple energy swept past, cleanly slicing his throat. Blood gushed out. She tilted her head, smiling creepily. Goodbye. His body collapsed, but his consciousness hadn't faded yet. He realized, half human, half demon. Ms. Kim wasn't human. She had made a pact with the devil and become a half-demon. She stepped over the corpse with a casual tone, mocking him. Good job working hard, but villains like you guys are so lacking in manners. Saki sat down as if it were the most natural thing in the world, gently taking out a piece of yokon, peeling off the wrapper, and lifting it to her mouth to enjoy. Her eyes lit up. It looked so good it drew everyone's attention. Jiyama seemed to accept the fact that Saki had been transferred into the class. Anyway, with the Sword Emperor as a trainer, the wolf class wasn't normal anymore. But the fact that she sat right next to him was a whole different issue. Even though she was treated as invisible, Saki was still one of Leon's women. To Jiyama, she was an extremely troublesome character. He awkwardly stammered, "Hey." Before he could finish, Saki raised the yokon to cut him off. "Why aren't you eating?" She tilted her head, her tone casual. "I shared all of it." After the dungeon incident, Saki seemed interested in Jiyama, but he wanted to keep his distance. When they first met, their relationship was far from good. Jiyama said coldly, "Chloe occasionally sits there." Even so, Saki remained calm, not budging an inch. It wasn't a huge deal, so he adjusted his posture for a second. Saki started reasoning. If you haven't arrived before roll call, it means you're late or couldn't make it, right? Considering the distance from the dorms, the high probability is you couldn't make it rather than being late. Nobody reserves seats. Whoever sits there first gets it. Is there something wrong with that? Jiyama was left speechless, reflecting on it. Makes sense. She didn't leave a single opening for a rebuttal. Finishing the piece of yokon, Saki softly uttered, "Whoa, this is insanely good." Jiyama wanted to ask why she transferred to the wolf class, but the teacher's stern voice rang out. "Post-roll call training is about to start. You have 5 minutes to gather." He glanced around. Students hurried off to change clothes. A few hesitated, wanting to strike up a conversation with Saki, but then reluctantly backed away. Saki didn't care at all, leisurely pulling out a cute sleep mask, looking weary. Jiyama pressed, "Saki, aren't you going to training?" "The wolf class has training every single morning." She casually lectured. "An archer should train their mind rather than running and jumping outdoors. Good luck." Having said that, she pulled down her sleep mask and drifted into a sound sleep. Unbelievable. Jiyama shook his head and headed back toward the school gate. Oh, and one more thing. Saki suddenly pulled off her sleep mask and called out in a low voice, "From now on, don't call me Saki. Call me Rio." Jiyama was dazed, She said casually, "Friends call each other by their given names, not their family names, right?" He questioned, "Weapon calls you Saki too. You even named your weapon Saki." She gave no further explanation. What does that have to do with anything? Anyway, have fun at training. I'm going to sleep. Saki buried her head on the desk and fell asleep instantly. Jiyama looked at her for a moment, let out a faint smirk, and headed back to the locker room. Outside the elite class, a small commotion had broken out. Saki Rio had transferred to another class. Even as the top-tier class, there were still students who couldn't adapt and voluntarily dropped down to the wolf class, usually belonging to two groups: those with insufficient backgrounds or those whose abilities didn't measure up. But Saki fit neither group. She ranked 4th in the entire academy, top theory classes, and possessed exceptional combat ability. Despite dozing off constantly, she always scored absolute maximums weekly, and was the only daughter of Saki Kojima, the Prime Minister of Japan and the archery master among the 7-star heroes. Her choice of the wolf class was baffling. Whispers broke out. Lively, isn't it?" Riko stretched and turned to Aben. "Hey, did you hear the news? Saki transferred to the wolf class." That girl who sleeps all day suddenly felt inspired. Aben quietly propped her chin on her hand, looking at the blackboard with indifference. "Oh, really?" Riko shrugged, glancing sideways at Aben. Even though he looked goofy, his eyes shimmered with a golden glint. Riko narrowed his eyes and chuckled mischievously. "Are you feeling disappointed?" Aben froze. "Huh? Disappointed about what?" "You know it. Transfers only happen when there's an empty spot. The wolf class is short one person this year. I don't know where Saki got the info, but she grabbed it first. That sleepy head is surprisingly quick on her feet. Riko rolled his eyes meaningfully. Aben looked slightly flustered. Riko was amused and let out a regretful sigh. Saki is really. Even if she likes him, she should know the order of things. Giamma belonged to our Aben in the first place. Hit right where it hurt. Aben bolted upright. Nonsense. What kind of crazy talk is that? Riko giggled. I've noticed it, Aben. Whenever Giamma is mentioned, you react strongly right away. Is there really nothing going on? Aben sighed and waved her hand. Let me make this clear once and for all. I've only talked to Giamma a few times, and there's no special relationship. Stop jumping to wild conclusions. Riko looked straight into Aben's eyes and smiled faintly. That's only up until now, right? Who knows what the future holds? Aben froze as Riko's voice dropped, turning strange and eerie. Aben, others might not notice, but don't try to fool yourself. It doesn't look good. Think about it carefully. Complex emotions, confusion, astonishment, vagueness surfaced on Aben's face. Unlike usual, Riko wasn't joking. He had hit right on the mark, piercing her heart and leaving a strange, dull ache. Aben had always been composed, or rather, she had to be. She never showed her emotions, maintaining a cold exterior, with her sole goal being recognition from her grandfather, the Sword Emperor. Following the midterm Demonkin attack, Aben had intended to ask him for advice while keeping a low profile. But contrary to expectations, he personally stepped forward and took on the role of temporary instructor at Jokwon Academy. He said, "Starting tomorrow, I'll be your temporary lecturer." Aben reacted, "What? Are you following me to school too?" She frowned. "I already get enough attention as it is." The Sword Emperor cut her off. "I'll be taking over the first-year wolf class." Aben was shocked. "What are you talking about?" He replied calmly. "Did you forget already? You're the one who asked me for this favor since the midterms." Aben suddenly remembered. She had indeed mentioned it to him back then. The Sword Emperor sipped his tea and replied calmly, "You, and I probably won't cross paths much anyway. Don't worry." The reason was definitely Kong Giamma. Despite hiding it, her grandfather always paid special attention to him, as if spotting a rough diamond with infinite potential. Aben felt a strange surge of emotions. Giamma, an absurd genius, brushing aside social status and carving a path through the nobility with sheer power. An unbelievably talented individual, admitted as a special student despite his low-born background. When they first met, he was just a skinny kid who didn't stand out at all. Now he had grown into a strong young man, with sharp eyes, far surpassing Leon Varon, the hero candidate. If he were just a bit arrogant, I could actually hate him. But Giamma doesn't care at all, completely ignoring even those who talk trash about him. Aben thought, feeling both annoyed and ashamed of her jealousy, for not receiving her grandfather's acknowledgement. Giamma's image only wrapped tighter around her mind. After her spell of daydreaming, Aben's cheeks flushed red. Riko smiled knowingly. "Is that so?" Aben jolted, leaped back, and yelled, "Ah, what is it?" Riko jumped too and burst out laughing. "What on earth are you doing?" Aben shook her head shyly, tried to regain her composure. "No matter how you look at it, I don't have special feelings for Giamma. I don't have the intention or the time to hold on to stuff like that." Riko winked mischievously. "Oh, hearing that puts my mind at ease, Lady Abe. I don't have to compete with you, thank goodness. Dealing with a red-haired girl and Saki is one thing, but I'd totally surrender against you." Aben went blank, not knowing how to respond. Realizing she had just snapped out of her flustered trap, she hurried back to her seat. But Riko didn't let up, teasing further. "Now you finally admit it?" "Nonsense!" Aben yelled in petulant annoyance, burying her head and refusing to answer further. At the same time, the professor lectured on the importance of academics. Today's subject was a basic analysis of blessings, a dry topic, but thanks to the professor's witty style, he was well-liked. Even Giamma, who hated theory, found it interesting. The professor stated, "Blessings are categorized by their origin. Those from guardian deities are guardian blessings. Those from spirits are spirit blessings." Simple enough, right? A student asked. "Professor, what about from ancestors?" Is that called an ancestral blessing? Lately, I've been dreaming of my late grandfather. The professor chuckled softly. Student Jom, ancestors at best help you lift weights during workouts. They don't go handing out blessings. The class burst into laughter. The professor chuckled along too, but without losing focus. Let's stop here. Next, we'll look into the ranks of blessings. Amidst the noisy classroom, one person was dead asleep. Saki, Giama's desk neighbor. He thought to himself, could even the professor not do anything about her? The professor glanced at her, passing over her like it was routine, without a hint of dissatisfaction. Does she really have privileges to this extent? From a teacher's perspective, she was an annoying student. Today was the second day Saki had transferred to the wolf class. Giama wanted to know why, but hadn't gotten the chance. She just slept all day long. Even when he shook her shoulder to wake her, she only blinked and went right back to sleep. Hard to believe. If she wanted to sleep, why not go to the corner of the room instead of sleeping right next to me? Careless and lazy as she was, she always claimed this spot as if it belonged to her. Good thing Chloe is still hospitalized, otherwise there'd be a murder case. Giama thought, but admitted, thanks to her, cleaning up the dungeon aftermath was much easier. Remembering the time he decapitated the inspector, Saki handled everything, making the whole affair go smoothly. In terms of capability, she was in a completely different league from weapon. Returning to the lecture, the professor continued. The ranks of blessings include heroic, elemental/spirit, guardian, and undead. Most students here possess undead blessings, right? The class fell silent, a few looking uncomfortable. The professor smiled reassuringly. Don't be discouraged. Even with an undead one, if utilized well, it can match or surpass a guardian blessing. Spirit blessings have always been extremely rare, Giama thought. And you call that comfort? Anyway, a rare blessing fell into my hands a few days ago. A curious student asked, Professor, what about heroic blessings? He spoke slowly. Heroic blessings or heroic blessings only exist in legends. In history, only the great hero Bao Joquin, the founder of this academy, possessed it. And in modern times, there is one more person. He hesitated as the bell rang. Unfortunately, time's up. We'll continue next time. Let's stop here. Giama was about to stand up, but remembering something, he raised his hand. Professor, I have a question. He looked surprised and smiled. Go ahead and ask student Giama. Giama pondered, speaking slowly. Do you know this phrase? The blessing of the gods is always by one side? Saki raised an eyebrow slightly, opening her eyes to look over. The professor grew thoughtful and replied, An interesting question, but your phrasing has a strange gap in it. Giama was surprised. What gap? He closed his book, his voice solemn. Because in this world, divinity no longer exists. Regardless, your thirst for knowledge moves me. If you have questions, come to my research office. He stepped out, leaving behind the rowdy noise. Giama turned around and saw Saki looking at him dreamily and sleepily. Hoping to ask why she transferred classes, she only rested her head on her arms and went back to sleep. Hee. Sleep a little more. Giama felt helpless and muttered, Should I take a nap too? Thinking is doing, and he drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, a status message appeared in his subconscious mind, sending you a dazzling light. The stinging light made Giama squint. His eyelids fluttered open unconsciously, and his blurry vision gradually cleared up. When he fully opened his eyes, the scenery before him made his lips twitch, speechless. Giama is requesting to speak with you. Another scene struck his eyes. An endlessly deep black galaxy with a Milky Way flowing through space like a silver stream, resembling a sword cutting across the universe. His body floated in the deep abyss like in a sci-fi movie. A suffocating sense of powerlessness, being alive yet non-existent, made goosebumps crawl all over his skin. A glowing text appeared. Do you wish to accept? Yes or no? Giama is requesting to chat with you. Do you accept? Before he could understand what was happening, his eyes lit up, filled with astonishment mixed with bewilderment, like a lost soul caught between reality and a mystical space. The notification continued to pop up. Asterisk, do you want to block it? Yes or no? Giamma is tampering with data code, hacking into the world line. Asterisk. Reading up to this point, Giamma told himself, world line? Everything is full of incomprehensible things. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying explosion tore through space, sending tremors echoing across the universe. The ground shook violently, and Giamma's body stiffened as if an invisible force was squeezing every muscle fiber. Numbness crept up from his toes, choking his throat so he couldn't utter a single sound. In the sky, the stars spun chaotically, oscillating non-stop under invisible pressure. But in a split second, everything stopped, aligning into perfect order, shockingly neat. Giamma was stunned. How can it be quiet? The gap in power is just too huge. A cold, emotionless voice echoed from the void. Your status is too low. You do not meet the requirements. The sound seeped into Giamma's consciousness, churning his mind like a tsunami and causing a stabbing headache, as if his head were about to explode. Do you want to continue? Right before his eyes, amidst the night sky, the stars formed that very question. Giamma stood frozen, his heart pounding heavily. At that exact moment, he understood. This isn't a dream. It's a warning, the reason I landed in this world, or a clue regarding the sword god's blessing. No other explanation made more sense. The cosmic resonance grew even more violent. Giamma clenched his teeth, exerted his strength, and roared, I choose yes. Instantly, a status line appeared. Asterisk Giamma is confirming your will. Giamma uses control force to contact the world line. Asterisk the world shook. A rapid succession of cracking sounds echoed, like a security system automatically purging redundant data. Piece by piece, information was erased, vanishing like a virus being swept clean from a server. The sphere of information from earlier was no exception. The dim light faded, then went out completely as a deep blackness swallowed everything. But right at that moment, a strange sound rang out, space shattered. Every single fragment, no matter how tiny, was attached to a fragile red thread, like an impenetrable data guidance path. Giamma watched as the gaps were cleanly sliced, as if someone were manipulating reality. A creeping sense of unease set in. It's identical to the day I awakened the sword god's blessing at the academy gates. I've seen this bizarre phenomenon before. Giamma's sharp eyes focused on a single point. He reached his hand forward where something, unclear whether near or far, gradually emerged. A giant eye flashing amidst the endless dark. Giamma told himself, no matter what, I have to find out what it is. He stepped forward, just a little bit more. Suddenly a voice spoke. Hey, wake up, pulling him back to reality. A cold hand rested on his shoulder, sending shivers across his body. A notification popped up. Due to external interference, data has been lost. Giamma will see you again later. Question marks and exclamation points alternated in his mind. His hand was still outstretched, but a crack was spreading ahead. Doubt showed clearly. What is going on? Before he could comprehend it, the strange hand gripped his shoulder tightly, holding him back. From the crack, a stream of data poured out, characters, numbers, unseen lines of code. Before vanishing, it left behind the text. Giamma is sending a message. Slash down and cut it off, no matter what it is. Before Giamma could act, an invisible suction force from behind pulled him in. The text dissolved, darkness crashing down like a flood, swallowing him in the blink of an eye. May the god's blessing always be with you. Hey, Kong Giamma, wake up already. A voice pulled him back to reality. His eyelids felt heavy as he slowly opened them. In front of him was Saki Ryo, grabbing his shoulders tightly and shaking him so hard the world spun. I've never been this dizzy, he thought. Saki pouted, complaining. You used to lecture me for sleeping too much, yet you sleep like a corpse. Before Giamma could speak, she chuckled sarcastically. Anyway, you should thank me. If I hadn't woken you up, you probably would have made it to class in your dreams. But then Saki froze. Giamma, with hazy eyes, had two lines of tears welling up and streaming down like rain. He couldn't distinguish reality from a dream yet. His mouth parted, but no words came out. A question stuck in his throat that even he didn't know the answer to. The recent dream was full of mystery, still unresolved. Tears fell without his control. Scene transition. A short while later, Giamma quietly headed home, stopping to rest on a nearby bench, pondering Saki's words. Are you okay? Did you have a sad dream? But he couldn't remember a thing. I figure I dreamed, but why can't I remember anything? Being caught crying by someone who always sleeps like Saki is embarrassing enough. Yet I still cry. Right on cue, his friends walked over. He got here first. Striking Giamma's eyes were Weapon, Saki, and Chloe. A lively discussion ensued. Weapon spoke up. Let's try summarizing it again. It seems the enemy targeting the dark magic is inside. As for the midterm exams, before he could finish, Saki cut in clearly. Oh Lord, enough. How long are you planning to summarize? That's why you're not top of the class. Just think in your head. Stop rambling. You're responsible if my ears start bleeding. Giamma was left speechless. I asked Weapon to explain first. He probably got cross-examined to pieces. Sure enough, Weapon retorted. Hey, do you think I'm top student forever? Just wait for next week's written exams, you'll see. Saki didn't want to hear it, covering her ears and muttering randomly. Blood really came out in the end. I'm stopping the bleeding now. Beep, beep, beep. Chloe was left ignored in the background. Giamma glanced over and asked, Is your body feeling better? Chloe looked flustered. Yeah, much better. But I'm afraid of passing on a cold, so I'll stand a bit further away. Giamma breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I see. No wonder you were standing way over there. He turned to Saki. You've probably heard about it, but the situation is a mess. I've been thinking about it alone and got nowhere. Geomausch gaze met Hirsch. Light blue pupils observed him, cold and sharp. Saki snapped. I told you not to call me Saki anymore. Her voice didn't waver. Giamma froze, and before he could react, Saki's eyes, now Ryo's, grew sharper. Ryo, the situation isn't good. He glanced briefly at Chloe, who was still standing far away, likely unable to hear because of her cold. Feeling more relieved, he tentatively called out softly, Ryo, is that all right? At this, she wore a thin smile, as if comforted. Yeah, that's good. Looking forward to your help, Giamma. Weapon pulled out a notebook, flipping it open before the group. I summarized everything I know to get a grip on the situation. Lowering his voice, he looked around. Based on everything so far, I've taken notes for analysis. 1. The person in the Senate is targeting Giamma. 2. The characteristics of the female proctor mentioned by the checkpoint staff. Weapon paused, his eyes sweeping across the group, then continued. Light pink hair, sharp eyes, relatively tall. The notes in the book were neat, with pretty handwriting, and important lines were underlined with flashing neon highlighters. Chloe blurted out, Your sketching is really nice. Weapon glanced at her, nodding to signal he would continue. But knowing these things isn't all that important. If the Elder Council is behind the commission, it's not clear enough to convict them. It'll get rejected during the auditor review stage anyway, right? Chloe nodded, coughing a few times behind her mask. That's right. Weapon was about to speak when Ryo chimed in. By the way, that female instructor, I saw her. I hacked the academy's security system and checked everyone, from the head trainer to the teaching assistants, 546 people in total. Found one person, but couldn't verify their identity. Giamma was surprised. You can even do things like this? Ryo said casually. It's the age of 5.0 technology. What's so strange about a few tricks? Even though the security system here is top tier, I only moved at dawn when it was at its weakest. I was already tired, and now I'm even more exhausted. Don't say you think of me as someone who just sleeps for no reason. Giamma thought in terror. Sleeping by day and grinding by night is real. A demon. Even the phone number I never gave out, you managed to find it too? Weapon cut in, meaning nothing is clear yet. Breaking into the elder's place and extracting a confession is a no-go. If it were Giamma, maybe, but it wouldn't solve anything and would only make things worse. Ryo and Chloe agreed. Weapon continued. That's why we thought about starting our own club. Giamma looked blankly. A club? Ryo followed up. That's right. Clubs at Jokwin Academy not only get freedom of movement, but also operational funding support. Whether they engage in actual combat or not, trainees value cooperation, so they get corresponding privileges. A club is considered an organization affiliated with Jokwin. Weapon hurriedly covered Ryo's mouth. Just saying the club receives sponsorship from the academy is enough. Ryo, annoyed, sighed. True. For us, with enemies both inside and out, a club is a double shield. The club system is a supportive miracle. In the academy game, it grants a private space, allows custom decoration, and invites characters to increase affinity. Jiyama thought, the housing system, the feature that makes otaku empty their wallets. Back then I was too busy, didn't pay attention. Never thought it would be this useful in reality. He spoke up. Does the club have requirements for establishment? Weapon replied. You need at least 5 people. Write a plan and submit it to the person in charge. Jiyama calculated silently. 5 people? We're one short. He wondered, you're all joining? Weapon forced a smile. Hey, don't make me sad. Of course. We wouldn't have brought it up if we didn't plan to do it together from the start. We know you don't have any friends besides us. Hee. Chloe spoke up. Naturally. If it's to help Jiyama, I'm always ready. Ryo smiled. I was helped by you in the dungeon. Besides, this group needs at least someone brainy. Jiyama thought to himself. The older you get, the more relationships are based on calculation and benefit. Yet people I've barely known for long trust me and are willing to go along, even though this world has strict caste discrimination. He spoke up. Thank you, everyone. Weapon continued. To get the hype going, let's name the club first. Names flashed through their minds. Chloe said, Assassination Memories, Annihilating Corrupt Forces. What do you guys think? The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Weapon forced a smile. That name is a bit off. Ryo, excitedly, said. Then let's just name it Turnip Village Patrol Team. Does a random name even matter? Weapon snapped. Ryo, shut up for a second. The discussion was lively. Everyone had their own idea, and no one would budge. Jiyama stayed silent, then lowered his voice. How about the travel club? We can conquer dungeons and walk around at the same time. Do you guys think that's fine? The group chorused. I agree. Sounds solid. Then it's settled, Jiyama said. Next week is the written exam. Get ready beforehand. But he was dazed. Is the travel club really fine? Weapon kept talking enthusiastically with Ryo. Oh yeah, without a faculty advisor, we can't establish it. This is the big problem. The faculty advisor has to be at the professor level or above. Chloe spoke up. How about asking a professor from the magic department? Professor Damien is friendly and well-liked, but he's very busy, probably won't work. Even so, no one is more suitable, Ryo thought. Out of over 500 staff members, there are only about 30 professors. Those in charge of the freshman year are around 10. They say they encourage clubs, but the system is full of contradictions. What about you, Jiyama? Thought of anyone yet? He replied, just professor level or above, right? Right, but inside the academy, people above professor level practically don't exist. Jiyama raised his phone. Not necessarily. The silence was terrifying. Ryo reacted first, eyes wide, his whole body frozen. Weapon breathed heavily, swallowing hard, as if witnessing the unbelievable. Chloe, despite coughing lightly from her cold, was completely motionless, her lips moving without a sound. A freezing sensation ran down everyone's spine. The photo on the screen was clear, undeniable. Is this for real? What the hell? Scene transition. A cold administrative building with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. From the front desk, a dry voice rang out. It's unfortunate, but to establish a club, the president must come submit the application in person. Jiyama stepped in, his eyes dazed yet resolute, declaring, I am that person. As soon as the words fell, the staff member behind the counter looked up, her gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping over him. The familiar look of people who specialize in judging trainees by their upper-class background. She frowned, her voice suspicious. You? But then, her gaze stopped at the special blue badge on Jiyama's chest. The corners of her lips curled up into a contemptuous smirk, muttering to herself. A special trainee. The atmosphere grew suffocating, like an invisible blade hanging suspended. Jiyama thought to himself, a surge of anger rising. Damn it. Is this an educational employee? It's terrifying. He held it in, his voice firm. So, according to procedure, please accept my application. Hearing this, The staff member snapped up, her gaze sweeping over him full of disdain. Special promotion students aren't qualified. To establish a club, you need a faculty advisor. I don't see an advisor's name on this application. Giamma frowned, his voice dropping. What do you mean? She continued, her voice sharply sarcastic. Don't you understand? Look at your blue badge. Honestly, do you think any professor in this academy would agree to advise a club for a special student like you? Finished speaking, she turned back to her chair, ignoring him as if he didn't exist, her gaze as cold as ice freezing the entire room. Giamma stood there, heart pounding, a feeling of helplessness mixed with resentment. Yeah, I know my background, he thought, his mind filled with ellipses. Images of the past flashed by. Days as a chef, 20 years in the food service industry, facing countless arrogant people. I know how to deal with people obsessed with a superiority complex, he told himself, but the anger still simmered. With a tense expression, his hand trembled as it touched his pocket, wanting to grab a piece of sashimi, an old habit to soothe himself. To cut or not to cut, that is the question, he thought, but then chose a different way. Giamma pulled out his phone, made a call, his voice calm. Hello. The staff member startled, jumping up, her eyes wide with astonishment. Paying her no mind, Giamma continued speaking through the phone. I'm at the administration office for the club establishment ceremony. The female staff member dropped her jaw, muttering, Oh my God, look at this kid. But the call wasn't over yet. Giamma calmly said, You're coming over right now? No problem. See you later then. Hanging up, he looked at her, his voice cold. The person in charge has confirmed. Continue with the procedure. Stunned, she screamed, her voice trembling with anger. Huh? You think I'll believe that nonsense? Her outrage made other staff members glance over, worried. Her voice pitched high, nearly cracking. It's absurd. Ridiculous. What do you mean by that? I am the principal's best friend's cousin. If I tell him, you'll be expelled immediately, even if you're a special student. Giamma didn't argue back, his gaze as sharp as a blade. You're speaking too loudly. The words left the staff member dazed. Her face flushed red, her voice still loud. Huh? What was that? But he remained calm, his voice deep and threatening. Looks like someone is about to leave this place. Just as the tension peaked, the door suddenly burst open, the sound of metal screaming as if tearing through space. All eyes turned outward, blank and confused. The staff member facing Giamma trembled, a sense of unease spreading. From outside, the familiar sound of heels echoed, each step striking like a heartbeat. Giamma smiled slightly. Hello, my supervising advisor has arrived. The person who appeared was none other than Chancellor Media of Jokwin Academy. Her black silk cloak billowed like a bird's wings, her hair sparkling like crystal in the morning sunlight. The staff member at the counter turned pale as stone, her eyes wide with horror. Media placed a hand on Giamma's shoulder, her voice warm. Our Kong Giamma, he smiled, replying. I've troubled the Chancellor. Media shook her head, her gaze gentle. No, if you need me, even from the furthest place, I would come immediately. The staff member stood there, her mind in chaos. Kong Giamma? Just a special student. Her gaze swept over the blue badge, a burning irritation searing her chest. Media turned to Giamma. Hand me the documents. I'll handle the rest. Giamma nodded before leaving. It's time. Sorry to trouble you. See you later. As time passed, another male staff member hurriedly pushed a wheelchair over for the Chancellor. Media sat down, her gaze ice cold. A finger raised, and the paper flew straight toward the staff member who had just argued with Giamma. Flustered, sweat pouring down, she stammered. Principal, this is just a misunderstanding. But Media's sharp, cold gaze cut her off. I'm the principal, yet someone as mindless as you still works here? You dare bring up background with the student I chose as my successor. The room's air froze, the window curtains whipping violently. Media held out the paper, her voice like a verdict. I'll give you 5 minutes. Write your resignation letter. Bewilderment enveloped the room, as if time had stopped. Scene transition. 8:32 a.m. Giamma held his phone, reading a text message from the Chancellor. You can come to the principal's office. It's always open. The next message. Kong Giamma, The club isn't officially established yet due to lacking one member. Everything is almost done. The club will be approved. That staff member has been dealt with. Giamma texted back with gratitude. Thank you, Chancellor. See you later. Media replied. After class, come to the office to see me. The new area has been changed. Giamma walked to a different place, pushed the door open, his voice echoing. Hello, I've arrived. It was the blacksmith shop. Wieland, the blacksmith hammering away, didn't seem to hear. But then he turned back, his voice deep. You're here for a weapon, right? Wait a minute. Giamma stood there, deep in thought. Thoughts flashed by, just like our first meeting. Why is he still working in a place like this? He analyzed internally, his emotions stirring. Blacksmith Wieland, the main NPC in charge of weapon quests, a two-faced character, reviled by the community for often throwing away players' gems. But he's humorous and hard to hate. As a low-spending user, I used to dislike him. But now, he's a real human, a business partner. Remembering upgrading Muramasa from B to E rank, his anger still simmered. Such complicated feelings. Wieland stepped closer, breaking his train of thought. What are you thinking about? Looking like you're out of it. Giamma startled, forcing a smile. Oh, nothing. You just look like someone I know. Wieland laughed heartily. That guy must be as handsome as me. Back to business. He picked up the weapon, slightly embarrassed. It's awkward to say it myself, but this quest turned out better than expected. The high-quality demonic materials played a huge part. Giamma was stunned, his eyes shining brightly. The Muramasa was completely recreated, a brand-new version. He blurted out, his voice trembling with excitement. This is insane. Wieland looked flustered. Huh, what did you say? The system updated, a mechanical voice echoing. Painless blessing. Pain disappears. Activation time adjusted from 40 to 50 seconds. Cool down, 12 seconds. Giamma was stunned, his heart pounding. 50 seconds? He cheered, unable to hide his joy. Forgot about it. I always check a swordsman's protection capability, but this is great news. With the upcoming dungeon, 40 seconds isn't enough. These extra 10 seconds are a ray of hope. He held the new weapon, checking its info, eyes focused. Asterisk Muramasa, raindrop, sashimi type. Description, a sword that keeps bones, reborn as a carbon steel chopping knife, containing the artisan's secrets. Small size, performance depends on the user. Stats, blade length 35 centimeters, width 6 centimeters, destructive power, C rank. Range, E rank. Durability, C rank, increased from growth potential, A rank. Points, D rank, increased from E. Asterisk. Giamma commented, his voice a mix of surprise and satisfaction. Impressive stats, but the materials were only C grade, so I didn't expect much. A 2-rank increase in durability is great. In the future, if Muramasa gets blown away into an aura, it'll be tough if it can't withstand it. I feel a bit bad for Wieland, a small shop pulling this off. The system notified. New feature. Tap to unlock. Giamma muttered, curious. Let's tap and see what's new. The information board appeared. Asterisk reinforcement successful. The growth potential of the combined weapon yields 3 special abilities. Activated only through magic stones, randomly. D-rank weapon. Ability 1, 2, 3. Empty. Asterisk. Giamma was dazed. Rising anxiety. Demon stones? Again, scene transition. A glass cup shattered. The sound of glass cutting sharply into space. A familiar face appeared. Elder Claudy. Looking gloomy, leaning against the wall, his eyes heavy with melancholy. He grabbed a liquor bottle, chugged it, then threw it hard to the ground. The shattering sound, ringing like a broken heart. He growled, damn it, what should I do? Looking at the photo in front of him, he sank into painful memories. Bimimhark's father, Wang Ho, one of the 7 holy heroes, praised by the entire world. 40 years ago, he received orders to fight the 6th Legion commander, Bamon. The public praised him as a noble symbol. But Claudy gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with resentment. I witnessed the assassination plot to seize the Bimimhark family after my father's death. I turned the plot to my advantage, killed relatives, and established discipline. At age 30, I became a senior member of Jokwon Academy. He continued, his voice whispering to the darkness. But the darkness in my childhood turned into anti-humanitarian thoughts. To guide foolish humanity and maintain the chosen nation regime, I needed a public enemy, the demon tribe. That legitimized my power. But then he sighed, his voice heavy. Leon von Reinhardt, the hero chosen by heaven, with miraculous power capable of subduing the demon king, terrified me. The power gap between humans and demons is too vast, but Baylor Joquin's precedent, sealing the Leakin demon, terrified me. That must not happen. Claudia contacted someone, his voice cold. Help me deal with that warrior candidate, Brad. A voice replied, Yes, Elder Claudia Bemhamhark. He ordered, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Call the Undertakers, remembering a teaching assistant. 5th Legion Commander. Claudia gritted his teeth, his voice shaking with hatred. Her burning cold eyes were engraved into my marrow, as if exposing nobility and baseness. Half human, half horse, the villain, contracting with high commanders, abandoning humanity to choose magic. He felt sick, his voice choking. Even without Leon, I've suffered. But that lowly special trainee brat messed everything up. Scene transition. Class begins. The atmosphere filled with concentration. While everyone diligently took lecture notes, Giamma sat there, his eyes dreamy, immersed in thought. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at the sketch in front of him. A detailed drawing of a short knife, none other than the previously recreated Muramasa. He muttered, exhausted. Magic stones. Why does it have to be demon stones? Thoughts pulled him back to when he first got Muramasa, his heart once beating fast with expectation. I put great faith in its potential. 3 special abilities that could be equipped, an amazing privilege. He smiled, remembering the fleeting joy of discovering the new feature, but quickly returned to taking notes, his hand moving hastily across the page. In the game, the description of magic stones was full of empty, impractical words. He thought, his inner voice slightly sarcastic. They say even dog poop can be medicine, and ancestors' words are never wrong. So are magic stones catalysts for special abilities? Magic stones, minerals containing mystical power, dropping only when defeating bosses in special dungeons. But the problem was, these bosses were no different from moving or mines. Though named demons, they were A rank, dangerous enough to make Giamma shudder. Suddenly, he glanced sideways. Not Chloe, but Saki sat next to him, wearing her familiar eye patch and a grumpy look. He thought to himself, is it because her name has the word demon in it? Sounds absurd, but why do I feel like the special abilities are leaning that way? Giamma sighed, his gaze sweeping over Saki, who was yawning. He wondered, his inner voice full of suspicion. Did she join a festival or stay up all night, doing something? Ellipses floated in his head. It had been a week since the Buffalo dungeon trip, along with a noisy group party. Memories of Jigon, the giant monster nicknamed the Great Beast, appeared vividly. That demon had dropped a huge magic stone, the key to opening the dungeon's stone gate. Giamma frowned. Someone defeated Jigon and stole the stone. But it's a high-ranking demon. He remembered the battle with the 4-armed golem Jigon, its giant body shaking the entire area with a single step. Powerful as it was, it had a strangely cute side, but the demons spitting magic stones were disguised natural disasters. Besides Jigon, there was Basilisk, the foul snake, fierce manticore, and countless other S-rank monsters. Player communities called them the Wall of Lamentations due to their horrifying difficulty, shocking even Giamma, a low-spending player. He looked up at the ceiling, his heart heavy. Is it worth risking your life for special weapon abilities? Leon's mission was to subdue these demons, but Giamma wasn't sure. Right then, Chloe appeared after days of absence, walking into class with a radiant smile. She stepped closer, cheerfully. Giamma, is this seat taken? Giamma turned, smiling lightly. Chloe, good morning. But both suddenly narrowed their eyes, looking at Saki occupying Chloe's seat. The atmosphere grew awkward. Helpless and unable to do anything, Giamma changed the subject. The care conditions helped you recover, right? Chloe raised a finger, smiling brightly. That's right. That time was horrible, just green light all around. Giamma nodded, his gaze flashing with sadness. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He looked down, memories of the battle without painless blessing washing over him, weighing down his heart. These days, I crave strength more than ever, he thought, his inner voice full of determination. The idea of peace and safety has been cast aside. My goal remains the same, but this world is rejecting me. Unexpected variables, hidden dangers lurking everywhere, as if fate were testing him. Weapon suddenly appeared behind, chatting animatedly with Chloe, pulling Giamma out of his thoughts. He sighed, life at the academy isn't easy. My personality is getting more pessimistic. A month had passed since admission, and World War II, expected to break out in 3 years, was slowly revealing its terrifying nature. To cope, strengthening power and equipping weapons with special abilities is no longer an option. It's a must. The group suddenly paid attention to Saki, who was dozing off next to Giamma. Weapon laughed loudly. She fell asleep. Giamma shook his head, ellipses floating in his mind. Chloe giggled. You're always overthinking, Giamma. He sighed, thinking about special abilities. If I find a powerful ability, it'll be a huge advantage, not an optional choice. Suddenly, Weapon leaned close to Saki, surprising Chloe. Giamma remained lost in thought. I can't guarantee the outcome of a war 3 years from now. Leon Van Reinhardt is the main character, but I don't fully trust him. Suddenly, Saki woke up, throwing a punch at Weapon's chin. Chloe chuckled with amusement, while Giamma looked dazed. Weapon clutched his cheek, tearing up. Giamma! She hit me. Giamma frowned. Since when did you get here? Saki took off her eye patch and broke into a teasing smile. Exactly 10 years. Time flies. Weapon changed the subject and asked, how is the club registration going? Giamma replied in a calm voice. The Chancellor has confirmed it, but we're still missing one member. Even so, the club can operate, and we already have a manager. Weapon nodded, then said excitedly, have you heard the news? Leon cleared out all the dungeons as soon as I got there. Giamma lowered his head, his heart heavy. He really is the main protagonist. Saki, stretching her arms, suddenly spoke up. Yesterday, I participated in an A-rank dungeon and a small party. We even cleared a C-rank dungeon. Weapon was surprised. You know way more details than I do. Are you planning to rejoin Leon's group? Do you still care about Leon? Saki looked indifferent, her sharp turquoise jade gaze sweeping over Giamma, leaving him dazed. She answered concisely, no, I'm not interested. Giamma sank into thought, the image of Leon flashing in his mind. He's growing, but I feel like a shield protecting the main character from evil. I don't want to just be the one taking the blame for him. The conversation between Chloe and Weapon was lively, but Giamma remained pensive. Even just hypothetically, Leon doesn't seem like the type who can stop every threat. But I don't want to stay silent. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning. To survive, I'll swing my blade without hesitation. If it cuts, it gets cut, no matter what it is. Saki glanced at him, a question mark hovering. Do you like it that way? Giamma awkwardly replied, oh no. Saki smirked. Then what did you just say? A game. Scene transition. The Bemhamhart family villa on Jew Island. The atmosphere luxurious yet cold. A maid led a group of people walking on a red carpet. From the crowd, a guy with a tuft of hair spoke in a joking tone. Captain, we succeeded. The Jokwin Academy elders called us. Why not take this opportunity to enter high society? The leader, a girl with a cold gaze, snapped. Barik, shut up. Unless you want your tongue cut out. The tufted hair guy smiled awkwardly. I understand. Someone with hair like Chloe spoke in a low voice. You're new, so you don't know. The captain doesn't like superiors. The tufted hair guy was surprised. What? But why did she accept this mission? The other explained. The money is too big to turn down. Everyone does it to make a living. The tufted hair guy nodded. 100 million deposit per person. Double the bonus. The female leader, her purple eyes flashing, commanded, both of you quiet. The group stopped in front of Claudi's office. The maid knocked on the door, her voice solemn. Elder Claudie Bemhamhart, I've brought them. A deep voice rang out. Come in. The group entered, and information appeared. The guy with hair like Chloe was Deputy Captain Zhang TP. The tufted hair guy was Barik, and the female leader was Captain Ran, the predator of the Undertaker Alliance. In the room, Claudia clasped his hands, his cold gaze sweeping across them. He spoke up. You must have had a hard time getting here. Ran didn't answer, only looking at him with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Claudia raised his glass of wine, his voice low. Hand it to the author. Ran received the dossier on Songjiyama, skimming through it. Songjiyama, height 1.8 m, Jokwin Academy trainee, wolf class, weapon, kitchen knife, traits, cautious, keeps to himself, superior skills in class. Barik looked over her shoulder, smirking. What's this? Looks like a featherless kid. A parasite. Ran glanced at him, her eyes deathly. Claudia continued. Next week, there's a survival training exercise on a deserted island. You guys will take care of him. Starting fee 100 million per person, plus a personal bonus. Ran frowned. How do we handle the aftermath? Claudia set his wine glass down, his voice ice cold. Throw him away. Around the island is the sea. He'll be food for fish or sharks. Scene transition. On the day of the written exam, Giamma sat in a corner, eating a sandwich while muttering, the heroic revolution began in France 694 years ago. He rested his chin on his hand, studying in class, his inner voice echoing. Jokwin's academic style leans toward practical application. I got good results on the midterm, but there's no need to take it too seriously. However, the pressure from the ranking board posted in the hallway stressed him out. They say it helps students stay conscious of their grades, but I find it so cruel to people like me. He chewed his sandwich, thinking further. Saki and Weapon took first and second place in the previous exam. This is a matter of face. I can't lose easily. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A message appeared at 7:58 a.m. from Ryoso. Today is the written exam. Did you eat breakfast? Giamma replied, Yeah, a sandwich. Ryoso texted back, full of energy. You need enough sugar before the exam. Otherwise, your brain will be sluggish. I eat bird's nest every day. It helps with metabolism, anti-aging, blood cleansing, and cancer prevention. What do you think? Giamma burst out laughing, thinking, it's early in the morning and she already sent a whole thesis. He answered, in my country, there's a kind of candy eaten before exams. Ryoso excitedly asked, Really? What kind? Giamma teased, I dare not translate it. Ryoso responded immediately, Are you kidding me? More fun than I thought. Giamma smiled, regaining his spirit. All for the test. I can't lose like a fool. Scene transition. After the exam, Giamma sat in a corner, listless. Am I an idiot? Saki and Weapon argued nearby. Weapon said, What was the first question? Saki replied, Whom did the phrase God is dead refer to? Chloe turned to Giamma, smiling. Did you do well on the test? Giamma looked blankly, then replied, I got all 3 questions. Radiant, Chloe asked, Really? Tell me, how did you do it? Giamma thought to himself, I solved this when playing games before, but why do I feel like such an idiot now? Chloe smiled brightly, while Weapon clutched his head helplessly. Giamma suddenly asked, Chloe, do you have news from Knox? He hasn't responded in a long time. Chloe looked awkward, scratching her cheek. He called at 7 p.m. yesterday, but I went to sleep early and didn't pick up. Giamma frowned, thinking, You're a night owl. Did you deliberately not pick up? He continued to ponder. The auditor family's phone number is a secret. Unless Knox comes in person, only Chloe has news. They're siblings, but there's something forced about it. I hope they get along a bit better. Suddenly, Weapon yelled, Why? I stayed up all night studying. Saki raised her hand, her voice calm. Accept it, it's just an intellectual difference. Weapon kept screaming, causing Saki to frown. Phew, so loud. Giamma looked at both of them, the ellipses turning into a question mark. Saki suddenly sat next to him, smiling radiantly. What were you two talking about that's so fun? A date, Giamma embarrassed. It's not what you think. Chloe blushed, heart sparkling in her eyes, thinking, a date? With Giamma? To appease them, Giamma said, I've said it many times, it's not like that. Saki leaned in, teasing. Then why do you always ghost my messages? Giamma panicked. What do you mean, always? It was only once. Suddenly, Chloe's voice rang out, full of killing intent. Giamma, you two are in contact? He turned back, seeing Chloe stand up, a dangerous look meeting Saki's. The atmosphere was taut as a bowstring, both girls looking at each other, ready to explode. Scene transition. The classroom atmosphere was tense as Chloe and Saki glared at each other, their eyes sparking fire. Giamma stood in the middle, a bad premonition surging. What is this? Usually they sit next to each other without saying a word. And now, just because of messaging, it turns out like this. Seeing both of them suddenly blow up, Weapon looked blank, muttering, "What the heck?" Saki, suddenly flashing a mischievous smile, turned to Giamma, teasing, "Huh? What's up with Chloe? Is she sick?" Giamma frowned, annoyed. "Back off a bit." But Saki kept her smile, her eyes sparkling. "What's wrong, Song Giamma? You know why she's going crazy, right?" Chloe, standing on the other side, her gaze ice cold, her voice trembling with anger. "Song Giamma, you didn't even give me your phone number." Killing intent spread, her fists clenched tight as if wanting to crush everything. Giamma sweated profusely, trying to stay calm. "Chloe, that's because my number is top secret information." But Chloe didn't listen, her voice turning obsessed, her eyes flashing a Yandere glint. "You promised to be only my prince." Saki, grabbing Giamma's arm, shocked. "Huh? What's wrong with her?" Giamma turned, worried. "Rio, you know what a Yandere is, right?" But Saki, uncomprehending, continued to poke fun. "Yandere? English? What does it mean? I'm not very good at English." Weapon, realizing the situation, hurriedly pushed Saki away from Giamma. "You still don't get it?" Saki, startled, grabbed her forehead and shouted, "Hey, how dare you push me? I'll kill you." Weapon ignored her, looking straight ahead, muttering, "This is insane." Right at that moment, Chloe pulled out a utility knife, the blade flashing bright. Dangerous black lightning energy spread, enveloping the entire classroom. She walked forward, her frantic eyes locked directly onto Giamma. He panicked, thinking, "What do I do now? I neglected those YouTube videos about Yandere. I forgot how to handle this." While Giamma fumbled, Chloe stepped closer, her voice ice cold. "From now on, you will only look at me." Giamma tried to speak, his voice trembling. "Chloe, calm down. Let's talk properly." But Chloe didn't stop. A slash swept past, the utility knife tearing through the air, aiming at Giamma. He reacted in time, dodging it, but his heart pounded heavily. Chloe, missing through a series of consecutive slashes, her voice full of resentment. "You always make me sad. Around you are always other girls, not me." A sudden knife strike changed direction, lunging straight towards Saki. Giamma, terrified, whipped his hand out hard, deflecting the blade and making Chloe lose her balance. Saki, witnessing it, snorted with contempt. Weak." Chloe blocked, her eyes flaring with anger. "I try my best for you." A new slash tore through space. Weapon was stunned, while Saki was flustered, her eyes flashing an irritated spark. Giamma, in a split second, locked both of Chloe's arms, pinning her to the floor. Even though he pinned her down, anger still burned in Chloe's eyes. He shouted, "Chloe, calm down. Listen to me." Chloe struggled, shouting back, "You didn't even bother to contact me. What are you saying now? What is there left to talk about?" Giamma looked straight into her eyes, his voice low but firm. "I just wanted to meet in person and talk to you. Communicating via phone lacks emotion, especially between us." Chloe was stunned, her gaze gradually softening, her face flushing red. She stammered, "Between us?" Giamma nodded, moving his face close to hers, his voice sincere. "Yes, between us." Chloe shyly, hearts sparkling in her eyes. "Thank you for always thinking of me." Her face flushed bright red, a radiant smile accompanied by countless imaginary hearts. Weapon, witnessing this, covered his mouth in emotion. But Saki was indifferent, her gaze cold. Giamma continued, his voice gentle. "Ever since the Buffalo Dungeon, I've always relied on you. Don't be sad anymore, okay?" Chloe smiled happily, the cup of water on the table tilting over from the vibration. Giamma turned back, looking worriedly at Chloe, thinking to himself, "Looks like I turned the tide." Weapon asked quickly, "Are you okay?" Giamma nodded. "I'm good." Saki, with a hard-to-understand look, glanced at him. Chloe, still floating on air, chirped, "What are we talking about next?" Giamma turned to Weapon. "First, Clean up this place. Weapon nodded, while Saki quietly walked out the door. Giamma watched her go, ellipses hovering. She's at it again. Scene transition. Sunset fell, dyeing the campus of Jokwin Academy a vibrant orange. Weapon and Saki walked away, their hearts heavy. Saki typed on her phone, her eyes pensive. Weapon remembered Chloe's killing intent, thinking to himself, whenever it involves Giamma, Chloe explodes. Her feelings for him are twisted but intense. He glanced at Giamma and Chloe. She was smiling brightly, while Giamma put his hands in his pockets, gripping the sashimi tight. Weapon pondered. Giamma's gentle appearance hides a sharp blade. He knows how to use the fear of violence to control things. But that's the quality of a monarch, not a villain. Weapon looked at Saki, still heads down typing on her phone, and asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Pouting unhappily this whole time. Saki frowned. "What do you mean, what's wrong?" "I didn't do anything." Weapon was curious. "What are you doing with your phone?" Saki replied, eyes not leaving the screen, deleting videos. "Viewers aren't following the content I posted." Weapon was surprised. "You do YouTube?" Saki held up the screen, closing her eyes. "Not professionally, just for fun. Learning how to deal with yanderas to stay alive." Weapon was stunned, looking at the video title, Practical Application. If a yandera pulls a knife, what should you do? 210,000 views. He blurted out, "What a waste, why delete it?" Saki watched the screen coldly. "Don't need it anymore." Weapon teased. "Is the channel name Saki-chan Japan? Teaching Japanese, huh?" Saki barked. "Don't laugh, I'll kill you." The two bickered, but the atmosphere was light under the sunset. Scene transition, Jokwin Academy Library, a quiet space. A voice rang out, soliloquizing. Next Wednesday, the 3-day, 2-night survival training camp on Avalon Island begins. Although named Survival, trainees are free to form groups of 1 to 4. Giamma stood before the bookshelf, sliding his hand across the books, thinking, "Found it. This feels more like camping than survival." He took B. Galix's survival methods, placed it on the table, and muttered, "This much is enough." He rested his chin on his hand, eyes glued to the book. Even though it doesn't affect grades, the training assesses independence. For me, as a former gamer, this event is memorable. In the plot, Leon receives Van Mung, the Holy Sword and Demon Sword, his primary weapons. Memories of Leon and Aben rushed back, emotions between them springing up, the wall of ice gradually cracking. Giamma sighed. "I used to be deeply immersed when playing this event, but now there's nothing left to be jealous of." He flipped through photos of events since admission, his heart heavy. "I am constantly pushed into life-or-death situations, walking a tightrope amidst a storm. The elders are targeting me. There's a mysterious instructor, and I still have to worry about recruiting club members." The image of Aben exercising at night flashed by, but he brushed it aside. Even if she's a beauty, now is not the time for heart palpitations. Youth, see you in the next life. As a swordsman, Giamma didn't hide his desire for Van Mung, the legendary Holy Demon Sword. He thought, knowing its location and power, I crave it so much. But Van Mung chooses its master, and I am not the chosen one. He remembered the scene in the game. "Oh, bearer of light, can you prove your worth?" Leon, glowing brightly, held Van Mung, activating the miraculous blessing. Giamma sighed, "A weapon exclusive to the main character. While I only have a sashimi knife bought at a shop." He flipped the book to survival skills, telling himself, "Don't dream of the impossible. Brush up on skills for the Avalon trip. The island has no monsters, hopefully no twists like the dungeon." He remembered the Sword Saint and Chancellor Media in the supervisory group, along with a temporary high-ranking instructor and the Sword Emperor. Giamma nodded. One of the strongest heroes leading first-year students camping? Even if it deviates from the plot, I can safely complete my goal. He picked up History of Avalon, opened it, his eyes fixed tightly. Avalon, the western deserted island. Terrain constantly changing. In the middle of the island is the goddess lake, known as Paradise. No one lives there anymore. He muttered, "All old info. Where's what I need?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Are you here too?" Giamma raised his head, a question mark hovering. Leon appeared, patting his shoulder, smiling brightly. "Long time no see. Song Giamma." Scene transition. In the quiet library of Jokwin Academy, Leon still shone with an alluring presence. He scanned the room, catching a few female students near the bookshelf peeking and whispering, "He's so handsome." But Leon paid no mind, focusing solely on Giamma with a smile. "Long time no see." Giamma glanced down at the book in Leon's hand. Introduction to Magic, leaving a question mark floating in his head. Why is he reading this book? He thought to himself. Perhaps he's trying to learn about himself through magic, using the midterm exam as a negative lesson. But that thought quickly turned into suspicion. Leon has a mountain of work, yet he's sitting here reading magic books? My belief in him is crumbling by the second. A heavy, silent atmosphere enveloped them. Leon, still wearing a bright smile, placed his hand on the chair opposite Giamma and asked in a friendly tone, "What book are you reading?" Giamma replied calmly, "Learning about Avalon Island, where we'll be training next week." Leon nodded without saying anything further, leaving a question mark popping up in Giamma's head. Suddenly, Leon spoke up in a teasing tone, "Giamma, you're really hard work." An ellipsis hung in air as an image of an exhausted Giamma, surrounded by documents, flashed through his mind, and he sighed, "Yeah, can't deny it. I pride myself on living more diligently than anyone else. Practicing every day, exploring dungeons, studying magic. But what can I do? With a dark future ahead of me, I only have 3 years to give it my all." He looked at Leon with a resolute gaze. "I have to take care of my own future." Leon smiled and gave a cryptic reply. "You're different from me, and I'm different from you." His words stirred up a memory. The first time they met, Leon had asked, "Giamma, where are you from?" Leon's voice back then had been warm, like meeting an old friend from back home. But now Giamma noticed the difference. Leon's radiant face carried a touch of melancholy and a strange, anxious look in his eyes. He's nothing like the Leon in the game, Giamma thought. Still cheerful, but with something deeper. He muttered, "What's the difference?" I remember what Leon said when we first met. It was so meaningful. Leon walked past, leaving behind a reminder. "Better get searching. The library is closing soon." Giamma nodded. "Oh, thanks. You too." Watching Leon's retreating figure, Giamma sank into deep thought. Leon really is different. Those ominous shadows stretching across the twilight, contrasting with everyone's admiring gazes. Light and darkness seemed to weigh heavy on his shoulders. He shook his head, feeling confused. Could this be the burden of a warrior carrying the fate of humanity? I need to find something before I head back. Time flew by, and the day for survival training on the deserted island finally arrived. Scene change. The bustling training grounds, where Rachel reappeared after a long absence with a radiant smile. "Hey, long time no see. It's so hard to catch a glimpse of you, Saki." Saki stood nearby, looking at everyone with confidence. Chloe looked bewildered upon seeing Rachel, while Saki kept a cold expression and spoke up, "Hello, Rachel." And Aben too. The atmosphere grew lively as the 4 main characters came face to face. Aben asked first, "Ready for the training?" Saki replied casually, "Just business as usual." "What about you?" Aben smiled, and Rachel cut in, her eyes sparkling. "Saki Ryoso took down the whole class without us even knowing. Is school life treating you well?" Saki shrugged. Smooth transition, no announcement needed. Rachel, wearing a teasing smile, turned to Aben. "Is this the only way I get to see the stolen black sword?" Aben replied calmly, "Rachel, that's enough." But Rachel grew angry, her voice rising. "Saki didn't just go to the water dungeon. She even joined a club with Giamma. So I'm going with him for these 3 days of training." Saki cut her off in a teasing tone. "Oh, doesn't Giamma want to train alone?" Chloe added. "That's right, Kong Giamma said he wanted to act on his own." Rachel, unusually excited, raised her voice. "Seriously? So in these 3 days and 2 nights, no one's planning to go with Giamma?" Saki frowned. "What are you getting at?" Aben asked. "Rachel, what's on your mind?" Rachel, with heart-shaped sparkles in her eyes, broke into a bright smile. "Giamma said to go alone, but he didn't forbid us from following him." Saki looked bewildered. "What kind of logic is that?" Rachel placed her hands over her chest with confidence. "Even if he didn't say it, I know all 4 of us are thinking the same thing. So I propose a fair game. The Hunt Giamma game. All three of them were stunned. Saki asked, "A fair game?" Aben muttered, "Rachel's at it again?" Rachel explained enthusiastically. Avalon's terrain changes constantly, and the subspace gates send everyone to random locations. Gathering our usual group is impossible, so whoever finds Giamma first wins. The remaining three lose. Saki looked startled, and Aben blushed. Rachel continued with flushed cheeks. "When we find him, we can do whatever we want. Hugs, kisses, no one can stop us." "Deal," Chloe shouted confidently. "You're on. This time I'm winning." Saki smirked. "Sounds fun. Should I send a photo as proof?" Rachel teased Chloe. "Hey kiddo, let's see how much you've grown." Aben blushed and thought, "Find Giamma first and eliminate him." Rachel turned to Aben. "You okay, my lady?" Aben replied coldly, "Sorry, I don't have time for this nonsense." She turned around and left the three of them behind. Rachel shrugged. "Fine, just the three of us then." Saki had an ellipsis pop up over her head, while Chloe smiled brightly. Scene change. Giamma, yawning on the training grounds, grumbled, "I'm so tired, stayed at the library until late last night." He placed his hand by his pocket with confidence. "Everything's already logged in my phone." A notification popped up. The principal requests bringing at least one temporary weapon, a sashimi knife, 24 packs, and a secret weapon. He took out his phone and saw countless messages from media. "Did you pack your first aid kit? What about clothes? At least 3 sets of underwear, black pants, so they don't get dirty." Giamma chuckled. "She's like a mom to me." But then he thought, "The principal is old. Should I call her grandma?" He shook off the thought, casting his gaze toward an instructor as he muttered, "Must be time to head out." He remembered the words of the barrier gatekeeper, a purple-haired, purple-eyed assistant instructor with short hair, and pondered, "Is she keeping tabs on me?" This training session, with Avalon's shifting terrain, is the perfect opportunity to deal with me. Touching his pocket, he thought, "But I can also use the terrain to launch a counterattack. Stabbing others makes me hesitant, but I certainly can't afford to die." He recalled the drawing Weapon made, a sketch, short hair, average build, and shook his head. Weapon is such a child. How on earth are we supposed to find someone like that? He looked up at the sky just as the Sword Emperor's voice rang out. "Kong Giamma, don't let your guard down today." Aben walked behind him, blushing. Giamma teased, "Sword Emperor, go catch a big fish." The old man coughed in embarrassment. "Ah, thanks a lot." The Sword Emperor continued, "Your efforts are doubling, but make sure to rest enough to endure the training." Giamma replied, "Thanks. I hope you catch a big fish too." Aben brushed past him with a cold look, saying nothing. A question mark popped up, and though bewildered, Giamma smiled. "You're gonna have a boyfriend soon. Cheer up." "Aben." Saki suddenly approached him stealthily. Relying on his instincts, Giamma raised his hand and flicked her on the forehead. Saki clutched her forehead and snapped, "Hey, are you just hitting people out of boredom?" Giamma forced a laugh. "Haha, sensed danger and didn't realize it was you. My bad." Saki frowned. "My forehead isn't a geography textbook. Try your best. I'll come find you for a chat later." She walked away, leaving Giamma puzzled. Saki Ryoso. Her personality is so unpredictable. He recalled their classes, where Saki was always changing seats and watching him. She doesn't fall asleep anymore, just wanders everywhere. If I don't react, she'll sulk and disappear. She's the female lead, but I don't want to get too close. The teacher's voice boomed. The subspace gates to Avalon are about to activate. Stay safe and enjoy your time. Looking at the opening gate, Giamma thought, "This time, I want to handle things quietly and stay out of trouble." He muttered, "May the icy blessing be with me." The scenery shifted before his eyes, and the mountains and forests of Avalon emerged. Giamma stepped forward, feeling, a year since falling into this world, and I'm finally setting foot on the sacred land of Avalon. Looking up, he spotted the primeval apple tree and muttered, "J-roll, I'll deal with that later." The competition began. Rachel, Saki, Aben, Chloe, Weapon, and Leon. Full of confidence, Giamma whispered, "The challenge has begun. Time to focus." Scene change. Next, Giamma took out his phone to check his location near Yggdrasil, letting out a few muttered soliloquies. He had taken the Avalon Island map from the library, and his rebirth spot on the island was marked so he could remember his days as a gamer chef. As he recalled his memories and the map's layout from his gaming days, Gaho's location was near the island's central lake. Giamma unconsciously spoke aloud, remembering it was near some rock, his gaze gradually growing calm and more focused. That meant he needed to approach the lake where the World Tree stood, crossing through the forest and some rocky mountains. The World Tree, the protective forest zone, the outer rocky ridge. Giamma repeated this analysis, noting he still had 3 days left. Aside from merely surviving on this island, they were tasked with searching for orbs scattered all across the place. In short, a treasure hunt like what they used to do on field trips, collecting orbs. The number of orbs would be reflected in their final score, and he'd heard they could also be used as reinforcement materials, so he planned to search for them. Reaching into his bag to pull something out, Giamma muttered, "Well then, first off, according to Bear Galex's notes, let's prep some survival gear instead of a sashimi knife." Giamma pulled out a slightly oversized blade, and its stats immediately popped up alongside the secret weapon. A machete, a tool for chopping firewood and logging purchased from the mountaineering store, bought to show his firm resolve for this training trip. He held it up to inspect it a bit closer. "I need to get used to not relying on the blessing for 50 seconds, so I have to conserve it." With a flash in his blue eyes, Giamma executed a basic downward slash, then swung it horizontally as he began evaluating. "Great grip, but the balance feels a bit awkward." Suddenly, Giamma's gaze shifted aside. "I'll only use this in an emergency." The sashimi knife and that sudden thought made Giamma notice a cute rabbit peeking out at him from right beside the bushes. A sudden smile broke out on Giamma's face. "Oh, looks like I can practice with this machete and catch some food." But his expression quickly shifted as something blocked the light on one side of his face. Sure enough, oh crap, that's a rabbit's head, but its body is huge. It slowly stepped out, staring right at Giamma without blinking. A large question mark quickly popped up. However, instead of panicking, Giamma broke into a wide grin. Words tumbled out of his mouth right in front of it. "I actually ran into a rabbit, and this really is rabbit territory. Everything is just as I wanted." With that, Giamma shifted his focus and lunged forward. Let's see the protection of the sword in action. No blessings needed. Utilizing his combat skills, Giamma pulled his blade back, rushing forward with a murderous glint in his eye. The rabbit suddenly turned sideways, looking over abruptly. Reflected in its eyes, Aben's figure suddenly appeared. Scene switched to her side, where a few question marks and a look of bewilderment spread across Aben's face. She sat down, reached out toward the rabbit, and smiled with a few questions. "Well, are you food or just a bunny?" This rabbit was a normal one, unlike the ambush rabbit Giamma had encountered. Keeping her hand outstretched toward the bunny, a thought crossed her mind. "So cute, I can't help myself," followed by her words. "Why are you all alone out here? Where's your mother?" But then clearly and unexpectedly, the rabbit sank its teeth into one of her fingers. Ouch! It spun around and leaped away quickly, leaving a slightly annoyed Aben slowly standing up. "Just walking off like that? What goes around comes around." Aben immediately reached behind her back, drew her sword toward the direction the rabbit fled, and shouted, "Hold right there." What a pain. A smile still lingered on her lips, and her monologue wasn't over yet. On the second thought, this is a pretty good outcome. It's a chance to test myself after my special training against a rabbit. Right at that moment, a surprise occurred. Aben noticed the rabbit picking up speed while humming a musical note with its mouth. A mischievous expression appeared on the rabbit's face. Looking back at her with that strange expression while she chased it, a wave of worry washed over Aben. Is it getting faster? No way. Is it trying to hide its true abilities? And then, a greenish aura erupted from its body, altering its natural form. No matter how fast you are, your sword. Nibelung. In a flash, Aben closed the distance to the rabbit and smiled. Gotcha. But the rabbit didn't keep moving straight. It leaped off in an unnatural direction. With a hyper-focused mindset, I am the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. She realized the rabbit's jump was calculated. Aben's expression turned blank as she realized something unusual. With its fast speed and that sudden jump, she couldn't change her direction in midair anymore. A lake or stream lay right in the direction she was hurtling toward, prompting a look of utter shock and a hand reaching out as she thought fast. Suddenly, the terrain appeared, and, splash, she fell straight into the water with a predictable plop. Aben's body slowly sank into the water. Golden eyes flashed. Aben von Nibelung, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. What was that? She could still clearly see the rabbit on the surface of the water, and then, from its silhouette, Giamma's image appeared. Giamma's body kept sinking as he was transported somewhere else. Blackbirds flew off in a specific direction, startled by the shockwaves generated by Giamma and the ambush rabbit fight. Giamma was frantically slashing while the rabbit kept running. After a while, Giamma was completely out of breath, panting, "I've trained so hard, but without the blessing, I'm totally useless. I can't believe this. I was so confident because my past life had considerable physical strength." He tilted his head back toward the sky and puffed out breaths. Then his body slumped slightly. "Ha! Oh man!" The rabbit stood on its hind legs, stopped, and looked back at Giamma. Seeing it make such a cute face at him, Giamma simply sat down flat on the ground. Catching his breath, he muttered, "Instead of wasting energy pointlessly, I might as well just sit here stupidly and chat. Let's see. Bring it on." Seeing Giamma sitting there panting, the rabbit bared its signature teeth, its expression instantly transforming from cute to obnoxious and bratty. Giamma dropped his long machete to the ground, producing a clanging sound fit for a swordsman. "All right then, time for the sashimi knife to step up as my combat weapon." Cold determination showed on his face. Blessing of the sword god. Shifting to another location, sunlight bathed a patch of open land. From there, Rachel leaped high into the air with her spear and shouted loudly, "Go!" Radiating immense pressure, heart-shaped eyes, and a supremely confident smile. Rachel strode purposefully toward somewhere. Landing abruptly from the air, she stood looking straight ahead and muttered, "Humph," groping around. "I feel like I'm just walking in circles." "Ha ha! Big trouble now," a smile still playing on her lips. "By the way, I did say this was a genuine Rachel-style game." Rachel reached behind her head and let out a loud laugh. "What should I do? This is so hard. What now?" Right then, Rachel noticed a bird flying overhead. She immediately associated the raven with Giamma. Black raven, black sword, demonic sword, Giamma. Wow. Coincidentally, the giant silhouette of the Yggdrasil tree was nearby, prompting her to swing her spear in one direction to create a gust of wind. Rachel muttered to herself, "I heard crows like shiny things. All I have to do is follow it, and I'll find Giamma." Golden sparks crackled across her body as she lowered her center of gravity. Thinking is just a waste of time. Move instead of spending time pondering. Rachel leaped high once more and headed off in one direction, shouting, "I'll see you soon." Cutting back to Saki. A bruise from the pre-training head flick by Giamma still lingered on her forehead as she muttered, "Did I just hear Rachel's voice, or was that my imagination?" while gripping her familiar bow. Looking in that direction, Saki added to herself, "All right, let me double-check my inventory. Food and rice cakes. I've got a blanket, a sweater, some weapons, a mighty swordsman." A cat-like smile crept onto her lips as she pulled her blue cloak forward. Not here. She refocused, meticulously recalibrating her strategy. "I chose to join this game, so there's no way I'm losing. My starting point was the beach on Avalon Island. Goals must be set for a specific environment." Her gaze drifted toward the Yggdrasil tree, as the world tree was the only thing on the island that never changed. But right now, she was near the outermost beach, as she had previously deduced. She muttered further, "If I want to pull something off alone, my chances are way higher closer to the center of a remote island. Too bad. Can it help me out any more than this?" Her focused expression instantly melted into blank bewilderment. "What should I do? What now? I don't want to get my head taken." And with that, Saki decided to turn around and head in a different direction with a smile still lingering on her lips. "If we cross paths again, I'll pay you back in kind." Time to wait. The sky rapidly faded into night, where starlight mixed with distant flashes of purple light. A few wolves appeared. They were howling as if they had discovered something, howling all they wanted before both of them were met with a continuous barrage of sword slashes delivered by Chloe's slightly cold expression. Hunting and killing was truly the special hobby of those belonging to the auditor assassin family. Keeping that same smile on her face, she was the first to speak. "Giamma, wait for me. It's just that on this island." Without stopping her body, she rushed forward rapidly. "More than anyone else, I will find you first, so you can only look at me." Her attention was suddenly caught by something ahead indicating a human presence. It was Giamma. A light suddenly appeared not far from the spot Chloe was heading toward. Over on his side, it was unclear how the previous battle between Giamma and the ambush rabbit had ended. Currently, Giamma had lit a campfire and was roasting a rather large chunk of meat. A few thoughts passed through his mind, forming a story. The fur had been removed, so he didn't need to worry about food in the future. The rest of it could just be made into jerky. But then some noise startled Giamma and drew his attention to one side. An ellipsis along with deep contemplation appeared. "This isn't the sign of a beast. It could be some force targeting me. Therefore, I can't let my guard down. I can't just sit still in one place." Giamma reached into his pocket, pulled out his sashimi knife, and headed toward the source of the sound, his analytical mindset still fully active. It's coming and showing no signs of stopping. I've already secured food, and the sashimi in my hand is in perfect condition. A look of surprise flashed across Giamma's eyes. "It's here." The blade was quickly raised by Giamma as he shifted into a drawing stance. Chloe unexpectedly appeared somewhere and lunged forward with both hands. But to Giamma's surprise, the person was actually Rachel, who was also somewhat surprised to see Chloe pop up. "Oh, look at the naughty little girl." Chloe felt a wave of disappointment. "Rachel." Both of them then became slightly irritated and snapped in unison. "Why on earth are you showing up here?" Over on this side, a blade was raised. To everyone's great surprise, the first person to encounter Giamma had appeared, Aben. After recognizing her, Giamma stopped his attack, and Aben was currently kneeling on the ground. Pure bewilderment was clearly written on Giamma's face, while Aben's face had turned completely red. "Giamma, she stammered, looking at Giamma with a rather dazed expression. "Wait, does that mean the meat is still roasting on the rack?" Scene change. Beside the flickering flames, Giamma quietly stoked a brilliant fire, its dancing light casting a glow on the cold blade stuck in the ground behind him. With the fur of the monster he had taken down still carried the scent of battle. Vague thoughts drifted through Aben's mind like thin smoke drifting across the night sky. That fur, soft and warm, seemed to whisper comforting words, yet her face was laden with deep sorrow. Before her, a pile of dried meat was stacked high, yet not a single piece had the power to awaken even a shred of interest in her. Glancing at the sizzling meat over the fire, Aben frowned slightly. Rabbit meat? Memories flashed, dragging her back to the awkward moment when she chased a rabbit through the forest only to fail miserably and put herself in an embarrassing predicament. Now, sitting here beside Giamma, she acutely felt her inferiority compared to his talent. Her body trembled slightly, partly from the biting cold of the deep forest, and partly because her cheeks were inexplicably burning hot. "So embarrassing," she muttered to herself, the freezing sensation cutting even deeper. At that exact moment, Aben startled, as if shaken awake from a dream. Without a word, Giamma gently pulled the large, cleaned rabbit hide and draped it over her trembling shoulders, his voice deep, warm, and close. "Use this to cover up." Aben was stunned, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She turned toward the campfire, the warmth from the pelt radiating outward, but her face flushed red with shyness. Under the starry night sky, the crackling fire blended with the swirling thoughts rising in her heart. "I must be losing my mind," she scolded herself in turmoil. "I should have just left. This animal hide smells awful." "You idiot." But she had to admit, the pelt was exceptionally warm. Giamma's consideration, even if just small gestures, made her heart flutter gently. She spoke in a mumble, her voice hesitant as she thanked him, feeling deeply grateful for that gentleness. But then, a sharp pain suddenly tore through the peaceful moment. "Ouch!" she cried out, looking down in panic at her ankle where the skin was swollen, red, and blistered. "Wait, could this be from earlier?" she asked hastily, her heart filled with confusion. Before she could regain her composure, her cheeks flared up, burning hot, as if scorched. Her mouth stammered while her heart pounded wildly. "Huh, what are you doing right now?" Aben's slender legs were now held in Giamma's hands. He gently gripped them with firm yet careful hands, while her face, already red, blazed like a campfire. Giamma spoke up, his voice calm yet full of concern. "If you leave your ankle injured like this, it'll get dangerous. It could get infected." Aben had no choice but to quietly accept it, though her heart was still racing wild. Giamma carefully bandaged the wound, using his own cravat and a few pieces of wood to immobilize her ankle. That meticulous and thoughtful action left her in a daze. When he looked up, he added a few gentle words, but Aben could only mumble, about this, thank you." The air suddenly fell silent, leaving only the crackling of the fire and the mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat. Giamma turned back to tend to the large cut of meat over the fire, while Aben hurriedly looked away, hiding cheeks that had yet to cool down. A moment later, Giamma unexpectedly broke the silence with a question. "Why do you keep wandering around all alone?" Aben looked up with a dazed expression, as if dragged back from a dream. She froze, her cheeks blushing again as the memory of the game Rachel had mentioned rushed back. Whoever finds Giamma first wins and gets the right to do anything. She quickly brought her hands up to cover her face, trying to hide her awkwardness, then explained, "There are things I wanted to do, and I feel more comfortable being by myself." Giamma smiled faintly, adjusting the flame as he replied, "Is that so? I understand. You're just like me." That simple yet sincere statement turned the Ice Queen Aben into a shy girl. She looked at him, her mind flooded with thoughts. "I'm about to fall into a trap. I have to retreat." Making a quick decision, she stealthily took out her phone, opened the camera, and aimed it at Giamma, snapping a hasty photo that included herself in the frame. Undeniable proof. Her bashful smile looked adorable under the firelight. Giamma, behind her, remained completely oblivious, while the phone screen displayed 1935. In Rachel and Saki's group chat, the game notification rang out. The first person to find Giamma, the photo Aben had just taken, was sent, instantly causing an uproar. Saki immediately messaged, "Hey, are you really the first one? What is this?" Rachel couldn't contain herself, screaming through text, "What the hell is this?" Both of them simultaneously opened their phones, their eyes blazing with fury. Didn't she say she wasn't participating in this game? What is the meaning of this? Rachel growled, "Such a cunning black cat. So hot-blooded." Meanwhile, Chloe, outside the chat, could only look on in bewilderment, completely clueless. Aben had thought sending the photo would make her happy, but instead, her heart sank, and an indescribable sadness crept in. But then, Giamma unexpectedly handed over a piece of roasted meat with a warm voice. "Here, eat this." She quickly hid her phone, her face lighting up with sparkling, eager eyes. She let out a soft exclamation, but right after that, silence enveloped them once more. As Aben nibbled on the meat, she sank into deep thought, her eyes glancing sideways at Giamma, sitting right beside her. So awkward, so difficult to handle. To dispel the atmosphere, she suddenly spoke up. "How on earth did you get so strong?" Giamma looked up with a blank look. Memories flashed, taking him back to the moment he faced Nock, when he casually asked for an arm, only to bring endless trouble upon himself afterward. "You could say it's like living in hell," he sighed softly, then replied, "Thanks to a great teacher." "A master?" Aben asked curiously, her eyes lighting up. Giamma nodded. "A master who taught me how to use a sword." Those words plunged Aben into retrospection. For 17 years, she had devoted her youth to learning swordsmanship from her grandfather, confident that she surpassed anyone. "I've never seen a swordsman like that," she thought to herself. Then she snapped back to reality and pressed on. "So what did you learn? How did you do it?" Giamma stared at the campfire, his voice heavy with sorrow. "I realized long ago that being strong doesn't mean always winning." Aben froze, a question mark flashing in her eyes. He continued with a deep gaze. The person who never gives up until the very end is the winner. The one who endures, perseveres, and survives to the very end is truly strong. Aben was stunned, speechless, her hand covering her mouth as her heart pounded. You? No, more like an old man. He chuckled softly, making her burst into laughter that echoed through the night. Sorry, your line is so cheesy. I can't take it. She was still laughing while Giamma looked bewildered. Hey, Aben teased further. You talk just like my grandfather. 10 point for this old-fashioned vibe. But are you really 17? Then she suddenly remembered, her tone brightening. It reminds me of the time we talked on the bench. This is the first time we've spoken properly since that day, right? Giamma offered another skewer of meat. Eat more. Aben nodded, her cheeks blushing. Okay. The next morning, a strange sound woke Aben up. She started, realizing she had fallen asleep beside the campfire, which had now burned out completely. Giamma had vanished, leaving behind only a few pieces of roasted meat. Her expression shifted, her heart growing heavy. He's gone, without saying a word, she thought to herself, trying to keep her composure. But the image of Giamma bandaging her foot last night, with the cravat and wooden splints still there, made it impossible for her to hold back. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and she felt bewildered. Why am I crying? She quickly wiped away her tears, her mind filled with reflection. Being cared for by someone feels so special. But no matter what, I have to push through with a smile all by myself. Remembering the swords planted high above, she told herself, no matter how big the challenge is, I'll overcome it. Sunlight filtered through the tree canopy as she looked ahead with a heavy heart. Giamma, why did you have to do that to me? She used to envy people who showed unconditional kindness, but now her mind was just a tangled mess. Aben gripped her black sword tightly and stood up. 2 more days, she told herself, putting on her shoes and taking Giamma's cravat. Crying isn't going to change anything. Her confident smile returned as she put on her fur cloak and stepped forward. I have to return it, right? Let's go. Scene changed to a mysterious forest where Giamma was once again alone, pushing deep into the heart of the woods with his sharp blade clenched in his hand. His expression suddenly turned stern, as if instinctively sensing something waiting ahead. Last night, the biting cold of the deep forest had felt like a knife cutting through skin, but now, the morning sun scorched down, making Giamma inevitably think of Aben. A passing thought flickered. She's probably awake by now. She really is pretty. He smiled, yet his steps remained steady as he pressed forward. However, a thought suddenly made him pause. For some reason, Aben doesn't seem to like me very much. Right? Her distant, aristocratic personality was always an invisible wall. He sighed, then stopped beside a sheer cliff where the darkness below swallowed all light. Recalling last night's unexpected encounter, Giamma frowned slightly. He had treated Aben kindly not because of any romantic spark, but because her eyes back then looked so fragile that he couldn't just turn a blind eye. But a single act of kindness can't change everything, he muttered to himself. Glancing down into the precipitous abyss below, Giamma mumbled, Looks like I've made it out of the forest. Thoughts still lingered in his mind like drifting clouds over the cliffside. The plot, though slightly derailed, still hadn't deviated drastically from what he had faced before. Leaning against the cliff, Giamma slid down, dust clinging to his clothes. Pausing for a moment of thought, he moved on again, his eyes sweeping across the surrounding scenery. Today is the day Aben and Leon develop feelings for each other, right? He shielded his eyes from the harsh sunlight, talking to himself in a troubled tone. She won't give the blanket to Leon, will she? Giamma muttered with a faint smile. Reality is really messing everything up. He shook his head slightly to clear away the idle thoughts. Enough of that. I need to find a rebirth blessing before sunset. Information popped into his mind. The rebirth blessing, a mental tier blessing, one step lower than the transfer blessing, but its power was not to be underestimated. The rebirth blessing helped regenerate the body at an astonishing speed, ideal for self-activating one's power. But when combined with the transfer blessing, it broke limits, allowing him to use blessings on himself without restrictions. Fully healed, Giamma whispered, a smug smile forming on his lips as if he had just uncovered a grand secret. Even a thin blade can recover to a certain extent, he thought, his eyes sparkling. It sounds overpowered, but it can't regenerate lost limbs. It only heals wounds. In the game, the rebirth blessing was a hidden piece that didn't affect Leon's progression, but to Giamma, it was an advantage he couldn't afford to miss. Anyway, Leon is going to become overwhelmingly strong later on, so I have to take advantage of this, he told himself, his sturdy hands gripping the rock face as he climbed up with decisive movements. The surrounding scenery looked vastly different from the in-game graphics. None of the familiar rocks were anywhere to be found. He wandered until dusk, his breathing ragged, but a triumphant smile suddenly bloomed. Found it! The rebirth blessing! A brilliant beam of light radiated from an ancient structure ahead, causing Giamma to freeze as a question mark flashed in his head. What's glowing over there? Blessings are supposed to be well hidden. At the center, a gigantic stone orb emitted a blinding light. A reward. He frowned, his heart beating fast. To get the rebirth blessing, and an orb on top of that. Unbelievable. Luck is finally smiling on me, Giamma whispered, overflowing with excitement. The journey to these ruins hadn't been easy, but he had pulled it off. First, grab the orb, then figure out the rest, he decided, his eyes burning with determination. Hope I make it before sunset. But right at that moment, the giant tree roots all around suddenly shattered, as if torn apart by an invisible force. What the hell? Giamma blurted out, a giant question mark appearing in his mind. Footsteps echoed, and a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Didn't expect anyone to dare push this deep inside. The person continued in a suspicious tone. Aren't you supposed to be sightseeing the world tree? Did you walk all this way just to grab this orb? Leon's sharp gaze flashed as he appeared right in front of Giamma, leaving the latter briefly stunned. Facing that cold glare, Giamma barked, Leon, get straight to the point. Leon curled his lips in a provocative smirk. Or did you come here for another purpose? Giamma took a deep breath, maintaining his composure. I just saw the orb from afar and came to get it. But Leon cut him off, his eyes sharp as knives. You came for this orb. Then he repeated slowly, I see, I see. In that case, we have no other choice, Leon declared, his voice cold as ice. Come and try to take it, Leon. They say that the day you were born, half the world smiled. That was testament to a warrior. Leon resembled a knight and spoke like a dark boss, a long streak of light slashing right through the area. Both sides began sizing each other up to welcome a new battle. Seeing Leon's somewhat serious expression, analytical thoughts quickly took shape in his mind. What on earth is happening? Isn't he supposed to be with Aben right now? Today is a crucial turning point in the story. No way. Aben's silhouette flashed back to the exact night they had just met. I will get through this trial. He remembered nothing extra happening that whole night. Returning to the Leon in front of him, his contemplation deepened. Even if the guy knew about that, he certainly wouldn't fight over it. A long slash was unleashed by Leon, leaving a clean, precise cut straight through the wall right behind him. A huge surprise registered in Giamma's mind. Seeing his opponent holding that sword, his analysis continued. He found it, the sword bomb. A question popped up. How are you doing? The thoughts kept rolling, though incomplete. A weapon with contradictory attributes, simultaneously a demonic sword and a holy sword, the Twilight Blade. The hilt of Bamung featured pure silver, blindingly bright. The entire blade bore gorgeous wavy patterns, but the most striking part was the blue jewel embedded right in the middle of the crossguard. Originally, it was a catalyst meant to neutralize Bamung, the most evil sword in the world, using the divine power of the gem. However, because Bamung relied on magical power, even when neutralized by the gemstone, it was heavily influenced by the user's personality. Anxiety flickered across his face. Therefore, in the game, depending on the player's choices, Bamung could become a magical sword or a holy sword. No way, Leon actually, and then Leon on the other side spoke up. All right, I think this makes a perfect pair. The thought still couldn't be shut off in his head. Couldn't he close his mind, even for a second? This is insane. His spoken reply followed. Are you serious? Opposite him, with a cold expression. The reply was equally freezing. I'm terrible at lying. Leon took a step forward. Meanwhile, Giamma conjured an ellipsis over his head. It looked like the guy was trying to establish his standing and use him as a stepping stone to grow. Sweat began to bead up. Leon's actions seemed understandable, but it was just a guess. One thing was certain. The orb was justification enough. Seeing him stay silent across from him, Leon broke the quiet atmosphere. Sorry, I don't have much time. To be precise, I'm starting now. He instantly lunged forward at high speed, cutting right through the air. Shifting to Saki's side, she had started grumbling about something. Whoever was walking alongside Weapon suddenly startled and shouted back in surprise, "Hey, why are you suddenly yelling and making a fuss?" Saki replied with a disgusted look, "Ugh, the person I'm looking for isn't showing up, yet somehow I run into you here." Weapon looked at Saki's persistent dissatisfaction, finally losing his cool. "Hey, do you think I wanted to run into you?" Saki cut in. "Then who's supposed to give directions? Just follow me and speak up." Meanwhile, an angry vein popped on Weapon. "Aren't you the one looking for me? Are you searching for Giamma?" Saki didn't deny it. "Yeah." Both of them stopped walking, and Weapon added a question. "Huh? You don't mean to say you're thinking about Giamma, do you?" Saki fell silent for a moment before throwing the question right back. "Why would you think that?" Weapon launched into his speech as they resumed walking. "Well, right, until a month ago you were just a kid hanging around the archery range, but now you're acting like this. Isn't it ever since you started hanging out with Giamma? Since you originally said hacking and stuff like that are super annoying, it's pretty weird for you to do things without being asked." Suddenly, Saki stopped dead in her tracks, causing Weapon to fail his brakes and crash straight into her. His nose swelled red, and Weapon chimed in with complaints. "Hey, why do you suddenly stop like that?" But his expression quickly morphed in a blank shock when Saki gave him a cold look and said, "Hey, Weapon, there's a weird silence between the two of you." Then Saki slowly turned around with some rather strange body movements, asking with a somewhat shy, blushing face, "Do I look that obvious?" A giant question mark popped up, but refusing to believe his own ears, Weapon immediately cut in. "Has Giamma brainwashed you, or something? Or maybe you've been hypnotized?" A huge angry mark appeared clearly on Saki, followed instantly by a punch straight to Weapon's handsome face. "Shut up." Taken by surprise, he couldn't dodge in time. "Ow!" But then something shifted as Saki's eyes darted around. "What? What does that sound?" Weapon, still a bit dazed from the punch, quickly shook off the thought. "Wait, did an earthquake just happen?" Saki disagreed slightly. "No, it's a bit different. This is a more focused gaze. The resonance of a sword coming from somewhere." Suddenly, a blade snapped in two, or rather, Giamma's machete had been sliced in half by Leon and fell behind him. A blank expression was clearly visible on his face, his eyes staring straight ahead. "This is insane. Having just struck," Leon's steps paused slightly. Retaining his cold expression, he asked, "Why didn't you fight back? Even knowing I was going to strike, your gaze lacked intensity and respect." Over on his side, Giamma experienced a strange sensation. Thoughts began to flow in his head. To be honest, I couldn't react any further. I thought he was just about to throw a punch. I couldn't blindly throw myself into a situation I knew nothing about. I hesitated because I thought I might unleash my blessing and end up getting slashed anyway. Across from him, Leon called out to Giamma once more, "Why did you do that?" Meanwhile, his internal thoughts continued. "If I act carelessly, I'll lose my self-respect." Leon was the main character in Miracle Protection M. Leon maintained his cold demeanor. "Pick up your weapon. It's bound to happen one day anyway." Left with no other choice, Giamma was forced to pull out his sashimi knife, the wielder of the miraculous blessing. Watching Leon advance to attack again, Giamma felt a wave of uncertainty. It's unreasonable to handle a situation like this without any other protective measures. Drop your complacency. The blade left its sheath. The two confronted each other. Blessing, sword god. A massive explosion generated shockwaves that rippled across the area. The two sides closed indirectly, each attacking with their respective weapons. Giamma was then forced backward. Following up on that advance, Leon pursued Giamma along his retreat, his sword gripped tightly. launching an upward slash from below. A purple aura formed, and Jiyama had to dodge to the side, parrying with his basic knife strike. Jiyama's sashimi knife was sliced in half, and the sheer astonishment on his face didn't stop there. Following through with a counterattack, the slash traced an arc almost identical to the initial trajectory. Jiyama once more had to throw his body to the side to evade. Both of Leon's hands then gripped the Balmung sword tightly, locking his eyes on the target as a new sword strike began to form. Jiyama leaped away from that spot instantly. The attack thus missed behind him. Jiyama widened the distance, reaching into his pouch filled with multiple sashimi knives. He hurled two of them toward Leon's position. Focusing on the incoming attack, Leon delivered two diagonal slashes that batted away the flying knives. After blocking them, Leon lunged forward again, closing in on Jiyama with surprising speed. A slashing stance was ready while Jiyama stood dazed, failing to raise his guard in time. Light flashed from the Balmung, and Jiyama could only stand still and watch the impending attack silently. Flashes of light flickered across the rows of pillars one after another, and they were quickly sliced in half by a truly invisible force of attack. Ducking away from the angle of the strike, Jiyama crouched down, but his pouch wasn't as fortunate. Most of the knives inside were cut in half right along with the pillars, coiling his body like a spring as the sunlight gradually faded in the distance. Jiyama grabbed a single knife and bolted from the area at top speed. While moving, Jiyama hastily reassessed the situation. It's on a completely different level compared to the midterm exam, pushing the protagonist's power limits. He's been training himself to level up. A sudden flash of red light interrupted his thoughts, forcing Jiyama to look back. A massive wave of sword chi blending with the air closed in on his body, carrying a giant question mark and the momentum of 1,000 charging armies. The attack crashed down, wiping away a portion of the structure's old terrain. Spatial cracks spread out as Leon's sword lost its glowing light in his hand, leaving him panting heavily with sweat-beaded features. Ha! From afar, smoke rose as Jiyama approached with a cold demeanor, sashimi knife in hand. Leon narrowed his eyes upon noticing his return. Regaining his composure, Jiyama questioned, "Leon, why did you do that?" Without answering immediately, Leon wore a deep expression before looking up into the sky. "The world, if it's you, I can make everyone in this world happy." A smile surfaced. Ha! The Balmung sword in his hand flashed with a radiant aura once more. Its explosive power was greater than before. Now he understood. Leon raised his sword high. Facing Jiyama's focused gaze, the sword's energy pierced the sky. It radiated a fierce amount of mana. Leon spoke. "Who is someone?" Once again, Leon committed to his attack. Meanwhile, Jiyama bolted forward. The previous balance shifted as Jiyama's sashimi knife sheared through the energy erupting from a hill. The physical pressure dispersed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Lethargy surfaced as the Balmung's sword energy gradually faded, and a piece of the hilt even detached itself. I believe in that. Sunlight added vibrancy to the surroundings. The two held their poses as the coldness gradually drained from Leon's eyes. Hanging his sword once more, he looked up again. "It's too high," casting his gaze forward. As desired, the one worthy of being chosen was Jiyama. He had already sheathed his sashimi knife and stood beside the central orb. Silence quickly settled after the two ended their clash. Jiyama closed his eyes as the sashimi knife returned entirely to its scabbard. Faint light flickered behind him. No sooner had the knife clicked into its sheath than Leon's silhouette in the background began to show signs of dissolving. Jiyama immediately turned his gaze backward. A question mark popped up alongside a single white feather resting right where Leon had just been standing. He asked himself, "He disappeared? What was that?" Further contemplation arose. An unexpected duel. Gazing at the distant sunlight, he thought, that was the act of stepping up like a warrior and revising things on his own. I bear no ill will toward anyone. Looking at the suddenly severed knives, Jiyama grew thoughtful again. First off, he was even in such a rush to end the fight quickly. But unfortunately, if I hadn't reacted in time, I'd be dead right now. Memories of dodging Leon's lightning-fast attack flashed back. I tried my best not to target Leon. Because of that, He had been running around all over the place like a troublemaker. Easier said than done, placing his hand on the crystal orb. However, Leon's growth had reached a level befitting a main character. Giamma brought a hand to his face in embarrassment. The image of a bewildered blacksmith flashed in his mind. By the way, I think I shaved off a tiny core part of the weapon. The edges of the weapon served as enhancements. Need to repair it if I gather enough materials later. There shouldn't be any issues with the final shaping, right? Brushing aside someone's thoughts, he added an explanation. All right, I didn't slice Leon here. This game is over. Talk about a weird special tutorial. Returning to the matter at hand, Giamma's hand remained on the crystal orb as he lazily muttered, "Right, that's enough." Suddenly, light flashed from the orb, erupting outward. A smile broke out on his lips. "Found it. It's right here." Light appeared in his hand, and a huge information panel materialized above his head. "Congratulations, you have acquired a new blessing. The Blessing of Rebirth. It can rapidly regenerate and repair damaged cells. However, severed body parts cannot be regrown." An additional prompt asked, "Has it been applied?" Without hesitation, Giamma grabbed a piece of scrap metal and stabbed it into his arm to test it. Blood began to well up. The moment he pulled the blade out, a glowing array formed around the long wound on his arm. Green plus signs flashed consecutively, and a moment later only a small scar remained. The bleeding stopped completely. Raising his arm to feel and inspect it closely, a flash of joy crossed Giamma's face. "Oh, this efficiency is definitely real." But sorrow quickly replaced it. "Well, I'm glad I got what I wanted." It was the result of hard work. The sky rapidly faded into night. A plume of smoke drifted from a campfire somewhere. Giamma sat brooding alone by the fire. The melancholy from the afternoon persisted into the night. But what could that be? Seriously, Aben. Was it because of that? Recalling Leon's cold demeanor and weapon-drawn stance directed at him, Giamma reflected further. The words echoed in his head. It was going to happen one day anyway. The situation was so urgent I couldn't ask a single question. What does this even mean? The blessing is always with you. He muttered to himself, so only he could hear. What is the identity of Leon? Someone from another world? Yeah, even before that, being thrown into this world was full of questions. Now, I can only do what needs to be done, adjusting a piece of firewood to tend to the flame ahead of him. I had a hot temper in my past life. Following that realization came a deeper musing. Even though I have to suppress myself a lot now, I never turn a blind eye to injustice. I used to have plenty of arguments with regular customers. A personality that doesn't avoid things. Is this a sense of justice? The game shaped this mindset in his head. The plan is to try and avoid interfering with the plot as much as possible. Before doing that, I need to prioritize securing my own safety. If you become this player, that's your destiny. Though his actions aim to gain favor without disrupting the situation, today Giamma had nearly gotten into a brawl with Leon. The anxiety stemming from earlier, along with the dungeon gatekeeper. Furthermore, at this point, he even faced the risk of assassination. If my life is genuinely threatened, scenes of himself fighting past his limits flash through his mind. That's when I start fighting back against everything. That's being human, not a demon. Silence blanketed him after those reflections. Giamma looked up into the sky, telling himself, "Am I doing okay? I need to learn to do everything in moderation." Suddenly, Saki appeared, standing beside him and chiming in. "There's so much to say, just be yourself." An exclamation mark appeared over his head, followed by several bewildered question marks as he looked over. But with Saki not actually by his side, it seemed merely like a reflection of his own inner voice. Intuition prompted him to say, "Was I just hallucinating? That's really weird." If Nurio were actually here, he'd definitely say stuff like that to lecture me. An ellipsis followed. I wonder what the others are doing right now. Over on this side, Saki and Weapon were building a campfire together. A brief message flashed on screen. "If you fall, you die." Saki stared at her phone, feeling a bit gloomy. Elsewhere, Chloe was being teased by Rachel, who had her arms slung over her shoulders singing. She could only clench her fists in helplessness with a blank, deadpan stare. Aben, in yet another location, had stripped off her clothes and submerged herself in a cave spring, all her weapons placed neatly to the side. He smiled. Hey everyone. Daytime was a bit ticklish. The smoke drifted higher, distant lights flickered, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Giamma had fallen asleep, sitting right where he was. The campfire in front of him burned out. But then, nearby, footsteps walked slowly across the grass. 5 members of the assassin squad appeared. The blonde member, Perik, signaled, and 2 others gripped their weapons tightly. Squad leader Ray Shun closed his eyes in the background, sensing a flash of light as 2 weapons lunged forward rapidly. The attack struck Giamma's position. Sensing danger, his eyes snapped open to see the first weapon slicing into part of his arm. He managed to dodge sideways, but the remaining weapon grazed his leg. His gaze focused sharply. The 2 weapons came to a stop by embedding themselves into 2 nearby tall trees. Someone's voice involuntarily piped up. Whoa, Captain, is that kid really a trainee? Perik's voice chimed in with his long tongue wagging. Awesome. Should we take this chance to recruit him straight away? Squad leader Ray Shun's voice cut in. Shut up, Perik. Spotting the newly revealed group, Giamma refocused. It was the Undertaker assassin squad. Information surfaced regarding the person he recognized. The leader of the Undertaker squad, a centaur creature whom Leon would only encounter much later. She was originally the daughter of a noble family betrayed by her own kin, a character born in dire circumstances who chose the life of an elite mercenary. Her resentment grew over time, turning her into a villain, a tragic character defeated by Leon. Giamma watched the group approach. Even so, I have no sympathy for these assassin mercenaries, since they've abandoned their humanity. Having struck first earlier, Bark spoke in a mocking tone. Hey kid, what are you? Even when I went easy on you, it wasn't easy to dodge. Are you an undercover mercenary too? His tone grew more amused by Giamma's unusual calmness. Hey, you're not an ordinary kid, are you? How can a kid keep a face like that in this situation? Captain, what do you think about recruiting him? Ray Shun pondered for a moment before asking. Whose faction do you belong to? In response, Giamma's gaze turned sharply cold, and he thought, what the hell is this guy talking about? Why are these people asking about my affiliations while on a mission? Don't these damn bastards realize I'm a student? Seeing him stay silent, Bark added mockingly. Hey kid, you're still breathing, thinking you're pretty great, huh? This isn't the first time the captain has taken an interest in a 2-star prey, right, Vice Captain? Nearby, a fist clenched with finger-clamped weapons. Vice Captain Jiang Taifeng replied smugly. Definitely. Judging by this kid's movements, he's no ordinary person. I think he's just a kid. Even as this year's top student, he's definitely at a level where he can jump right into this line of work. A warped smile accompanied by having escaped the danger of the previous attack. That was a flawless dodge. Even I would have stumbled a couple of times. Giamma's body began to undergo a change. It felt as though his consciousness and heartbeat had stopped. A numbing sensation began with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, flooding his entire body down to his fingertips. He uttered, I see you guys coming. His gaze shifted, danger latching onto Giamma. Judging by the fact that you're here, the one who gave the order must be a high-ranking officer from the body disposal unit. The surprise caught the group off guard. They couldn't believe it, and Perik spoke up first. You bastard. Where are you from? How dare you investigate us? But Ray Shun raised a hand to stop him. Stop. The response was instead taken over by Vice Captain Jiang Taifeng. I guess you already know a thing or two about us. Giamma added, that you're a bunch of scumbags who kill for money. The provocative, dry tone targeted everyone present. Jiang Taifeng immediately gnashed his teeth. You crazy brat, that's the captain's least favorite thing. Giamma stepped forward, closing in on his opponent as his tone suddenly shifted. I suppose you wouldn't want people calling you a commoner, just because you hail from a noble family, right? At that moment, Jiang Taifeng lost his cool and swung his fist. You bastard. Giamma switched his sword, God-blessing state, effortlessly stepping past his opponent. Silence blanketed the space, but a long red streak appeared across Jiang Taifeng's neck. He muttered, ducking like a rat, but then he felt something wrong with his body. Huh? What? Losing his balance, his head gently slid off. The razor-sharp sashimi knife left not a single streak of blood on itself. Witnessing what had just transpired, the rest of the group panicked utterly. "What is this?" "Vice Captain, you damn bastard." Giamma stood frozen in place. Thoughts replaced the silence. "I've killed a person." He glanced back. In reality, not inside a subspace. These guys only know how to curse like that just now. Damn it. Suddenly, something black flashed past his eyes. "What are you doing?" His gaze shifted, the color black gradually overtaking one of his eyes as a number surfaced. 12. Physical pressure materialized, radiating directly toward Ray Shun. "Don't bring it along." The numbers began to shift, Giamma's face gradually contorting. The sword god blessing revealed itself. Someone's phone suddenly displayed the date and time. December 7th, 1207. Giamma, back when he used to work as a chef, looked at the information and muttered to himself, "Time really flies, and here is another coincidence." December 7th, 1207. He mumbled, "I need to find it quickly and just clock out." A door swung open. Where on earth did I leave my humanity? Is it in the fridge? From inside, various drinks were neatly arranged, with an ellipsis implying something mysterious. The person who appeared before this place was the present Giamma. So who rearranged these things? "You bastards. And then you plan to put it inside there, huh?" He guessed. "I guess I'll have to take all of them out." But Giamma's gaze was drawn somewhere else. A row of drinks narrowed down into a single line within his field of vision. A giant question mark appeared. Didn't I get enough sleep? I thought these letters had changed. Giamma looked closely at the boxes containing juice, and sure enough, the characters had become unusual. A sudden flash of light illuminated his surprised face. That light transformed into a stronger stream. Red squares revealed themselves, stretching out in a long line. The combative look from before surfaced as Giamma gripped his sashimi knife. A strange stat appeared, 2.5. As his gaze shifted, the stat changed as well, 7.2. A moment later, the stat turned red, 12.7. A look of immense danger emerged. If you cut it, will it snap or not? The events that had just occurred brought Giamma back to the moment when Vice Captain Jiang Teeping's head fell off following his slash. The voice of another guy rang out loudly as Giamma's smile gradually shed its humanity. "Vice Captain!" The rest of the mob rushed forward all at once, heading straight for Giamma. "You bastard, grab him, damn it!" However, while the crowd charged forward, Giamma suddenly dashed forward at high speed. In a split second, he closed the distance on the crowd with his knife raised. They failed to react in time to this movement, thinking their opponent was just some punk. Before they could say another word, all three of them sprouted a horizontal cut, just like the vice captain before them. Following his decisive motion, all three were sliced clean in half. A tangible, murderous aura enveloped Giamma's entire body. Seeing their comrades taken down one after another, the others stepped up to take over the attack, filled with anger. Die. 2 slashes were unleashed by these two guys, but they only cut through empty air. With lightning speed, Giamma had already moved away, a foot touching the ground. 2 basic slashes caused him to spin around, dealing 2 clean cuts to these two guys. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire area red. One of Giamma's eyes was covered in pitch black, surrounded by swirling blood red. All eyes turned toward Captain Ray-shun. "Hey, you stupid bastards, snap out of it already. Your opponent is just a kid." Charging forward together, a sudden flicker of anxiety appeared accompanied by a drop of sweat on Ray-shun's face. Miserable screams echoed throughout the region. Everyone charged in, and Giamma casually dealt each of them 1 to 2 slashes. The attack showed no signs of stop. A splash of blood hit her face, and the expression on Ray-shun's face visibly changed. Thoughts quickly took over. What is this? Is that guy a student? The body of the comrade in front of her was sliced in half once again. Peric raised his voice, unable to believe his eyes. "Captain, is this real?" Thoughts continued to race through Ray-shun's mind. I thought that was just prey. Having dealt with the group in front of him, Giamma suddenly closed in on Peric, engulfed in a shroud of killing intent and fiery rage. Peric's complexion turned paler than ever. Words involuntarily slipped out on the spot. The kid didn't let Peric finish speaking. Jiama executed a basic knife stroke that sliced cleanly through Peric's throat. Blood sprayed out once more, and his body and head dropped instantly under Ration's panicked gaze. Ration's footsteps instinctively stepped back. I thought that was going to be an easy request to knock out in a flash. Recalling Elder Claudi's words, 100 million for each person, and I'll throw in a special bonus. Ration pulled out 2 short scimitars, holding them in a reverse grip as anxiety surrounded her. That crazy old bastard. Jiama looked up at the sky. None of the hunters who had charged into attack were left standing, and blood stained the entire courtyard. He's not human. With a dazed look in his eyes, Jiama glanced back, unsure if he was dreaming or awake. Adding his assessment, disguised as a student, only one target left. He rushed forward once more, his speed suddenly skyrocketing. He's a half-human, half-demon. Raishun could only stare blankly and grit her teeth as she watched the incoming attack. This bastard. But something happened. Raishun's back pressed against a large cliff face as a question mark popped up. Or rather, Jiama had pinned Raishun down to the ground. Focus brought him back to his normal state. Everything has been settled properly. Pinned down, Raishun was slightly startled, but then she tightly shut her eyes. Everything is basically sorted out. Jiama sheathed his sashimi knife. Only 9 seconds left. It took way too long from Leon to the Undertaker group. His gaze grew calmer. That was just an act of self-defense, but I hope I won't have to use it again. Remembering the exhausting fight against the water boars, he cast a glance to the side, feeling a very strange sensation. This is completely different from fighting demons before. This time, the opponents were humans. Bringing a crowd of people to threaten his life, Jiama thought, there's no reason to pity these guys, nothing to regret. His gaze fell upon Raishun, whose hand were tied to a tree trunk. Now it's just me and this captain, Raishun. He started off with a greeting. Tell me, who ordered you to come here? Casting half a glance at Raishun, she replied, do you think I'll tell you? A deep, pensive look appeared in Jiama's eyes. This is a chance to find out who's behind the plot to assassinate me. It'll be more effective to force the truth out of her using extreme terror. If I kill her right now, I won't find out the story. I definitely regret it. He added a question. Are you being stupid or brave right now? Raishun angrily gritted her teeth. What? Jiama knelt on one knee beside her and continued. Your subordinates acted out and ended up like this. Wouldn't it be better if you talked nicely while I'm still being nice? Her anger flared up even more. Raishun bit her lip and muttered, that damn bastard Marin. Then a smile broke out on her lips. Yeah, I get why that old man asked me to deal with. Looking at Jiama, her voice raised. All the information about you that I should have realized was wiped clean from the start, including your family and parents. Raishun's voice lost its composure. Hey, you old human bastard. How dare you ask us to wipe out a villain who's disguised as a student like this? If I had known beforehand, I would have killed that council old man myself. With a harsher tone, Jiama fell into deep thought. What is she talking about? All information about my family and parents was wiped out. A vague feeling surfaced, the image of his parents blurring away, and an indescribable vortex appeared before his eyes. What do they look like again? Jiama stood up and looked at Raishun. Hey, what did you just say? Looking slightly exhausted, Raishun replied, Huh. But her expression turned to shock when she saw Jiama draw his sashimi knife, pure danger evident in the air. You're saying I don't have any family or parents? The blade slowly slid out of its scabbard. Originally, I intended to listen to the info about the mastermind and let you pass away in peace. Raishun startled, fear pushed to a whole new level. As she heard Jiama continue, but I have a question for you. This isn't a negotiation, it's a threat. Raishun's face was dotted with sweat as Jiama's blade slowly revealed itself. Even if you don't have limbs, you can still talk, right? Suddenly, a massive pressure descended upon the place. Both of them struggled to withstand the dangerous aura. Jiama thought, what is this? This pressure, why is magical energy suddenly? Beneath their feet, a pool of blood shifted, and the pressure dissipated. It disappeared. Jiama sensed a major change right beneath his feet. Is this the blood of those assassins? The eerie pool of blood formed like threads, heading toward Raishin's body and wrapping around her. What? What is this? Stop it. Don't come near me. A miserable scream echoed out. Giamma sensed a dangerous life force about to erupt. What on earth is this? At the same time, someone's fishing rod was cast. Sword Saint Hrit leisurely went fishing. He cast his line while remarking, "It really doesn't feel bad holding a management position, except for the fact that I've never actually caught anything." The fishing rod didn't budge. He muttered, "Not worth the high price at all." But suddenly, the float bobbed up, and a large splash of water appeared. Oh, is it here already? No. A shockwave from somewhere caused the fish to leap into the air amidst his bizarre calmness. Unease took over. This is way more serious. A massive pressure hit, and a monster's silhouette appeared, looking like a commander. Back on this side, trails of blood invaded Raishin's body, and her piercing screams didn't stop. She couldn't control the bloody current. Raishin forced the words out. "I'll tell you everything, everything." Giamma watched intently, but an eerie sound rang out, and Raishin's face twisted in agony. "I don't want to die." Plus sign energies converged, and a massive pillar of energy erupted from Raishin straight up into the sky. The immense pressure blew everything away around them, piercing through the sky for a colossal distance. The 5th Legion commander, far away, sensed the disturbance. His gaze narrowed. On this side, the Legion commander's flames flared up as something fell down. A massive fire formed a swirling vortex, engulfing everything. Giamma raised his blade in a stance, sensing a new, much greater danger. From ahead, a pitch-black shadow revealed itself. Dust and smoke filled the air. Raishin's body transformed, her hands pointing toward the sky with an eerie smile plastered across her face. All right, here it is, the human world after 700 years. Hearing this, Giamma startled. 700 years? No way. Seeing the massive transformation, he pondered. That magical power, even a mermaid strong enough to turn into a mighty creature would become tiny in front of this ancient mana. The opponent let out a breath as the gloomy flames underwent a massive shift around Raishin. With fiery hair, her words were directed at Giamma. "Hello there, kid." He recognized his opponent. The commander of the 5th Legion, Lord of the Succubus Shades, the Demon King Army's 5th Legion, the Nightmare, the demonic Fire Aegir. A light, effortless sound turned into a mocking laugh. Boof. The massive flames faded away, leaving behind birds that couldn't handle the heavy pressure and began falling to the ground. The laughter finally stopped, locking onto him as the only living target left here. Unexpectedly, it raised a hand in a cheerful wave. "Well, shouldn't greetings be done like this? It's been 700 years since I left the demon realm, so I'm not too clear on human etiquette." The fiery avatar began introducing herself, while he already knew about this beforehand. "I am Aegir, commander of the Legion of the Demon King's army. Very nice to meet you." Unexpectedly, the smile began to show signs of distortion. "Kid, what's your name?" Instead of answering the question, he just stood there with a look of anxiety. The opponent continued talking. "What? Refusing to tell me your name? How cold." It wasn't that he wasn't answering, but rather that he was trying to dredge up old memories from within his own mind. "Try to remember already." The figure of his fishing teacher flashed back. Even seemingly useless fragments can sometimes become a mirror reflecting the future. Right after that was a conversation with another kitchen helper. "That character is so cool. Are you still playing?" The most beneficial thing about living in this world is playing the Blur Ward spell. Aegir, after rummaging through the past for a while, he seemed to have gathered some vital info. Demon Fire, Aegir, Demon Race, Female, Traits. Among the Legion commanders, physical strength is not her standout trait, but she excels the most in mental magic. I still remember the brief traits of Aegir that I read on Kamuki when I quit the game, but I can't figure out why Aegir descended to the mortal realm after 700 years, and even possessed Raishin through parasitism. There's definitely some purpose behind it. While he was lost in thought, the opponent suddenly looked around the surrounding scenery, starting with a grinning laugh, as if it were all just a piece of abstract art. "Did you do this, kid?" Her foot stepped over a bloody corpse, surrounded by mutilated bodies. Without waiting for a reply, Ager continued, as if delivering lines to her own shadow. "Oh, you're pretty good. No wonder you don't look like an ordinary person. You can still stand so calmly even after seeing me." That voice rang out, a hypnotic resonance that made everything in his inner mind skip a beat. He tried to keep himself sober, but the opponent giggled as if she had just found a new toy. "Well, looks-wise, you might be a bit green, but you've got potential. So, how about taking this opportunity to form a contract with me?" A spiritual shockwave radiated from those eyes, dense magic making the surrounding air feel like it wanted to melt. With his psyche violently shaken, he blurted out, "What?" Ager didn't find this strange at all. As a demon living by instinct and desire, she used dreams as bait. A mocking smile mixed in. "Puff, puff, puff. Consider it an honor, kid. I'll give you a special opportunity to be my slave. After all, you humans just pretend to be noble, then judge and divide each other anyway." Footsteps gradually moved forward, killing for profit, inflicting pain on one another. "If that's the case, why don't you dream a more glorious dream with me?" Ager closed in just like that, lifting his chin up. The seductive tone oscillated between reality and illusion, pulling him as he gradually lost his sobriety with dazed, clear eyes. Every word echoed in his mind. Right, come to think of it, Ager is right. Humans judge and classify others for their own benefit. The strong exploit, and the weak are left with nothing. Humans are the very ones who witness injustice, yet let it slide, even starting wars just to achieve their own selfish goals. Honestly, if you want to survive, accepting Ager's offer is the most logical thing to do. Furthermore, if I side with the Demon King's army, my ultimate goal, survival, will be much easier to achieve. Watching him begin to sink into the fantasy realm, Ager offered another piece of evaluation. How lovely! As darkness and corrupt desires from the first entity began to invade his body. Right at that moment, a long slash cut through the air, but the opponent was a demon, the queen of the succubi, Ager. He shook off the redundant thoughts in his head while simultaneously batting away the opponent's arm. This now released a massive wave of pressure into the surroundings. Seeing him break free from both her seductive magic and his own fear, Ager couldn't hide her great surprise. "Oh my, how did you break it? That's high-level magic." Looking at her own hand with a displeased gaze. Could it be because of this pathetic body? Anyway, after whining about wanting to make a contract, did that guy really do such a sloppy job? How is anyone supposed to operate with a possessed body like this? Seriously. While Ager was muttering in front of him, he let out a soft chuckle. "Ah." Ager looked at him, fell silent for a moment, and tilted her head with a question mark. "Did you just laugh?" His eyes narrowed. "Yeah, because I heard some long-winded nonsense, so I found it funny." Silence enveloped the scene like a thick curtain. He drew his blade, shattering this silence. "About that whole thing asking me to be your slave." Seeing him ready to act, Ager's eyes flared with angry flames. He gripped his blade tight. "No way." Instead of getting angry again, Ager put on a mocking demeanor. "How rude." The sashimi knife rang with a sharp metallic chime, a top-down slash cutting right through the massive flames in front of him. But facing this attack, Ager didn't take it seriously at all, keeping a completely indifferent and nonchalant posture. An arc accompanied by a fireball lunged forward, and he unleashed yet another fresh slash. Once the slash was done, Ager conjured a brand new fireball, this time adding a tired, weary yawn to her posture. His opponent was completely relaxed, but he was anything but comfortable. To wrap this up early, his sashimi knife emitted a pale blue energy. The small amount of aura radiating out caught Ager's attention. Oh my! Just when he thought he could give his opponent a hard time, his next attack was easily dodged by Ager, feeling as though he had just slashed an afterimage clone. Staring directly into each other's eyes, Ager reassessed the situation slightly. "I was only half joking at first, but now I'm actually interested." That smile revealed itself once again. "Hey kid," a foot planted firmly backward. "Big sis wants to see just what your abilities are worth." Inferno. Columns of fire burst up from the ground one after another, their aura blazing wildly as high-level fire magic was unleashed, surprising him slightly. But amidst the previous attacks, flames danced around Ager. "Come on, kid." Two spinning fireballs charged straight at him, the soaring temperature forcing him to turn the tables. The blade swept swiftly in a circle, cutting down those two energy spheres. A sudden start flickered across the surface. Without stopping there, he rushed forward in a single breath, his blade moving swiftly and leaving a thread-like aura in its wake. Left with no other choice, Ager was forced to dash away to a different spot, because, still unadjusted, he had already surpassed human limits. Meanwhile, on this side, how much time had passed since the descent? Adaptation was still a bit slow. Charging forward and sensing something closing in, Ager suddenly turned back to see that he had appeared right beside him with a sashimi knife at the ready. A strained smile replaced it. "Oh, caught up already like this?" A massive explosion occurred, their aura energies beginning to crash violently into each other. Dust and smoke spread everywhere, one of her hands blocking this slash. Goodness, such a hasty personality. "No time to spare. I've got plenty to spare." Having poured too much into the blessing of the painless earlier, he now seemed to steadily lose his composure. "Don't stop. I have no time to waste." For swift slashes pierced through the air, the attack's speed growing faster and faster. He had to make the most of the remaining few seconds to execute follow-up attacks. Time ticked by just like that, but the rush of excitement drove Ager to block everything barehanded, moving faster and faster. The attack speed accelerated to an extreme degree, and the flames were continuously slashed away. The onslaught had turned into a blur. The light was reduced to mere specks, and his slashes finally came to a halt. As the time ended, countless red bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes, and the remaining aura on the sword gradually faded away. Ager's arm, which had blocked the previous onslaught, now bore countless deep slash marks. Flames burst out, burning away the flowing blood. If not for that clause 700 years ago, the red piranha fish blood still wouldn't be used to this. The arm turned into flames, its tongue licking away the pooled blood on its surface, giving off the sensation of being human. What was previously a single fiery arm had now transformed into two arms. Seeing him crouching slightly and feeling a bit of pain before him, Ager mocked. "What a waste to let a kid be human. Huh? That will to burn yourself out kind of willpower is so captivating. Though a bit insolent, that heat suits my taste quite well. At that age, being capable of this might even give you a better future than the one chosen as his vessel." That smile emerged once more, along with both arms raised horizontally. "Phew, phew, phew. Well then, I'm almost completely adapted to this body now. Brat, can you become the one who fulfills my wish?" Floating in midair with arms raised high, flames burst forth. "I'll test you one last time. Just endure this, and you pass." Cast the skill, 10-phase flame frama. A super fireball condensed in the sky, right where those fiery hands were raised high. Completely powerless with a stiffened body after forcing himself to attack earlier, he could only stand and wait for the incoming attack to reach him. Brat, at least withstand this much. Carrying that fireball, a bizarre smile rushed straight toward him, death closing in on his body by a hair's breadth. Right at that moment, someone's footsteps suddenly sprinted over. Sensing the shockwave beforehand, the Sword Emperor appeared, stepping in front of him to block the attack with his sword, accompanied by a booming voice. "Pull yourself together. Snap out of it." Kong Jiama, the masterclass powerhouse, was having a grand time when someone naturally stepped in to interfere. Ager was taken aback once again. "What the hell? Who is this old man? Can you stay out of business between us?" But he flatly refused. "No way. At least this kid." His voice rose higher. "This kid, absolutely." Before he could finish, Ager cut him off. "Then protect him." The fireball launched earlier now had its power boosted even further by Ager, its gaze turning pitch black and carrying its signature bizarre smile. Jiama's consciousness completely faded out as he fell into some formless white space. Those eyes struggled to open. "Am I dead?" But then something brought him back to reality. His eyes lit up brightly upon hearing another person's voice here. Cough, cough. Right in front of him, the arm had completely vanished, leaving behind a scorching flame. Clutching his body and gripping his knife tightly, he realized who had just saved him. Lord Sword Emperor. Dashing forward at high speed, peerless talent could not simply vanish in a place like this. Kong Jiama turned back. The Sword Emperor had arrived just in time to intercept Ager's fireball attack when he was completely drained. Both arms lifted his sword upward. This kid must shatter the shackles of evil. The fireball attack aimed at its target was deflected away from him, but the price was one of the Sword Emperor's arms completely disappearing. After missing its mark, the fireball only stopped after causing a massive explosion behind them both, carrying hope for the future. Kong Jiama remained unconscious while the Sword Emperor was gripped by a deep sense of worry. Then the previous scene resurfaced. He opened his eyes and saw who had just come to his rescue. Sensing that he had regained his spirit, the Sword Emperor turned back and spoke. "Good. I suppose you were unconscious for a bit. Rest and try to recover your body. Though looking at the current situation, that's not a great idea, is it?" With eyes as sharp as his sashimi knife, his concern was voiced aloud. "Sword Emperor, your arm." There was no strange expression on his face, replaced instead by an eerie calmness from the Sword Emperor. "It's fine. Using 2 hands to hold a sword isn't strictly necessary. Don't worry about that. You need to focus on recovering your body." Finishing the exchange with him, the Sword Emperor shifted his gaze forward, where Ager had seized Raishin's body, speaking in a tone no different from the one he used moments ago. "Hello, old-timer." Ager tilted his head slightly with a curious look at his raised hand, continuing to ask, "Truly bizarre, isn't it? How can an ordinary human like you slash my magic?" Ager began to grow slightly irritated, but the Sword Emperor remained silent in this instance. The atmosphere grew dangerously quiet. Then a thought shifted within the Sword Emperor. "Ager, for a Legion Commander-class demon to manifest, it surely requires sacrificing flesh to carve a bloody rift between the demon world and the human world. Possessing a human body serves merely as a catalyst. In exchange, Legion commanders who take over physical hosts have no way of unleashing their full inherent power. Thus, the unstoppable disaster remains unchanged." Ager's expression and tone began to shift as well. "Oh, this is truly annoying. I suppose I don't care much for this body. Red blood is about to stain this entire place." Watching himself struggle against a brat and a dying old man, the two wore slightly furrowed brows, or rather, an expression of tension. As Ager's footsteps began moving slowly forward, flames spread across one of his legs. "I don't know what trick or scheme you pulled, old man, but this time," saying this, Ager suddenly lunged forward, his fiery arms aimed straight at the Sword Emperor first. The sound of tearing space accompanied a loud declaration. But this time won't end with just the loss of an arm. Facing the immense incoming danger, a flash of golden light gleamed in the Sword Emperor's eyes, locking onto those wide-open pupils. He swung out a sword strike in a sudden, fleeting shift. The sound of a blade cleaving the air rang out, and in the blink of an eye, one of Ager's arms severed from his body, discarding all excess movement. "Now!" Ager shrieked in indescribable agony, while the Sword Emperor behind him remained entirely unchanged from before. The flaming arm slowly dropped down to the ground piece by piece. Suddenly, the tide returned to equilibrium. Ager froze for a brief moment, his face twisted in intense rage, and glared backward. "No way." Turning back to look at his opponent, the Sword Emperor spoke. "How terrifying." Sounding as though he had been provoked, Ager grew furious instantly. "What? You arrogant old man, you pathetic little insect." Drawing upon all his body's energy, Ager unleashed countless fire spears bursting upward from the ground. Gazing at the magnificent sight his opponent had conjured, the Sword Emperor simply raised his sword in front of him, coated in a layer of aura energy. His voice remained calm. "I don't know precisely how you managed to cross over here from the demon realm beyond, but I can see it. What is clearly reflecting in your eyes is endless fear." The fire spears began hurtling toward the Sword Emperor, the surrounding temperature reaching blistering heights. Gripping his sword, the Sword Emperor simply unleashed a basic wind slash forward. A number of the incoming fire spear attacks were intercepted. "Fear, you say?" Seeing his attack neutralized so effortlessly, Ager looked somewhat dazed, standing frozen in place before fixing his gaze back onto the Sword Emperor with a judgment. Such a pitiful spectacle of a bug struggling. You and I are quite fortunate that both of us had an arm hacked off. While wearing a smile, a sudden blue aura light materialized right beside his neck. Danger flashing in an instant. Dodging far away, Ager stepped deep backward to evade the Sword Emperor's sudden speed and lightning-fast sword swing. Anger stained his face, Ager's voice suddenly rising. I don't know where an old geezer like you came from, but to think you possess a stream of aura this massive. Then Ager paid closer attention to the Sword Emperor's facial expression. Oh man, those eyes. Could you possibly be a descendant of Aaron? The phantom true form aura, wielding a sword with dual horns, manifested behind the Sword Emperor's back. A thought immediately gripped Ager. Tisich, how unlucky. Even so, suspended in the air afterward, he was merely a human with an aging body past his prime. Instantly realizing what Ager intended to do, shifting from fire spears to fire arrows, several fiery arrows condensed above Ager. A human is ultimately just a human. Aaron's bloodline has grown old. Can an aged body like yours hope to dodge this? Seeing the opponent prepare to strike again, the Sword Emperor plunged into deep focus. From the sky, countless glowing fire arrowheads formed and rained downward. Directing them all, Ager shouted, "D! Ha ha!" Seeing his opponent suddenly dazed and doubtful, Ager lowered his hand along with a mocking taunt. Well, feeling a bit overwhelmed, unable to counter this attack, the Sword Emperor relied on his personal speed, rapidly weaving through the barrage and moving away from the center of Ager, where the arrows landed, creating a violent explosion. He stood frozen over here, shouting out loudly. Sword Emperor, his body still refusing to move, countless thoughts swirled in his mind. He wanted at least the protective barrier of the blessing, but now, all he could do was hold his mind steady. If he let go, there would be no way to catch it ever again. The arm holding the sashimi knife began to tremble, bulging with veins. At this moment, abandoning the protective blessing was tantamount to suicide. As a barrage of attacks rained down on the Sword Emperor, he abruptly pivoted and dashed forward at high speed. Golden light flashed swiftly with that speed, accompanied by a slash unleashed right in front. A crescent moon halo formed, slicing several incoming arrows right in half. Witnessing this scene, Ager threw his arm horizontally, a mocking smile returning to his face. Truly magnificent. With an aged body, you're no longer viewed as a mere bug. You've become a rat. With attacks pressing down continuously, the Sword Emperor closed in on his opponent, dodging everything. The Sword Emperor spoke. The demon race is indeed stronger than humanity. Strong to the point of absurdity, to the point of despair. When I was young, I used to resent this because no matter how hard I tried, I could never cross that wall. But now, at this age, I've come to realize his speed grew faster with every passing moment. Hearing his opponent chatter a bit too much, Ager cut him off. What nonsense are you rambling about? A certain thought encroached, but experience wasn't something easily dismissed. I'll find it soon enough. There has to be a weakness somewhere. The Sword Emperor closed in on the dark shadow. Right at that moment, a major detail emerged. The severed left arm was a vulnerability, but his opponent wore a bizarre smile. One of Ager's arms thrust straight forward as he roared. Have it your way, old man. Continuing his charge forward, the sword sage leaped ahead. Yes, you filthy monster. Ager, you're nothing more than a mere substitute. His voice rose by several notches. Humanity can grow and evolve right in the midst of desperate situations. The footsteps leaving that spot are exactly what you demons are afraid of. Closing in on the opponent at the exact same time the sword is held back. And also because you're trying to invade the human world. Ager looked bewildered, as if she couldn't believe the scene right in front of her. But it was just an act. A dangerous smile bloomed on her lips. A massive column of fire appeared out of nowhere. No, more accurately, there were two columns of fire firmly locking down one of his legs. Following that, Ager's movement speed shifted entirely, heading straight toward him. Anxiety washed over him. Contrary to that expression, Ager kept charging straight in his direction. Honestly, I'm not listening to a single thing you're saying. That's right. A hand was placed right in front of his chest. Just as she pulled her hand back, a fire spear pierced straight through his body from behind. Aeger's previously lost hand unexpectedly reappeared and clenched into a fist, turning back to let out a long yawn. Countless arrows pierced right through his legs and shoulders. Caught off guard by the unavoidable situation, the Sword Emperor spat out a large mouthful of blood, his entire body riddled with wounds. The Sword Emperor began to buckle and coughed up even more blood. Not giving him any more openings, one of Aeger's feet stepped right down onto his head. Her arrogance was etched even deeper. Anyway, you guys are just too hollow. You're still exactly the same, even after 700 years have passed. However, I have to say, it really suits the desires of these creeping, crawling bugs who can't even manage to live past 100 years. The situation grew more perilous by the second. Seeing the person who had just risked his life to save him now on the verge of losing his own, Kong Jiama shouted at the top of his lungs. Sword Emperor. The exact moment he called out, Aeger officially shifted her attention back to him. Oh, kiddo, no wait. You're Kong Jiama, am I right? Leaving the Sword Emperor behind, she walked right past him toward the boy. Oh, my bad, Kong Jiama. I really did zone out a bit there. I've got to let you know the results of the test. I ran earlier. He was completely caught off guard by this sudden movement. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor hurriedly shouted across to him. No, Kong Jiama. Aeger lifted a single finger to her lips, and Conqueror's haki burst out fiercely into the surroundings. As a result of the mental test, Kong Jiama began to experience severe shock, his gaze gradually growing hazy before he completely lost consciousness. One of her hands rested gently on his face as she smiled and spoke. Oh, this body of yours is going to get put to good use for our race's ambitions. Don't worry, we'll see each other in hell. Having failed in his objective to protect the boy, the Sword Emperor raised his voice louder, trying to pull his opponent's attention back. Are you really turning your back on me right now? That guy's just an ordinary cadet, nothing more. But she had zero intention of turning back, her tongue sticking out with some kind of strange seal resting on it. What are you even talking about? After I was nice enough to give you a breather, I don't think I feel like wasting time playing around with a dying man. Just stand right there and watch. Her tongue pressed tightly against his forehead, leaving behind a self-activating seal, a very special gift. His body buckled and dropped to his knees, completely unaware of what she had just done. The old man standing behind them roared angrily. You damn monster! Aeger turned around, leaving the boy behind as she replied. What? Are you complimenting me or something? An eerie, purple energy began to spread aggressively across his forehead. A deafening sound drowned everything out, and from the lingering seal, countless streams of data began to aggressively invade his body. The surrounding noise vanished entirely, replaced by his body being completely enveloped in a dense, static-heavy shroud of distinctive purple data. Instantly, countless glaring red notification windows flashed into view. Warning. Warning. Unauthorized external presence detected. Unauthorized external invasion detected. The 12.7 metric appeared, replaced by a grid of raw data. An error has occurred. External intruder detected. An error has occurred. An unexpected error has occurred. The program cannot execute because the player's level is too low. The program cannot execute because the world level is too low. Location. Jallo code requires a catalyst to synchronize the program, currently suppressing and adjusting the world level. The player's rank is temporarily being raised. 12.7, 19.5, 27.6, 39.7, 58.9, 88.2, 99.9. The numbers finally stopped, and an entire stats window filled the space, resting on a rounded-up figure of 100. Unidentified conditions have been met. Returning to the battle outside, Aeger looked over at the Sword Emperor, who was struggling to push himself forward, and let out a surprised look, crossing her arms. Still, isn't this way slower than expected? Truly amazing. How on earth did you even move? But just as she stepped closer, the Sword Emperor abruptly pitched forward. Aeger mocked tauntingly. Ah, I guess bugs really can twitch around even after losing their heads. Phew. But then, bringing a whole new shock, the Sword Emperor gripped his sword tight, a terrifying amount of aura bursting out from it as his eyes shifted, locking onto his foe with absolute focus. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'm going to hack both of your legs off. Ager looked at him, recognizing that all too familiar energy signature. A creeping sense of disbelief washed over her. This aura color, the aura of the Sword Saint. The very guy who threatened my life 700 years ago. A fake swordsman, this bastard actually broke into that aura state right before kicking the bucket. Seriously, what a pain in the ass. Without missing a beat, she charged straight at him. Of course, gotta wipe him out right here and now. Die a nice, cold death. Err on the Sword Saint's descendant. Right at that exact second, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck the exact spot Ager had just rushed toward. Furious, she whipped her head back and snapped, "Hey, what the hell is this?" Then her shock spiked even higher. What the hell is that? That kid is changing. This feeling is no way. The lightning bolts struck down like a wrathful thunderstorm, the sky instantly lighting up and dominating the air above. A silhouette emerged from the glow. This deeply unpleasant feeling was an exact match for what happened 700 years ago. A massive information panel popped up right after everything else. The user's innate talent is being forcibly upgraded and manifested simultaneously. 100.0. God-grade pain resistance talent and God-grade recovery talent are manifesting simultaneously. God-grade displacement talent will utilize both to suppress pain and structural tearing over time. Pure rage flared up, and Ager's voice rang out once again. These damn bugs, interrupting us yet again. Her anger pushed to an absolute climax. A brand new expression took over Kong Jiama's face. A black seal spread across his chest, and his sword god talent was temporarily nullified. Let the heavens and earth bow before me. Shifting over to Abel in a completely different location, she was currently lugging her black sword around, her face carrying the same icy expression as always. Today was the final day, but then her focus was suddenly drawn away as she gazed off into some distant direction. Meanwhile, switching to yet another place, Saki's phone screen updated with the current time. 6:58, June 25th. Weapon was currently trailing behind in a hazy, sluggish state. The two of them were still traveling together, and after catching up, the boy let out a light complaint. What the hell is this? It's barely even midday, and you're already wide awake. Saki stared off in a specific direction too, mirroring Abel from earlier. It's already past. She muttered something rather strange. Weapon rubbed his eyes from behind and asked, "Huh, what on earth are you even talking about?" Saki's eyes suddenly lit up, her focus shifting completely, right down to her facial expression. "Ah, it's so good. Dawn is finally here." Weapon was left looking bewildered all over again, glancing around suspiciously. "Wait, is it seriously just me who's still looking at a pitch-black sky?" Saki, standing ahead, kept talking to herself. Is this even still a suitable place to take the test? Well, anyway, it's almost time to head back to the academy. Flipping over to Rachel and Chloe, the two of them were currently fast asleep, stubbornly clinging together in their shared sleeping spot. Moving on to the other cadet groups, a few people had already woken up while others were still out cold. Amidst that, they were chatting back and forth, and more notably, Saki's internal thoughts shifted. This place, let's head back to the starting point. Most of the cadets probably already gathered up in droves yesterday. Saki remained unchanged, still staring fixedly into that distant horizon. Hurry up, Weapon. This definitely isn't a good sign. Returning to the battle somewhere else. Thick plumes of smoke billowed into the air, as if someone had just set an entire forest ablaze. His sudden presence had completely flipped the tables, leaving him shirtless while looking down from the air at the two figures below. An invisible, crushing pressure weighed heavily across the entire area. Ager's eyes were now clouded by a bizarre, swirling mist, and she kept grinding her teeth in raw fury. Joaquin, what a total joke. Where the hell did you suddenly crawl out from? The twin talents shifted into transmission talent, generating a relentless stream of lightning bolts that grew even denser right where he had planted his feet. A flash of light illuminated the area, and he slowly stepped forward in a bizarre state, taking one deliberate step at a time. Ager sensed a creeping danger arising. her eyes widening in sheer shock accompanied by a mental question mark. Huh, kid, how the hell? A whirlwind of thoughts rapidly raced through her mind. TCH, I really was a bit short-sighted. Even though I could tell it was some damn blessed protection keeping him alive, that bastard from Queen's side was human after all. There's no way he could still be breathing. This is the worst-case scenario, and using the exact same body makes even my judgment look like trash. But before that, Kong Jiama, that little brat, she recalled the exact moment when a massive bolt of lightning had unexpectedly crashed down right onto her position. Her rage flared up all over again, but nearby, the Sword Emperor let out another ragged breath as thin threads of blood continuously leaked from the corners of his mouth. He too sensed a familiar aura radiating from the light flashing across the boy's body. The Sword Emperor couldn't tear his eyes away. You could practically say he was witnessing a genuine miracle. Before long, his body unexpectedly buckled, not dropping onto both knees, but sinking onto a single knee as a sign of absolute reverence. A profound outcome materialized right before his eyes as he bowed his head toward the boy's current state. Right then, standing directly in front of him amidst that radiant light, the boy's eyes were completely washed out in white, not uttering a single word. But then a strange sound echoed alongside a flash of light washing over the Sword Emperor's face. It took him a few seconds for the process to settle. In that exact fraction of a second, the gaping hole blasted into his chest earlier, along with his severed arm, were struck by a glowing green light and healing seals. He felt it instantly, sweeping a quick glance down as the massive hole in his chest began knitting itself back to normal. Not long after, his abdomen was completely healed. He raised a hand to touch the spot, confirming the wound on his belly was fully recovered, though his missing arm remained gone. Filled with utter astonishment, he shifted his gaze up toward the boy. What the hell just happened here? Kong Jiama abruptly closed his eyes, and then opened them once more. The light flared even more blindingly, and bolts of lightning formed and completely engulfed him. The surrounding energy dispersed, forming bizarre vortexes that rapidly compressed and melded straight into his legs. Before long, it transformed into a striking, deep shade of blue, moving at an unthinkably fast speed. Ager suddenly sensed a move, but her reflexes completely failed to keep up. From far away, the sound of tearing air echoed endlessly. Then, he materialized directly behind Ager. A flash of startled panic rippled through her, a spine-chilling sensation mixed with pure rage. Ager whipped around in a panic. This is weird. This is seriously weird. This is insane. Something is messed up here. I literally can't sense this brat's form or state at all. This freakish state. It's way past the limits of what any human body should be able to handle. She quickly sidestepped in another direction. Dangerous. That's no human anymore, she blurted out. In that case, her hands immediately crossed and slammed straight down onto the ground. What a real shame. Kong Jiama, everything I said before, pouring every ounce of her magic power into her hands, the ground began to bulge upward. Cracks carrying surging flames burst out into the open, a massive zone of infernal fire condensing between her crossed palms, multiplying in intensity compared to before. I guess I've just got to throw you away. Ager entered a brand new state, her fury multiplying exponentially. Even though that was supposed to be the ultimate vessel from a lord, I can't afford to let you keep it right here. Flames erupted wildly, scorching everything in the vicinity. If this guy is allowed to keep existing, he's bound to become a massive roadblock for the demon world's future. The crushing heat was dialed up to the absolute maximum. The Sword Emperor was also severely shocked by this drastic shift in the situation. Breaking past her limits once more, releasing all her accumulated magic power outward, Ager cracked a wide smile as a pool of boiling lava formed right in front of her. Chaos and fire erupted as a pillar of lava surged forward in the exact direction Ager swept her hands. From that initial lava pillar, it morphed into something even more destructive, expanding the flames outward into a roaring storm. Right from the center of it all, a colossal, supersized fireball emerged, swallowing everything in its surrounding area whole. The Sword Emperor panicked all over again, while the boy simply stood there, as calm as if absolutely nothing was happening. Finishing that step up, Ager flashed a radiant smile. Even though it's a bit of a waste, thinking about pulling this off still gives me a momentary rush of joy. The flames burning in the palm of her hand faded as well. See you in hell. Kongjiyama, the fireball hurtled through the air toward everyone, its supersized mass devouring everything in its path. Its speed accelerated by the second, as if nothing could possibly stop it. The wind pressure grew increasingly intense, and the Sword Emperor could no longer suppress his emotions. Right at that moment, he shifted his attention toward the boy beside him. As a voice echoed out, a blinding light flashed once more. Standing before the 100-point mark, countless innate traits were replaced. Pain resistance trait activated, recovery trait activated, displacement trait activated. May the divine blessings always be with you. A stream of data materialized in space, analyzing the incoming fireball. The boy's voice rang out slowly. I'm going to cut it. The laws of spatial order froze still, leaving only him standing there with full color while everything else turned blue, just like the battle against the water beast from long ago. This time, slash marks resembling threads of red thread clung to one another, slicing right through the fireball ahead. In the blink of an eye, the fireball shifted and deconstructed, leaving behind a few crimson threads in its wake. Ultimately, it left behind nothing more than a single straight line pointing up toward the sky. This red thread line also appeared right in front of his face, reflecting the distorted space. He instantly drew a sashimi knife. The sword of heaven echoed with a sharp sound as his blade-swinging motion followed the trajectory of the red line. That crimson streak manifested, splitting the fireball right in front into two and beginning to pierce straight through. Without stopping, the red thread pattern also appeared across Ager's body. A piercing, razor-sharp sound rang out, the divine strike of a slash, sending physical pressure slamming straight into Ager. The fireball shattered into a massive explosion, and Ager's body was split in two amidst her utter disbelief. Her uncontrolled body dropped straight down to the ground. A flash of light sparked from somewhere, accompanied by Ager's gaze turning in that direction. The distant cadets sensed it too and looked over. What is that? Rachel and Chloe, who had been asleep earlier, woke up as well. What on earth is that? Abel, over on the other side, was equally stunned by this sudden change of scenery. Not far from there, Weapon asked. What in the world is that? Saki stared in a daze. The sky. It's splitting open. Following his earlier slash, the dark sky was torn apart in a long, sweeping line, revealing brilliant light that spilled down over the cadets below. A few fellow students pulled out their phones to record the sight. This is incredible. The sunrise here is seriously gorgeous. While they were celebrating over there, the scene here was the exact opposite. Ager found herself completely unable to move. Damn it, it won't release. It feels like my magical power has been severed. Her body lay completely paralyzed in a heap. If this keeps up, I'm going to die right here. Light emerged as Ager glanced toward where he was standing, feeling like a tree about to topple over. Ager was taken aback to see him entirely drained of strength, collapsing nearby. Seizing the opportunity, half of Ager's body struggled to prop itself up, thrusting a hand forward. I can't die in vain like this. The existence of that swordsman is a total disaster for our entire demon world. The flam skill was unleashed, pouring every ounce of remaining strength into transforming fire magic. But an unexpected twist occurred as a sword covered in thick aura pierced straight through the back of Ager's head and out through her mouth. Shock seized her entire body, and the one who had struck her down was none other than the Sword Emperor. He spoke, turning your back on your enemy. You're just like your 6th Legion commander, Bamon. Though impaled, Ager still managed to speak. You damn bastard, you Aaron descendant. Straining with all her might, the opponent replied calmly. I must hand it to you. You got a decent eye. You're even more stubborn than Bamon. Cracks began spreading across her body, and Ager squeezed out her voice one last time. Aaron's successor, you newbies. He cursed back at her. Go straight to hell, you filthy demon. Amidst Ager's agonizing screams, her body finally dissolved away into thin air. Watching the enemy completely vanish, he stood up with an indescribable, heavy pensiveness. Only after the opponent had completely faded away did he speak. I'm not an Ahorn descendant, I am Siegfried von Nibelung. After clarifying, he cast his gaze toward the unconscious boy lying nearby. Missing one arm, he leisurely reached behind the boy's head to lift him up, confirming he was safe. He offered a quick assessment. His breathing is normal, blood circulation is a bit sluggish, but there are no fatal injuries, not even close to threatening his life. Recalling the boy's abnormal state from not long ago, he pondered further. Kongjiyama, who on earth are you? At that exact moment, an instinctive urge arose, and he raised his eyes up toward the heavens. For a long time, or more precisely, since ancient times, mankind believed that everything in the universe possessed an unfathomable will. Phenomena like storms, floods, or lightning from the skies were always seen as manifestations of supernatural forces. The interference of those so-called supernatural powers was the ultimate source of human terror. But ironically, despite sowing fear, those very supernatural forces were worshipped by humanity, who prayed to them for blessings. Looking down at the boy, people called it a disaster, or perhaps a god. A certain strange seal materialized right across the boy's chest. The surrounding space suddenly fell unnaturally silent. But a moment later, a massive shock wave tore through the fabric of space, ripping it wide open. The cadets gathered at the starting point began to feel a powerful concussive force slamming directly into their bodies. Once the tremor passed, everyone wore expressions of anxiety. Centered around Saki, a spatial distortion appeared. Far off in the distance, Instructor Lai shouted at everyone to gather up, while the Sword Emperor and another person were loading someone into an ambulance. Zooming in closer, everyone could see Kongjiyama lying inside, being escorted away. Saki's gaze locked firmly forward at that exact moment, but she quickly averted her eyes to the side, witnessing Chloe angrily charging straight ahead before being blocked by Rachel. The teaching assistant tried to calm her down, but it seemed to be no use. Saki shifted her attention to another spot, where Abel was covering her mouth, as if refusing to believe the scene right in front of her. Over by the Sword Emperor, her grandfather, who was entirely missing one arm. Tears streamed endlessly down Abel's face. She dropped to her knees in a daze. It was a trip that had brought far too many unacceptable horrors, and Saki walked up to stand beside her. Abel sobbed even harder, yet Saki continued to stare blankly ahead with a cold expression. As time passed, the sound of a video broadcast chimed from someone's phone. Humanity is currently in a truce period with the demons, and there is no doubt we have lost an immense pillar of strength following the Sword Emperor's recent incident. With only 4 left, the world is left wondering who could possibly fill the empty seat of the 7-star heroes. Live news video. The Sword Emperor returns with a missing arm, details not yet disclosed. Real-time chat. There's no way the Sword Emperor ended up in this state. For the Academy to hide this secret is a huge deal. Losing an arm for no reason? Damn, I'm imagining a scenario where the Sword Emperor cut off his own arm. That's terrifying. Saki looked at the news feed and the chat, her mood shifting. I've been hoping, but I still can't find any news related to Kongjiyama. I guess he must be gradually waking up by now. A few male students sitting a few desks away were chatting loudly. Haven't you noticed that special admission student hasn't come back to class lately? Didn't you see? That special kid was hauled off on a stretcher, leaving Avon Island, right? Seriously? Stuff like that happened at the Avalon trial site, too. I don't know much, but I heard he's hanging on by a thread between life and death. Oh, in that case, isn't he basically going to die? Saki overheard all of their chatter, and a wave of displeasure washed over her. Hearing themselves called, the 2 male students eagerly replied, Huh? Saki, are you calling us? Is something wrong? Saki turned around with a friendly smile. Sorry, could you guys go talk over somewhere else? I can't sleep. I'm trying to get some rest. Her expression shifted so fast that both guys froze in bewilderment. Huh? Catching her drift, they got up immediately. Yeah, we'll head somewhere else. Let's wrap up our chat here. Let's go already? Absolutely. People like us should just hang out over in that corner. Saki turned back around, lowering her gaze in deep thought. Kongjiyama's face flashed across her mind. Don't make me laugh, as if Kongjiyama would ever die. But right after that, Saki glanced over toward a nearby corner where Chloe was continuously wiping away her tears. A sliver of her sympathy went out to Chloe. Ever since he fell into a coma, Chloe had been crying every single day. Hey, Kick, Kongjiyama, I guess I'll never get to see you again. Hearing those words deepened the sorrow in Saki's heart. Even though I say that, I'm still really worried. I haven't seen him in a whole week now. It's way too long. A few old memories flickered back. You're not allowed in? Weapon asked anxiously. We're academy students coming to visit our hospitalized classmate. But one of the guards furrowed his brow and snapped. No way. This is a special order straight from the headmaster. Nobody is allowed in this area. Ignoring the warning entirely, Chloe stubbornly tried to barge right past, dodging his arm. Seeing her expression and actions, Weapon tried to hold her back. Chloe, stop. Chloe anxiously shouted Kongjiyama's name at the top of her lungs. Saki kept her composure to analyze the situation. If this is a special mission, could it be connected to Kongjiyama? She quickly pulled out her phone. Yvonne Island turned into a sea of lava. Refined magic sensed over and over again, and the severed arm of humanity's strongest warrior. The only logical deduction she could make was drawn from checking simulation databases. From what I can piece together, a demon invaded the island, and the Sword Emperor showed up to stop it. That's what happened. Her eyes narrowed. I've searched the server multiple times looking for related info, but I can't find a single thing. Headmistress Media said she'd review everything carefully and announce it later. All outside communication was cut off, so I haven't gotten any further info from the press. With all of this going on, I should just ask him direct. The final unsent draft message popped up. I want to try something, so I'll go alone. All right then. Have a good day. Reading up to that point, she typed out a bit more. When you wake up, let's talk about. But she hastily deleted the message she had intended to send. Her eyes narrowed as she looked back at the reality in front of her. How frustrating. Saki recalled the time Kongjiyama had flicked her on the forehead. Was that really the last time? Looking up, she formed a new resolve. When you get back, I'm going to return that favor. Shifting over to the academy classroom, someone's voice rang out. Abel, are you okay? Rachel sat beside Abel as a sudden, heavy silence fell over them. Before receiving an answer, Rachel called out again, and Abel finally snapped out of her trance. Huh? Oh, Rachel. Her sorrowful eyes betrayed her current mood. Sorry, my mind was wandering. A few other people were in the room, and their conversation continued. Hey, Abel, are you really doing okay? Even your face is showing hidden anxiety. Oh no, I'd say I'm fine. Thanks for worrying. A few old memories took hold of Abel's mind. I'm sorry, Abel, you'll understand in time. Why did I choose to become the guardian for Cadet Kongjiyama? Recalling her grandfather's words, she couldn't help but hesitate. Kongjiyama? I honestly don't know for sure. Every time Kongjiyama got into trouble, it invariably happened right after he helped her grandfather. She gripped her tie tightly, while Rachel sat looking sluggish beside her. Shifting elsewhere, Elder Claudia was endlessly tipping back a bottle of 1793 vintage wine. He slammed the bottle down hard onto the table and complained with a grimace. Things are getting headache-inducing all over again. The current tally showed a complete failure. Every single member of Undertaker, the Assassin-Villain Alliance, had perished. Shifting to the headmaster's office, muscle fibers were torn across the body with frayed nerve endings everywhere. Headmistress Media narrowed her eyes in dissatisfaction. He's definitely not in good shape at all. The Sword Emperor calmly sipped his tea and shared a much more positive outcome. He has recovered, been discharged from the hospital, and is even healthier than before. Hearing the result, the headmaster beamed. Haha, we mobilized every single medical staff member and healer available. Naturally, because he threatened me to save the kid's life no matter what. She instantly snapped. Hey, you old bastard. Is that any way to talk to me beforehand? I'm still standing right here. Her temper flared up, forcing the Sword Emperor to find a way to cool her down. Don't get so angry, my old friend. you'll get even more wrinkles. Finding that logical, the headmaster calmed down and looked up toward the ceiling. Fine, let's drop it. All right, let's think positively. She looked at the Sword Emperor. Hey, are you all right, Shu? I figure that since you've lived so long, you must have seen it all. Knowing what she was thinking, the Sword Emperor held up his missing arm and said, as you can see, it's not inconvenient at all. She was left speechless at his utter calmness as a few old memories took hold. I've met alcoholics for 30 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen a sight like that. Surprisingly enough, it was cleaned so thoroughly that even chronic, misaligned old wounds were completely gone. The headmaster stood in silence as the other person continued. I can only call it a miracle. The headmaster clutched her head in agony. I honestly have no idea what happened. The scene shifted to Kong Jiama's hospital room while the Sword Emperor was looking after him. It's definitely Shu's fault for letting Kong Jiama return in such a battered state. Staying behind to look after him during his coma at the hospital wasn't even enough. He even rented out that entire area for an astronomical sum of money. I've never seen him act like that before. What on earth happened between those two? Returning to reality, she crossed her legs, folded her arms, and said in a daze, even with a bard's blessings, I couldn't read what happened. People say it completely defies comprehension. Now that Kong Jiama is awake, can you finally tell me what happened? I haven't been able to sleep because of you. The media keeps staring me down. Pausing for a moment, the Sword Emperor set his teacup down. I need time to sort out my thoughts, too. Closing his eyes with a faint smile, he added, it took me quite a while just to realize what went down on that island. Hearing him dodge the question, the headmaster pressed further. All right, now tell me what the hell actually happened. He squeezed his missing arm tightly, a fleeting sorrow crossing his face. The 5th Legion commander appeared on Yvonne Island. A terrifying silence enveloped the room. It took the headmaster a few seconds to recover as she stammered. Ager. Absurd, right? He half closed his eyes. That scene coming back to mind feels unbelievable, doesn't it? But it's the truth. She's the one who chopped off my arm. Losing her composure, the headmaster sprang to her feet. Is that what happened to Kong Jiama too? Then what happened to Ager? The teacup sat untouched. She was killed. It's still way too early to announce that to the world. I need to stall for time. But I confirmed it with my own 2 eyes. There's no mistaking it. Huh. Did you pull that off yourself? Does that even sound reasonable to you? She slumped back down into her chair, overwhelming thoughts taking over. Shu finally lost his appetite. Even if you're Shu, the Sword Emperor, you couldn't beat Ager alone. Even with someone helping. Does that really change the fact? But then she startled upright. Did you kill Shu? No way. He offered an unusual, affirming smile. Reaching for his teacup once more, he said, we'll talk about that when we meet again. Today, isn't there a place a certain boy needs to go before the adults? Seeing him smiling brightly, his friend had no other choice, turning her head away in defeat. All right, my phone. Looking up meant transitioning outside to the campus grounds. Attention, everyone. We can't keep going like this forever. I made a poster to recruit new club members. Weapon held it up for everyone to see. We're recruiting members for the travel club. We need people who want to share warm friendships, youthful romance, and conquer dungeons in a cozy way. Anyone who wants to enjoy a free trip, come join us and experience truly free academy life. Conditions and how to apply. What's up with the students at Jokin Academy? Don't you all feel alive? Facing everyone's deadpan expressions, Weapon added, we've always been controlled up until now. It feels like we've never done anything on our own initiative. What do you guys think? Saki glanced at him sideways and said, this is the first time I've ever been amazed by something like this. Even if you told me to do it, I couldn't. Weapon smiled brightly. Saki, you know what? A poster has to be colorful like this. But then Chloe's utility knife suddenly plunged straight into the colorful paper. Saki's eyes widened as she looked over. It was sliced completely in half with a clean cut. With a sluggish gaze and deadpan tone, Weapon muttered, to attract passers-by, while Saki chuckled. Turning pale, Weapon snapped, Chloe, what the hell are you doing? Stashing her knife away, Chloe closed her eyes and replied, I couldn't bear to let him look at trash like this. Weapon flailed in confusion. You just tore up something I spent the whole night making? Chloe poured an extra bucket of cold water on him. Fortunately, since it was trash, it burns nicely. Saki reached out toward a candy bar nearby. The noisier it gets, the emptier I feel inside. The candy bar no longer tasted sweet, and her eyes were filled with lingering melancholy. Kong-jiama, when are you even going to get here? A voice chimed in. Huh? Isn't that Kong-jiama? Saki thought to herself. If you're going to show up, you better hurry. Noticing him, she looked over, sprang up to her feet, her entire body buzzing with nervous excitement, and directed her gaze toward Chloe and Weapon, who were already talking to him. How are you feeling? We were pretty worried. He turned his attention back, looking startled, narrowed his eyes, and then got flicked right on the forehead by someone. He froze in place for a few seconds, while Saki calmly pulled her hand back, her face flushing slightly with color. Returning the favor, she said before breaking into a smile. Welcome back. Weapon chimed in. By the way, I made a recruitment poster for our club. Saki and Chloe cut him off in unison. Don't let Kong-jiama look at that trash. That's right, Weapon. It's just garbage. Here is Jiama standing in the Academy Plaza, but the surrounding scenery doesn't seem real at all. The only thing peculiar is the sashimi knife currently held in his own hand. A loud noise resounds as a heavy pressure gradually starts radiating out. Motes of light immediately shoot straight into the air, shifting like a display of fireworks. However, every single one of them is actually a dangerous blade bearing that oh-so-familiar name, Sashimi knife. Driven by unease, Kong-jiama suddenly sharpens his awareness toward the sashimi knife, because all of them are locking onto him, and he happens to have a sashimi knife ready in hand. Familiar slashes are unleashed, and the entire barrage seems to have been blocked. Yet during this whole exchange, Kong-jiama intently observes the angles at which the weapons are moving. Starting from the plaza, the entire space is engulfed in a grid pattern as spatial tiers begin to contract. He thinks to himself, isn't this space way too messy? Just as the thought crosses his mind, a massive shadow looms over his face. It's a giant sashimi knife tearing through space itself, plunging straight down. It's aiming directly at the spot where Kong-jiama is standing. A faint string of data attempts to provide information with absolute calm as the short blade is raised to eye level. Accepting the clash between the big knife and the small blade, a blinding flash explodes everywhere. Out of the dark comes a long trail of light. It's the weapon sliced clean in two, but it's the giant blade, not his own. Even so, his face doesn't relax one bit. He holds his posture firm. The knife continues to fall silently in two separate halves. Aiming for the absolute center, he thinks a second time. The ground holds its ground as space expands into an endless city. Seeing no clear outcome, Kong-jiama floats aimlessly without a single anchor, and the large knife slips from his hand. What on earth is this? But just like a bad dream, his eyes snap wide open in utter shock. Unsurprisingly, he has woken up inside his own room, his signature dazed expression returning to its daily routine. Sitting up from where he slept, his hands quickly rub his eyes while complaining that he had that dream again. When something near the pillow starts vibrating with a ring, it's his phone, though definitely not an iPhone 17 Pro Max. He still pulls it out to show off, then looks closely to see who could possibly be messaging him this early in the morning. Who else could it be but Weapon starting trouble along with a giant weapon poster? He says, I was given permission to recruit members for the club, so I posted it right away. Luckily, I had prepared a poster in advance. Man, it was so hard to upload, which is why I could only post it just now. See you later, Captain. Judging by the picture attached to that comment, I'm terrified we won't be finding any new members at all. Standing right in front of the mirror wearing long pants, my health has improved drastically. It's actually even better than before. Admiring himself in the academy uniform, there's no way out. It seems like it's thanks to getting proper rest in the VIP hospital room. I even heard that after the battle with Agora, when I passed out, the Sword Saint took over the hospital room and took care of me. Having dropped a massive load of cash, I've ended up in a situation truly beyond words. He cuts his own train of thought short for a moment, and then he realizes what he's missing. Oh, a tie? Thinking about the tie, Kong-jiama is reminded of those old scenes back on Avalon Island. The chance encounter with Aben, fighting over items with Leon, and teaming up with the Sword Saint to fight the 5th Legion commander of Agora. Unease is still something he has never truly put to rest. What the hell is going to happen in the future? Will I actually do better? Now that I'm thinking about it, I had the exact same problem a while back. With a blank expression, he thinks back to looking up at the stars alongside Saki's words. Just do it your own way. Taking step after step across the Grand Plaza, he resolves, all right, even if I complain right now, nothing's going to change. Let's go. Today is just like yesterday, with a massive academy coming into view. Here, a familiar chestnut candy bar is held out. Here, a familiar chestnut candy bar is held out. Saki looks at him with a bright smile, holding it out to him. Do you want some? Following his gaze down to the candy bar. Oh, Rio. But then, unable to shake his usual dazed look. You eat a lot of these, huh? Saki bursts out laughing. You're so hilarious. But wait, why aren't you even a little surprised? Day State Part 2. Oh wow, I'm so shocked, Saki plays along. Yeah, thanks a lot. Once the fooling around passes, it's time for Saki to compose herself and talk to him seriously. By the way, can you tell me something now? Ask what? He replies. The two of them keep walking. Saki gets straight to the point. What actually happened on Avalon? Why were you in the hospital for so long? Kangjiyama tries to structure his words. Well, that happened. Saki is completely lost. Oh, what? And just like that, 4 different expressions of hers stare him down with zero escape. What is it? What is it? Just tell me. Huh? What was it? All of this throws him into pure confusion, a drop of sweat rolling down. What's wrong with you? With a cat mouth and slightly flushed cheeks, Saki goes, What's wrong, you ask? Hee, I'm literally a member of the travel club. Of course that's something I should know, right? Saki declares all of this with total confidence. But Kangjiyama's cold brush-off catches Saki completely off guard. Hey, don't just ignore me like that. And then, what Kangjiyama just did was send her a text message while making a hand gesture pointing to it. Saki looks at her lighting up phone screen in surprise. Huh, what did you just send me? It's nothing other than the pictures of Weapon advertising their poster. We are looking for members to join us on this journey. Saki screams at the top of her lungs right on the spot the moment she takes a close look at it. What the hell is this idiot doing? I explicitly didn't give permission, and he still posted this absolute garbage. Seeing that he just threw the problem right back onto Saki, he lets out a gentle sigh and waves his hand. All right, you guys handle that. If we keep doing stuff like this, we're never going to land a single new member for our club. Saki is utterly bewildered, but by then, he has already vanished. Busted. Hey, Kangjiyama, where the heck did you go? The scene shifts back to the glass windows of the academy principal's office. Contrary to appearances, those driving skills were seriously impressive. Media says nonchalantly, What? Is there something wrong with it? The Sword Emperor can only give a dry laugh. It was a compliment. A compliment. Media is thoroughly annoyed. What kind of praise is that supposed to be? Right at that moment, a knock sounds at the door. He opens the door after knocking. Excuse me. The principal turns her gaze toward him in surprise. Oh, is that Kangjiyama? Phone sitting on the desk. He pops the question. Did I arrive too early? The principal quickly responds. No, as a matter of fact, your timing is perfect. The Sword Emperor speaks up for her, gesturing toward the teacup on the table. After living with both my arms for the past 70 years, I still find myself getting flustered every now and then now that I only have one left. Media complains again. Keep at least a shred of dignity for yourself, will you? Sitting neatly in his own chair, he thinks to himself, that's a real hassle. Even though she's displeased herself, the principal still shows special concern for him. The crucial topic finally arrives. I heard from the Sword Emperor that you defeated the 5th Legion commander. Kangjiyama lowers his head, stammering, and then comes a moment of silence for him to piece together all the images. My memories are crystal clear, and considering the circumstances, it's an undeniable fact. Yet, how I actually felt back then remains completely hazy, or more accurately, vague. Shifting from investigation, Principal Media rapidly changes her tone. I'm sorry, Gilma. I was a bit too hasty. I forgot he just got discharged from the hospital. But it seems that same confusion sweeps right back over Giyama. It's all right. Understanding his personality, the principal continues. I still can't believe it. Of course, I know the old man and Zeke wouldn't lie. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor cuts the principal off. It is the absolute truth. I was right there at the end of Ager. Basically, it was a total solo show by swordsman Kong Jiyama. Media, I apologize for keeping the events on Avalon Island under wraps for so long. I had no choice but to wait. Even now, if everything were to come out right this moment, the demon faction would definitely sense that something is off. He looks over at him. No single hero could ever stop a commander-class demon purely on their own strength. And while I have no idea how Ager managed to infiltrate that heavily protected island, they clearly had a very specific motive. It's as if they were trying to prevent something from happening right from the very start. The principal immediately furrows her brows, while the Sword Emperor picks up his teacup. But if we just stay silent like this, the situation is only going to get worse. Demons are inherently impulsive and crafty creatures. Based on my estimates, a direct confrontation with them is bound to happen within the next few years. If things unfold like they did half a century ago, the situation will end up 10 times worse. Those are things Kong Jiyama had realized a long time ago. If the truth behind Agora's death is exposed, there's a good chance the demons will use it as an excuse to declare war. At the very least, they won't be able to react too aggressively, as the Sword Emperor chose his words with extreme care. I can clearly tell that this Sword Emperor is someone truly deserving of humanity's respect. He interrupted his train of thought once again. And the reason I came here today is because there's something I need to say. A question mark instantly pops up. He holds up the arm he lost, as I am right now. I'm no longer in any shape to serve on the front lines. Media, deeply displeased, stands up and shouts right into his face. Hey Zeke, why the hell are you suddenly saying all that? Are you trying to say you're just a regular person now, simply because you lost an arm? The Sword Emperor's gaze turns ice cold as he replies, to usher in a better era, a true hero must be forged. The principal understands what he means, but the reason holding her back stops her in her tracks. That is precisely what our academy is for. Zeke bows his head to media, and that is also why you're the principal of this academy. Having said his piece, the principal takes her leave. An eerie atmosphere slowly settles in, leaving Kong Jiyama with an indescribably hazy feeling. Once more, the Sword Emperor raises his teacup. After a long pause, he finally delivers his decision. I will soon be stepping down from my position as one of the 7-star heroes. Kong Jiyama leaps to his feet in sheer panic. Sword Emperor, but he cuts off that rush of emotion with his next words. To be completely honest, Kong Jiyama, this isn't some sudden impulse. It's a decision reached during my time in the hospital. And that doesn't mean I'm pulling out from the front lines entirely. It just means that from here on out, I'll be doing whatever I can. Principal Media's red eyes lock onto him. The global media is never going to leave you alone about this. She paces back while the Sword Emperor's composure remains entirely intact. Well, I was planning on doing an interview sometime soon anyway. Getting it all done at once saves time. Isn't that way better? She paces back while the Sword Emperor's composure remains entirely intact. Well, I was planning on doing an interview sometime soon anyway. Getting it all done at once saves time. Isn't that way better? Seeing the peaceful resolution between the two brings a slight smile to Kong Jiyama's face, a thought cutting through their bickering. Up until now, we've been trying our absolute best to prevent the leadership situation from twisting out of shape. I was practically sweating buckets back when the story's characters were acting way out of character. But thinking back on it now, I was being ridiculously selfish and self-righteous. Their words and actions carry real will. It proves they aren't just game characters, but actual living human beings with their own egos. Now, no matter what choices they make or what circumstances they face, they always humbly accept and overcome it. Subconsciously, the principal chops him right on the neck, bringing about clear signs of unconsciousness. Closing your eyes and denying reality is no different from a child's temper tantrum. The sound of bickering rings out clearly inside the room. I almost forgot the most important thing. I feel like my lifespan is getting shaved off after everything I've heard today. So because of that, I'm going to say it one more time. Cadet Kong Jiyama, I will be passing down the title of 7-star hero to you. The stench of danger is slowly driving your peaceful life far away. Yes, still inside Principal Media's office. Yet now, only a single teacup and a familiar sigh remain. Looking out the window as sunlight streams in, Media mutters those all-too-familiar words once again. What a fool. Yet there's nothing more she can do as she sinks back into silence, only for the scene of them bickering to play out once more in her thoughts. First, we need to wipe out the demons and accept the press interviews. More importantly, the Sword Emperor chuckles, sticking firm to his intention. Of course, I'm not saying I'll do it right this instant. It'll take at least a year to get everything prepared. Besides, he should be allowed to enjoy his school life while studying at the academy. Holding it in for too long breeds bad habits. Media grabs him by the collar and presses her fist into his head. You fake idiot. All of that only makes the Sword Emperor break out into a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Forcing herself to recall those scenes only pisses her off even more now that no one is around, transferring the position of one of the 7-star heroes. But even so, she calms herself down and thinks back to him. It might be way too heavy a burden for a 17-year-old kid, but there's no one more suited to become a 7-star hero than Kong Jiama. We can't publicly announce his achievement, but if this news ever leaks, the whole world is going to go wild. A terrifying genius, Jiama has already earned his place in the legendary realm. Just like below Jor Queen, she unconsciously blurts out the name of the first principal, then hastily covers her mouth, unable to believe she actually said that name out loud. It makes sense, though, since Media is far too used to these kind of things. Old nostalgia rushes back. It's not that I don't understand him. The absence of one of the 7-star heroes could cause chaos not just in the human world, but in international diplomacy as well. As for the demons, there might be a massive backlash, but as long as he appoints him himself, there won't be any problem. However, we still need the approval of the association and the other 7-star heroes. She steps away from her desk, planning to do something. A photograph sitting on the desk shows 7 people, likely the 7-star heroes, together in the same picture. It's about time for a class reunion or something. Moving out to the academy hallway, the Sword Emperor leads the way with Kong Jiama following right behind. The clacking sound consists solely of their individual footsteps. Kong Jiama quickly breaks the silence. Sword Emperor, may I ask you a quick question? At his words, the Sword Emperor ahead stops in his tracks, turns around, and immediately looks right at him. Is it about the 7-star hero position? I apologize for not informing you sooner. Do you know why there are 4 vacant seats among the 7-star heroes? He hesitates for a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. Isn't that to pay respects to the members who passed away? The Sword Emperor looks off in one direction, dead serious. Indeed, you could look at it that way. It is thanks to their heroic sacrifices that we are able to exist in this world. However, it wouldn't make sense to leave the 7-star hero seats empty purely for a reason like that. To be brutally honest, it's actually quite simple. We've never had anyone worthy, a hero stronger than us. We've never had anyone worthy, a hero stronger than us. He seems to grasp this situation far better than the Sword Emperor. The power of the demons was clearly displayed in the game as well. Of course, it was obviously designed to make players spend money. But the reason Blessing of Miracle Mobile was such a brutal game was because the base stats of those demons were absolute nightmare fuel. If a full-scale demon invasion were to happen, all of humanity, which vastly outnumbered the demons, would be wiped out in just half a year. The Sword Emperor continues. You can only negotiate or bargain on equal terms if you actually hold real power. He asks, what does that have to do with leaving 3 seats empty? Without blinking, he tells him straight up, mediocrity is worse than nothing at all. He vaguely catches his drift. I get it now. If a 7-star hero falls to a mediocre monster, humanity. The Sword Emperor cuts off that train of thought with his words. The 7-star heroes aren't just positions of glory. Since our duty is to hold back the demons and represent humanity's power, it comes with massive responsibilities. Though even that has lost its meaning now. They've started using the name of the 7-star heroes as a form of political power. Lowering his face, he falls into deep thought. Ruling a nation under the name of a 7-star hero? The Prime Minister, a guy who's served for 40 years, that's basically a dictator. Japan's absolute power Prime Minister, Saki Kojima. He's a strange man. He never once appeared outside of being mentioned in the game. Ryosa never talked about his family here either. Even Chloe only brought up her family every now and then. Her words etched themselves deep into his mind. I hate the 7-star heroes. Once more, he speaks to the Sword Emperor up ahead. I get what you mean, Sword Emperor, but that wasn't my question. Please tell me, why me? Silence blankets the two of them yet again, because the Sword Emperor seems thoroughly dissatisfied with that question. Are you playing dumb, or are you actually stupid? The reason I'm leaving that position to you is because you're stronger than me. Because of such a massive gap, he starts second-guessing himself after hearing those words. I was the one who pushed Agora to the brink of death, but was that really my own strength? He looks back at the Sword Emperor, but this time, it's absolute silence. The Sword Emperor looks out through the sunlit glass window. I've had a few questions about you for a long time now, but I need some real answers right now. He locks his gaze firmly onto him. Your power. It seems like it has a time limit. Kongjiyama can't believe the Sword Emperor actually caught onto that fatal flaw. A nonstop pounding of his heart echoes inside. Countless questions he asks himself slowly shift his mindset. I never said a word about that. How could he possibly know? Could he be? But the Sword Emperor pats his shoulder to reassure him, his words following right after. Calm down, it's just a hunch of mine. I figure that even a hero can't use such overwhelming power without some kind of drawback. Going back to the test, and on Avalon Island itself, I guessed as much when I saw you collapse after about a minute. Right away, Giyama cuts off the Sword Emperor's words. A massive question mark awaits. His very first move is clenching his fist tight, with an irreplaceable level of seriousness. I have a few things to tell you regarding my power. After a while, the glow of sunset washes over the entire architecture of the academy. Having received his answer, he instantly shifts into analysis mode. So, when you activate your blessing, you have to endure excruciating pain, and you neutralized it by using another blessing. Right, that really is something. He adds a bit more thought. I explain my holy sword and pain nullification blessings to him. Of course, I didn't go into deep detail. I trust the Sword Emperor, but that's totally different from exposing my weaknesses to someone. I'm telling him to see if he can offer some deeper insight. Not like I care to understand. The Sword Emperor is no different from him, yet his words express it loud and clear. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Using one blessing to pay the toll for another. That's a revolutionary idea. It seems like you're using that power in your own unique way. You've got real talent. However, you have to agree that fighting under a constant time limit isn't a viable long-term strategy. The important thing is using it efficiently. To do that, you need an experienced master. And right now, I happen to need a talented disciple. You've got real talent. He doesn't dwell on it any further, turning his back to walk away. I chose you as my successor, so it's my duty to pass down my knowledge. I'm about to retire, but I'm not planning on just lounging around. All right. A tie is pulled out and held up by him. So you can take it. Abel told me to give you this. He's caught off guard. Oh, I'll contact you after everything settles down. Until then, enjoy your academy life. The Sword Emperor's footsteps slowly fade into the distance, and this time, he doesn't follow after him anymore. Since the Sword Emperor is all on his own, it makes sense he'd act a little dazed about having a successor and disciple. No way am I going to convince him to drop this later on. By the time he returns to his dorm room, night has already fallen outside. Back in his familiar bed, he drifts off to sleep once more. Even sleep brings no peace as a streak of red light beams across his forehead, carrying him back to the floating, submerged clock tower dimension, the place where sashimi knives come rocketing in at high speeds. This time, just like before, he slashes and slashes to block every single attack. Once he's done blocking, the grid squares immediately sprout out. He grumbles to himself, not this dream again. Something faint and blurry that can't be made out starts to take shape. With his non-nearsighted eyes, he squints hard to get a clearer view. Again, a place where characters are appearing alongside a massive spatial tear. And I have to accept it once more. The Sword Emperor's voice echoes in his ears right as he senses this struggle. Accept it. Accepting it is no longer like those previous dreams. The knife in his hand completely vanishes behind streams of data. Up above, the spatial tear is bursting with fresh streams of light. Kong opens his arms wide down below. Fine, it's just a dream anyway. The giant knife emerges in silence, naturally aiming straight for where Kong is standing as it plunges down. I won't die, right? A question he puts out there with only a laugh, oblivious to the outcome now that he can no longer brace against it. The giant knife slams right into him effortlessly, but the impact on his body feels terrifyingly real. Blood gushes straight out of his mouth. An intense surge of pain spreads throughout his entire body. His tightly closed eyes snap open all of a sudden. Amidst that shifting instant, his eyes turn entirely pitch black. The shirt on his body is somehow blown to shreds, revealing a bizarre mark right across his chest. White replaces the surrounding blackness, and he's finally able to set his feet back on the ground. As the massive transformation gradually takes hold, Kong looks down and feels his entire body. Aura overflows all around. He stares at his hands a little longer. Is this zap zap? His eyes slowly return to normal. More aura bursts outward, like a distinct person separating from his body, forming a concrete silhouette behind his back. Great to see you again. Startled, he turns around. Who the hell are you? That white silhouette makes a matching gesture, an answer that has always been there since this thing appeared. Are you the GM, Game Master? The white silhouette waves at him. Oh, isn't this that place? A massive kitchen space comes into view, a place easily recognized as familiar. Yeah, that's right. He looks up at the changing surroundings. Once done, it continues the conversation with him. This is my first time coming here, so I'm a bit flustered, and I apologize. But he looks back with sheer suspicion at that way of speaking. It scratches its head, adding another point. I'm not the GM. Standing there, he asks back. Not the GM? Raising both hands high, looking at it from certain angles, it's not all that different. Because I could be the GM, and the GM could be me. Strictly speaking, it's the other way around. He gets a little annoyed. Then what the hell are you? After all that introduction, the other side still has no clue, giving it a blank look. It instantly grabs its stomach and bursts out into a roaring laugh. Ha ha! Before taking action, Kong calmly asks the entity again. Just how long are you planning on laughing? Knowing that him being serious is bad news, the white silhouette pulls out an object that looks like an hourglass and says, My bad, don't worry about it anymore. Well, it's only natural you're curious about me, but it'd take way too long to explain who I am, and I don't have much time, so I'll keep it short for you. So we are called by many names, to some, a natural or cosmic disaster, and to others, a god. You caught the main point. A god. Her black hole-like eyes revealed themselves. Yeah, but not just any ordinary god. To be precise, the sword god. The aura released was terrifying, but it was merely symbolic. Kong stood straight, listening to the other party speak further. Maybe that person isn't the god you're thinking of, but you can call them a god or whatever you want. In the end, I'm the only one here. So that's it. I really wanted to explain more, but it seems we don't have much time. He brought up the issue he wanted to know about in a cold voice. Why appear right now? A finger pointed straight up. The sword god's blessing has been temporarily disabled. Don't you remember? Question mark. He flinched immediately as the image of changing himself flashed in his mind. The sword's protection had been removed. Taking a soft breath. You were right, but it hasn't been fully upgraded yet, so it appeared before you in an incomplete state. Even like this, it's a miracle that I can pass on these words. Right as those words ended, the hourglass shattered along a predetermined spatial crack. It kept spreading and destroying this newly established space. Is that so? The space filled with red squares appeared once again in Kong field of vision. What is it? He found himself falling into a space without a single foothold. The white shadow looked back with an extra bit of a reminder. Ah, cut and trim things as you like, but don't blindly go overboard with your information. The power you're using is, well, even if I tell you right now, you won't get it. Damn it. He could only curse out loud as he watched himself fall out of that white shadow space. I have so many things to ask. As the space shrank, it kept its gaze fixed on him. Anyway, don't make that mistake this time while falling. Wait a second. I believe when the conversation ends. It was also the exact moment he snapped back to reality, his movement no different from the one in his dream. Raising 5 fingers high in absolute bewilderment. There was nothing else to do but sit up, unable to utter a single word. On the other hand, a system notification screen showed a new change. The synchronization rate had been adjusted from 17.9% to 21.3%. Mak Guangyung couldn't take his eyes off it, a 21.3% synchronization rate. To avoid forgetting quickly, his footsteps gradually led him to the desk where a notebook and a pen were placed. Handily opening it, he jotted down a bit of information. Sword God, to think that memory actually vanished. Rubbing his head while pondering, all right, what matters is that I need to keep gathering clues. Looking out the window beside him, the rainy season is here. Even though the sudden spike in the natural assimilation rate was annoying, at least so far, no disadvantages caused by the increased assimilation rate had appeared. Just when he needed to do some heavy thinking, the phone on the bed vibrated along with the sound. He immediately walked over and picked up. Hello. But what he got in return was a rather loud blast of affectionate words. Club, we're here. Luckily, he had pulled the phone away in time. Is this crazy guy making this much noise so early in the morning? But once he calmed down and listened, he flinched. What? Heading straight to the Academy's cafe, he voiced his dissatisfaction. Does that even make sense? Saki was the one speaking. How could anyone dare contact us to join our club after seeing a poster like that? Chloe was even harsher with her words. I have no other comments except saying it's complete trash. Stuck in the middle, he felt the pressure rise significantly, and he even got to witness Weapon sprouting flowers on his head. That guy seemed totally shocked. He saw that. Chloe asked further, what kind of person would even want to join us? Saki, determined, put on her dangerous-looking glasses. The fact that someone contacted me after seeing that makes me suspicious. I'll make sure to interview them thoroughly. I'm the club's main interviewer. Chloe joined in the mood. I also think that's suspicious enough. Rarely seeing eye to eye, the two gave each other a high five. Giamma sat between them like a symbolic block of stone. There's nothing wrong with being skeptical. We're in a situation where we don't know what plot the female guy behind the dungeon guard and Lin are cooking up. Their target is likely me, and this new member could very well be a spy sent by the forces behind them. Having heard plenty of complaints, Weapon regained his composure and chimed in. Captain, how about tomorrow? Huh? Yeah. Chloe and Saki cheerfully chimed in. That's right. Giamma, you really like fish, don't you? The restaurant will reopen soon. Above all, we need to throw a party to celebrate the day you recovered. However, Giamma voiced his own intention. I'm actually a bit pickier with sushi than regular fish. Saki was shocked. I don't really like the idea of a ghost replacing me either. On the other hand, Weapon stood up, adding an interesting point to tempt everyone. This is the most famous restaurant in our academy, so getting a reservation is extremely hard. Saki scrolled through her phone with 3,000 reviews. Oh my god, even Japanese people say it's delicious. Chloe joined in. It really looks delicious. Giamma had no choice but to give in. All right, fine. It's a celebration dinner after all. It's so special that I can't really say no. But just as they were planning that, someone outside suddenly seemed to be approaching them. It was a girl with soft, short green hair. Is this the travel club? Since Weapon was already standing, he took on the host role right away. Oh yes, please have a seat. Okay. The girl slowly walked over. Meanwhile, Saki leaned in close and whispered to him. She looks more normal than I thought. He had to ponder this again. She is. But remembering the personalities of his other teammates, it was indeed a hard-to-describe direction. I guess I was comparing them. In turn, he really needed to pay more attention to this newcomer. She was adjusting her glasses while he looked thoughtful. She's not giving me the middle finger, is she? Weapon broke the tension with a smile. Ahem. Thank you for applying to join our club. However, Saki seemed a bit too blunt in her way of speaking. Could you start with a brief self-introduction? Hearing this, the other three teammates were too exhausted to say anything. Saki was already showing signs of irritation. And following Saki's demand, she began introducing herself. My name is Sanhana. Standard class 52L. I'm from Busan. Surprised, Giamma asked with interest. Are you Korean? She adjusted her glasses with her middle finger again. Yes. The analysis started digging deep. I've never heard of anyone with the surname Sanhana, And I guess that Song of the Seori region isn't a family name that exists in real life either. But he still knew how to strike up a conversation in this situation. I used to eat a lot of pork gukbap when I lived in Busan. Isn't that right? I really love gukbap. If you add some seasoning and chives to the white broth, it tastes amazing. Noticing something was off, an annoyed Saki jabbed her elbow into his arm. Hey, pull it together. Feeling helpless, he left the rest to Saki. All right, got it. Now, please tell us your motive and reason for applying to our travel club. Hannah spoke seriously. I saw on the poster that the club's main activity seems to be traveling and exploring dungeons. My grades this year haven't been great, so I want to clear a few dungeons to boost my scores. Saki was already radiating danger. Our main focus is traveling. Dungeon Conquest is just an extra feature. There are plenty of other clubs that focus much more on dungeons. Right? The other girl held her own shoulders, took a soft breath, leaned against the window frame, and spoke the words she needed to say. I'm a second-year student now, and no club wants to accept a standard class student into their club. What I mean is, I think it's inevitable for someone useless like me to be left behind. Realizing she had been a bit too harsh earlier, Saki adjusted her tone. You don't have to go that far. So what weapon do you use? Hannah adjusted her knuckles as she replied. Well, I don't really have a specialized weapon or anything, but if I had to pick one, it'd definitely be my fists. Suspicion gradually arose. Are you sure you can clear a dungeon? I thought you said dungeons weren't the club's main focus? Weapon slowly realized something. I've never seen Saki lose an argument before. Both of them exuded an aura that was equally intense. Saki lowered her stance and smiled as she continued. Anyway, I get it now. Hannah also became more proactive. Yes, I really want to join this club. Not just to explore dungeons, but also to make memories before graduating. On the other hand, Kong Jiama showed an unusual expression. After interacting with so many clients, I've learned to categorize people into groups based on their small habits. Using the sword, God's blessing along with this. Saki and he stared at each other. After all, it was hard to find anyone else. He clasped his hands and announced their decision. Welcome to the travel club. Hannah was slightly surprised. Oh, I passed. He spoke bluntly. We're a year younger than you, so feel free to talk comfortably with us. She adjusted her glasses once more. All right. Hannah was slightly surprised. Oh, I passed. He spoke bluntly. We're a year younger than you, so feel free to talk comfortably with us. She adjusted her glasses once more. All right. He knew what he should say. She's a senior, so having a good relationship will be beneficial to us. High-placed eyes locked onto him. Chloe's politeness is enough for me. Hannah still knew everyone was on guard against her, so she felt she should speak up a bit. You guys can relax too. I don't want to be treated like an elder when I'm only 1 year older than you. In that case, we'll just call you Hannah. A piece of paper was handed over by Weapon afterward. So, Hannah, we need this submitted within this week. Could you fill out this application form? Hannah took it and continuously glanced over the lines written on it. Great curiosity pushed her toward one section. The club sponsor is the principal? Weapon replied with a bright smile. Yeah. When our club president asked, he agreed right away. A dangerous smile revealed itself. I think I'm going to have a good time in this club. Her words left him stunned for a few seconds. The door opened. Call me next week, okay? I have to go now. Left behind, he crossed his arms and looked on with half-lidded eyes. Who was that again? Saki picked up on his question and brought it up. What's wrong? He spoke up. Doesn't Hannah remind you of anyone? Is it just me who feels this way? A slightly sly smile formed on Saki's face. Not really. Isn't it just because she looks kind of generic with those glasses? What? Does she lift her glasses like this? Jiama gave up. Don't imitate her. While they were having fun, his phone rang on the table. Oh, who's the text from? Oh, it's the principal. Weapon's eyes widened. The principal? Did he hear about the new member already? He picked it up to check. Of course not. He's probably just replying what I asked earlier. A red exclamation mark. A student profile with his photo on it. A stroke of unavoidable shock. While everyone was wondering, he was overthinking what the heck was going on. Instantly, Kong Jiama left the room. Sorry, I'll take my leave first. Weapon questioned. Why are you suddenly acting like this? Chloe got straight to the point. Did the principal call you over? Jiama didn't answer. He had already fallen into a deep train of thought. All my personal relationships and my parents have been completely erased. My parents are here. Is this what Aben was talking about? The phone rang under the gloomy sky. But then he realized one thing clearly. The number you have called does not exist. Alone in the square, the phone kept ringing, but no one picked up. He knew this would happen and let his phone drop. Raindrops began to fall, and then his own footsteps turned back down the exact same path he had just left. An indescribable feeling caused his footsteps to be accompanied by a sarcastic sigh. Neither returning to the room nor going back to class, he chose to sit down on a campus bench. The phone displayed a picture of 3 people, but only he remained intact. The photo would soon be deleted. It wasn't an illusion, nor was it a false memory. The effect of the sword god's blessing rejected all of these hypotheses. Lowering his face, maybe they only existed to help me adapt better. Jiyama couldn't finish his sentence. No matter how hard he tried to think of something else, his mind kept returning to the starting point. It was because of someone, a game of chess that had already been set. Sword god, he pulled out the knife hidden on his person from inside his clothes. One of them, or maybe both. Thunderclouds gathered high up in the air and then coalesced, striking down right where his bench was located. Murasumi was completely unsheathed. Whether by coincidence or not, that huge lightning bolt landed just a tiny distance away from the bench. His burning gaze stared intently at those previous words. Someday, rain was still falling from the sky, but the scenery around him was no longer the same. Rachel, take mine too. Take mine as well. Rachel walked forward with confidence while the guys followed behind her, then turned around with a bright smile for everyone. Sorry, but you guys aren't on my level to be my opponents. Returning to her seat in annoyance, the noise outside was even more irritating than inside. It's all thanks to you. What? You're the one who overreacted. Aben walked up to her and said, It's been a rough morning, hasn't it? It's really exhausting. Rachel didn't answer, just letting her body slump down quickly into her seat with a sigh. Aben's eyes suddenly darted toward a certain spot. How unusual. Is it because of the weather? While Aben was still hesitating, Rachel raised her head slightly off her arms. Ms. Aben, could you give me some advice on my worries? Aben was bewildered. Worries? After a moment of thought, Rachel leaned her cheek on her hand helplessly and said, Lately, my self-esteem has hit rock bottom. Honestly, I don't think I'm bad at all, right? I'm confident in my strength, and my face is so pretty that guys would go crazy chasing after me to the point of being annoying. And above all, Rachel paused, glancing at Aben out of the corner of her eye, her heart-shaped pupils stopping at one specific point. Aben realized what Rachel was looking at on her body, so she quickly covered herself with both hands, her face turning bright red. Rachel said confidently, At least my body. Unable to hold it in, her face flushed red, and her voice went high-pitched. Rachel, what are you trying to do? But Rachel didn't give her time to talk about that any further. Aben, did you know Jiyama started a club? When Kong Jiyama was mentioned, Aben's shoulders twitched slightly. It's Jiyama? Rachel called her name again. Lady Aben. Did something shady happen on Avalon Island? Aben was startled by that shady question. And no, what are you talking about? Nothing happened. Knowing Rachel would force it out of her either way, Aben covered her chest and tried to back away from Rachel. I injured my ankle that day, and he left after breakfast the next morning. Those expressions couldn't escape Rachel's eyes. Our girl really doesn't know how to lie. I guess I was just being a bit too sensitive. My bad. But her face still didn't look quite right. Well, I already told him. I don't care at all. Anything related to Kong Jiyama, even if it's just a speck of dust under his fingernail, having any care for him feels strange to me. Remembering this, Aben quickly protested. I didn't exaggerate that much. Rachel finally got her chance. She brought her face right up to Aben's. Huh? Then Aben definitely has feelings for Kong Jiyama, right? Taken by surprise, Aben's expression completely froze. Wow, how could it turn out like this? Rachel really loved this expression of hers, but she returned to a calm composure. Well, people's hearts can change at any time. Nothing is absolute when it comes to romance, right? Oh, by the way, what was I just saying? Jiyama told me earlier that he started a club. Now Rachel finally remembered, recalling Weapon's rejection as well. All right, I also hurriedly told Weapon that I wanted to join, but I was flat out rejected. Why was that? I'm not entirely sure, but it seems Kong Jiama said he didn't want members from the elite class because it made him uncomfortable. Aben asked softly in confusion. But Rachel, what does that have to do with your self-esteem dropping? Rachel said nonchalantly, yesterday, ho, today I need to drink at least 1 cup of cafe creme to make myself feel classy. Or maybe outlet coffee and pace. I always order that to sip in the morning. All right, let's go with outlet coffee then. After all, I need to uphold the dignity of the Demora family. Arriving at the drink counter, give me an iced Americano, please. Make it really cold. Her face was slightly flushed with a few drops of sweat falling. Yeah, summer in Korea is way hotter than in Pace. It really seems that way. However, her own surprise caught on to something. It's Kong Jiama. The target has been spotted in an unexpected place. She noticed an unfamiliar girl in that group, the two of them smiling and chatting with each other. That image was captured by Rachel. She immediately went back to tell Aben. I guess he was in the middle of an interview. At that time, I couldn't forget the look on Jiama's face. Jiama was smiling ear to ear. What's there to like about a girl with glasses anyway? Looking with eyes half open at the gloominess beside her, or maybe that was just Kong Jiama's type. As soon as she said this, Aben looked more dangerous than ever. Aben. On another side, the scene shifted to Korean sushi. Calmly, Kong Jiama stood in front of this place. In another world, this naming style was really because this place was just that tiny. So we won't get occupational diseases, right? Oh, you're here. 3 other friends were also standing not far away. Captain Jiama, all 4 huddled together. Is Sister Hannah not coming? She can't eat raw food, so she couldn't make it today. Jiama glanced at Weapon. Is that so? An interrupting thought. She really is a bit unusual. Isn't she from Busan? No need to wait any longer. All 4 headed inside. Looks so delicious. Welcome, guests. Jiama felt a slight wave of nostalgia. Yesterday felt like I had returned home. The staff announced a party of 4, but while he was enjoying himself, a pale-faced Chloe suddenly stepped back and bumped into him. And then he looked ahead to see what it was. Surprisingly, it was Chloe's older brother, Nox Auditor. Saki followed behind and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" He asked seriously, "What are you doing here?" Nox was slightly confused. "Oh, I'm working part-time." With a clueless look, he analyzed the situation again. "No, I mean, how did you end up like this? Aren't you a member of the Auditor family, the richest in the world? Could he be taking on some request to disguise his identity and operate in secret?" Then the blonde manager targeted Nox and commanded, "Hey, new guy, why are you standing there not serving the customers? Come on, didn't you cry and beg me for a job a few days ago? Why aren't you working now?" "I'm sorry, boss." Saki stepped up in front of him. "Stop bothering them, let's go." Well, the menu was opened. Saki rejoiced. "Oh my god, I love it." Weapon added, "This menu is pretty solid. You can see why so many people come here. Tuna, 50,000 VND. Tuna belly, 60,000 VND. Salmon, 40,000 VND. Salmon belly, 50,000 VND. Everyone was picking their dishes. Meanwhile, Jiama noticed Chloe's sour mood. He chimed in, "Nox, he must have his reasons. Since we're already here, don't worry about other things and just enjoy the food." Yes, but even so, Chloe still hadn't perked up. The relationship between the 2 siblings had grown much closer. It seemed she was the one who looked forward to this gathering the most. But then someone suddenly sat next to him. It was Saki. She pointed at the menu and said, "Hey, I heard the Korean sushi special set here is amazing. 11 pieces for this price is pretty decent, right?" He asked back, completely stunned. 400,000 VND for a single set, and you call that decent? As Jiama asked with a frown, Saki tilted her head slightly. "Well, yeah, it's rare for the whole group to eat out together. Should I really be picking a place based on penny pinching? Or should we go somewhere else?" Knowing he lost the argument, he changed his tone. "All right, fine. No need to say more. Order whatever you want. You're the one paying anyway." With nothing left to stop her, Saki closed the menu and raised her hand to order. "Okay, we'd like to order, please." His perception needed some deep reflection. Ryoso comes from a different social class. This gap in status never ceases to surprise me, but it's also hard to adapt to. Soon enough, the food was served. This is insane, it's so good, right? It's rare to find a place like this even in Japan. This spot does it so well. Yeah, these ingredients look super fresh. Saki pulled out her phone. Why does your face look so strange? Are you not feeling well? His outstretched hand paused, his eyes fixed on the dishes. I know it sounds a bit strange coming from chef's perspective. The ingredients are good. I know it sounds a bit strange coming from chef's perspective. The ingredients are good. On the other side, Knox frowned and thought, that kid actually dared to say the line the owner hates the most. And then, what was bound to happen happened. Excuse me, guest. Saki was shocked as the chef stepped out. What did you just say? He kept his eyes closed while the other three stared intently at the chef. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and his words followed right along. You heard me too. I'm not saying your technique is terrible, but it's certainly not good either. The chef interrupted. All right then, if you're putting it like that, why don't you show me your skill for once? If you're so confident in your knife skills, why don't you let us see it with your own hands? Show us. Right now, the chef was furious over the previous remark. The three friends accompanying him looked a bit uneasy, while other customers also started paying attention to the scene. Although he didn't want at first, now he had put himself in a situation that needed resolving. He's sharp, all right. His Korean isn't great, but he understands everything clearly. Left with no choice, he stood up. Saki looked over and asked, What are you planning to do, Giamma? Seeing him actually stand up, the veins on the chef's temples bulged, and a mocking smile was clear on his face. Joaquin Academy, huh? Confident, are we? I'm Manhwa, 12 years of experience handling a knife. If you're better than me, the meal is on the house. Deal. Serious, he replied. A real man never goes back on his word. The chef's smile remained bright, backed by an obvious assumption. After all, he's just a kid. In front of his friends here, I bet he just wants to show off a little. So I'll give him a flounder and a free lesson. Unable to wait any longer, it was time to speak up. All right then, I'll let you try with the flounder over there. However, he interrupted and refused. Let's do the red sea bream. His finger pointed straight into the kitchen. It was currently sitting right on the cutting board over there. Question marks suddenly popped up at that action. Seeing that he meant business, the chef panicked immediately. What? Wait a second. However, Knox knew very well how the person in front of him had previously defeated him with a knife. Without hesitation, he turned to the shop owner. Boss Manhwa, let's wait and see. But the chef couldn't calm down at all, his Korean and English mixing together. Knox, are you crazy? It's going to be huge trouble if we let a stranger into the kitchen. That's red sea bream. Do you know how much that costs? You're completely nuts. But Knox still insisted on his previous decision. As an employee, it's hard for me to say this, but perhaps you can trust him. His steps kept moving steadily forward. The fish was closer to him than ever. Decisive movements. He took off his academy jacket right away. Long time no see, huh? His hand reached for the specialized sashimi knife. The sword god's blessing was activated, a slight smile stretching across the corner of his lips. Holding the knife in front of him, no visible process, only receiving the result. The sashimi pieces and the rest were neatly arranged together. The chef dropped to his knees before his absolute perfection. I lose. I completely lost. He couldn't let his normal ego take over in someone else's restaurant. He looked toward the customers in the place. The chef bowed his head. For 12 years, I have prepared this exact same fish, but this is the first time I've ever witnessed such a miracle. Please, take me as your apprentice. He slowly approached and reached out a hand. Please don't do this. Stand up quickly. The chef remained kneeling. No, I truly was reckless, but I want to accept you as my master. Please, take me as your apprentice. Facing those words, he maintained his serious composure and replied, Oh, I see. Get up. Calling me master is a bit much, so I'll just give you a few pieces of advice. In a sudden turn of events, the chef stood up, notebook and pen ready at the go. Understood. Please proceed. Giamma couldn't react in time to that action, but still offered a few words as promised. It's not that you lack skill, but your knife handling is honestly a bit disappointing. Try using the sashimi knife with your left hand. Catching on, the chef asked, using the left hand. Do you mean using a knife meant for left-handed people? He confirmed, that's right. Judging by the cuts, you're applying too much force with your right hand, crushing the meat. Switch hands, and you'll see significant improvement. The rest will come after years of practice, so I don't need to say anything more. The chef scribbled nonstop, looking a bit disheveled, but a few words still needed to be said. As expected of a true master. May I call you master? At those words, his expression tightened slightly. Did you forget that you had a hard time? Even without paying for the meal. I've already given you advice, so I should be the one asking you for a few favors instead. The chef straightened up solemnly. Yes, master, whatever it is, just say the word. Once again, he grabbed the knife and raised it high. Facing the other students, he said out loud, I've asked the owner for permission. He's allowing me to serve food to everyone today. Free of charge. Is that really true? We're definitely going to eat well today. Just like that, he set to work preparing the dishes. Everyone seemed completely captivated by him. Let me head over there too. It's actually free. Noticing the enthusiastic response from the crowd, Kongjiyama. Seeing that expression, Chloe muttered, so Kongjiyama can smile like that too? Saki Ryoso glanced at Chloe, then turned back to the counter, smiling softly as she nodded. Right? At that moment, Weapon rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Should we help out a bit? Saki watched him. Hey, Weapon, where are you going? With his smile still intact. Our captain is excited. How can the rest of the team members, especially me, just sit around doing nothing, being dragged into it? How could she not go? Saki hastily left her seat, turning to Chloe to add, Oh my goodness, I couldn't even bring myself to say those words. Chloe, let's go too. Yes, but just as Chloe was about to stand up, a sudden chill washed over her. Knox's shadow fell onto the tile floor, followed by his voice, Let me go instead. It took Chloe a few seconds to pull herself together. Then her mindset relaxed. Yes, thank you. On another side, he had finished serving the sashimi dishes. He crossed his arms and looked up high. Clearly came out for a party, yet I couldn't hold myself back. I really am. Handling 3 fish only took 50 seconds. That's enough blessing for now. I usually chop up tough things like demonic beasts or humans. Doing fish now feels inexplicably refreshing. After graduation, maybe I should actually open a fish-related shop? Despite being lost in thought, he still noticed the person coming up to him. What is it? Thought you were busy. It was Knox. He cleared his throat lightly and spoke. Thanks to you, all the dishes are out. The boss said he'll take care of wrapping things up. Your friends are serving tables. I only came out here because Chloe told me to come to you. However, he chose to address his earlier curiosity right away. By the way, why did you suddenly take on a part-time job? Knox startled and quickly turned to look at him. Didn't you say it yourself? That working hard will yield results. Don't tell me you don't remember. Giama's smile dispelled the doubt. Of course I remember. You've really got incredible drive on your end. Getting praised. Knox blushed self-consciously and let out a cough. Ahem. Giama, it's not that I'm agreeing with what you said, but I genuinely did gain a few things. I've come to understand the value of hard work, getting a bit more direct. So, I have a question. Looking over at Knox, he continued. What do you do when you run into drunk creeps causing trouble? Comfortably engaged in conversation. The two talked with each other based on their own experiences. A moment later, a sigh echoed out. Man, who else but Knox? The more I talk to you, the harder it is to believe you're my age. Did you forge your age or something? Giama slouched his shoulders with a light chuckle. Would it kill you to just say, I have a lot of life experience? But then, a sense of danger radiated from Knox. Kong Giama, looking like that. Is there something else you want to ask? Knox hesitated, but decided to speak out. Normally, revealing family matters to outsiders is a severe crime, so I intended to message you through Chloe, but you didn't pick up. At any rate, Adatol has finished its investigation on you. Luckily, there were no suspicious signs. Our side has canceled the Elders' Council Commission. The head of the family even launched a reverse investigation on the council. Adatol is a family that stands for order, not anyone's lapdog. An unprecedentedly large-scale investigation team will likely be formed. Since the target is big, it will be conducted thoroughly. I've also decided to join in. Either way, I definitely wanted to pass this message along. You received a result, meaning Adatol won't be targeting him anymore. If Adatol's blade is pointed at the Elders' Council, a major event is about to go down, which most likely has nothing to do with him anyway. He knew what he should do at this moment. Extending a hand, thanks. That must have been tough to bring up. A dangerous aura flickered from Nox, but then he reached out to shake hands. I didn't really do anything. If anything, it's our side that should. Ahem, talking too much. He smiled. Looks like your relationship with Chloe has improved a bit. However, the dangerous vibe this time originated from Giamma. Alright. Nox, do you know Senior Hannah? Nox glanced over. You mean San Hannah? He didn't hide it. Senior Hannah just joined our club. Since she's in your class, I thought you'd know her. Nox searched through the records in his mind. San Hannah is in my class, so I know her. In class. She's also a female student with nothing particularly remarkable, just quietly reading books. However, there is one special point. She's always a student sitting right in the middle of the class. The problem was this middle rank. What does that mean? Nox adjusted his mask and looked up. Literally that. Whether it's theory or practicals, she's always right in the middle. Doing that intentionally isn't easy, and yet you're showing interest in someone else. How unusual. Giamma looked utterly bewildered. What kind of image do you have of me in your head? Nox was about to speak up testily, but his sentence was shattered when the owner Manhwa burst through the door, shouting loudly, Nox, why aren't you cleaning up the clothes shop? What are you doing here? What? Master's here too, stepping lightly, breaking into a smile, holding a certain knife. I learned a lot today. Calling it a gift might be embarrassing, Master, but please accept this. While waiting for the result from Nox earlier, now looking over at owner Manhwa and the kitchen hand with that exact same face. The knife is a chef's very life. Is it really okay to give it to an outsider so easily, boss? Manhwa froze, then scratched his head with an apologetic laugh. I don't mean anything else by it. This knife just doesn't suit me. I used to only place my faith in knives, but now I realize that for a true master, actual skill matters more than the tool. The knife was already in Giamma's hand. Well, if that's the reason, I won't refuse it. Owner Manhwa bowed respectfully. It's my utter honor. Master, can't you change that form of address? Having received it, it was time to inspect it. Anyone could tell it was expensive, and looking closely at the craftsmanship, it resembled a weapon more than a tool. Remembering his first teacher, always claiming that masters don't blame their gear, yet being utterly obsessed with swords. A good knife to a wielder is like family. Naming it is engraving one's resolve. The name of this knife is Supreme Sashimi Machine. Owner Manhwa interrupted his train of thought. Hey, Master, could it be that the knife isn't good? Are you unsatisfied with it? No, I was just thinking of a name for it. As expected, a true master is simply different. He muttered thoughtfully, a name representing the pride of the Tsong family, our Frost. Kong Giamma Frost. A name was chosen, 10,000 years Frost. Following this shift, the photo was left with only him in it. Once again, night wrapped over the entire academy. A shady group of people was walking down an alley together. Everyone was gathered around one person. Everyone must be busy. Thank you for coming to this difficult meeting. One person uncomfortably cracked his neck and spoke. Are you the professor who called us out here? The Dark Knight. Yes, that's right. I'm the professor. Silence descended once more. Another guy couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. All right, enough. You're a busy professor. So what the hell are you summoning us out here for? Do you even know what someone like me does all day to dare call us like this? The mysterious professor's voice turned cold. Then he looked up at the sky. Who huffed? I'm going to die laughing. Panic pooled on the face of the guy who had just spoken. Laughing? Are you crazy? What the hell are you suddenly bursting out laughing for? The mysterious professor paused for a beat. Ah, it really shows that you've all just recently signed the contract. Everyone is still intoxicatingly giddy with excitement. How adorable. His arm transformed as he shouted loudly. What the hell is this guy talking about? The mysterious professor showed a bit of interest. Oh, so you're the trusted confidant of the 4th Legion commander. Lord Permush's Earth Attribute magic is indeed quite rare. The opponent's footsteps had also transformed. What kind of nonsense are you blabbering? Fine then, my hands are itching for a fight anyway. His body enlarged to a massive scale as he charged straight at the mysterious professor. Another member tried to stop him. Hey, hold on. Making a scene here, Will. But the giant-sized guy still aimed straight for the target ahead. As if I give a damn. No matter who comes snooping, I'll just kill them all. But the target killed wasn't the professor, but himself. The giant body had been torn apart by a massive hole. The severed giant arm slammed heavily onto the ground. Very quickly, the crowd that had just arrived fell into complete panic. The mysterious professor adjusted his cloak and casually said, "By the way, let me prove my worth with a little specimen." "All right, that's enough of an introduction. Now on to main business. Does anyone have any objections?" Teaching assistant Kim among the group had a hunch. This is the power of the 2nd Legion commander, Quarren. But then she flinched when the mysterious professor aimed straight at her. "Please step forward, student." "Ah, no." Holding chalk for so long made calling people that second nature. "This person here will explain the specifics of the situation." Teaching assistant Kim composed her expression, locking her gaze tightly onto everyone. When she was ready, she said, "I'll get straight to the point." Contrary to the news floating around out there, the Fiend Corps wasn't wiped out by the Sword Emperor. She paused, glancing at the mysterious person beside her. When no one interrupted, she continued, "Lord Agora died at the hands of a student named Leon von Reinhardt, the next generation's hero." At the exact same time, in another location, Kong Jiama was deep in thought, writing down 4 distinct leads on a piece of paper. The Senate Council, the mysterious instructor, the divine sword, the GM. The future is what really matters. As for the Senate Council, the Adatoll side promised they would handle the investigation themselves. Elitist snobbery ran rampant among the nobility. So the Academy's Senate Council treated the order-aligned Adatoll family like nothing more than errands boys. Besides, contracting an assassination on a student without a legitimate reason was basically treating Adatoll like a attack dog. Thanks to the Senate Council's blunder, I've secured a solid ally in Adatoll. I remember in the game, the reason the faction suppressing Leon vanished after the mid-game was because of this exact reason. The Senate Council pulled strings behind the scenes and got completely caught by Adatoll. Thinking back, I'm actually in a pretty similar situation. Adatoll is doing the dirty work for me. That was a favor the game company gave Leon. Wait a second. Is nobody favoring me? I'm suffering like a dog here. Anyway, now that Adatoll has stepped up, we'll find out who's behind this soon enough. That leaves the mysterious female instructor, plus that extra piece of info from Agora's reminder. Anyway, with that whining attitude, so I signed a contract because of whining. The strong picking on the weak is terrifying. She's the type who's good with people. A purplish color. In the game, villains could change their appearance at will. So for now, I'll just use that as a rough reference. But color and gender can't be changed, so I need to keep those in mind. He reminded himself. Can I actually find her, though? Using the sensing ability of the Sword God's Blessing to gauge an opponent has its limits. The main issue is that my knowledge of magic is still lacking. Should I just wait around, or should I actually learn some magic? While lost in thought, he noticed something strange. On the paper, there were alternating shaded and unshaded circles. I wrote something without even realizing it. Placing the pen against his mouth, he looked up at the ceiling. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not the type of person to sit around biting a pen to think. Being serious on top of serious, strike where they least expect it. Impulsiveness and courage are separated by a fine line. Now is the time to use some courage. A smile broke across his face. Sooner or later, I'll have to go look for Professor Damien anyway. After all that talking and thinking, he suddenly noticed everyone had arrived. Saki and Weapon were bickering crankily. You need to fix that habit of making a mountain out of a molehill. A molehill? Hey Saki, don't you know what day it is? Chloe and Hannah follow behind them. He asked out of concern. Why is everyone acting so weird? Saki sighed, it's not that, but Weapon pushed Saki's face aside. Listen up, club president. Saki snapped. Hey Weapon. Ignoring her, Weapon continued. The first of the month is almost here. This was something he actually remembered. That day was the birthday of Kong Jiama. He said, Weapon, you really don't need to. But Weapon didn't even pay attention to what he was about to say. It's the day Valor Joaquin sealed the Lacan. He was stunned. Weapon noticed it. What's wrong, President? It's nothing. Saki intervened. Come on, I told you not to blow things out of proportion. But there was no stopping Weapon now. This is so frustrating. That's not all that's happening on that day. The strongest assassin known as the Mountain Wanderer Annie Adatoll, the next patriarch of the Iron King family, Morong, Ironfoot, America's pride, and a top candidate for the next 7 stars. All mute. Every single one of them is attending the Joaquin Academy Festival. We should take this chance to rack up some accomplishments for our club, too. Keep some face for the headmaster while we're at it. Saki caught on. You just want to enjoy the festival, don't you? Stop making excuses. He stayed completely quiet, his mind a chaotic mess. However, Chloe took notice and spoke up right away. Giamma, do you have any plans for the festival? Well, nothing in particular. Her face began to turn red. Then would you like to go together with me on that day? But what she was about to say was cut off by Weapon. It's decided. We're opening a food tasting booth. With the president's insane knife skills, we can use this to promote the club. Messing with anyone else was fine, but messing with those exact people, who happen to be assassins, caused terrifying magic power to pour out from Chloe. Weapon's body trembled uncontrollably. Giamma realized something was wrong and quickly came to the rescue. Weapon's idea sounds pretty good, actually. Both girls were instantly shocked. What? Weapon, on the other hand, got teary-eyed. President, channeling all her previous irritation at Weapon toward Giamma, Saki said loudly, Kong Giamma, are you interested in these high society events too? Are you trying to use this chance to get your name known by important figures? Surrounded by confusion. Rio, aren't you the one here who's most connected to high society? He had to brush off this trouble. I don't have any hidden motive. During summer break, I was always out clearing dungeons, so I never had the chance to participate in activities like this before. Besides, days where we can actually enjoy a festival like this aren't that many. Immediately, everyone froze in shock as a dissatisfied voice interrupted. What do you mean by that? Aren't that many? It was Saki again. Looks like she wasn't going to let this slide easily. Giamma looked in her eyes and realized he hadn't held back. He had unconsciously thought about the Second Great War 3 years from now. I made a mistake again. I guess I've gotten too comfortable around the members. Leaning her body forward, Kong, Gio, MMA, Saki crossed her arms, confronting him face to face. Are you keeping some kind of truth to yourself? Just like last time, both sides were dangerous. It was rare for him to corner himself into a tight spot like this. Saki had pressed close, and Chloe activated her anxious mode, breaking into a sweat as he pleaded in his mind. This is dangerous. Weapon. Very quickly, Weapon read the room. The president is in danger. Pulling off a super fast turnaround, with a pale face, she randomly drew on the whiteboard and shouted, all right, president. Then I'll make the promotional poster. How about that? Fortunately, the trick worked. Chloe looked bewildered, while Saki held her ground. Hannah's glasses turned completely white. Of course, her signature smile appeared. Haha, I agree, because that poster was the reason I joined in the first place. Along with Hannah's words, Weapon's face aged by 10 years. Wrinkling her face, she squeezed out her thoughts. President, you owe me big time for this. However, because she had messed with someone far more dangerous than poking a hornet's nest, someone called out her name loudly. Weapon shifted her focus from Giamma to herself. Saki slowly approached, from that garbage poster to interrupting us step by step just now. I've been thinking about this, and now we need to settle things once and for all. Well, he's totally doomed. Weapon looked bewildered. Huh, what? This time, no one could redirect Saki's emotions anymore. There are too many chefs in this kitchen. We need to establish a clear hierarchy in this travel club, so you'll stop blabbering nonsense. In the Anglo-Chinese architectural courtyard under the morning sun, both sides were prepared to enter one of the most reasonable ways to resolve everything. The flute rested on Weapon's shoulder. Ah, that's fine by me. Don't regret it when I break that arrogant nose of yours, Saki. On the other side, Saki warmed up her arms instead of replying. Weapon, if you win, I won't nitpick anymore and I'll follow your idea for the festival without a single complaint. The remaining 3 stood on the sidelines, not daring to meddle, each with their own distinct facial expressions. This is pretty fun. All of a sudden, sunlight intersected at the center point, as both prepared to face off. Holding her flute on one side, Weapon rested her hand on her hip and let out a smirk. I'll show everyone clearly who's the one that can help the leader more. Saki, facing her, also had her hand on her hip, but she was visibly more serious. That line is something I can hardly let slide. To have that kind of confidence, Weapon had thought a lot about it. Saki's weapon is a longbow. This isn't an archery range, so she won't be able to use it. All I need to do is keep my distance and apply debuffs. To start things off properly, Senior Hannah stepped forward and raised her hand as a signal. Ready, start. The moment the words left her mouth, Weapon quickly brought the flute to her lips. At the exact same time, Saki crouched down and reached one hand toward her bow. Weapon re-equipped, Saki quickly ran sideways to create more distance. Vaguely, this caused a new thought to sprout in Weapon's mind. She actually picked up the bow. No matter how dangerous she is, there's no way she can shoot with that bow. But then she formed an unnecessary worry and stopped playing the flute. Nothing has changed, as long as I land the debuff properly. Although the logic seemed sound, because of that delay, Saki gained the opportunity to close the distance and jump high into the air. This time, Weapon froze, unable to react in time. A drop of sweat quickly formed on her face. She's an archer, but she's closing in directly on me. Weapon spoke rapidly. You idiot. Saki, at this range, an attack is a guaranteed hit. For some reason, her fast talking got cut off midway, and her head tilted to one side, which made complete sense. The bow Saki held shifted from one hand to two, transforming into a sword. A single swing of the blade struck right at her waist. Weapon couldn't defend against this style of attack. On top of that, Saki was deadly serious and put even more force into it, so by the time the bow was behind her back, Weapon, the guilty one, had flown far away and smashed right through a sliding door. A truly innocent painting lost in the process. A look of complete bewilderment covered the room from Giamma and Chloe. Only Senior Hannah maintained absolute composure. Having finished dealing with Weapon, Saki changed her target of communication. Kong Giamma, done evaluating? She returned her bow to its proper holding stance. Saki looked toward him, waiting for the verdict. A drop of sweat fell from him in an indescribable state of utter confusion. Outside the wall, Weapon lay in the bushes, playing her flute. It wasn't a trigger a debuff aimed at Saki, but a recovery spell for herself. The sound, however, was rather pathetic, and her health points were creeping up painfully slowly, one by one. Moving past that moment, there were only 4 days left until the festival. At the travel club, Giamma stood alone, watching everyone busily making preparations. Everyone is doing way better than I imagined. A cheerful heart shape appeared around Chloe. This heart-shaped egg is so pretty. Eeh. Chloe Aditole, cooking assistant. Senior Hannah adjusted her glasses with her middle finger and sat down, saying, Kong Giamma, according to the records, I've ordered all the kimchi, pork shoulder, and all the vegetables. The quantity is calculated generously for 3 days' worth of portions. The delivery time is 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow. San Hannah, ingredient procurement and management. A massive surge of anxiety washed over Weapon. The booth rental paperwork is done, but we still have to set up tables and chairs, install the gas lines, and all that stuff. When are we ever going to finish this? Speed Weapon, General Manager of Operations. Hearing Weapon's voice was annoying. Saki, sitting a bit far off, got even angrier and complained, Shut up, Weapon, stop whining over there and get back to work. Yet she herself felt flustered as she typed on her keyboard. I've never even done this before, and it has to be kimchi stew of all things. But it's not like I'm the only one who has to carry this entire load. Saki Ryoso, Administrative Publicity and Design. Standing outside, Giamma overheard it. That was my call. Ryoso should give me a hand. This time, Saki's anger mark doubled as she glared at him. On the other hand, Giamma looked up for a preliminary confirmation of his thoughts. If it were sushi, working on it together like before would have been easier. But what if it turns into a one-man show? First off, this festival is going to last a long time. To be honest, I've never actually enjoyed a proper festival before. Ever since I was 17, I started working, so I never had the chance to be free like this. Maybe that's why I feel this baseless, lingering affection for this generic mobile game. Miracle of blessing. I guess deep down, I still hope for a peaceful daily life. But that leisureliness comes to an end around second year, when I realized the existence of raids from the demon tribe. The last festival I get to experience in the academy. San Hannah, following his silent contemplation, walked up to him. What are you thinking about with such a sad face? He looked back at his senior, and then Sanhana hit the nail right on the head. Looking at your face, it's like you're thinking this is your last festival. Because of this, his perspective shifted immediately. Can this girl read my mind or something? Knowing he wouldn't answer, Sanhana changed the subject. Do you remember what I said when I joined the travel club? What did you say back then, senior? Her glasses flashed white and a suspicious smile appeared. Never mind if you don't remember. Listening to her, Giamma could only respond with a question mark. Following that shift, he turned to the other side. Hey, no, Ryoso, I'm stepping out for a moment. Seeing Weapon completely helpless, he quickly switched targets. Saki, sitting in her spot, looked over again to confirm. Hey, where are you going? Naturally, Giamma hid his destination. I'll tell you later. Please look after everyone. The sound of the door opening and closing decisively echoed. Saki now had yet another issue to deal with regarding his sudden departure. Cut to Professor Damien's research lab. Inside, the professor was pouring himself a drink. Then a voice sounded from outside. It's Kong Giamma. The professor took notice. Come in, student Kong Giamma. A portion of the drink was pushed across the desk. I just brewed some tea. You arrived just in time. This is black tea brought back directly from Russia. The aroma is marvelous. He sat down in the opposite chair. No thanks, I'm allergic to black tea, so? The professor understood. I see. That's a shame. Although he had noticed it from the start, he now used it to change the subject. From Giamma's perspective, the professor had picked up on it. This is a sample I happened to acquire recently. It looks like black stone, but inside there's a delicate flow of magic power circulating. If you're interested, I could give a bit of it to student Kong Giamma. A sample I happened to acquire recently. It looks like black stone, but inside there's a delicate flow of magic power circulating. If you're interested, I could give a bit of it to student Kong Giamma. This time, the professor took the initiative to speak. At any rate, I'm very glad student Kong Giamma came to find me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will answer them thoroughly to the best of my ability. Giamma didn't expect the professor to get to the main point faster than him. So taking advantage of this, he said seriously, it's a continuation of what I asked before, regarding the phrase, may the blessings of the gods always be with you. Hearing this, the professor stood up from his chair. That matter. Actually, I was bothered by it too, so I did a bit of personal investigation. Holding an ancient book in his hands, I found it right here. Turning around and opening the book toward him. Honestly, I traveled all the way to Russia just for this book. Sunlight shone through the window frame. Could it be because of me? The professor didn't deny it. The clue was indeed provided by student Kong Giamma. But I was curious too. That's just how scholars are. Either way, it's thanks to you, but the more important thing is something else. As I mentioned in my lecture, academia divides blessings into 4 tiers: heroic, elemental, guardian deity, and personal. It's a classification based on the entity bestowing the blessing. Though these spiritual entities are transcendent, they are necessary existences. Student Kong Giamma, do you remember the last thing I said last time? In this world, there are no longer any gods remaining. A compliment followed those words. Student Kong Giamma truly has an outstanding memory. How about it? Would you like to become my teaching assistant? He returned to a state of bewilderment and said, Thank you for the offer, but I'm not really interested in academia. The professor felt disappointed once again after the tea invitation earlier. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Taking another sip of tea to regain his composure. At any rate, the core lies in that sentence. Now, let's travel back in time to the age of mythology. From ancient times of unknown origins, countless gods existed. That era is what we call the age of mythology. The gods mentioned here aren't spiritual entities or transcendent beings. They have no emotions, reason, or physical bodies. To put it accurately, they were existences that were almost conceptual. Concepts, well, simply put, the dimensions are completely different. Even spiritual entities before God are like fireflies under the sun. Those absolute beings transcended the mortal shell, yet even they could not escape death. Though of the same kind, one god marked the end of that era, the divine sword. A white figure flashed rapidly through his mind, causing him to startle, unable to control his emotions. Facing him calmly, The professor closed the book and added to what he was saying. The phrase, "May the blessings of the gods always be with you," was used by post-mythological humanity to worship him and pray for his power. The professor looked straight into his eyes. Is that enough to answer your question? Absolute silence engulfed the entire room, and the story came to a halt right there as he walked down the long hallway away from Professor Damien's room. The calmness on the outside was hiding a churning inner storm. It feels like I've gained something, but at the same time, I haven't gained anything at all. Still, just because of a random comment I made, he flew all the way to Russia. Maybe I only know how to think about my own self-interest? But either way, Russian black tea definitely has something suspicious about it. At that moment, he casually slipped his hand inside his coat and realized, no wonder everything felt so heavy until now. Turns out my perception was dulled because I didn't carry my sashimi knife with me. The ultimate sense of security. He muttered to himself and kept walking, feeling this suffocated without my sashimi knife around. Looks like my personality really has changed. 4 days left until the festival. The busy work of preparing for the festival gradually grew more urgent. Saki was completely tangled up in planning algorithms, while the other 3 gathered in one spot watching Chloe apply stamps. Very quickly, only 3 days remained, and everyone had to get busier to ensure the stall would run smoothly. Saki angrily shouted at Giamma and pointed out where he should work. Another day passed. The tube for drawing costume lots was in Weapon's hands, and the selection pick for the remaining 3 was maid outfits. Chloe loved it, whereas Saki was nothing but pure anger. One more day passed, and the dishes were prepared meticulously, looking incredibly appetizing. The 4 of them gathered together to celebrate. Only Saki stood a little awkwardly off to the side, peering in, probably because she had nothing to do with that dish. And then that fateful day finally arrived. The festival officially began. In my over 20 years as a knife-wielding chef, I've saved countless restaurants I've worked at. I always turned down any material rewards, and only went to places that looked like they were on the verge of collapsing anyway. It wasn't like I had a charitable streak. Just like when I made Korean sushi back then, it was simply to satisfy myself. With just a single sashimi knife, I blew the signal of revival into those shops. It felt a bit awkward, but I considered it my own special kind of romance. I'll admit it honestly. I arrived right in the middle of things, probably influenced by my very first master. Anyway, you walked quickly toward where everyone was. Weapon now sported a mushroom haircut, while the other 3 kept their maid outfits. There were 10 minutes left until opening. I deliberately looked into each of their eyes. Selling food for money wasn't something to be taken lightly. This was the first official event since the travel club was founded. But there was no need to be too stressed out. Just doing things exactly as we practiced would be fine. A subtle smile played at the corners of my mouth. This might just be our last festival. Since we're doing it, let's enjoy it to the fullest. The balloon arch pulled up into the air. More people had now shown up at the venue. Among them, Rachel confidently took the very first picture. Don't worry. Oh God, no one's going to recognize us looking like this. Everyone's busy checking out the festival, so I'm sure nobody's paying attention. Although it sounded reasonable, Aben following behind looked a little self-conscious. And naturally, Leishan had acquired a fake beard. Rachel timed the moment to flash a blindingly bright smile. Damn it, smile. Cheese. With the first memory captured, the 2 of them continued to soak in the atmosphere. Oh, it's so loud and bustling. Coming out to hang out was the right call, right? Yeah, Aben thought to herself. Hanging out like this every once in a while actually feels nice. Unaware, Rachel confidently said, Hey, doesn't a festival like this usually have some kind of cool scene where the Sword Emperor shows up or gives a welcome speech? Aben stepped forward, looked back, and replied, He's retired already. Plus, he never was the type to like events like this anyway. Rachel caught on, Aha, right, my cousin never bothers coming to places like this either. Thanks to that, I feel totally at ease. Right at that moment, she spotted something else on the ground. It was a flyer. Enjoy kimchi. Come taste the best J kimchi served by the travel club. Rachel couldn't hide her curiosity. Hey, look at this. Clueless, looking over with a blank expression, only to see a slightly mischievous smile from Rachel. Sitting there like a lump, the scenery shifted. The host had drawn everyone's attention to the main stage. First of all, let's invite the two most talked about rookie heroes of the year up on stage. The Indian hero, the great dragon King Mancross. The two of them completely stole the spotlight. The voice echoed on. The Russian hero, the one who walks through flames, Vladimir. This year's festival really is on a whole different level. Off in a nearby corner, the staff were focusing on someone even more important. Hey, that's Unmute. Take a picture. Miss Unmute. How do you feel being talked about as a self-development hero who's still a star? One of the three mentioned figures was being escorted through the crowd by bodyguards. The interview continued whenever the chance arose. A symbol of friendship between two countries, right? Duno kimchi. Amidst all of them, Weapon clutched his bundle of flyers tightly with trembling hands. Wow, this is insane. Oh, Unmute just couldn't contain her emotions. Seriously, Unmute is so calm and cool. The promotional flyer for the main booth, that detail was what really made people admire. While having fun, he was suddenly startled as a slender hand grabbed his ear and pulled. Weapon let out a yelp. The person doing it was none other than Saki. She added, I told you to go hand out flyers, so what the hell are you doing? We're dying of busyness, and you're just standing here chilling? Weapon justified himself. Well, a world-class hero is here. It'd be weird not to look. Hearing that, Saki's grip tightened, her voice carrying more force. You're the one who said we should open this booth, which is why we have to deal with this crap. Are you going back or not? I get it. I'll go back to work, okay? I'm going. In the middle of being dragged away, Weapon unexpectedly tripped over someone's foot, and just like that, he plopped right down on his butt. Saki Kamni recognized the familiar silhouette. The surprises weren't just one, but two. Rachel and Aben had been wandering around looking for everyone and ended up bumping right into this exact moment. Oh la la, back at the booth. A dish had already been prepared. The kimchi you ordered is ready. This dish looks genuinely delicious. Senior Hannah was serving a few tables inside, while Kong Jiama and Chloe bustled about making the requested dishes. Cat-eared, Chloe chopped green onions both quickly and with intense focus, making Jiama glance over and silently praise her in his mind. I only taught her a little bit, yet Chloe is really good with a knife. Since I can't use a knife directly, I left the prep work to Chloe. As for the cooking, I have to do it all myself. Anyway, only I can make J kimchi. Hearing footsteps outside, the senior called out, Welcome. Oh, it's not a new customer, but Saki who has returned. Jiama in the corner was still deep in thought. Customers keep pouring in, but where on earth are Mayakin and Halen? As if reading his mind, Saki dragged Weapon along and dumped him back on the ground. I dragged him back. A sudden huge question mark appeared, and it didn't stop there. Saki looked slightly annoyed as Rachel took the initiative and headed straight toward Jiama with both hands outstretched. Jiama had been lost in thought and completely forgot about this. However, Rachel's steps were forced to stop when Chloe flashed forward, drawing a sashimi knife to block her path. Whoa, scare. Realizing she looked a bit weird, Rachel immediately laughed it off. You're so short, I didn't even see you. At that moment, Aben had hidden behind Rachel's back. With a slightly flushed face, she peeked out to greet everyone. Hello, Kong Jiama. Fate had it that Jiama was flustered by that expression. Welcome. Since you're here, take a seat. Eagerly picking a spot, Rachel raised her hand and spoke quickly. One portion of kimchi stew, please. Aben solemnly checked the stew. Rachel added, make that a portion of kimchi jjigae. The spot the two of them chose was the furthest corner. Senior Hannah asked the other present customers if they needed anything. Jiama, on the other hand, sat in deep thought, not doing anything yet. His gaze dropped, looking somewhat unhappy. I already did massive promotions, but I never expected those two to show up here. I'm about to serve them quickly and send them on their way before it gets even more crowded. Taking orders over here, please. Yes, very quickly. Both of their attentions shifted to Senior Hannah. Hey, look over there. Is that the new member you mentioned last time? Yeah, that's her. Overthinking it. Rachel flashed a shady smile and whispered, What's wrong? Pretending you don't care now? Aben's face turned beet red. It's not like that at all. Retreating into a corner, Rachel kept her eyes locked on her table mate. Come on. A festival is a festival after all. Maybe we should do something fun too? Aben refused to look at her friend anymore. Finals are coming up, and there's still so much to prepare. Finding time for this kind of stuff. Just as she was about to keep talking, a plate of ingredients was brought over. Saki heard everything and chimed in with a question. This kind of stuff? Both of them were surprised by the sudden intrusion. Saki's sharp gaze waited for an answer. In contrast, Aben's face flushed even redder. Situations like this rarely happen. Rachel gave a soft whistle, waiting for a good show. Then she turned back toward the prep area. Holding his face, Weapon slowly walked in to talk to Giamma. The Table 9 group leader ordered 3 portions. Giamma worried. Are you okay? Cupping his face, Weapon welled up with tears. Unmute, the hero of my country, a candidate for the 7 stars. But I actually got to see her in person. You really are a hero fanboy, aren't you? Of course. Ow, there's a rock over there. Go check the top section for me. When Weapon left, he was left there burdened by deep thoughts. It was Unmute, real name Ket Elizabeth. She was an American hero, often mentioned as the next candidate. Even here, America was the top superpower topping the national rankings, on par with South Korea. With that kind of clout, they had a completely separate system within the hero world, typically calling heroes heroes and treating it like a business. Heroes leave their names behind through death, while heroes make a living off their own names. Because of that, the world respects heroes and cheers for heroes. Both heroes and heroes were quite far from my ideals. Anyway, right now I'm still grateful I didn't get transmigrated into an American. Sashimi, that Storm kid, wouldn't believe this even if he died. Besides, although unofficial, both Ket and I were targeted by the Sword Emperor as successors, so our paths might overlap. Of course, I plan to turn down that plan, but it's best to avoid her if possible. Basically, I just need to stay in the booth cooking J kimchi for 3 days, and it'll be over. Someone who attracts that much attention definitely wouldn't come here just to eat stew. Returning to the trio's previous conversation. Aben changed her expression. That's not what I meant. Saki, I've only ever seen you get promoted to advanced classes early before. You were always dozing off during class anyway. Suddenly dragged into a sleeping topic, Saki mirrored Aben's flushed expression. Can't you separate that from club activities? Aben, I didn't expect you to be so biased. But it seemed Aben meant something else. It's not about club activities. It's just that seeing this outfit already makes me not want to talk about it. Saki flusteredly didn't know where to hide herself. As for Rachel, she laughed like she'd never laughed before. Right at that moment, a voice cut into their conversation. Wow, it smells so sour. This definitely has to be the place. A group of people slowly lifted the curtain and walked in. Yes, absolutely. Very quickly, that action caught everyone's attention. Some students got excited and recognized who it was. Seriously? I never thought I'd see them here. No way. That's Unmute and Tut Two Men, right? She walked straight toward Giamma's spot. Are you him? You're the one who did that to my younger siblings. Giamma looked at someone of about his own height, and it didn't take him long to figure out who it was. She was the older sister of the vicious twins, the iron-legged mouse siblings, Mao Rang. She smiled dangerously. They said you look like a wild beast. Compared to what Run and Sun described, you're even weirder. Well, those two had never been seen speaking well of anyone anyway. 2 fingers raised high as a signal to bring it over. A bulky bodyguard carried something over, took Giamma's chair to sit on, and rested one leg of that object onto it. Mind if I borrow this chair for a moment? From that strange action, Giamma realized a problem. S-rank armament. Ram's GAC Lang leg. Seeing her bring weapons here, she must have come for revenge. Alerted, Chloe bristled and drew her knife in preparation. What are you here for? But Giamma raised a hand to stop her. Chloe, no need. Voicing his thoughts, he made it clear to everyone. Don't you guys interfere. Saki and Senior Hannah accordingly just stood back and watched. Mao Rang sat there and continued from her previous words. Sorry, but it's not what you guys think. What happened was months ago. Bringing it up now won't change anything. Giamma asked bluntly. Then why are you here? With your status, you surely aren't free enough to wander around like Unmute. Mao Rang smiled and replied. We're meeting for the first time. Don't compare me to her. Let's drop it. There's no special reason. I was just curious what kind of person you are, so I came. My little siblings might have terrible personalities, but they do have actual skills. But just hearing your name, Kong Jiama, drives them crazy. It looks kind of funny. So I got curious, what kind of person is Kong Jiama to drive my siblings to that state? What on earth are you like? The space fell silent, leaving only Jiama's inner reflections. Is everyone in that family like that? Mao Rang's words took a slightly different turn. Honestly, I'm somewhat grateful to you. Because of Run and Sun, my family's dignity hit rock bottom. I've tried to rein those two in by every means possible. And honestly, those kids are beyond saving, right? But ever since you tan them good, those crazy guys haven't caused trouble anymore. From a family perspective, it's a huge relief. Seriously, thank you. Jiama wore an even more skeptical look. She probably means thanking him for clearing away those blockages to her future. Mao Rang was definitely aiming for the 7 stars position. Mao Rang's status and popularity rivaled Elizabeth's. But on the 7 stars candidate list, she ranked lower, and her practical skills weren't on par with Unmute. On top of that, she carried the stigma of being the sister of trashy twins. The family affairs, or the 7 star seat, had nothing to do with him. He had no reason to accept a favor, nor did he need one. He turned his back with an unchanged expression. If you're done talking, please leave so we can get back to business. Oh, is that so? Returning to his spot, Jiama still couldn't resume work. Anyway, talking was easier than dealing with those kids, but he had to change his perspective based on the opponent's next words. All right, I have one more thing to thank you for. You opened a booth with our Pao Kai. How proud we must be, huh? Kong Jiama flicked his hand with smugness. There you go. Keep it up. With the next action, everyone was forced to halt. Once again, Chloe sensed something strange. Jiama stepped out and spoke up to block the other person from moving forward. Mao Rang. Stop calling kimchi by that name. However, there was no change for Mao Rang. Pao Kai? Jiama's fists gradually tightened. This time I intended to let it slide quietly, without drawing unnecessary attention. But follow me, Mao Rang. There are some things that cannot simply be overlooked. I'm going to slash you. Jiama issued a direct challenge to Mao Rang. Very quickly, the students caught wind of the situation and rushed to the main plaza. Word is Mao Rang is having a duel in a subspace with some student. The iron-legged Mao Rang accepted a duel. Who's the opponent? Leon, standing in a corner, overheard the gossip. Sounds like it's that special student who fought Adatol. Huh? For real? I'm curious how Mao Rang's going to smash her opponent to pieces. As one of the witnesses and survivors of the fight, Leon's arm involuntarily trembled, yet his face wore an unmistakably villainous expression. Shoving both hands into his pockets, Leon just walked away, paying no mind to the upcoming fight. Stepping inside the spectator stands, the students began chanting, and only one name was being called. Mao Rang, Mao Rang, Mao Rang, Mao Rang. In a corner of the stands, the veteran Knox was there too. He still couldn't figure out what Kong Jiama's intentions were, given the almost identical actions. Rachel and Aben had also arrived very early in the stands. Looking at the scene, Rachel couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, that really brings back memories, milady." Beside her, Aben's eyes lit up with a smile as she said, "He's always the center of every mess." Nearby, at a higher vantage point, the central figure of it all unexpectedly appeared without warning. One of the promising 7 stars candidates. Unmute wore a cold expression, her mind unwavering. Right down on the arena floor, 2 figures representing the focal point of gossip had appeared. Down below, Mao Rang accidentally caught sight of Unmute's silhouette up in the stands. She chuckled idly. Feels just like our academy days. But hey, Jiama, are you okay? Showing off is fine and all, but you might end up like my siblings. You got a nice face, but if your brain's messed up, getting a wife later on is going to be real tough. Flexing her body. Well, you can always marry me later. I always welcome younger guys. Even though things sounded somewhat deep, combined with decades of being single in his past life, Jiama spoke in a chilling tone. So you were planning this all along? Huh. Accompanied by a provocative smile. Me, the heir of the Iron King family, defeated to build your own fame and legitimacy. That's why you came looking for me. Keeping her posture, Mao Rang added with satisfaction. Huh, you're smarter than I thought. But knowing all that, and still walking right into this cheap provocation. Is that right? The time for the two of them to chat shrank as the system announcement chimed. Initiating subspace barrier deployment from now on. One uses legs, one uses a knife. A perfect fairness as the spatial night began to close in. Giamma slowly drew his familiar sashimi knife. Mao Rang, you can't become a hero star. Facing him, Mao Rang raised her leg high. Do you often get told you lack tact? A familiar voice rang out in his ear. May the blessing of the gods always be with you. Blade, leaving its scabbard, Giamma dashed forward and replied, suddenly matching Mao Rang's 1911 speed as she aimed straight at him and lunged. Well then, I might need to reconsider that younger guy thing. When the two clashed, consecutive flashes of light sparked amidst a spreading wave of invisible pressure. In a split second, the entire arena was blanketed in dust. Mao Rang thought in shock. Looks like you aren't just all talk. Hiding in the weapon. How cute. Because it was a bit dim, visibility was definitely somewhat limited. Something's wrong with Mao Rang's body. Her head seemed to be missing. Oh, there it is. It's floating in midair. A look of utter bewilderment was perfectly balanced across her face. The scenery shifted. Giamma went off to fight, and the food stall couldn't just close down. Senior Hannah paused for a beat and watched Chloe chop onions at a slightly accelerated speed. Saki and Weapon calmly went back to work. Because of this, a puzzled Senior Hannah immediately asked, aren't you guys worried about Kong Giamma? Those two already left, you know. Weapon was indeed a bit high-strung, but not because of Giamma. Senior, what we need to worry about right now isn't the team leader, it's the customers. Unsurprisingly serious, Saki added. He'll be back soon. We just need to do our own jobs well. Senior Hannah listened intently, and then a familiar, understanding smile appeared. I see. Returning to the battlefield in the stands. A sense of confusion washed over everyone's field of vision. What's this? Mao Rang is suddenly trembling. Didn't those two just do anything yet? Sitting in the stands, for people realized something. The cane-wielding elder Roll Aben. More importantly, the thought originated from unmute. No way. Right below, a disparity in capabilities had emerged. Giamma remained calm, while Mao Rang flusteredly clutched her own neck, gasping for breath. Disbelief gradually flooded her mind. She was still able to hold on against that last blow. Could it be the realm of consciousness? Even 7 stars level fighters or Adatoll family heads like Annie found it hard to use it freely. That was a martial arts realm only masters who reached decisive breakthroughs could touch. But every rule has an exception. If one's natural talent far surpasses experience, even youth could allow someone to put a foot across that threshold. Unmute. An insurmountable wall. Mao Rang narrowed her eyes, thoroughly annoyed. But why deploy a domain? This is a subspace arena. It doesn't affect reality at all. Could it be that she's just trying to save face for herself? The depth of their inner worlds was completely different. Sometimes rumors circulate within high society. Stepping forward with a smile playing on her lips. Is it really you? The official successor designated by the Sword Emperor himself. Mao Rang gritted her teeth as all her long-suppressed emotions and memories of the past flooded back at once. Envy, jealousy, fear, and respect. As the heir of the Iron Wolf family, Mao Rang possessed genuine talent, though she wasn't the absolute best. She knew that fact better than anyone. And now, the shadow of Unmute was cast directly over Kong Giamma's physique. Self-contained and orderly, Mao Rang was genuinely furious. Before such overwhelming power, any justification was nothing more than cheap parlor tricks. Don't get ahead of yourself. It wasn't easy for me to reach this position either. Channeling all her strength into her legs, Mao Rang activated every blessing passed down through generations in her family. Thank you, Kong Giamma. Thanks to you, my head is finally cleared up. Instantly, Mao Rang's upper body leaned at an angle, leaving a deep imprint of her footprints on the ground. Mao Rang lunged forward like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them seemed to vanish entirely. Giamma braced himself seriously to counter the incoming attack. Using her left foot for balance, Mao Rang unleashed a lightning-fast kick with her right, storm leg. Reacting just as quickly, Giamma leaned backward to dodge, but a few strands of his short hair were effortlessly sheared off in the process. Trusting her instincts, Mao Rang pivoted her attacking right foot backward and swept the ground in a wide arc with her left leg. Having already leaned back, Jiama was forced to bend back even further to evade it. It wasn't just an ordinary strike. The sheer wind pressure generated by the move sent shockwaves rippling toward the spectators in the stands, leaving a massive slash carved across the wall. Jiama held his pose, his eyes fixed on the aftermath of that sudden impact. Jiama unleashed his S-rank weapon, Blue Leg. Mao Rang flaunted her thighs and raised her legs straight up toward the sky. Instead of pushing off the ground, she vaulted directly into the air toward the falling Jiama. 3 distinct frames captured a single falling crash attack. From the initial mocking smile to the ground impact that formed a spiderweb of cracks, it culminated in a shattering blast that blew everything away. Surprisingly enough, Jiama's outfit remained completely intact. To be precise, he hadn't taken a single scratch. Mao Rang praised him inwardly. That's right, it at least needs to be at that level. No wonder my younger siblings went crazy over him. Kick. Whatever comes flying at you, you kick it right back. Next up is the 7 Stars Roaring Quake. A barrage of debris. The stray stones flying ahead of time shot straight toward Jiama's position. The simple task at hand was just to slash, whatever came your way, you just batted it aside. After deflecting attacks for a while, Jiama realized something was amiss, because a sharp red laser had suddenly appeared right over his chest. A giant question mark flashed in his mind. Blue Leg explosive dance. Moving like a bulldozer, Mao Rang rushed forward with her S-rank weapon, driving it straight toward the red target on Jiama's body. The outcome matched all previous results. The attack was completely nullified and deflected backward. But she gained one thing in return. Her sashimi knife had cracked. Mao Rang looked at it in awe. You blocked that with such a flimsy sword? But that's your absolute limit. Yet almost immediately, the knife developed a plus sign and gradually began to regenerate. What the hell? It's fully repairing itself again? This meant Kong Jiama had channeled the transferred blessing of energy and the blessing of regeneration into Murasame. Acting on pure instinct, just as Mao Rang backed away, crackling blue lightning surged around Jiama. Not even a trace of his silhouette remained at the spot where he had just been standing. Mao Rang's eyes scanned the area frantically. He's fast. Realizing he was swinging his leg with incredible speed, a confident smile emerged behind her. No matter how fast someone is, if you can anticipate their movements. Snap. An arm was severed from the body and sent flying into the air. Jiama stood there coldly in place, while Mao Rang stared in a daze as she realized she was missing an arm. A searing wave of pain rushed over her, driving her to scream in sheer agony. But that sound cut off abruptly, replaced instantly by an oppressive, invisible weight. Mao Rang had managed to lock onto the exact moment Jiama's gaze fixed upon her. Not only that, but she also recognized the lingering shadows of the Sword Emperor and unmute in his movements. The opponent had spent hours sharpening his iron blade against grueling trials, and even so, his presence was formidable. Mao Rang was called out by name, Mao Rang. Trembling uncontrollably, holding a hand in one grip and a knife in the other, Jiama pointed straight ahead. Watching the motion, Nox's expression instantly turned pitch black. Aben observed calmly, without blinking. That posture it wasn't just the two of them. Mao Rang knew exactly what it was. Tears welled up in her eyes. I can't lose. I won't lose. A stray thought crept in. Why on earth did I come to this place? Driven mad, Mao Rang unleashed the entirety of her inherent power. I refuse to lose. Craters caved into the arena floor once more, though this time they belonged to Jiama. A fierce gust of wind rushed ahead, distorting Mao Rang's field of vision. In its place came a fleeting fragment of the past. What does a true gulf in power look like? A hand reached out toward unmute Eli. Jiama's movements came to a complete halt. Mao Rang snapped back to reality. Once again, Mao Rang's head was cleanly separated from her body. Jiama had ended the virtual reality battle with a single blow. Is the gap between us really this massive? Silence, An absolute silence blanketed the entire stadium. Aben alone managed to keep his composure, while Rachel completely lost her cool in a much more dramatic fashion. Unmute simply couldn't believe he was witnessing such a profoundly lopsided battle. Up in the air, a cold mechanical voice echoed. The victor of this subspace match and cadet of Joaquin Academy is Kanjiyama. The subspace match concluded. A harsh reality forced everyone to accept the outcome. The continent's shining star, Mao Rang, had suffered defeat. A loud roar erupted from the arena stands. Saki jumped in surprise at the noise, though she seemed to already know who the winner would be. A knowing smile graced the corners of her lips. Before she started clapping to draw everyone's attention. It's over. It's really over. Did you all hear that? What did I tell you? Her cheeks were flushed pink. I told you he'd bounce back in no time. After the match wrapped up, Rachel and Aben went back to taking a stroll. Rachel casually put her hand behind her head and asked, "In the end, we had to leave without even getting to eat that stew." Or wait, was it GE stew? Are you okay? Aben replied nonchalantly, "I'm already full." Catching the subtext in his words, Rachel pressed. So one thing led to another. Huh? Are you seriously telling me you're full just from watching Giamma fight? What's wrong with you? Seriously, what's on your mind? Just tell me. Exasperated with her companion, Aben crossed his arms behind his back. Cut it out. Moving to a different scene, someone was resting a hand against the arena wall. It was Mao Rang, accompanied by a guard who rushed over in a panic. "Lord Mao, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Since it was just a subspace, I didn't sustain any real physical injuries. But above all else, our international prestige has taken a catastrophic nosedive. Just losing to a 17-year-old kid. I honestly feel bad facing our citizens," the guard said anxiously. "Lord Mao." However, Mao Rang quickly regained her composure. "Don't worry, all is not lost. That Kanjiyama is an absolute breakout stock. He's bound to skyrocket in value before long. When that happens, my own public rating will naturally go up as well." "You're entirely right, Lord Mao." Mao Rang recalled the face she found so irritating. Getting beaten right at this exact moment is better than later. Just wait and see. Everyone will be kneeling before me eventually. The guard chimed in. To be completely honest, no matter how you look at it, your lordship's mindset is pretty hard to wrap your head around. Mao Rang shot a sidelong glance, but then she made a strange gesture, pointing her hand in a completely different direction, toward the radiant presence of Kanjiyama, pausing for a beat right at the exact moment the match ended. I've witnessed plenty of people dubbed geniuses in my time. Back when I was a cadet, that was Elizabeth. Out in the real world, it was the 7 Stars heroes. But that young man is walking a path in a realm that sheer effort can never hope to reach. Her fist clenched tightly in response. A faint smile touched her lips as she delivered her verdict. That guy is a monster. Before long, footage of the event was edited into a viral video circulating across social media. Monster Rookie takes down Continental Star. Highlights: Joaquin Academy promotion, defeating Mao Rang, conquering the simulation match, and dominating the Joaquin Festival. General info featured Iron Foot Mao Rang, widely known as the star of the continent. During an impromptu clash in the Joaquin Academy subspace, Continental powerhouse Iron Foot Mao Rang versus a first-year cadet of Joaquin Academy. The outcome was decided in the blink of an eye when a single sashimi knife severed the throat of a 7-star candidate. The continent star, Iron Foot Mao Rang, is stirring up trouble again today. Though everyone's calling her Sashimi now, experts predict this will send massive shockwaves through the hero community. What do you guys think? The news was the hot topic of conversation among the cadets. I can rewatch this a million times, and it's still legendary. Look at the view count in just one day. That's insane. So this is definitely the place, right? The guy who took down Iron Foot Mao Rang, the Sashimi Sword Saint. Once your reputation gets a boost, business exceeds all expectations. Cadets formed a long line leading right to the travel club's booth. The murmurs were still going strong. The view count just passed 20 million. A powerhouse cadet like that actually cooking? That's nuts. Since his job was just greeting customers, Weapon confidently gathered them up. We're currently handing out queue numbers. Please bear with us for a moment. Customer with queue number 238, please step right inside. Walking further inside, Chloe was busy slicing onions into tiny pieces while Giamma stood nearby, keeping watch. Then someone showed up and forced Saki to step in. "You're actively disrupting our business here. Please leave immediately." But the person insisted stubbornly. "Just give me 30 seconds. "No, wait, not even 15 seconds. Inside, Giamma paid them no mind. Saki quickly pushed the intruder away. There was no prior arrangement. "The person in charge isn't interested, and you're still planning to push forward? Oh, come on. I told you it'd only take 15 seconds. Saki finally managed to chase the person off, brushing off her hand with a sigh. "Geez, what number is this already?" Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, someone was pulling out their phone camera to snap pictures of Giamma from every angle. It was a pair of female classmate customers inside the booth, both looking thrilled about it. "Hey, I got a good shot. Writing an article about the Academy's kimchi festival themed around this should be plenty, right?" "You idiot. If you leave out the most important part, how is that supposed to work?" "The Sashimi Sword Saint? Wait, is that really him?" Hearing his brand new nickname, Giamma froze in sheer shock, unable to process his thoughts as the tray of kimchi slipped from his hands and went unserved. Recalling the chain of events he had set in motion, he muttered inwardly, "How embarrassing." With news articles pouring out like that since yesterday, it was bound to happen. It's not like it came completely out of nowhere. But buried among countless headlines was that exact phrase. The Sashimi Sword Saint. Sword Saint was a title bestowed by the system based on the inherent mechanics of this game world. According to original lore, the Sword Emperor was supposed to pass it down later on. But since the Sword Emperor had already retired in this alternate world, that title should have effectively ceased to exist. Or at least, that's how it was supposed to be. His hands trembled slightly. But why on earth did it get slapped onto me right at this moment? After finishing up the cleanup yesterday, Ryoso had been summoned and thrown into an absolute uproar. It was literally just adding the word sashimi in front of the glorious title of Sword Saint. They literally just tacked the word sashimi onto the prestigious title of Sword Saint. Yet somehow, that single addition stripped the title of its gravity entirely, making it feel infinitely weightless. Walking straight in from the outside toward Giamma, Weapon asked urgently, "Team leader, why is Order J getting backed up? We still have to take customer waiting number 250. Giamma looked over calmly to verify. "Weapon, how many queue numbers are currently out?" The crowd of people lined up behind was getting somewhat large. Weapon rattled off. "We've already handed out up to number 674, but we ran out of paper, so I need to go by more soon. If you factor in the people who haven't gotten numbers yet, it probably exceeds 1,000. His expression tightened as he foresaw a grim trajectory. "Refugee camp? What kind of refugee camp is this? This is getting out of hand. Even in my past life, I never had a business this overwhelmingly profitable." Chloe looked equally tense beside him. But just then, an accident occurred. Chloe seemed to accidentally slice her own finger. Glancing over in concern, Giamma asked, "Chloe, are you all right?" Clutching her finger anxiously, Chloe replied, "Yes, it's just a small scratch near the nail." "I'm fine." Giamma stared intently, without looking away. "At this rate, someone's going to get seriously hurt. We're way too short-handed. I'm going to have to step in and handle the knives myself." But the moment he moved to act, Boss Mansua and Nox unexpectedly appeared. "Oh, Master, this is the first time I've ever seen a business in Jarapi pull in crowds this massive." Nox stood silently with a cold expression. Giamma matched his cold tone and said bluntly, "Look, boss, I'll look for you privately next time." But today, Boss Mansua broke into a beaming smile and quickly corrected himself. We didn't come here as customers, you know." Master patted Nox lightly on the shoulder right beside him. "I read yesterday's news article, so I'm a fan now, which is why I came to help out." Nox looked utterly dumbfounded at being patted. "You're the same way, right, Nox?" Giamma knew what the other man was trying to say. It was just a brief encounter. "Since you're offering, I won't stand on ceremony." Boss Mansua hurriedly interjected. "As your disciple, that goes without saying. If anything, I should be the one thanking you." "Master Nox, shouldn't we call him Lord Sashimi, Sword Saint now?" Annoyed, Giamma retorted, "If you're going to mess around, just leave." Right at that moment, Knox remained silent, his eyes locked entirely on Chloe's movements. Seeing that she was injured, a mocking smile flashed across his face. Seeing her get hurt instantly triggered a sneering grin. Saki, who had been busy setting up a new table, complained point-blank. Giamma doesn't have a second to stand still. Hearing the scold, he felt a guilty pang. But watching Boss Manhwa carry a full tray of kimchi completely changed the dynamic. Though he had been laughing earlier, seeing his junior get hurt was a strict taboo. Knox stepped in to help with both hands. The rhythm of the booth's operations returned to normal. Senior Hannah organized orders while Chloe served the food. Weapon waved enthusiastically to entice more customers. Who knew how other booths were doing? But the absolute most packed spot by far belonged to the travel club. As the morning bled into twilight, the work was practically finished on a high note. Amidst the evening glow filtering through the school roof, someone let out a long, gentle sigh of relief. Phew! Who else could it be but Giamma? Having changed out of his clothes, he was currently grabbing a bite to eat. I probably won't be able to pull off something like this a second time. Still, it was pretty fun. Since they hadn't had a chance to talk earlier, Knox gave a soft cough and walked over. He had noticed him coming. "Oh, Knox, are you done cleaning up?" "Pretty much. We'll run out of water by tomorrow night, but I heard the boss is going to bring some over." Giamma smiled. "Thanks a lot." Knox looked mildly irritated. "Don't thank me. Thank the boss instead." Teasing him, Giamma remarked, "Well, either way, thanks to you guys, I've got one less thing to worry about." Listening for a moment, Knox finally broached the subject with Giamma. "Are you free for a bit later?" Resting both hands behind his back, Giamma gave a flat refusal. "Pass." Knox adjusted his face mask. Slipping both hands into his pockets, he said coldly, "The head of the clan wants to see you." Kong Giamma. Giamma paused for a beat to assess the situation, turning it over thoroughly in his mind until a specific identity surfaced. The man known simultaneously as the head of the Shadow Clan and the top-tier assassin, a shadowy figure operating behind the scenes, dedicated to maintaining order within the hero world. The old man of Anti-Adatol Mount. For someone of that caliber to request a meeting probably tied back to the Academy's Council of Elders, the very people who had hired assassins to target him. Furthermore, that old man had witnessed the duel between Ironfoot Mao Rang and himself, including his manipulation of the mental domain. Anyone capable of using a domain could spot it from a mile away. Knox added, "Ever since I joined the clan, this is the first time the clan head has ever shown personal interest in an outsider. What's more, for him to show his face in person, not even candidates for the 7 stars position get treatment like that. Honestly, taking an interest in you is just an exceptionally rare formality. Naturally, you must have plenty of questions about our clan anyway." Staring out into empty space, Giamma thought, he's not entirely wrong. Besides, since Manhwa and Knox helped out today, I suppose I owe them this favor too. Naturally, those remained purely his internal thoughts. One standing and one sitting. The two men exchanged no further words. A moment later, Knox frowned, breaking the deadlock. "Aren't you going to say anything at all?" Busy chewing on some candy, Giamma didn't bother answering. Once he finished chewing, he flatly refused. "I'm not going." Stunned, Knox turned around and demanded straight out, "Why on earth not?" Slowly getting to his feet, Giamma replied, "It's a hassle. Plus, I'm tiré. Thanks for the help today," but Knox still tried to persuade him. "Just come." The scenery shifted around Giamma. The frame of the principal's office window materialized into view. Media sat at her desk, and upon hearing a knock at the door, called out, "Oh, come on in." Pushing the door open, he took a step inside. Recognizing him, the principal remarked, "Well, long time no see." "Long time no see, ma'am." The academy director, appearing out of nowhere, always ends up dragging up the past a little bit. Weapon walked into the meeting room carrying a somewhat large cardboard box. "I've finished picking them out. The costumes for the upcoming festival, that is." Hearing Weapon talk about preparation spelled trouble. The 4 of them began discussing it in turn. What kind of outfits are the kimchi sellers supposed to wear? It looked like Weapon had practically brought a rival competitor right into the academy. After all, club activity evaluations included a category for costumes. No way. Eagerly pulling out the first costume, Weapon presented it. "Right off the bat, we've got a maid outfit. Authentic Sabian style." Giamma noticed the maid outfit, and Chloe seemed to take a liking to it. "Oh, it's so cute. Are we supposed to wear that for the festival? But how could someone as serious as Saki ever accept that? She complained. There's no way we're wearing something like that. Pick something normal. Undeterred, Weapon rummaged through the box for something else. Huh. Team leader? Giamma stepped closer and peered in. This is... Weapon held it up for everyone to see. Santa outfits. These feel a bit more summery than maid outfits, don't you think? They're limited seasonal items, and there are 5 full sets. You couldn't rent these outside of the season, and we even have 2 spares left over. Meaning, Weapon glanced upward toward empty space. Abin and Rachel materialized inside that mental image. That made 5 people total matching in Christmas outfits. Giamma cut right through that delusion. Weapon, I feel like I just saw something deeply wrong with your expression right now. Am I right? Far from hiding it, Weapon flaunted it even more. Exactly. Team leader, you saw it too, right? I told you it was going to be epic. I'll front the money and rent them right now. Before he even had permission from the boss lady, he dared to rent them. Cue a swift, unhesitating kick straight to the face. The remaining 3 froze in shock at that sudden display. Blushing, Saki made up her mind a lot faster. I'll wear the maid out. Back in the principal's office, Media rose from her chair and walked cheerfully over to Ellie to exchange greetings. It's been the first time since graduation. Has it really been 5 years already? Anyway, welcome back. Ellie, are you enjoying the festival? Taking off her golden-rimmed glasses, the two of them shared a knowing, affectionate smile. That's right. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the principal placed a hand gently on Ellie's shoulder and asked in a quiet tone, Ellie, did you come here out of curiosity about my Giamma? Ellie narrowed her eyes at those words, a familiar thought locking down her focus. Our Giamma. She inquired about something much more important a moment later. Walking over to a chair, Media chuckled softly. With what intention is your father asking? Ellie's expression remained unchanged as she recalled the recent battle. Wasn't he able to manipulate the mental domain? Media had settled into her chair, her gaze fixed intently on Ellie as she spoke in a soft, suggestive tone. Couldn't you also manipulate it instinctively? Ellie? Is there some sort of problem just because my Giamma can do it too? Ellie quickly sensed something amiss and slammed her fist hard against the wall behind her, raising her voice. Madam Principal, I didn't come here to play word games with you. However, she had hit a bookshelf instead, sending a few books tumbling to the floor and adding to the principal's growing annoyance. It hasn't been that long since we last saw each other, Ellie. You've certainly lost a lot of your manners. An overwhelming wave of pressure was unleashed, with dense mana blanketing the entire room. Realizing she had gone a bit too far, Ellie stood frozen as a mental domain established itself in mere seconds. Covered in cold sweat of anxiety, she thought, the pressure is truly terrifying. Is this the real power of the principal? Someone that even the star rank, the Supreme Palace, and the Council of Elders wouldn't dare provoke casually? The rumors she used to hear about the principal in the hero world, the title she held before earning the moniker of Sage. She used to think they were just tall tales. Tyrant Media, realizing her objective had been achieved, Media smiled gently and dispersed the domain. Her voice brought Ellie back to reality. Just how long do you plan on standing there? Moving over to the opposite sofa, Ellie still hadn't fully recovered her composure. I'm sorry. Sitting across from her, Media echoed the sentiment. My apologies. I've been a bit sensitive lately because of that boy's affairs. Anyway, I don't know what rumors you heard that sparked your curiosity about Giamma, but given my position, I can't disclose student information. A principal has to treat everyone fairly, after all. But tell me, Ellie, what did I repeat over and over to you when you were still a student here? Ellie frowned once more as a shift occurred within her inner thoughts. Well, the principal voiced the important lesson herself. If you're curious about something, go find out for yourself. Remember? Ellie slowly stood up, letting instinct guide her movements. Thank you for taking the time to see me, Madam Principal. As the evening glow streamed through the window, Media looked across at her former student. There's no need to be so formal between us. How much longer do you plan to stay at the academy? Ellie replied, according to my schedule, I'll be heading out tomorrow noon. Why are you in such a rush to leave before saying goodbye properly? It's the festival, after all. Just relax and enjoy yourself. Ellie walked straight toward the door, only to halt just before stepping through. Madam Principal, does what you said about treating everyone fairly apply to that student as well? Stepping past the threshold, she dropped a subtle, teasing remark. Oh, how interesting. To me, Kangjiyama isn't just a student, but rather family. Startled, Ellie quickly slammed the door shut, leaving the principal's words echoing in her mind. Yet her hand lingered on the door handle. A deep sense of unease washed over her mind, compounded by a profound feeling of bewilderment. Kangjiyama, just what kind of kid is he? The scene shifted as a new day broke, the final day of the festival. Weapon dragged himself forward sluggishly like an old man, addressing everyone inside. Morning, guys. I think I caught a cold and overslept. Sorry about that. Standing opposite him with her hands on her hips, Saki scolded him relentlessly. You're such a weakling. Jiyama's brain went into overdrive processing the situation. Deciding on a reasonable course of action, he said with a serious expression, how about we only run the booth for the morning today, and everyone can take the afternoon off to do as they please? It took Weapon a few seconds to process the words. Oh, doing a complete 360-degree turnaround. He thrust both fists into the air with a glowing face. I'm cured. Without missing a beat, Saki grew even angrier. The guy who begged the hardest to open a food booth is the most hyped about quitting. Senior Hannah went about her work impassively. We seem to have just enough ingredients left. But Chloe, standing behind them in a rush, hurried over and chimed in. Hey, Jiyama, do you have any special plans for this afternoon? Glancing back at Chloe's flushed face, he answered, Oh, I don't really have any special plans. Glancing back at Chloe's flushed face, he answered, Oh, I don't really have any special plans. He fell into a brief internal reflection. Chloe had taken over most of the kitchen work lately. After all, I can only hold a knife for about 50 seconds. Come to think of it, she's the one who's worked the hardest. She had said something similar before the festival started. She probably wanted to go somewhere with it. Reaching a decision, he spoke up directly. Chloe, if you're free, would you like to take a stroll around the festival with me? A wave of surprise swept over the area. Not only Chloe, but Saki was watching from a short distance away. But for Chloe, it was an overwhelming wave of joy. Blushing deeply, she clenched her fist tightly and spoke in a slightly elevated voice. Oh, really? For real? Glancing over, he gave a concise reply. Sure. While constantly chopping onions, Chloe's arms turned completely red. Absolutely. Observing her recent actions without looking away, Jiyama arrived at a fresh analytical conclusion. Chloe's swordsmanship potential is incredible. In just 2.5 years, her knife skills have reached this level. Thanks to her, the food booth ran smoothly. It wouldn't hurt to reward her like this every now and then. On the other hand, he caught Saki's cold, piercing glare from behind. She stared intently, making the atmosphere suddenly grow unusually stifling. Yet Saki didn't utter a single word. She simply turned and walked away, leaving Jiyama utterly bewildered, angry and sulky with nowhere to vent her frustration. Fortunately, Weapon was nearby, so Saki dumped all her irritation on him. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be getting ready to welcome customers? Suddenly cast as collateral damage, Weapon looked dumbfounded and stammered. Huh, right? Jiyama witnessed the entire exchange, though his mood was just as clueless as Weapon's. What was that about? Was it because of Weapon? More than half the day passed in a flash, as the evening twilight cast long shadows across a corner of the school grounds. Long shadows stretched out near the campus benches. As soon as closing time hit, everyone eagerly scattered. Only Ryoso wore a gloomy expression. Was it because he had to deal with that mob of reporters since yesterday? Sighing, he slumped onto a bench. I must be totally exhausted. There are still 30 minutes left until my meeting with Chloe. I should probably rest my eyes for a bit. Despite saying that, his gaze drifted off into the distance as he pondered something. Sure enough, with a stern face, intense seriousness, and deep contemplation, resting was easier said than done. Tap, tap, tap. Someone tapped a wooden cane against the pavement. The sound instantly drew his attention. An old man resembling an ancient elder approached him alone and spoke in a soft voice. "Mind if I sit here?" Fearing he hadn't heard properly, the old man gave a soft cough and hastily altered his approach. "Ah, hello." Having achieved his objective, the old man sat down beside him. "At my age, this heat is absolute torture." For some reason, that made Giamma think of Aben exercising late at night. Why does everyone bypass perfectly good benches and keep coming to this one? Once his thoughts settled, he cut straight to the chase. "Is there something you wanted to discuss with me?" The old man narrowed his eyes while leaning on his cane. "When you say you want to discuss something," Giamma didn't beat around the bush. "Didn't you come all this way from afar?" Head of the Aditole clan, Lord Annie. Though aged, the old man's teeth were remarkably even and white. He flashed a grin. "You've got great instincts. How on earth did you figure it out?" The sun slowly sank below the horizon in the distance. Instead of answering, Giamma stared at the old man's cane. There was no way he could mention that he had seen that exact cane in his past life. It was an S-grade item, the Syndicate hidden sword cane. Given its appearance befitting the weapon of an assassination clan's head, it was a highly coveted piece of equipment. Even he had wanted to get his hands on it back then. But the old man misinterpreted his silence completely, taking it in an entirely different direction from Giamma's actual thoughts. "So you managed to completely neutralize my presence by turning my use of Raven protection against me? Young man, at your age, your perceptual insight is truly terrifying." Rejecting that notion bluntly, Giamma replied, "No, I was just looking at your cane." Without waiting for a response, the old man continued on his own. "I suppose you can guess the reason I came looking for you, right?" How could Giamma not know? He fired back instantly. "Could it be about the Council of Elders hiring assassins to target me?" Dropping his head, the old man turned somber. "Clan matters are for the clan to resolve, but there's no point dragging up the past now that it's over. I sought you out for something far more important." Giamma's expression darkened as he recalled past events related to the matter. Something even more important than the Council of Elders hiring assassins? Could it be because he used the mental domain during the virtual sparring match? No, even for that alone, there's no way he'd show up in person like this. Before his thoughts could wander too far, the old man abruptly interrupted. "Young man," with a gentle tap of his cane, the mental domain expanded. It felt as though the space around them was splitting in two, and his tone shifted abruptly, without warning. "What is your relationship with my granddaughter?" Giamma instantly dropped into a ready stance as the hidden dagger inside his jacket flashed with light. "What's this all about?" "Murasame." Maintaining his chilling tone, the old man repeated, "What is your relationship with my granddaughter?" As his voice abruptly snapped back to normal, Giamma flashed a tiny question mark, but the old man let out an awkward, wheezing cough. "Are the two of you dating?" Dispersing the mental domain, the surrounding area returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The old man leaned back against the bench with a teasing smirk. "Ho ho ho, is that so?" Giamma, however, was not amused. He stated flatly, "We're just friends, absolutely nothing more or less." Nodding understandingly, the old man muttered, I see." "Ho ho ho." Giamma looked on with growing anxiety, a discomfort mixing with his unease. In-game dialogue boxes always consisted of ellipses, but he never expected to encounter a creepy old Perot in real life. Even so, the man was undeniably far from ordinary. Rising slowly to his feet, the old man declared, "Well then, my curiosity has been satisfied. I'll take my leave now. Please continue to look after my granddaughter as a friend, won't you? As you know, the child has a very gentle disposition by nature." Giamma sank into a deep, prolonged contemplation. Before the old man could walk away, Giamma posed a direct question. "Do you genuinely believe Chloe has to become an assassin?" Turning back to look at him, the old man offered a counter-analysis. "You must have witnessed a different side of Chloe at some point, haven't you?" He couldn't deny it, recalling the dangerous aura she gave off when they first met. The old man added, "That is her true nature, a wildness bordering on that of a ferocious beast. If it were you, would you dare unleash someone like that into the righteous path of life?" Frowning, Giamma retorted, Isn't that merely a product of the Atoll family's upbringing? The old man challenged his perspective. This clan isn't as wicked as the rumors make it out to be. I admit our training for assassins is somewhat different. But before that, we are still a family. And with Chloe, it's quite the opposite. The family has gone to great lengths to suppress her true nature. Even after years of mental discipline, whenever her emotions run high, she immediately bares her fangs and claws. I understand your concern for Chloe as a friend, but frankly, hearing you speak of my own granddaughter like that feels a bit odd. But Chloe inherently carries that untamed wildness within her. Once her true nature surfaces, she could end up hurting anyone. If you stay close to her, you never know when your head might roll off your shoulders. Giamma fell into conflicted, troubled silence, struggling to process the revelation. This entirely overturned his previous perception of Chloe following the clan head's words. Leaning on his cane with a stoop, the old man warned, "If you want to keep your head, you'd better stay away from Chloe." However, Giamma slowly stood up, a different side of him beginning to manifest. Enough with the act. Drop it. At that moment, a group of figures shifted around them. Glancing up as the boy rose, the old man asked, "An act? What do you mean?" The sashimi knife, part of Murasame, drew itself as a faint white light flickered. Giamma remarked, "Pretending to worry about me is fine and dandy, but if you're going to weave lies into your story, you should at least bother to conceal them a little better. May the blessings of the gods always be with you." The old man looked startled by the move. In an instant, a gloomy atmosphere descended as the newly appeared figures transformed into surrounding assassins. Every single assassin began leaking their distinct, feral bloodlust. Giamma exuded even more, one of his eyes gradually turning pitch black. His stance with the dagger drawn signaled that a major battle was about to erupt. Yet the old man raised a single hand. "All of you, stand down." Following their master's command, every assassin withdrew, their postures snapping back instantly, while only their orders changed. He asked, "Just when did you figure it out?" Giamma slowly slid the sashimi knife back into its sheath. "Didn't you just compliment my instincts earlier? It's pretty much the same thing." Facing one another, the old man's perspective of him shifted entirely. "You truly exceed my expectations." Closing his eyes, Giamma replied, "And you fell far short of mine." As time passed as if nothing had happened, Giamma remained seated on the bench, completely unbothered. Yet his internal analysis went into overdrive as he looked down. The relationship between Chloe and Knox was just starting to blossom, yet Auntie had mixed in lies to feed him misinformation. I'm not entirely sure what his objective is, but if I hadn't brought Murasame along, I might not have caught on. What a despicable old man. Just as his thoughts settled, Chloe appeared from the distance and called out loudly, "Giamma," dressed in a cute short skirt. She asked timidly, "Have you been waiting long?" He showed no outward reaction, though his internal thoughts buzzed with complexity. "Yeah, no matter what anyone else says." Chloe added, "Did I arrive too late?" "I'm so sorry." Standing up, he replied, "Not at all." After chatting with Kong Giamma for a while, Annie was now taking a solitary stroll around the academy grounds. Other students, unaware of who he was, stared at him curiously. However, the old man's mind remained entirely locked onto the moment Giamma had stood up. His penetrating observational skills, spotting assassins disguised as ordinary passers-by, his unflinching nerve even in front of him, and his instantaneous judgment and adaptability when trapped inside a domain. It wasn't just interesting, it sent a chill down his spine. Calling Kong Giamma a mere genius was nothing short of an insult. Leaving the open grounds behind, the old man stepped into an alleyway, stopped, and called out a single name, Knox. In response to his call, a dark, swirling vortex materialized within the shadows. The very next second, Knox stepped out to replace that spot. "Yes, Lord." Bowing his head toward the ground, Knox could faintly sense an unfamiliar aura emanating from the clan head. Yet the leader of a clan renowned for cold precision smiled with genuine warmth. "My trip from afar was truly not wasted." Knox spoke with reverent respect. "I am relieved to hear that your lordship is pleased." Gripping his cane tightly, Annie gave a slight nod and continued, "This is the first time?" Excuse me, what do you mean? The perplexed subordinate trailed off in the middle of his question. Annie chuckled softly. It's the feeling of experiencing fear caused by someone else. Knox stood frozen in stunned silence, unable to reply. His shoulders trembled as he struggled to comprehend the words he had just heard. Yet Annie wasn't finished. So this is what fear feels like. It's certainly quite a unique sensation. With slick palms, a pale face, and a trembling body, Knox felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. Having teased Knox long enough, Annie decided to leave it at that. Resuming his walk, he issued a final instruction to wrap up the matter. Well then, things are settled here. I'll look forward to meeting that kid again soon. Once business on that end is finished, it's time to... The scene cut back to the present location. Sitting slumped with a blank expression, Giamma looked like he had just learned some shocking news. This academy really is massive. Meanwhile, Chloe sat beside him, gazing at him with big, sparkling eyes filled with radiant joy. Giamma, did something happen while you were waiting for me here? Talk about assassin instincts, Giamma thought in quiet astonishment. But he decided to keep it to himself. He probably shouldn't tell her that he had just run into the head of the Adatol clan, right? Having made up his mind, Giamma concluded. Nothing happened at all. He had no desire to ruin her good mood with unnecessary details. All right, what should we do next? Chloe asked with a radiant smile. The two of them began walking together. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Giamma spoke up immediately. Well, according to the schedule, there's a parade in the evening, followed by fireworks once it gets fully dark. We still have time before the parade starts, so let's just stroll around for a bit. Oh, I'd love that. Chloe nodded enthusiastically with a bright smile on her face. Enjoying the slow pace of walking alongside him, she soon picked up her pace and walked slightly ahead. Turning back a moment later, Chloe had put on a pair of matching cat-like hair accessories matching her hair color, wanting to show off how pretty she looked, though Giamma barely paid attention. Gazing off into the distance, Chloe spotted a panoramic view of the entire academy. After walking around for a while with nothing particular to do, Giamma suggested, let's sit down and rest for a bit. Chloe agreed instantly. Okay. And so, the two of them sat down on a campus bench. As much as he usually maintained a serious demeanor, Giamma found it surprisingly hard to express his emotions right now. I really am kind of tired. Adjusting her bunny ears, Chloe kept a close watch on his expression. After pondering for a moment, she rubbed her hands together and asked timidly, Am I making you feel exhausted? Glancing back, unwilling to make her sad, Giamma replied, Not at all, but the doubt lingered in her mind anyway. Lowering her head, Chloe voiced the thoughts she had been bottling up. I'm sorry. I should have been able to help you much more. My knife skills are still way too clumsy. However, Giamma didn't see it that way at all. If anything, the opposite was true. I didn't even get to use my knives properly. I was stuck cooking the whole time and had to dash off to the training grounds in the middle of it. Without Chloe, the food booth wouldn't have run smoothly at all. After a brief internal debate, he finally reached out one of his hands and gently rested it atop Chloe's head as a gesture of appreciation. You've worked hard, Chloe. Thank you. Receiving physical contact out of nowhere, and of all kinds, this one. Chloe's face turned crimson instantly, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs as her body stiffened up. Realizing what he had just done, Giamma thought he might have made a slight miscalculation. After a long pause, Chloe managed a strained, shaky reply. Thank you. Shrugging it off as no big deal, he said casually, Don't mention it. Seizing the opportunity while it was there, Chloe shrank back slightly, clutching her hands nervously. Say, Giamma. Her cheeks flushed as she worked up the courage to confess. The thing is, suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. President. Unfortunately, someone rudely interrupted the romantic atmosphere. Giamma spotted a group of figures heading toward them. Weapon. Who else could it possibly be to pull a stunt like this? Whatever Chloe had been about to say had to be swallowed back down. Without missing a beat, Weapon hurried over. Sorry to keep you waiting. I rounded everyone up, so I might be a little late. The other two members of the team had arrived as well. Saki and Senior Hannah. Hey there. Completely unaware of what he was interrupting, Giamma raised a blunt, glaring question. Walking together? Weren't you guys supposed to spend time on your own? Having his moment ruined so blatantly, Chloe could only repeat one name under her breath. Weapon. Weapon. But Weapon had more pressing matters to address. Catching the confusion in Giamma's tone, he pulled out his phone and displayed a chat window as proof. Huh? The president just sent a message telling us all to gather here at 5 o'clock. But Weapon had more pressing matters to address. Catching the confusion in Giamma's tone, he pulled out his phone and displayed a chat window as proof. Huh? The president just sent a message telling us all to gather here at 5 o'clock. At that moment, instead of focusing on Weapon, Giamma gradually realized the truth and shifted his gaze to the person standing right beside him. Could the only person capable of pulling this off be? Noticing his glare, Saki met his eyes and stuck her tongue out in blatant, unrepentant provocation. That left Giamma with zero room for doubt. It was definitely her. With the chatter dying down and everyone gathered, it was time for round 2 of walking around. Night had fallen by now, and Chloe's spirits lifted as she pointed toward the central plaza. Giamma, look, that's the parade you mentioned earlier, putting entertainment above all else. Weapon grabbed his arm without hesitation and pulled him along. President, let's go get a closer look. We can't miss this. One look at Giamma's face made it obvious he wanted no part of it. But Chloe refused to miss out either. Let's go. Pouring fuel onto the fire, Senior Hannah added. The parade float is passing by right over there. If he couldn't convince Giamma, he'd convince Chloe instead. Darting off, Weapon urged. No, wait, let's go. Chloe chimed in, yes. And just like that, the group turned and left him standing there frozen like a stone statue. Well, not quite everyone. Saki was still lingering behind, eating candy and staring fixedly at Giamma as she had been all along. And once the others had completely disappeared, Giamma was truly left by himself. He glanced over at the spot where Saki had just been standing. She was gone too. Walking around in circles, he chose a bench and sat down. He started complaining. Crowded places really aren't my thing. Next time there's a festival, I'll just quietly let it pass. In the end, while he sat there frozen like a statue, the other members rushed into the crowd, especially Weapon, running around like an excited monkey. His heart was heavy with sorrow, yet his face didn't try to hide it at all. Even though they were right next to each other, he felt a subtle sense of distance. Chloe's expression at that moment looked like she was about to say something, but seeing her cheerful look right then, he felt genuinely happy for her. If it made her happier, that was truly a good thing. Just as he was done overthinking, the voice of stranger cut through. Hold my hand gently, that hurts. Glancing over, he saw 2 schoolmates holding hands. Just like that, Giamma was served free food. Not just one box, but plenty. Everyone around him was coupled up. And he learned one more lesson. I picked the wrong spot to sit. Narrowing his eyes, he assessed the situation further. Right, this kind of game is supposed to be like this. Could I possibly feel that kind of emotion too? Before the time I transmigrated into this world. Forget it, I didn't even have the time to think about stuff like that. I simply like the characters in this game. At first, I suppose I felt a little flutter of excitement, but now I'm not even sure what that was. It's been 3 months since entering the academy, and so many life or death situations have happened, leaving not even a gap, not a single gap to see through my own feelings. 24/7, huh? I'm completely overshadowed by the beauty surrounding me. Left all by himself, he faced everything head-on. Lately, he felt even more like he was constantly stretched to his limit. Helpless, exhausted, full of thoughts, with so many events piling up all at once. I'm so tired. Maintaining a blank expression, he looked up toward the source of that voice. It was the only other person who hadn't joined the others. Saki Ryoso was currently eating her favorite candy while looking around. I hate crowded places. No need to pick a spot. Saki simply aimed for the bench where he was and sat down. Thank goodness I found an empty seat. My legs are killing me. While wondering what to think about, Giamma was handed a new topic of conversation. So he quickly changed the subject. This is a dungeon. The trial run for version 11.2. Pick a character to fight. Choose already. Looking at Saki's curves, she was one of the heroines he had personally controlled. Even so, pushing his confusion aside, he still trusted Ryoso's brain. There had to be a reason why she hacked his phone number to message the members. Staring for too long. She probably figured he had looked enough already, so Saki quickly asked, "Hey, why are you staring at me so hard?" Saki's face turned red, and a tiny question mark appeared over Giamma's head. Without answering, he thought and thought further. This is the first time I've seen her make this expression. What's going on? She really is cold. Once he finished looking, he couldn't be bothered to look anymore. Saki was still waiting for him to say something. Realizing she was being ignored, the young lady looked away and muttered, "Ha, what a hopelessly heartless jerk." But unexpectedly, Giamma heard it. Heartless? Did something happen? Startled, Saki whipped her head back. "Oh, you heard that." Before she could continue, Giamma lost his cool, grabbed Saki tightly by the shoulders, and shouted, "What's going on?" "Hey, gathering all the members using my phone number was about something, right?" Saki froze in shock. "Uh-huh." But he didn't give her any time to think. His voice gradually slipped out of control. Could it be related to that instructor? Saki stammered, looking flustered. Her pupils spun around like a tornado, her reaction completely unnatural. "Ow!" Because he spoke a bit too loudly. When Saki spoke back, he couldn't hear her clearly. "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that this time." Giamma's hands touched her skin. Saki turned away and whispered, "It hurts." And then she shoved Giamma away hard. "I told you hurts." Their balance was thrown off. Saki narrowed her eyes, her fists clenched tightly. "How could it not hurt when you were squeezing my shoulders that hard? You're so heartless, yet your hearing is freakishly good. And besides, things aren't what you're thinking." This time it was Giamma's turn to be overwhelmed, knowing he was in the wrong. So he spoke up first. "If it's nothing, why'd you push me so hard?" The surrounding area was bustling again, while the heat between the two of them remained dead silent. Not wanting the silence to drag on, Saki looked back at him. "Hey, are you mad?" Like a block of wood, Giamma replied with a single gaze, watching every changing expression on Saki's face. "Was I holding her too tight? What's wrong with her this whole time? Saki isn't normally like this." Not daring to look at him any longer, Saki swallowed hard. "What now?" Saki's favorite sweet candy bar lay discarded in a corner. The opposite corner was where Giamma was sitting. Hesitating for a moment, a thought suddenly popped into his head, and he blurted out, "Hey, Ryoso, well, this is a bit sudden, but you..." Saki hurriedly cut him off. "I'll wait, not yet." But he blurted it out straight. "Do you have someone you like?" Ryoso completely lost control of her emotions. "What?" Back to the game for a moment. Accumulated coins no sute obzich shishapte virgula shase sute chinzich shipatru. Diamonds o sute dozich affection stad no sute nozich shino. Saki Ryo has succeeded. I've been waiting for you to say those words. Chef Giamma froze in place after triggering this character route. But he kept the conversation going, adjusting slightly to each character's expressions. "Saki Ryo, why is that? If we run into each other constantly, then it's a bit..." Saki Ryo joking around is a sign of intimacy. Thanks for understanding me." Returning to the exact moment Giamma asked his question, now that it was real life, the emotions felt much more genuine. She stared at him unblinkingly. Giamma guessed the first name and asked in a low voice, "Is it Leon?" A rather large question mark appeared, but then it shrank, accompanied by a wave of annoyance and irritation. "No, right?" He stayed silent. "He's such a blockhead, isn't he?" It must have been before the final boss battle in the game. My memory must be slipping. Has everything changed? Crossing her arms, she refused to look at him anymore. Saki felt annoyed. I'm such a fool for expecting anything at all. Meanwhile, Giamma recalled some other chat logs, and a new direction for his words slowly formed. "So it's weapon, then?" Frozen, completely frozen. Saki was officially speechless with him. To recover her mood, Saki offered a slight smile. A tap on the head was the sound coming from Giamma. Damn it, Giamma's system stats display. Sword God's Blessing. Slashing increases physical attack 12 to 14. The restraint of swordsmanship is loosened. Mental attack 8 to 10. Words and actions carry coercive pressure. Weapon attack 5 to 10. When the blessing activates, pain is reduced by 2.5 tiers. Assimilation rate 21.3% up to 24.7%. Two unknown deities merged into one, faintly sensing the voice of the unknown. When assimilation reaches 25%, the next unlock condition is satisfied. The blessing only activates when holding a sword with a length of 39 centimeters or less and a width of 10 centimeters or less. Placing a hand on his head and rubbing his forehead, he looked at the system and exclaimed dramatically, "Who the hell is an archer and hits this hard?" Looking closely at his forehead, there wasn't a bump yet, but a red mark had formed. Looking serious, Giamma stared deeply at the system for a long time. Once his usual stern expression returned, deep analysis was executed. Weapon attack power increased to 6. This must be the influence of psychokinesis and the immunity effect received from Manhwa. The assimilation rate, which had increased during previous dreams, went up even further after the battle with Mao Rang. Whether this assimilation rate is a blessing or poison, one thing is for sure. It is closely connected to the sword god's blessing. Giamma closed the status window and looked around. The orange hues of the horizon had completely vanished, and the commotion of the parade was beginning to settle down. Fireworks were being launched from afar, so the festival was almost over. Even though this was a world rampant with monsters and magic, looking at it like this wasn't much different from Earth. I don't really remember my past life all that well. The only relationships I could truly call human were with my first master, and that's it. Although I was abandoned right after I learned how to hold a knife a little bit. I was so angry back then because I didn't know the reason. But now I understand. More important than learning skills is the ability to adapt to unexpected situations. There is no better training ground than practical, real-world combat. In terms of combat experience, this academy and that old man are no different. While Giamma continued to mutter to himself on the bench, a terrifying presence suddenly appeared. Even though it was still festival season and there were plenty of strangers around, this feeling was completely different. It was a bizarre and unnatural sensation, feeling both human and non-human at the same time. There was a hint of demonic power hidden in someone carrying a misplaced blade. Coldly, Giamma drew it out. With the sensory perception of the sword god's blessing, I can feel that something is off around here. Within a 30-meter radius in his mind. Simply put, Giamma felt like a three-dimensional map was being drawn directly inside his head, using the ground as a conductor. His eyes widening slightly, Giamma praised himself. Better results than expected. I didn't expect it to reach this level. There was no time for further praise. Within his perception range, Giamma detected a figure walking around. Target identified. Giamma drew Mura's aim completely and rushed forward at high speed. Over there in the dark, someone with purple eyes was suddenly startled, and panic quickly washed over them. Giamma appeared right in front of them and thrust forward immediately, ambushed without warning. The target spat out a mouthful of purple blood, not human red. Giamma brushed past, swinging his blade horizontally to flick away the blood. Clutching her wound, the target dropped to her knees. Cough, gasp. The blade flashed, "Found you." And the target Giamma had just stabbed was none other than teaching assistant Kim. She now raised her hands high toward the sky and wailed, "Oh God, you're going to kill me." Looking pale-faced as she slowly turned back to look, the wound she had just received was automatically healing. "I came here thinking we could talk. What is the meaning of this?" "I came to negotiate." Hearing words that sounded like reproaches, Giamma didn't show a single friendly expression. This female instructor was the villain who had targeted him. Ever since the Water Country dungeon, the surrounding space returned to its inherent stillness. It was unclear what other stories had been told, but now teaching assistant Kim was kneeling before him. At that moment, Giamma spoke up. "Her name is Choi Siola, right? Then why have you been operating under the identity of Instructor Kim?" Widening her eyes, she replied, just as she had said earlier, "That was to infiltrate the academy." "Sob, please spare me." The opponent's voice trembled, but Giamma remained unmoved. The next question: how many underworld villains are hiding in the academy? Choi Coa replied, "Everyone inside the academy operates by constantly changing their faces, so even I don't know the exact number." When the opponent's behavior was abnormal, Giamma gradually pieced many things together. Just now, Choi Coa had spilled all the information she knew without him even asking. Among them, what shocked him the most was that some demons were aware he had killed Agora, even though the Sword Emperor tried to cover up that secret. He asked coldly, why was Agora's death pinned on Leon? Choi instantly froze, but had to answer quickly before Giamma. I don't know. Giamma needed something more practical. His arm rested on Murasame once again and drew it out. Fully aware of its power, Choi immediately bowed her head and corrected herself. I'm serious. Among the demons, there's even someone who is a professor. Almost everything stems from that bastard's head. A low-level person like me wouldn't know. Intense pressure radiated, wrapping tightly around every emotion. So he was even crazier than I thought. This is a gamble, but if I go back to them, I'll definitely die. He watched intently. She didn't look like she was lying, taking step-by-step approaches until she stood right in front of the target. Giamma spoke. Choi Coa, do you want to live? Giamma asked a difficult question. But who wants to die? Choi bowed deeply before him. Yes, of course. As long as you spare my life. 2 conditions. He didn't give her time to breathe. Yes? First, who is that professor? Tell me everything you know. Choi hesitated. The thing is, the choice became even harder when the blade he held horizontally flashed. When it rested right against her neck, Choi had no other choice. That bastard is a subordinate of the archdemon. Other than that, I really don't know anything. Please put this sword away. Confirming one identity, he put Murasame away and walked off to a corner. Korn, the commander of the 2nd Legion, an unexpected name. With the Leakin sealed, he would hold the highest authority, the commander-in-chief of the Demon King's army, and a subordinate of that archdemon was currently inside the academy. Behind him, Choi timidly stood up. Even the other demon subordinates don't know the professor's true identity. That's why his reputation is terrible. He's just posing as a professor. Glancing back at her, Choi noticed and immediately straightened up flawlessly. Not just looking, Giamma scanned her entire body, assessing that this female instructor was a former subordinate of Agora. After Agora's death, she seemed to have lost her footing even within the demon realm. I could sense that only a faint trace of demonic power remained. Unclear whether her demonic power had been artificially tampered with. She had no strength left either. She wasn't a threat. It seemed she really had come here to negotiate. He added, this choice is a gamble for you, but you've tried to kill me many times. I don't think you consider that enough to save your skin, do you? Choi looked dazed. Choi collapsed. I wasn't trying to kill you. It was because of that damn demon. Blade to the neck. Condition number 2. Give that thing to me, and I'll let you live. Right behind Choi's neck, something purple was flashing and emitting a soft sound. But Choi still didn't understand what he meant. I am sorry. What are you talking about? With a single slash unleashed by Giamma, the purple crystal right behind Choi's neck detached. A special kind of cut. It didn't cause any injury to Choi at all. The crystal rolled around in the distance. A new analysis began. A pair of stones formed when making a contract with a Demon Legion commander. The seal of submission. The Legion commander provides mana, while the villain receives mana. This seal became useless when Agora died. But I know about this because I used to be a user. This seal contains the villain's life, force, and acts as the most effective leash against them. Glancing over, her reaction confirmed it. Choi's face turned pale as he acted so coldly once again. This was enough. So then, Choi Coa, yes, from now on, keep acting like a villain. Yes, I'm sorry. What? He left Choi with plenty to think about before walking away alone, with even more on his mind. Choi Coa, she was the type of person who would do anything to survive. Not a bad choice for an informant position. Later on, I'll squeeze her labor dry. Right at that moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Opening it, Saki had sent him a strange message. Where are you? Opening it, Saki had sent him a strange message. Where are you? We haven't even finished talking yet. Can't you hold it in? Were you worried and then got hit by him again? Hey, Giamma. What? Saki tapped a few keys on the keyboard, but suddenly stopped, paused for a moment, and then typed more. But only a few words were kept there. Saki didn't know what else to talk about with him. And then the fireworks bloomed again, and Saki's spot was wonderful for viewing them. The remaining 3 members, Chloe, Weapon, and Senior Hannah, were waiting just for this moment. So pretty. Wow. From another corner, Rachel and Aben as if just finishing practice, also saw it. Headmistress Media, bogged down with work, along with Ellie and Maurang, could all feel this atmosphere. After so much confusion and trouble, Saki finally seemed to feel at ease. So the messages went back and forth between the two of them. Did you see that just now? Fireworks. Aren't you an idiot? I can't see them from here. Unlocking Giama's lying feature. When his spot could also see those beautiful fireworks. Saki didn't want to ask about that anymore. Oh well, just hurry back and buy me some ice cream on the way. No way, don't be like that. This is probably our last festival. The travel club started a new meeting. Saki dozed off. Chloe looked at some bug flying above her head. Giama attentively listened as Weapon reached behind his head and complained. Ah, the festival was still fun. Why are there exams already? And look at how broad the exam scope is. Isn't that right? What does the club president think? With her red eyes, Chloe targeted a small fly as it fluttered away into a brewing scheme. And now, an annoyed Weapon slammed his textbook down on the table. This is no different from trampling on the human rights of students. Startled awake from sound sleep, Saki shifted her mood and locked her gaze on a Weapon. Oh, shut up. Do us a favor and close your mouth. Weapon impatiently snapped. Go back to the dorm and sleep. Saki annoyed. My business has nothing to do with you whether I sleep or not. Right now, you're the one annoying me. Quietly and silently, Chloe left her spot with her cat ears and pink tail. Even so, the two of them were still arguing just as before. This time Weapon stood up. Am I the only one taking the exam? How am I supposed to memorize all of this? Saki yawned long and hard. I've memorized all of it already. What? They both spoke the exact same word at the same time, but their mental states were completely opposite. One was startled while the other looked as if she wanted to ask if something was wrong. Her face flushed red. Weapon had no choice but to bottle up his anger into a single point. Saki, during this exam, right as he said that, a buzzing fly suddenly landed on his cheek. And then, smack, a loud sound echoed as flesh collided. Chloe's palm struck hard across Weapon's face while she was in her catgirl state. Coming out of that state, Chloe finally realized what she had just done and flusteredly rushed to explain. I am so sorry. There was a fly on your cheek, so my hand slipped a bit. I am truly sorry. Hit so hard he almost lost consciousness. Weapon helplessly clutched his cheek, thinking to himself, Chloe, what on earth are you trying to do? Meanwhile, Saki was thrilled by Chloe's precise action. As for Giama, he still didn't dare to make a move or utter a single word. Why does this guy keep getting beaten up all the time lately? Right at that moment, four sounds rang out simultaneously. Ping, ding dong, a message has been received. Except for Weapon, who looked dazed, everyone else checked their phones. A text message from Joaquin Academy. Notification regarding the practical portion of the 2034 first semester final exam. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the content of the practical final exam has been changed as follows. Changed content. Clearing outside dungeons has been replaced by team versus team combat. Execution time. Monday, July 13th, 2034 to Friday, July 17th. Location. Joaquin Academy, Special Zone. Team requirements. 1 third-year student, 2 first-year students chosen at random. Team rosters will be sent via message 2 days before the exam. Detailed content will be announced on-site on the exam day. Complaints came from every direction. The practical final exam format changed just when he was already exhausted. Now he felt utterly helpless. Weapon scratched his head and pulled at his ears, cursing, what kind of nonsense is changing the exam format 3 days before it starts? Given this turn of events, Giama gradually managed to arrive at a deduction. The exam was originally supposed to be clearing the goblin dungeon in Gapi, which he had been looking forward to in order to farm some materials. The plot is starting to change now. Considering everything that has happened so far, this sequence of events is inevitable. Even though I knew beforehand, am I accidentally kicking away my biggest privilege, which is the miracle game blessing experience. At this rate, Giama would later find himself staring blankly at his phone with a stiff expression. Seeing this, Saki glanced over with a strange look and spoke up. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so tense? unlike your usual self. Giamma forgot that he still had his friends here. Without thinking too much, he replied as naturally as ever. Oh no, nothing at all. But Saki caught him, placing her hand right on top of the notebook set before her. Open it up. A few personal analyses were added to the conversation. Now look, while the content change is indeed a bit surprising to me, this approach isn't entirely unreasonable. The recent midterm exam had demons showing up, and then during the survival training on Avalon Island, the Sword Emperor was also injured. Every time we go out for training, an incident like this happens. So isn't there anywhere safer for the students than right inside the academy? What do you think? Saki happily voiced all her thoughts, only to be met with Giamma's blank stare and a brand new question mark. It didn't take Giamma too long to recover. This time, it was a compliment. Come to think of it, that's true. My mind feels much clearer now. Thanks to you, I'm able to sort out the situation again. Thank you. Being complimented so blatantly, Saki didn't know where to hide her face, so she pointed at him with a stammering voice. Why are you looking at me with that gaze? It's so embarrassing I could die, Anyway, Giamma, if you panic, I'm going to fall apart too. He stared unblinkingly. Ryoso is like that too? Why? Saki tapped her foot. Well, no, I mean all of us, me and the travel club members too. If the club president looks that clueless, the group's discipline will fall apart completely. When Saki's romance trope mindset met whatever mindset was opposite her, both of them had their own private thoughts. As expected of Ryoso, truly. She has no idea how to read the room at all. While deep in thought, he suddenly realized something. So the conversation shifted. Ryoso, I have a favor to ask. That list of staff members you hacked before, do you still have a backup? Finding it annoying to look at him, Saki looked pale. I deleted the backup to avoid data tracking, but the printed copy is still here. Hearing of her ruthlessness, he lowered his head and continued. Thank goodness. Having that will make things much easier. You mean, Ryoso, hack into the Academy network one more time. She thought he was going to ask for something high-level, but very quickly everyone understood his intention. Do you mean the villains are disguising themselves and working inside the Academy? Chloe's eyes widened. Back at the Water Country dungeon, those villains approached you two, Giamma? To this, he could only give a simple reply. That's not entirely certain. However, since the villains constantly changed their appearances to operate, a serious expression took over. Saki carefully analyzed his intention. So you want to get the new list to cross-reference it directly with the old list, right? He gathered the entire group's attention. That's right, you all know it. This club was created to protect us. We need to know in advance who might become a threat in the future. He gathered the entire group's attention. That's right, you all know it. This club was created to protect us. We need to know in advance who might become a threat in the future. Interlacing his hands in a leading gesture, he commented, Thank you, everyone. The explanation should be fine up to this point. But Saki wouldn't let the matter end there. She crossed her arms, leaned back against her chair, and added, For some reason I don't quite get it, but the staff information in the Academy is automatically updated every month. It seems they use both space and a cloud center for something. This went way over Weapon's head. Why is it so complicated? He fell silent, even more silent than before. It was only natural that someone from this world like Ryoso wouldn't understand. This is optimization by periodically deleting garbage data to minimize data volume. 67% loading. In this world, it's just operating under that kind of format. Thanks to that, we can use this method to track them down. Even though a lot has changed, game experience is clearly still very useful. After thinking it over, he turned back to Saki to ask the crucial point. So Ryoso, when will it be done? Hearing his question, Saki offered what she considered the most optimal temporary outcome. Well, helping out isn't too difficult. But don't you think I'm the only one being exploited here? With that, Saki stared at him without blinking. He froze, saying nothing at all, only thinking to himself. That is an absolute truth. In fact, ever since before, under the guise of club activities, I've asked her for favors so much that I feel guilty. And yet, I have nothing to offer in return for Rio. A guy with no money, no status, and no reputation like me. What could I possibly do for the daughter of Japan's prime minister? His instincts wouldn't let him hide things for long. Pulling himself together, he asked, "Is there anything you want?" Suddenly asked, she started flusteredly pacing around Saki. "Huh? Want what?" Not daring to look at him. She stood in silence all by herself, her two cheeks flushed with anxiety. But Saki quickly figured out a way to resolve it. A smile blossomed on her lips as she showed him. "All right, then later on, you have to help me with a favor too." "With what?" Realizing he didn't catch her meaning, Saki changed her phrasing. "Don't worry, it's not about material things. I'll tell you when the time comes." Ending it there, Giamma kept the questions he wanted to ask to himself. Moving on to the next day, a thick stack of paper documents was placed on the table. After finishing classes, everyone had gathered at this special base, including Senior Hannah. Pulling out a nearby chair, he opened with a new question. "You finished all of this already?" Saki, sitting ready there, replied, "Yeah, from personal employee info to suspicious travel schedules, I printed all of it out. Now I just need to check them." Hearing that, a guilty pang hit him, knowing that whatever she did was thoroughly executed. But the words of his following thoughts were replaced by Weapon, who was sitting next to him and looking through the documents. But really, is this Academy Club president okay doing this? Saki's restroom frequency. Don't these people have any privacy? Even if the goal is to find villains, this is clearly a crime, isn't it? Hearing Weapon say that, Saki snapped right back into a prickly mood. Committing a crime started the moment I hacked into it anyway. What's the point of talking about it now? A second argument broke out. Weapon sent the papers flying everywhere, raising his voice at Saki. Hey, that has to be a standard for everything. This is way over the line." Saki didn't even bother looking. "Yeah, aren't you just a paragon of virtue?" "Hey!" To rein in Weapon's somewhat hot temper, Giamma placed a hand on Weapon's shoulder. "Information, even the most trivial piece, the more the better. You can argue with anyone, but Weapon could do nothing against him. If the club president says so, then I guess that's that." Once there were no more issues, the group began reviewing every small piece of information. He gave a parting reminder based on his earlier words. "Besides, once this is over, we'll throw all of this away, right?" Saki agreed with him. "Naturally. How could I dare argue?" Weapon replied, sigh. "All right." Deep in thought, Giamma had his own direction. In reality, Chloe is an assassin, while Ryoso tends to resort to any means necessary to achieve her goals. Both of them have rather blurry moral boundaries, even though there are still people I haven't fully figured out. Thanks to members like Weapon, we managed to maintain a minimum limit. Taking a deep breath, he laid out the strategy for the group. Anyway, there's still about a week left until summer vacation, and our travel club will take action to hunt down the villains throughout the final exams. That's it. Does anyone have any questions? Suddenly, one of the members interrupted, and it was Senior Hannah. She continued, "I heard about this before coming here, but I'd like to know the source of this information." Weapon worriedly chimed in, "Actually, I wanted to ask about this yesterday too, but Saki shut everything down. Someone like you who obeys whatever the club president says. What are you even questioning for? Is there anything left to say?" Giamma let Saki turn him into a pack mule. "I tried to dodge it, but she still figured it out. Right now, I can't talk about conspiring with Choi COA or how they're targeting Leon. It would only cause misunderstandings and greatly increase the things that need explaining. Furthermore, if Chloe found out the truth, someone with no demonic power like Choi COA would be dealt with by Chloe." After a long pause, he calmed down and chose a reasonable response. "I can't tell you yet, Senior, but I can guarantee one thing. It's a reliable source." Senior Hannah flashed a dangerous smile. Giamma knew he hadn't covered all his bases, so he decided, when there's a chance later, I'll reveal who the source is, but not right now. Senior Hannah didn't press him any further at that point, continuing to review the information. "All right, I understand." Saki sensed something strange, and he had his own private thoughts. It was truly impossible to figure out what was going on inside that woman's heart. While looking through the info, she occasionally glanced at him. Senior Hannah's glasses obscured her eyes, making her intentions increasingly hard to predict. Haminga familiar ton. Annoyance arose from the matching gazes of Giamma and Saki. She's so similar to someone, but I can't remember who. Changing the situation. Well then, let's start the first official meeting of the travel club. Time flew by, and the prepared water bottle was already empty. A tired sigh escaped. Walking over to the sofa, Chloe had prepared a new bottle of water for him. Giamma, you've worked hard. Here's yours. Wiping his sweat, he looked over. Oh, thanks. Right when I was thirsty, watching him take the bottle and drink, Chloe felt a tiny ache in her heart. It's nothing at all. Ever since she appeared, Giamma had always paid attention to this point. But over there, Weapon and Saki were still hard at work. This person winning earlier isn't on the staff list, and their travel schedule is a bit suspicious. Hand it over, and you guys keep checking the rest. Glancing back at Chloe, he said a few words to put her mind at ease. No need to worry too much. Ryoso and Weapon naturally enjoy this kind of work. Besides, Chloe, you can do things that they can't. Like when we were in the Water Country dungeon, or even at the festival recently. Who knows who was praising whom, but being praised by him made her happy again. Really? Today he got to smile a lot. Naturally, hooked by a few of his words, a brand new daydream bloomed. I wish I could be in the same team as Giamma for this exam, but he didn't pay attention to that point. A new message popped up on his phone. The team roster for the 2034 first semester practical final exam for student Kong Giamma is as follows. Third-year students must prepare for graduation exams and are therefore exempt from this school-wide general exam. Teammate, San Hannah, Class Ordinary 52. Kaom, First-Year Class Ranger. Team Leader, Rachel Demura, First-Year Class Elite. Rachel's smug message accompanied it. Giamma, we're together again. Time slipped away into another empty water bottle, dropping to the floor, accomplishing nothing. Giamma sat there sighing endlessly. The other four members were still working. Chloe worried further about Giamma. But Weapon understood the vibe. The club president must be exhausted again this time. Chloe grumbled. It's her again. Wait, why does it have to be that blonde brat? Weapon comforted her. Well, we were in the same team for the midterm exam too. It'll probably be fine. Senior Hannah is on the team too. There shouldn't be any trouble, right? Besides, nothing is more useless than worrying about the club president. True to Weapon's words, Senior Hannah gave Chloe a bit of confidence. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on him so he doesn't slack off. Chloe extended her fist. Yes, I'm counting on you, Senior. Forgetting another important person here, Weapon quickly asked, who are you teamed up with? Still looking at the documents, Saki casually replied. Second-year class ranger, Senior keeping the same posture. Who's the leader? Is it you? Flipping the paper, a familiar name was spoken. No, it's Leon, another familiar face. Giamma let out a soft, surprised chuckle, causing all four of them to shift their gazes toward him. Saki, feeling a bit annoyed, targeted him with an interrogation. Giamma, what are you thinking about? The twilight rays shone through the window frame, and he steered the conversation elsewhere. Nothing. Shall we clean up now, then? Yeah. Everyone good luck on the theory exam tomorrow. Yes, everyone do your best. The door swung slightly ajar, signaling something to come. It was still the same meeting room, but absolute silence returned to its usual place. Not everyone had left. Two members remained in this space. Senior Hannah finished gathering the final documents. I'm heading out too. But Saki called out. Senior. Hannah paused for a beat. Is something wrong? Two documents were still on the table, and Saki arranged them in preparation to speak. When her finger pointed to a specific spot, the problem began to arise. San Hannah, why is your name on the teacher list? Who on earth are you? Her white-framed glasses were on, and the mystery remained hidden for today. A slice of light shone through the window frame as Saki continued, her tone neither harsh nor casual, never adding personal opinions to anything she did. It had been strange right from the start. Senior Hannah, shouldn't we call you by your official paperwork title? San Hannah. Professor. Saki arrived at this conclusion with utmost seriousness. But in contrast, San Hannah let out a soft laugh, covering her mouth with her hand to hide her expression a bit more. Naturally, when you're cornering someone to prove you're right, getting a laugh in return makes being startled somewhat inevitable. Furthermore, the difficulty had just gone up a level. What on earth is she? Flicking her arm, she gave a composed response with a calm face. Saki, I know the recent meeting stressed you out, but it looks like you're worrying too much. What? Anyway, this is going a bit too far. Confusing people with the same name doesn't sound like your style at all. Sanhana's finger pointed straight at the table. With a paper that proved what Saki said earlier also served to prove her own words. And then Saki realized a loophole. A business trip during the festival period? How could I have missed this detail? But Saki could rationalize it clearly. Impossible. Could the information have been manipulated? No. This part is automatically updated by the virtual space system. Forget about external interference. Even accessing it isn't easy. Moreover, access to the virtual space system is the principal's exclusive privilege. Could it be related to principal media? Breaking the tense atmosphere, Senior Hannah closed the book she was holding and spoke up. It's fine. Even someone like you can make mistakes sometimes. You aren't a machine, right? I don't know how it is in your homeland of Japan, but at least in South Korea, there are plenty of people with matching names. Her explanation sounded reasonable, and Saki got swept along. Yes, it's not. Sanhana slowly stood up, her mood completely unchanged. Probably because the crime fighting club meeting just ended. You're way too stressed out. Anyway, it seems the misunderstanding is resolved, so I'll be going. Saki took off her glasses and placed them on the table, feeling genuinely awkward inside. Damn it, Sanhana had no reason to stay here any longer either. She slowly walked past Saki, and after taking a few steps, Senior Hannah suddenly stopped. Just in time as the dying sunlight faded. Looking back at everything, Saki, as a senior walking ahead, I have some advice for you. For guys who can't read the room, like Kong Jiyama, if you don't directly express your feelings, he won't have a clue. Cheerfulness poked in from outside the doorway. Waving. Personally, I'm rooting for you the most, Saki. Well, I'm off. Take care. Click. The cold sound of the door closing echoed. Saki was left all by herself. But because it hit too close to her innermost feelings, her cold exterior shattered into cuteness. Huh? Yeah. What? Leaving the group meeting room behind. It was now the morning of the next day. 5:40 a.m. Jiyama's muscular arm and familiar bed made their appearance. It was unclear whether he had slept the entire night, but now his gaze looked somewhat drowsy. Putting both hands behind his head, he stared up at the ceiling and analyzed. Changing the exam content isn't a big deal, but why on earth is Rachel the team leader? A mountain of things that needed to be done had already piled up, and now this extra stress bomb was added on top. Being on the same team as the most hazardous person, to boot. As a player, I know very well that Rachel's flirtatiousness isn't due to affection, but rather to harvest superior genes. Rachel Demura. Instant noodles, Netflix, anything goes anywhere. The funny thing is, the game developers hard-coded an eternal single mechanism from birth to create a contrasting charm for her. Rachel Demura. W what? Don't come closer. W why are you taking the initiative to approach me? Because of this, she was the absolute last character to be conquered. Of course, Jiyama's original target was Leon, but hopefully, everything would go smoothly. Jiyama already knew that the target who got replaced was currently himself. However, another matter cut his thoughts short the moment a communication from Saki came through at 5:43 a.m. He mentally placed a huge question mark. At this hour? Picking up the phone, sitting up, he spoke first. Oh, what's wrong? On the other end, Saki responded hurriedly. You haven't slept yet? Silence. Absolute silence. Jiyama calmly processed an extra layer of confusion at this unusual way of contacting him from Saki. But understanding the situation, he rephrased. I woke up earlier than expected. And you? Saki stammered. I naturally have trouble sleeping at night. Is that so? But why call all of a sudden at this hour? Did you discover anything unusual? Conversing with Jiyama is the absolute worst. Saki was gathering her words while he waited and got her reply. Did you think I'd only contact you when I needed something? The blockhead Jiyama sat silently, without any other thought process. Well, that is true, but important matters are usually spoken aloud, though people normally just text, right? Saki wanted to hear his response, but now that he stayed silent, she mustered up all her courage. Hey, Saki wanted to hear his response, but now that he stayed silent, she mustered up all her courage. Hey, well, anyway, I'm hanging up now. Not returning what was given wouldn't be right for Jiyama. So right before she hung up, he spoke. Ryoso. Saki instantly grew nervous, her heartbeat quickening. Huh? Huh? What is it? Taking a breath, he uttered 5 words. Hope you do well on the exam too. Huh? And with that, Saki's exclamation echoed across a wide area. She talked so much, yet the call had only lasted 29 seconds. He found himself baffled by Saki's current temperament once again, knowing she was about to say something. So he held the earpiece closer to listen carefully. Shyly, she replied, Thanks. Beep. Saki immediately hung up, leaving Giamma staring blankly at the screen, truly destined to be single. But at the same time, the sunlight had appeared in the distance over the academy grounds. He knew what he needed to do. The sun is up. Time to get ready. A new day arrived, and a building that had never appeared before was chosen as the next important location. Stepping inside, he stopped in astonishment. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary building, but the atmosphere here was strangely different. The Joaquin Academy Special Zone. Without a doubt, inside here is a space reconstructed based on 20 years of survival experience in the Kahena system by founder Baylor Joaquin. A miniature model of a demonic realm where stones and blades of grass were transferred to create an independent ecosystem. Fortunately, they didn't release actual magic beasts in here, but even though it's geared toward practical combat, taking exams in a place like this differs from game experience, so I'm still not quite used to it. As he gently continued walking forward, suddenly someone behind him was running very fast. Giamma! Hey there! Rachel was ready to target him and attack without giving him a chance. Being prepared means success. The two of them were just a hug away from each other. Giamma is the absolute best, so I gotta make the most of it and have some fun. But Giamma visibly C-word. No, visibly recoiled in disgust. Huh. Sensing extreme danger, the dagger tucked right at his waist was slowly drawn out. Murderous intent leaked out. Rachel immediately backed off to keep her distance from him, hurriedly waving her hands with a forced laugh. Whoa. Calm down. Man, the bad boy scent is way stronger than before, huh? That's also part of Giamma's charm that everyone craves. Teehee. He had been on guard beforehand, but still slipped up. To bail Giamma out, since Hannah had arrived. Everyone's gathered here already, aren't they? Knowing in advance who the remaining teammate was, he wasn't surprised at all. Oh, senior. Hannah smiled brightly. Hello, Giamma. In her hand, she even held a strange weapon. Since she had stated earlier that she had no weapon, a B-rank weapon, a crowbar, also known as a pry bar. He identified it, stared intently, and asked, Is that the senior's weapon? A weapon with many glowing spots on it. Senior Hannah asked back, Oh, what do you think? He answered in his thoughts. The exam was temporarily paused, but Rachel interrupted, her dissatisfaction showing as she put her hands on her hips. Hey, Ms. Hannah, you just started and you're already this late? Forgetting that Giamma was still there, Hannah shifted her attention. You must be Rachel, right? I think we met during the festival. One hand reached out. Nice to meet you. I'm counting on you for this final exam, group leader. It wasn't that he didn't understand the hidden meaning behind those words, but how could Rachel hold back? She reached out to grab his hand and let out a completely unabashed laugh. Group leader, haha, what's with the formality? When it comes to this, Giamma knows he still has a long way to go. With a look on his face, no different from someone pulling an all-nighter binge-watching shows, just look at the way she treats people. But all conversation, including Giamma's group, was forced to a halt. Notice that the teaching assistants and teachers were already present on the elevated platform, drawing everyone's attention. It seemed everyone had gathered. Now I will explain the exam format. This year's freshman final exam is specially held in a designated special zone, and the category is team combat. However, the concept of combat will be a bit different from what you all think. The exam format is very simple. Enter the gate and reach the designated checkpoint within 1 hour. Any group that reaches the destination within the allotted time advances to the next round, while failures will be eliminated. Hearing this, the students felt as though they had misheard. It sounds easy enough. Rachel chimed in. Just run really fast, right? He frowned and didn't deny it. That's right. But if it were just a regular race to the finish line, it wouldn't be called a final exam. Seeing the students buzzing and knowing they all missed the hidden meaning, the professor stepped up to elaborate further. Once you step inside, there won't be any magic beasts, but it's a space that recreates the Gehenna magic zone, collectively known as the artificial Gehenna. There is no interference or protection from virtual space barriers in there. So the freshmen must be extra careful. The students looked blankly and then started arguing and analyzing among themselves. They said there are no magic beasts, so what on earth do we need to be careful about? Is it going to be so hard we can't even breathe? Hearing that a student had actually guessed one thing right, the professor cut in to bring the dangerous atmosphere right back. Seriously, what I mean is that hotheads like you lot wielding weapons could actually cause fatal accidents. Because of that, the use of weapons is strictly prohibited in this final exam. But for Giamma, things like this were just simple matters that would only drag you deeper into trouble. The time constraint in the artificial Gehenna makes things so much fairer than the midterm exam. However, virtual space and Gehenna are contradictory entities. How will the evaluation be handled when there's no virtual space interference in this test? As if reading his thoughts, the professor indifferently added the rules. Each group will be assigned an accompanying proctor to both grade you and guard against any unexpected incidents that might occur. If you want to give up halfway, just tell the proctor in charge. That's it. The proctor stepped forward. At the professor's command, the remaining members took steps down the stairs. Their appearance wasn't just to guide the way, but also to confiscate weapons and prevent any untoward incidents from happening. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary yet, Rachel reached behind her head and complained, this final exam is so boring. Youth is all about punching and kicking each other. However, Sanhana actually loved this mission. It was already a heavy burden to begin with, so this is fine. Giamma instantly turned to stone. Being with teammates meant dealing with trouble, danger, and mystery at every single moment. And now, more trouble was stepping right up. As a familiar figure approached, someone stepped up to the three of them. Come on, students, hand over your weapons. Surprisingly, Rachel's group proctor turned out to be Choi COA. The corner of her eye twitched, and her mental state plummeted back into instability. Giamma took one look and knew something was up. Rachel quickly asked, "What's up? Do you guys know each other? It smells a bit unpleasant, doesn't it?" To dispel any suspicion, Choi COA immediately flashed a bright smile, her thumb pointing proudly at herself. Personally, I wouldn't know, but there's no proctor out there who doesn't know about student Kong Giamma's virtual space combat records. Anyway, I am Proctor Kim, the one in charge of your group for this exam. Nice to meet you. Frozen in place, the frame pauses for 3 seconds of internal monologue. Seriously, I'm going crazy. Why? Why am I assigned to that lunatics group? The sire stamp has already been stripped away too, But what needs to be done has to be done. Shaking off the old tension and jumping straight into a new one. Hey, I know I'm a beauty, but staring at me like that makes me shy. Hearing that was already annoying enough. Rachel put her hands on her hips and retorted, "A beauty, my foot. You look more like a sweet potato." And just like that, the two plunge into their first battle. Having fat chest doesn't automatically make you pretty, you know? What did you just call this pickled radish head? A pickled radish? Want to fight? Face to face? No, more like cutting ties, huh? Is that the tone you use when talking to a proctor whose arrogance reaches the heavens? Sky-high pickled radish, student. Dial it back a bit. You flat-chested, flat-earth looking. You'd better tone it down. Pickled radish head, I am the proctor in charge of your group. Aside from preventing accidents, don't forget that I'm also the one doing the grading, you know? Hearing too much of it was getting annoying, so he cut in from behind. The proctor has started. We should get moving soon, too. Hearing him speak, Choi COA flusteredly tried to blend in. Oh, right. For some reason, why isn't student Kong Giamma the group leader? Rachel now had other things on her mind besides worrying about Giamma. I can't stand it. I just can't stand it. Stepping into the secret realm, Giamma's face suddenly turned pale. Stage 1. The wild, artificial Gehenna wasteland, the wasteland. Choi COA cheerfully took the lead and marched forward. Wow, this is the real deal. Meanwhile, Giamma was struggling a bit at the back. Pant, damn it, slow down a bit. What kind of proctor doesn't supervise from the back and instead sprints all the way to the front? Truly, once you become a proctor, you rank one step above students when it comes to playing dirty. Choi COA turned around and let out a laugh. Puff, you are all fierce outside, but the moment a little mana starts flowing through, you're already losing it? Annoyance level up. Rachel glared outside. I'm going to kill you. And just like that, the surroundings looked even more desolate than a desert, barren and ruined without a single trace of life. He reached out his hand to feel the air, and a whole chain of memories was triggered. This environment is certainly no ordinary place. Following Choi COA through the gate, Stage 1 lay right before their eyes. Following Choi COA through the gate, Stage 1 lay right before their eyes. For some reason, he felt totally fine, but Rachel seemed sensitive to mana and was already exhausted. At this rate, the next stage might just be too much for her to handle. Wow, Choi COA had a high mana adaptation rate, so she felt as energetic as if she were right at home. I thought there'd be some kind of conspiracy, but nothing seemed suspicious so far. The sire stamp was in her possession anyway, so she wouldn't dare pull anything funny. Turning to the person beside him, who had been silent since the start of the exam, he asked, Senior, how are you feeling? Although things felt a bit unstable on the outside, Senior Hannah was holding up way better than Choi and could still endure it, though she admitted she was really tired. Giamma, you're still completely unfazed. Huh? He replied, I'm feeling a bit tingly myself. Sin Hannah chuckled softly. You're only feeling a bit tingly? Ah. He drifted back into deeper thought. It seems Senior Hannah didn't possess any special mana adaptation either. Even though she was a club member, the truth was he still harbored some doubts about Senior Hannah. According to information from Choi COA, the criminals had infiltrated much deeper than they thought. Her reaction didn't look like she was acting, but since he didn't have his sashimi knife on him, he'd just have to keep observing for now. Given the current situation where he wasn't even the team leader, he turned back to look at the person trailing at the very end and asked, How long have we been inside Stage 1? Rachel felt like she was about to pass out, yet she was still being bothered with questions. She forced herself to speak. Giamma, the time. How long have we been in here? Catching her breath, San Hannah checked the watch on her wrist and answered in her place. It's been 25 minutes. He hesitated enough that he had to reorganize his plans all over again. Even assuming they wouldn't have an abundance of time, there were only 35 minutes left. Everyone's condition was terrible. They had no sense of direction, and time just kept ticking away. At this rate, elimination was practically guaranteed. He didn't want to get eliminated in such a meaningless way, and he hadn't even found out what the reward was yet. If he had his sashimi knife, he'd be able to expand his senses to track mana, but that standard-grade spatial pouch was also currently with Choi COA. Suddenly, he realized something of utmost importance. Woof, woof, woof. A purple dog took its place. He held a matching purple pellet up in front of it. Sire Stamp, 99% pure mana, 1 kilo. Just for the fun of it, he decided to play along. Found it. Mana Holen. Over here, Rachel stomped 1 foot hard against the ground, then stomped it down once more. 1, gaining momentum from the ground. And repeat. 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2. Watching her bizarre behavior, he turned to her in confusion. Rachel, are you okay? She replied, Hey Giamma, with this kind of mana, we just gotta use brute force to crush it. He thought to himself, excellent. Looks like everyone is finally starting to adapt. Rachel confidently stepped forward. I'm the group leader, after all, so she could actually move normally now. He praised, Oh, you've adapted already? It really makes a difference in a comfortable environment. Even San Hannah looked to be in much better shape than before. COA turned to ask him, Giamma, you still look totally fine. Got any secret tips? He denied it, who knows. Could be because that Proctor Kim is tied to demons. She scoffed mockingly. Haha, your sense of humor is top tier. Rachel kept going with her method. 1 to 2, 1 to 2. COA leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Giamma, I sense mana coming from the northwest. If we head that way for about 10 minutes, we'll reach the first checkpoint. Hearing the useful intel, he turned back to praise her. Good job. She raised a hand, looking slightly shy. Haha, thanks. He mentally appraised her like a little pet. Thanks to that, we're making great progress. I wonder if the others are doing okay. Everyone followed along with Rachel's pace. COA praised. Well done. San Hannah beside them could only offer a wry smile. Huh. While Rachel angrily snapped. Shut up, all of you. 1 to 2, 1 to 2. It had been 32 minutes since the test began. Currently in the lead was Leon's group. At this moment, the group was charging straight ahead. After walking for a stretch, Leon stopped and turned to tell everyone, I think we're almost at the first checkpoint. Let's pick up the pace a bit. The blue-haired girl exhaled a tired breath and spoke up. Hey, team leader, there still seems to be plenty of time. Can we take a short break? Saki encouraged from the side. We're almost there. Just hang in there a little longer. The girl's complexion looked utterly exhausted at this moment. The moment she took another step, she immediately started coughing continuously, prompting everyone to anxiously ask Ario, Are you okay? Then she looked toward Leon up ahead and made a request. Leon, stop. What the hell was he playing at? Didn't Ario say she was having a really hard time keeping up? Leon replied coolly, So what? This made Saki furious. She clenched her fists and shouted, What? Do you even realize how much of a jerk you're being right now? He didn't care in the least. I don't have any intention of ignoring him, but I have my own responsibility as a team leader. Saki sneered. Responsibility? You're just playing the big shot boss over everyone here. He continued, Saki, you can interpret it however you want, but I have no intention of carrying members who can't be trusted and can't keep up with me. I'm not familiar with the cozy atmosphere of the travel club you're in. Those words made Saki furious. What did you say? He slowly walked up to her at that moment and called her name, Ryojo Saki. He placed his hand on her shoulder and leaned in close to warn her, Don't expect me to act like your buddy Giamma. With that, he turned and walked away. She angrily blurted out, Tôi chỉ nói là tôi không chu đáo được như tên Giamma đó thôi. Không có ý gì sâu xa đâu. She cursed angrily. What an absolute bastard. Ario chimed in apologetically. Sorry, Saki. I accidentally became a burden to you. I'll try harder. The nearby proctor chimed in helpfully. People only get closer after arguing a bit. The team leader's pressure is huge, too. Let's all try a bit harder. Lowering her gaze to ponder something, she muttered a name under her breath. Giamma, gazing at the desolate landscape ahead. He turned to ask the proctor. We've been walking for over 30 minutes, so why haven't we seen any other students yet? Rachel, walking in front, turned back with a bright expression to answer. Ah, that thing? The place where you can't get out unless you do XX. Come on over. So this is the test. Yeah. Did everyone else already make it out? COA put her hands on her hips and spoke bluntly. Look at the way your mind works. Remember that deserted island survival training last time? This test is exactly the same. Only the starting point for each group is different. Besides, the subspace only affects the entrance. Based on what she said, Giamma deduced. So, the checkpoint is the exact same location for everyone. If everyone is heading to the same spot, we should have run into someone by now. COA cast her gaze around in a circle and guessed. Or maybe most of them just gave up halfway. Rachel chimed in. I just wanted a test that lets me throw punches with other people. He looked towards COA, thinking to himself, for sure. We would have been disqualified by now, if not for Choi COA. With that thought, he called out, COA. She blinked in surprise and turned. Yes, Student Giamma? He wondered. How do the people who quit halfway manage to get back? Rummaging through her spatial pouch, she answered, Ah, wait a second. It's this one right here. She introduced it. It's called the Demon Summoner. My family presses this button, and our location is sent straight to the office screen instantly. Pretty cool, right? Back at the department office, they were closely monitoring the students via the screens. He questioned, and it works even in places where the subspace can't interfere. How is that even possible? She answered, You really do have a cat-like curiosity, don't you? I don't really understand it fully either. I heard it's an educational device made by the Earth Hero Association's laboratory. I read that it was crafted using the achievements of an artifact. Even this spatial pouch comes from that same association. Hearing that, he evaluated. That's a pretty badass explanation. A mythological relic from an era before things were even classified. Artifacts are powers of unknown origin with immeasurable value. There are only 10 of them in the entire world, estimated to be on par with national treasures. It's even illegal for a single nation to monopolize one. Therefore, the Hero Association directly manages them as a tool to maintain balance between nations. But handing them out in this kind of consumer version format, this might not end well. After finishing her sales pitch, she put it away. Ugh, whatever, stop thinking about that. If I lose it, I'll literally have to forfeit my life to get out there. He thought to himself, what's with this deeply human way of speaking coming out of a villain's mouth? Seeing his worried expression, she encouraged him. Don't worry, Giamma. As long as I'm here, there's never. Before she could even finish her sentence, Rachel cut in loudly. Whoa, Giamma. Pointing straight ahead, she exclaimed, found it. There's the checkpoint. Seeing that, Seoe turned around and proudly boasted. See? I told you we'd never get lost. Pushing forward, she offered praise. Hey, Yoke, you're actually pretty decent. Now she pressed pause on her stopwatch. All right, Rachel's group completion time, 148 minutes 24 seconds. When we start gate number 2, I'll time another hour. She asked. Gate number 1? We already cleared it. Sanhana continued. Looks like it. So this is. The group stared blankly at the gate ahead of them. Is this gate number 2? Staring at gate number 2, he thought. Did Dorman pass through here too? Is this seriously okay? Seoe leaned in close to whisper in his ear. Giamma, this is my first time at a place like this, so I'm a bit lost. But this doesn't seem like your average checkpoint. It's just a door, but the mana radiating from it is enough to distort space. He replied, Is it really that impressive? Rachel walked up and peered behind the door, evaluating. There's nothing behind the door at all. Hey, flat screen, do we just open the door and walk in? Seoe didn't explain. I told you it's right, Yoke. The moment you guys step inside, I'll start the timer. Rachel called out. Are you sure? Are you messing with me? Seoe's voice was firm. I said I'm sure. Rachel turned back to look at everyone. Then I'll open it since I'm a team leader. Her voice carried a slight tremor. Seoe stood ready behind her with a stopwatch. Get ready. He also watched Rachel intently. The girl confidently shoved the door open. All right, what's the worst that could happen? Let's go. The girl confidently shoved the door open. All right, what's the worst that could happen? Let's go. Due to the momentum, her whole body lurched forward, giving her a start. Luckily, a hand reached out, grabbed her shirt, and yanked her back. The one who pulled her back was none other than Sanhana. She checked on her. Are you all right? Rachel replied. Thanks, Sanhana. Having just brushed with death, Rachel whipped around and roared angrily. Hey, flat screen. I almost died. She explained. Actually, this is my first time here too, so I don't really know anything either. But this really is gate number 2, and I've already started the timer. Rachel was startled. Are you kidding me? The scenery inside was none other than the artificial Gehenna. Gate number 2, Abyss Bridge. He thought to himself. The mana spreading throughout the artificial Gehenna originates from that murky body of water. I think I understand why we didn't see anyone else on the way here. The instructors were assigned to each group under the pretext of protection and evaluation. However, this structure alone is enough to make students want to give up right from the start. This test is designed in such a way that you have no choice but to throw yourself into danger if you don't know the exact answer. Leon's group had already stepped inside the second door. Saki anxiously scanned her surroundings for a moment before speaking up. He didn't even hesitate. Has he been here before or something? The proctor behind him stared intently at the group. He began to harbor some internal thoughts. A hero capable of sensing mana. Scene changed to another location. At this moment, a red-haired young man panted heavily and stammered. I'm sorry. The blonde girl continued. It's our fault. Abel calmly looked in their direction. Afterward, the girl gazed toward the gate ahead with a thoughtful look in her eyes. She had said she was fine, but still, she couldn't force others any further. With that thought, she spoke up, Team Leader Abel von Nibelung, requesting withdrawal from the final exam. As soon as her words left her mouth, the nearby proctor immediately hit stop on the stopwatch. The announcement broadcast echoed. Another team has withdrawn halfway. Notification of current withdrawal at checkpoint 1. First-year special class team leader, Abel von Nibelung. Members, Dragon class, Roan Hardman, Farming class, Elia Loren. In another corner, a young man was muttering continuously. This person was none other than Weapon. Clenching his fists angrily, he muttered, "Damn it, I just puked out the pizza I ate this morning." Chloe ran over and called his name. "Weapon." Seeing her, he replied, "Chloe, did your team drop out?" She nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, we missed the time limit for the first checkpoint." He offered words of encouragement. "That's already pretty good. My group got disqualified because we just kept walking in circles in one spot. They had wasted a whole lap just observing. It looked like Giamma and Saki still hadn't come out. Surely nothing bad happened, right?" Chloe replied, "You know full well there's no need to worry about the leader. Saki go." Saki's image flashed in his mind. No way, Leon. A genius of the era had suddenly appeared. Appearance, manners, everything was flawless, without a single blemish. So flawless, it was like a blank sheet of paper. Close to ink, one gets stained. Depending on the color of the ink, it could turn out good or bad. Then he turned to encourage the girl. "They'll probably be fine. Let's go, Chloe." She asked, "Where are we going?" He answered, "Go hunt some criminals. Even if we failed early, we should still help out a little bit." Chloe excitedly praised, "Weapon, you're looking more and more like Giamma." Realizing he kept getting his name wrong, he thought dejectedly, "Good grief, why does she keep getting my name wrong?" Shrugging that aside, he urged, "Hurry up and move, Chloe." She nodded in agreement, cutting back to Giamma's group. At this moment, they had to skirt along a sheer cliff face. He turned back to remind everyone, "Be careful." Rachel chimed in, "Watch your step." After walking for a bit, they finally reached a safe spot. He looked ahead, deep in thought. As they were walking, Rachel suddenly lost her footing, and she lunged forward, hugging him from behind. Thrilled. Leap of faith. Perfect landing. But seeing his lack of reaction, she stepped back and explained, "Leap of faith, leap of faith. I was just kidding." He turned back to remind her, "Looks like you're getting used to this." Hannah stepped forward to observe and assessed. "Looks like we've reached the checkpoint. We just need a crossover." Standing right in front of them was a towering structure. He thought to himself, "This time it's obvious. The problem is that anyone would hesitate before stepping inside. Since there's no subspace interference, I'm a bit reluctant to cross over too." Thrilled to visit a place like this for the first time, COA exclaimed, "Oh, so the mana radiating this whole time was coming from that lake? No wonder it felt completely abnormal." He walked up to call out to the proctor, "Ma'am." She jumped in surprise. "Whoa, what? What is it?" He then questioned, "Why don't you lead the way, Proctor?" Her eyes widened at the suggestion. "What did you say?" He mused internally. Time to cheat. After all, nobody's watching. I used this trick on a hound before. No reason why I can't use it again. He explained, "The accompanying instructors are here to prevent accidents anyway. So I think it's only logical that you go first." She stammered in response. "But this is an exam. If I interfere, then you guys." He cut her off. "We'll take responsibility. Let's just agree on it." Rachel nodded in agreement. "Sounds great. I agree with him." Hannah had no objections either. "Me too." With everyone in unanimous agreement, COA hesitated for a moment. I. Then she collapsed to her knees in despair. "I can't do it. I'm terrified of heights." He suddenly stepped right in front of her, echoing the words ringing in her mind. "Cross over. Tap it first. It's a stone bridge. If you cross over first, I'll give you whatever you want." Faced with this offer, she hesitated. "Really?" He added, "Except for that demon mark." Realizing she stood to gain something as well, she immediately agreed. "Promise." Suddenly filled with energy, she jumped back to her feet and declared with feigned confidence, "All right, follow me, kids. I'll take full responsibility for your safety." Seeing this, Rachel nearby enthusiastically clapped. "Wow, awesome. Let's give a round of applause." Taking the lead, she spoke in a confident tone. "Everyone, this bridge is super sturdy. It looks safe. Hurry up and cross." Contrary to her bold words, her actions showed utter terror as she crawled across the ground at a snail's pace. After a long while, they finally made it across the bridge. A helpless COA screamed out, "I can't walk another step." Seeing her like this for the first time, Rachel at the back questioned, "Is she really an instructor? She acts like a kid." He replied, "At least she got us across." He walked up to offer praise. "Good job." Taken aback by the sudden compliment, She blinked blankly. Noticing her dazed look, he repeated, "Didn't you hear? I said good job." Those words deeply moved her. Regaining her confidence, she bolted upright and marched forward briskly. "Student Giamma, just leave it to your teacher." Baffled by her completely erratic behavior, Rachel asked him, "Did you buy her off or something?" Why did her attitude flip 180 degrees? He denied it. "Where'd I even get money?" Rachel nodded. True." She then stepped up behind COA to warn her, "Don't walk too fast. I'm the team leader here." COA retorted with confidence, "The instructor has to lead the way." Standing calmly in the rear, observing the two of them, Hannah evaluated. "These two are identical." He agreed, spot on. She continued, "Though all this new chaos is your fault, Giamma." With that, she strode forward, leaving him behind with a flurry of questions popping up in his head. Artificial Gehenna, Gate 3, the Tower of Trials. Back to Leon's group. At this moment, they were still powering through the trials. Observing him from behind, Saki harbored some internal thoughts. We still haven't seen any other students. First place is practically in the bag. Why push it this far? The purple-haired youth behind her encouraged. We're almost there. Hang in there a bit longer. Exhausted to her limit, Ario groaned, "I can't walk another step." Seeing this, Saki called out up front, "Leon, don't you see the condition of the people behind you? Can you slow down a bit?" But before she could finish, he shot a cold glare back at her. Then he spoke up, "The problem is that you guys can't keep up with me." The three of them felt utterly helpless in the face of his words. He let out a sigh and continued, "Sorry, Saki. I guess I'm tired, so I'm a bit cranky. This is already the 5th floor. We can take a short break." Such an unexpected offer left Saki deeply suspicious. What's going on? Then he ordered them to move. "Anyway, I'll go ahead and scout each floor. You guys catch up slowly." Right at that moment, an exhausted Ario collapsed to the ground. She sobbed helplessly. "Hick! Teacher Paul, I can't walk. I really can't walk anymore." Paul bent down to encourage her. "Ario, we're almost there. Just a little more." Saki immediately sat down and made an offer. "Get on my back. Whoever still has strength has to carry the others. Get on quickly before I change my mind." She thought to herself, "I'm not exactly in great shape either. I must have been influenced by him way too much. Who would have thought I'd sacrifice myself for someone else like this?" Climbing on her back, Ario expressed her gratitude. "I'm counting on you, Saki." Feeling like she was carrying a sack of bricks, Saki muttered under her breath, "Ugh, she looks all skin and bones, so why is she so heavy?" Suddenly, the two of them spotted something up ahead and let out simultaneous gasps. In another corner, Giamma sensed something as well. He looked ahead, deep in thought. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Rachel teased, "What's wrong, Giamma? Are you scared?" He looked inside the tower and replied, "No, it's nothing." Back to Saki's side, a blood-stained sword materialized before them. As the two of them were walking normally, Saki suddenly collapsed to the ground. Streaks of blood had suddenly appeared on her arm. Then, her body went limp like a severed kite, collapsing helplessly to the floor. Unconsciously, she tried to call out his name. Giamma. Giamma's group continued moving deeper inside. His eyes scanned around constantly. A strange feeling suddenly welled up inside him. An ominous premonition. Have my senses gotten sharper? Leading the way ahead, COA reminded everyone, "I'll take the lead as the guiding instructor." Hannah cheered from behind. "Oh, do your best, Teach." Noticing him lagging behind, Rachel turned back to ask, "Giamma, can you handle the stairs?" He nodded in confirmation, analyzing inwardly. This structure looks like it was torn right out of the magic tower. That Joaquin guy is seriously unhinged. Then his gaze drifted toward the stairs and spotted footprints there. This sparked further thoughts. No one was supposed to be seen during the test, but it looks like another group passed through here. Ahead of them, Rachel was still complaining, I'm so exhausted. Why are there stairs right at the end?" Then his foot stepped onto something sticky. Glancing down, he realized it was a pool of blood. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from above, startling him. Everyone looked upward. Rachel asked, "What was that?" Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted off like a gust of wind, leaving the others standing there in a daze. COA called out after him, "Giamma." Then she turned to the other two. "You two stay right here. A wave of overwhelming anxiety surged into his mind. Countless chaotic images flashed through his mind. Unfamiliar names gradually surfaced. In another corner, Saki slowly opened her eyes. Staring at her bloodstained hands, she wondered, what happened? The more she looked, the more she trembled from the intense pain. She gazed at the sore blade piercing her chest and whispered, "It's poison." At this rate, shifting her gaze forward, she discovered Leon locked in combat with someone, and the person he was fighting was none other than guiding instructor Paul. Only now did she realize he was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. The two sides clashed in an intensely fierce battle. The shockwave from Leon's attack shattered the wall behind them into pieces. Seeing this, Paul praised, as expected of a hero candidate, and his eyes narrowed slightly as if he had spotted something. The moment he looked again, Leon had already materialized directly behind him. Suddenly, a hand pierced straight through Leon's abdomen. It was none other than the previously frail-looking Ario. She sneered. Even a hero candidate is just human in the end. She turned to remind Paul, "You too. Looks like many people still aren't used to controlling Lord Permush's power." Paul replied, "I am sorry, Ario." She then cast her gaze toward Leon. "Whatever, as long as you understand. But is this thing really a hero? He doesn't look qualified to be Lord Permush's vessel at all. Akori got defeated by someone like this? That bastard professor wasn't lying," Paul analyzed. Either way, he managed to hold out this far without equipment in a place like the Demon Realm. Perhaps Akori wasn't compatible with the body she received. They said the Sword Emperor was there too, so it's probably not a lie. Ario pondered with some doubt. Perhaps my expectations were too high. But there are no better vessels than this. Once Lord Permush adapts to possessing the body, everything will be fine. Paul affirmed, "The new master will definitely be pleased." Hearing that, Ario felt somewhat relieved. "That's great. After Akori died, he's the only one who accepts us." She then turned her gaze towards Saki, who was shivering on the ground, and approached to check on her. "Oh my, you're awake, Ryojo Saki?" Gripped by excruciating pain all over her body, Saki thought to herself, "I don't want to die like this. My life has been nothingness, just a repetitive, boring chain of days. A cold family. No joy, no pasión. I didn't enter the academy to become a hero. I just needed an excuse to die." But Ario cut into her train of thought. "How was my acting? I was so worried I'd get exposed. But you caused your own trouble, making things so much easier for me." "Thanks, Saki." Saki's voice quaked. "Why would you do such a thing?" Ario replied with an excited chuckle. "Pfft. Really? Why do that?" "Well, the reason is simple, Saki. Because I was disappointed in you. You might not realize it, but for a long time I thought we were the same. Those weary eyes. That expression of someone who has experienced everything in this world." She twisted the sword in Saki's chest, drawing agonizing screams from her, and continued. "I thought you were one of us and planned to take you to meet Lord Permush after we finished here. But what was that just now? You wanted to carry me on your back? What's this, suddenly developing a love for humanity? Truly, until the very end, you're just a human. I'm really disappointed in you, Saki. But anyway, there's no time left for explanations after chatting for this long. Having talked this much, you probably won't feel lonely dying." With that, she stood up and turned to leave. "Well then, farewell, Saki." Amidst her ragged, desperate breaths, the one thing Saki wanted right now was to live. She whispered to herself, "I want to live. I want to live. It's just that now. Now I've finally found a reason to live. I know there are no gods in this world, but please." At that moment, in her hazy consciousness, a pair of footsteps approached. Unconsciously, she called out his name, "Giama, Kong Giama." She reached out her hand helplessly. "Save me." So it wasn't a dream. A real lifeline had truly arrived. Looking toward them, Ario was slightly startled. "What? Do we have guests?" From behind, COA called out to stop him. "Giama, wait." She then looked at the scene ahead of her with astonishment. Gazing at the young man kneeling on the ground, she muttered, "Is that the hero candidate, Leon?" Shifting her gaze to the others, including the student who always hung around the sword god. "They're still breathing? What the hell is going on here?" Spotting her, Ario cheerfully called out, "Is that COA? Long time no see." She replied with a start. "Seriously? Well," Ario continued, "so glad to run into you here. How have you been living lately? Looking at her own blood-stained arm, she went on. I get it. Your husband wanted to use this opportunity to sign a contract with Lord Permush too, right? We switched sides after Akori died. A traitor like you doesn't need a new master, does she? Your mana must be running completely dry by now, isn't it? COA thought furiously to herself. Traitor my foot. In her mind, that bitch was the one who flipped sides the moment she got the chance. Ario turned her gaze toward him, sneering. And you, Mr. Sashimi swordsman, you'd better stay put. It's impressive that you broke the feet of the thieves' plunderer. But in this situation, you at least need to know your place. As she spoke, she slammed Leon's head straight down onto the floor and continued. Even a hero candidate ended up like this. What can a weaponless mortal like you possibly do? She then looked over to remind COA. Right, COA. For old time's sake, I'll give you a fair offer. Kill him with your own hands right now. Then I'll recommend you to Lord Permush immediately. You have the weapons on you, right? Inside that pouch. Hearing that sent a jolt of fear straight through COA. Then a hand suddenly reached out, right in front of her, leaving COA's eyes wide with shock. Ario also shifted her attention to this person and blurted out, What? COA continued to remain silent, lost in her own thoughts. Seeing this, Ario let out a soft, amused chuckle. COA was filled with extreme anxiety given her current predicament. She looked down at the students collapsed on the ground. An intense inner struggle was raging inside her. She then reached into her pouch and pulled out a weapon, Giama's very own sashimi knife. Raising the blade high into the air, she shouted out loud, Kong Giama. Seeing this, Ario looked amused. You're still just like you used to be. But then their expressions shifted entirely. COA stammered, Giama, I will serve him as my new master. Witnessing this, Ario's expression turned slightly angry. You crazy bitch. The moment he gripped the sword, he activated the sword god's protection. An immensely heavy murderous intent radiated from his entire body. His gaze gradually grew uncontrolled. His voice was ice cold. You're going to die. On the other side, Paul thrust his hand forward and yelled, I'll handle Giama. Ario chimed in. Just make sure you don't kill COA. Paul unleashed a conventional attack, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. From within the smoke, a clean slash suddenly appeared. Giama's strike effortlessly sliced through the dust cloud in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Saki thought with excitement. That attack probably wouldn't even scratch my skin, right, Giama? Since you took down Ironfoot, I'll go all out to fight. He reached down to touch the ground and began to sense. He could instantly feel an abundant source of mana. Oh, is this it? This is the absolute best environment to maximize magic. Countless stones began to hover in midair, immediately engulfed by roaring flames. Right after that, at Paul's command, they flew straight toward him. He said confidently, Even if I wanted to lose, I couldn't. He laughed loudly. Ha! Following Ario to make a pact with Lord Permush was such a brilliant choice. Stone after stone flew toward Giama and detonated, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. COA began to analyze. He can use 2 attributes because he made a new pact? That bastard Paul. Giama can't possibly lose, right? Paul tomorrow witnessed the power of both Lord Agora and Lord Permush at the same time. Are you terrified out of your mind now? A tiny human like you should have known where the insurmountable limit lies. If you didn't know your place, then this is the end. But before he could even finish his sentence, a clean slash cut right across his waist. Then he looked ahead, but Giama was nowhere to be seen. He cursed under his breath. Where is he? Where did he go? Yet another slash lunged forward. Damn it! He retreats as fast as a rat. Where is he? Beside him, Ario reminded him. Pull yourself together, Paul. But he could no longer keep his cool, shouting in fury. Where are you hiding, Giama? Do you plan on hiding forever? As he spoke, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, blanketing the entire space in a sea of flames. I won't stop the magic until this tower is reduced to rubble. In an instant, Giama closed in on him once again. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Giama, he told himself, I'm going to die. Another slash targeted his abdomen. He felt a vague sense of confusion. He clearly could have slit my throat. So why did he aim for my flank? Then he noticed the position where Leon lay, collapsed on the ground with wounds across his chest. He thought to himself, the exact same spot where he was injured, recalling what he had said earlier. Even if I wanted to lose, I couldn't. This is the consequence of not knowing one's place. He frowned in fury. Could it be that he, realizing the truth, Paul roared. So you just been toying with me from the very beginning? A mere human dares to do this. His entire body tensed and began to transform. He looked no different from a demon now. Witnessing this, both COA and Ario were taken aback. As for Giamma, standing right in front of this monster, his attitude remained completely indifferent, as if nothing at all had happened. Without a moment's hesitation, Paul swung his arm down from above, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Unfazed, Giamma unleashed a vertical slash straight down from top to bottom. The surrounding space suddenly fell strangely silent. The scene then revealed Paul kneeling on the ground, his body sliced into two pieces. The sheer power of the blow even left a cut across the entire tower. Watching from the outside, COA thought to herself, no way. He even knows how to use sword aura? As expected, the safest place in the world is right by his side. In stark contrast to COA's reaction, Ario thought with furious anger, what kind of damn monster is that? Catching Giamma's gaze fixed on her, Ario backed away in terror, stammering, Don't come near me. He didn't stop, continuing to walk toward her. Ario tried to stop him. I said don't come any closer. His eyes had turned a blazing, fiery red. She could feel it too. You're no longer human. You monster. Staring at the dagger radiating a dazzling light, thoughts raced through Ario's mind. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. All I have to do is offer his corpse to Lord Permush, and that's it. I have to find a way to survive first. Run away? No, he's too fast. Then I have to use magic to blindside him. I'll utilize the mana around here. Mana. Where's the mana? I can't sense a single drop of mana here. Why is that? She finally realized something at that moment. It was the dagger in his hand. Is his weapon rejecting mana? No way, she threatened. If you dare take another step closer, I'll slit this girl's throat. You don't think I'll do it? Seeing him continue to walk forward, she gnashed her teeth and cursed. Damn it. Asshole. This is so fucked up. I have to get out of here. But then she noticed the dagger piercing Saki's chest had vanished. Where did the knife go? Then Saki's voice rang out, startling her. Let go of me. That hurts already. Saki turned around, aiming the tip of her blade straight at Ario. Without a single moment of hesitation, she thrust it hard into the demon's chest. Ario gritted her teeth in anger. How is this possible? Saki smiled and replied, You thought I couldn't move? Poison resistance is practically a given for the God-shooting clan. Looks like having demon blood didn't grant you immunity to poison either? I'm truly disappointed in you, Ario. The moment the poison seeped into her body, Ario's limbs went limp like a severed kite, and she collapsed to the ground. Still unable to comprehend what had happened, she muttered, Damn it. Saki. Following that, Saki's own body could no longer hold her up. She immediately staggered and fell. Right after, the dagger in Giamma's hand slipped and fell to the ground. He rushed over to catch and support her. With the battle just concluded, Rachel and San Hannah arrived on the scene. The moment she saw them, COA immediately signaled for the two of them to stay quiet. Saki spoke with great difficulty. I told you it hurts. If you keep getting slashed up like this. And why do you look so sad? Leaning against his body, her vision began to blur. Just stay by my side like this a little longer. With those words, her eyes finally closed. After clearing up the chaos, the team hurried back to the academy. In a recovery room, the beeping sound from the equipment kept ringing relentlessly. On the hospital bed, Saki's fingers twitched slightly, signaling her awakening. She groggily opened her eyes, slowly observing her surroundings. The moment she saw Saki wake up, Weapon rushed over and called out loudly. Oh, you're awake? Saki asked blankly. Weapon nagged worriedly. Do you even know how many days you've been unconscious? Nearly 3 whole days. Hearing that, Saki couldn't hide her astonishment as she blurted out. 3 days. Weapon continued. You already sleep like a log normally, yet you manage to sleep even longer? Only then did she have time to sit back and reminisce about the events of the battle. Seeing her deep in thought, he chimed in, "You owe the president your life, you know." Rachel said that the one who gave first aid to you and Leon was Giamma. Who would have thought that guy also had healing talents? The doctor said the wounds were treated almost to perfection. Hearing the name Giamma jolted Saki wide awake. Giamma, remembering back then, right before passing out completely, she had managed to say, "Please just leave me like this a little longer." That moment filled Saki with overwhelming embarrassment, her whole body shaking involuntarily as she stammered incoherently. Weapon stood nearby, completely dumbfounded. Before she could even speak, Saki let out a scream that echoed through the entire corner of the room. Startled by the sudden outburst, Weapon asked incomprehensibly, "What the hell is wrong with you?" At this point, she was so mortified and stressed that her mind was filled entirely with memories of that day. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. How am I supposed to face him after this? Seeing Saki's unusual behavior, Weapon grew worried and thought to himself, this must be that so-called post-traumatic shock syndrome from a dangerous ordeal. What on earth happened to her? Only then did she notice his awkward gaze. Pausing for a second, Saki angrily demanded, "What? Why are you staring at my face so hard? Is my face that funny?" At this, Weapon fully confirmed his own guess. She's usually a bit out there, but today seems even worse, huh? Is she really that stressed out? Remembering she hadn't eaten anything for days, he held out a red bean pastry in front of her to coax her. "Hey, here, take this and eat it. Your favorite red bean pastry. Eat it and calm down. Be a good girl, be good." Seeing the red bean pastry, Saki's fiery gaze softened slightly. But just a few seconds later, her eyes furrowed with annoyance again. Without waiting for him to react, she decisively grabbed the pillow from beneath her and smashed it straight into Weapon's face, sending him tumbling backward before she angrily retorted, "Good girl, my foot. You think bringing out a red bean pastry means I'm not mad anymore? Get out of here right now." With his good intentions cruelly rejected by Saki, he could only clutch his face in pain and mutter, "Hey, watch your language. Why are you so hot-tempered?" With that, Weapon turned around in a huff and left. The hospital door slammed shut, leaving her sitting there alone, muttering, "Why did I take out on him like that anyway? I should probably go apologize to him properly later. Oh, Leon, still alive? You haven't died yet, huh?" At that, tears suddenly welled up in the corners of Saki's eyes. All the emotion she had bottled up inside burst forth, leaving her lying there sobbing uncontrollably. Amidst her sobs, remembering her favorite treat, Saki reached out to grab the red bean pastry right beside her. Abandoning all image, she shoved it straight into her mouth and ate it happily. The smacking sounds mixed with her lingering sniffles echoed through the quiet room. After a long while, Saki finally stopped. As her negative emotions subsided, her fingers went limp at her sides. At that moment, Saki smiled faintly and murmured contentedly, "Delicious." Flashback a few moments earlier. Kong Giamma was once again quietly pacing the silent hallway alone. He walked mechanically, his mind racing with thoughts. 3 days after the semester exam, Leon and Saki were severely injured. Both were in critical condition, hovering between life and death. But fortunately, his gamble to trigger all his talents simultaneously during the battle had paid off. Thanks to that, both had managed to pull through the critical stage just in time. After wandering for a bit, he unconsciously found himself standing in front of their hospital room. Memories of the warning from that day flooded back, weighing heavily on Kong Giamma's heart. For now on, it's not just me anymore. Other people are starting to get dragged into this difficult vortex, too. With that thought, his expression abruptly shifted, replacing his inner turmoil with a gaze full of fierce determination. Just having strength probably isn't enough. I need a much broader vision. Right as he was deep in thought, Kong Giamma ran into Weapon, shouting angrily. And here I was wasting my worries on him. Surprised, he asked quietly, "What's wrong?" Noticing Kong Giamma's presence, Weapon stammered in reply, "President, isn't it my turn to patrol tonight? What's this? Did the president personally come here? Are you worried something might go wrong?" He calmly answered, "Not really." Remembering he hadn't reported that Saki had just woken up, Weapon quickly piped up, "All right, Saki woke up. Her body seems stable thanks to the president's help, but her mind seems a bit out of it. Hearing that, Kong Jiama asked in confusion, "Out of it?" Weapon awkwardly recounted the scene from earlier. "I suspect it's post-traumatic stress. She suddenly started screaming and threw a pillow at me. Her personality is already annoying enough normally, but now her tongue is even sharper than before, and she even refused the red bean pastry." Contrary to Weapon's rant, he thought casually, "She looked normal enough back then." Remembering something, Kong Jiama asked seriously, "Weapon, how far along are you with vetting the villains?" "Here's the list, containing a bunch of suspected villains who have infiltrated our ranks." Pondering for a moment, he wondered, "No professors' names? There's definitely more than this, but once we drag these guys into the light, sooner or later we'll track down the mastermind behind them." Pausing briefly, Kong Jiama asked, "Are you sure the information is accurate?" Weapon answered without a moment's hesitation, "As solid as a rock." Hearing that, he was quite satisfied. Before leaving, he didn't forget to invite him. "Weapon, tomorrow after class, accompany me somewhere for a bit. Are you free?" Startled, Weapon accepted but asked in confusion, "Well, all right, but Saki just woke up. Aren't we all heading over to visit her tomorrow?" Kong Jiama quickly explained, "We've hung out for so long, and you still don't know her personality? Do you think Ryojo would be happy if we all dragged ourselves over there to find her?" Hearing that, Weapon finally understood. "Ah, all right then. So where are we going tomorrow?" By this point, the list in his hand had been tightly crushed into a fist. Kong Jiama replied vaguely, his eyes flashing with clear determination. "It's time we paid those bastards back for what they did." Meanwhile, in the Academy Leadership's conference room, Media's voice rang out in astonishment. "You mean that old man, one of the elders named Clady, is the mastermind?" As soon as she finished, a hoarse voice quickly piped up in confirmation. "Yes, Senior, he is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes." The appearance of the demons during the midterm exam was also his doing. The Sword Saint calmly took a sip of tea as he listened to the group's discussion. "What about this semester exam?" The old man from the mountain immediately replied, "We've only been investigating for less than 2 days, so it's still in the verification stage. But upon checking Clady's accounts, it looks like he even hired some half-demons to work for him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Media aggressively strode forward, her face etched with clear fury. Without waiting for the other person to continue, she immediately exerted her mana to crush the space, causing the ground right beneath her feet to sink into a deep depression. Unable to contain her boiling anger, Media gritted out every single word, her eyes flashing with murderous intent, to the point of using the services of those trashy half-demon assassins as well. Seeing her enraged expression, the bald old man hurriedly reported, "Intelligence sources indicate their last sighting was near the port close to Avalon Island." The more she heard, the more Media's blood boiled. She pressed further, "Even all the way to Avalon Island?" At that moment, the Sword Saint calmly spoke up. "Media, please calm down." Fueled by anger, she instantly snapped at him. "Calm down? Do you want me to sit back and leisurely sip tea like you? I am an educator, and my duty is to protect the safety of every student in the academy. Yet someone inside the school would pull such scumbag stunts, and an elder of the council at that. While I've thoroughly prepared myself to deal with external enemies, the rotten apple in the barrel turns out to be right inside our own institution." Setting his teacup back down onto its saucer, the Sword Saint slowly explained, "You aren't the only one who's angry. My granddaughter is studying here too. And furthermore," at that, everyone lowered their heads in heavy silence, avoiding eye contact and leaving Media staring in bewilderment. The Sword Saint continued, his voice revealing clear helplessness. "The evidence we have is more than convincing enough." The old man also spoke up. "We've been gathering information for the past 2 months and have thoroughly verified it. The evidence is sufficient to launch a sweep immediately." With those words, the surrounding space fell silent. This time, both of them turned their gazes simultaneously toward the Sword Saint, waiting anxiously. Just a few seconds later, the oppressive aura surrounding him instantly burst forth, his eyes revealing a terrifying murderous intent as he growled, "Is that so?" The pressure crushed down on the room, causing the teacup on the table to instantly shatter into pieces. This time, it was the Sword Saint's turn to lose his composure. Without waiting for the other two to speak, he impatiently signaled, "Tonight, we will." Right at the climax, the room's door was pounded on heavily. Jom's hurried voice called out, "I apologize for coming to see you at this hour due to an urgent matter. Headmaster, I will handle this myself." The moment the grand doors swung open, he and Weapon aggressively marched inside. The oppressive aura of the three leaders made the young man feel somewhat uneasy, but Kong Jiama remained completely unfazed. Media stammered the moment she spotted him. Kong Joma, flashback a few moments earlier. At the height of the tension, Jiama and Weapon boldly and arrogantly strode into the headmaster's office. Their sudden appearance caught the trio off guard, their faces still retaining the remnants of their previous anger. Headmaster Media awkwardly spoke up. "Jiama, what on earth is going on here?" He seriously replied. "It's all because of the incidents during the final exam. I came here because I have an urgent matter to report to the headmaster." As he spoke, Jiama reached out and shoved Weapon forward, causing the young man to stammer bluntly. What was this tense atmosphere? Gathering his wits after a few seconds, Weapon mustered the courage to explain. "This concerns recent events and the villains who have covertly infiltrated the academy." Hearing this, the relaxed facial expressions of the three saints tightened once again. Media tilted her head, giving him a scrutinizing look before cheerfully asking, "You're Weapon, aren't you? You're in the travel club, right? This is my first time meeting you in person." Facing her enthusiastic gaze, Weapon shyly nodded in confirmation. "Yes, ma'am." Hearing that, she happily stated, "So you mean to say there's a high probability that the people on this list are all half-elves and half-demons?" He immediately followed up with certainty. "Yes. Even after checking multiple times, their subsequent whereabouts remain extremely suspicious." As he finished, a powerful surge of mana instantly erupted from Media. Her eyes were bloodshot with rage. After a moment of probing, Headmaster Media frowned slightly, as if sensing something unusual. Withdrawing her mana, she shouted loudly, "I'm using my blessing to verify this right now. Those bastards aren't even registered in the Academy directory." Hearing this, Jiama finally dared to boldly confirm his own suspicions. If it had been verified through the Sword Saint's blessing, there could be no mistake. The headmaster's confirmation left everyone stunned. Even the Sword Saint and the old man from the mountain could only drop their jaws in shock. Holding the list in her hand, suddenly remembering something odd, she wondered, putting that aside for a moment, how on earth did students like you manage to print out an internal roster? Can you give me a satisfactory explanation? At this, Jiama froze completely, while Weapon beside him jolted, his face turning as pale as a sheet. Seeing the two of them struck dumb, Media threatened with a harsh tone, "Answer me." Terrified by her attitude, Weapon frantically glanced at Jiama for a silent cry for help. "We're supposed to deal with this now, yet all we get is your cold, indifferent shoulder." Hesitating for a few moments, Jiama stepped forward and replied, "We illegally hacked into the Academy's network." His nonchalant answer caught her completely off guard, prompting her to hurriedly ask, "You two actually hacked into the system?" Ignoring the young man standing beside her with wide eyes, Jiama gave a sharp nod and nonchalantly confirmed, "Yes. As the club president, I gave the order, and Weapon was the one who executed the hack. Even though he looks a bit foolish, he ranks second in his class and is extremely knowledgeable about computers." Hearing his name, Weapon jolted and hurriedly interrupted, "Wait a minute, oh man." But he sternly cut him off, continuing to explain sincerely and apologetically, "I admit that our actions violated the rules. I originally intended to report to you beforehand, but there wasn't much time left before departure, and I hope the headmaster will be generous enough to understand us." Faced with his sincere attitude, Headmaster Media could only clutch her head and offer a bitter laugh. She let out a helpless sigh and issued a gentle warning. "Considering your good intentions, I'll turn a blind eye this time, but you are absolutely not allowed to repeat this. Do you hear me, kids?" Having received forgiveness, Weapon quickly piped up, "Thank you, Headmaster, for understanding us." Hearing that, Media explained her reasoning. I'm putting my trust in you solely because of the contributions you've built up over time. Any other student would have certainly faced disciplinary action or immediate expulsion. Upon hearing her pardon, Weapon finally let out a breath of relief. He clutched his chest and thought with relief, I actually survived. Seeing Weapon's terrified expression, Giamma felt an unusual sense of reassurance. It might seem a bit sudden, but he had never mentioned Saki's name once. The more he teamed up with Weapon, the more the guy proved to be a reliable friend. Right at that moment, the Sword Saint, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. But this whole affair has become a headache-inducing mess. If we decide to declare war on those elders today. As soon as he spoke, everyone's gazes shifted unanimously toward him in anticipation. Seeing that the Sword Saint still hesitated to speak, the old man cleared his throat to remind him. Sword Emperor, since they are also involved parties, don't they have the right to know the truth? He let out a helpless sigh and replied, Indeed. Originally, I planned to visit Clady's residence in person today. Hearing this, Giamma looked startled and hurriedly questioned, Clady, that elder? Only then did the Sword Saint reveal the truth. Kong Giamma, the mastermind who plotted to harm you and your comrades, is the Council of Elders, and the ringleader among them is a man named Clady. I was preparing to arrest all of them along with the evidence gathered through the auditor family. Of course, if I had the optimal plan, seeing that all plans were still hitting a dead end, he fell into deep thought. No matter how ironclad the evidence was, a Sword Emperor who hadn't yet reached the Seven Stars realm would find it very difficult to confront the Council of Elders head-on. Even while holding the banner of justice, the Council of Elders remained one of the unshakable pillars of power. Furthermore, as he was lost in thought, she continued, If we strike the Council of Elders directly, those demonic villains will immediately pack up and flee the academy. Media glanced over the list again and firmly confirmed. That is entirely correct. If that happens, we might lose track of them forever. Even so, we cannot simply sit back and let them run amok as they please. Thinking about this, Giamma couldn't help but sigh. Having to resolve both objectives at the same time was quite a difficult problem. After a long while, he suddenly spoke up, cutting through the tense atmosphere of the room. We have the ability to gather all of them in one place. Without waiting for anyone to react, Giamma pulled out his phone and called someone. Once the connection went through, he spoke in a stern voice. Choi COA. Hearing the deep, heavy tone on the other end, teaching assistant Kim gave a start and frantically answered, Yes, what is it? Without wasting any words, Giamma got straight to the point. You claimed earlier that these villains don't actually know each other's faces, right? Though puzzled, she obediently replied, Not all of them, but the majority. Hearing that, he sternly ordered, Starting from now, record every single name I read out, because all of them are villains. Teaching assistant Kim's eyes widened as she asked with difficulty, Yes, but how on earth are you able to do that? Giamma gently murmured, through a forwarded anonymous letter, leaving her completely baffled. An anonymous letter of what kind? Returning to the meeting, Giamma doubtfully spoke up. You mean the auditor family, with their authority to purge nobility, will attack Clady's mansion, and media, along with me, will attack the location where the villains are gathering? Is that right? He confidently nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's the plan. Assessing the success rate of the plan, the Sword Saint praised. This approach sounds quite feasible. This caused media to scream in astonishment. Hey Giamma, how on earth managed to gather those villains in one place? Before her harsh reaction could go further, the Sword Saint lowered his voice to soothe her. Media. Before he could finish, Giamma interrupted. I apologize for this abruptness, Headmaster. Let's just take action first. I'll explain the specifics later. After a moment of assessment, the old man from the mountain clicked his tongue and said, Acting first and explaining later? As expected, you really have a pretty interesting perspective. Taking the opportunity, the Sword Saint glanced over at him and asked quietly, How many people came with you when you left Silly? The old man from the mountain answered cautiously. To ensure safety, I personally selected and brought along the remaining top-tier individuals. Hearing this, he carefully recalculated the enemy forces. The Council of Elders had a protective night guard, while the auditor family had 8 people. Addressing the saint's concerns, Giamma made a bold proposal that left everyone utterly stunned. I will head to Clades' residence with the auditor family members. Since I was the victim in this incident, I should participate as well. And at that moment, he thought with inner tension. Other people are starting to get involved now, too. Relying purely on brute strength is no longer enough to resolve everything. I need to reach a higher realm, an even greater power. After careful reflection, Giamma clearly declared, I will be the next one to step into the ranks of the 7 stars as the successor of the Sword Emperor. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. Everyone present cast astonished, shocked gazes at him. After regaining his composure, the Sword Saint burst into a satisfied laugh. It looks like everyone has finally made up their minds. Without waiting for the crowd to speak, he replied coldly and firmly, We must bring this meeting to an end. All plans have been fully prepared. Standing quietly by the window, both Giamma and Weapon carried their own private worries, unable to shake off a sense of dread. Weapon anxiously spoke up. Are you really planning to go? Startled for a moment, he turned to look at his friend with a gaze full of unspoken thoughts. Without waiting for the other to speak, Giamma turned and walked away, not forgetting to instruct beforehand. It's dangerous there, so you should just wait here. I'll put an end to this mess and be back soon. Weapon could only stand there in silence, watching him with eyes filled with worry. He trembled as he spoke. Don't do anything reckless, Jom. At the same time, according to the prearranged plan, the anonymous letter that Giamma had assigned teaching assistant Kim to handle was sent to the villains. Its contents left them thoroughly confused. A message sent from the professor. What the hell is this? Who does he think he is sending this kind of message? Instead of getting angry, a cohort member behind him confidently asserted, but judging by the sender's identity, it's obviously the professor. The villain roared in fury. Are we really just a bunch of sycophantic lackeys? This won't do. We must straighten out the hierarchy this time. Nearby, a fellow villain couldn't help but mock. Look at your face, turning pale with fear over just a text message. Stung by the blatant mockery, the man snapped and yelled, Who gave you permission to call me a coward? I don't like that professor either, but what can we do about it? If he orders us to do something, we have no choice but to follow. But why are there only a few of us here? Aren't all of us supposed to gather at this place? Just then, a dim figure approached from the opposite exit, catching all the villains' attention as they turned to look. Hearing footsteps and assuming it was a late-coming comrade, he smugly replied, There's still one more person on the way. Why don't you hurry up a bit? If you guys drag your feet, the professor is going to fly into a rage. Contrary to his rushed demeanor, his teammate grew highly alert, thinking, But why can't I sense any mana fluctuations from that guy at all? Realizing something was amiss, he shouted loudly, Hey, wait a minute. Before the warning could even leave his lips, a piercing scream from a villain echoed from the darkness ahead, instantly stunning the group. In less than 3 seconds, the leader's arm was ruthlessly hacked off by someone, fresh blood splattering across the floor as a pungent metallic stench filled the air. The villains instantly raised their guard, every single one of their eyes burning with hostility. From the dark corner, a familiar, hazy figure emerged. That person was none other than Headmaster Media. At that moment, she was casually snapping the neck of the villain leader and tossing it contemptuously against the wall. Unable to stomach the humiliation, a villain roared in rage. Damn it. Who's there? Media stepped forward slowly, speaking with utter indifference. I suppose it's because I've been too lenient and let you run wild in the academy. Hello, trashy cockroaches. Hello, trashy cockroaches. Shifting the scene to the night, Giamma's group began their operation. The old man walking beside him turned and praised, Giamma, you are a truly special young man. The unexpected compliment caught him by surprise. He looked toward the old man, who continued, I completely fail to read what kind of person you are, or what you're thinking, even for someone who makes a living doing this kind of work. Then the old man noticed his gaze, an entirely ordinary yet profoundly abnormal look. He continued analyzing, yes, right there. Pitch black eyes, as if all emotions, stray thoughts, and human nature have been scrubbed clean. like a cold blade. Do you know what the standard is for distinguishing between humans and monsters? Facing the question, he remained silent without answering. The old man went on, monsters always think they are just ordinary human beings. Hearing this, he turned and replied, what does that have to do with the current situation? The old man looked up at the distant sky, his voice somewhat calm. Don't turn into a monster. The moment his words finished, numerous figures appeared ahead, as if waiting in anticipation. He glanced over at the figures beside him and spotted an acquaintance. Could that be Nox? He thought to himself. Because of the old man's words, I mobilized the 8 top-tier assassins here beforehand. He praised, truly living up to the pinnacle of shadow mastery. He thought to himself. Because of the old man's words, I mobilized the 8 top-tier assassins here beforehand. He praised, truly living up to the pinnacle of shadow mastery. In the name of the Order family, punish those who have fallen. No sooner had the words been spoken than the group, weapons gripped tightly in hand, arrived right outside the Elder's mansion. Cutting back to Headmaster Media. At this moment, a head was rolling across the ground. Seeing it, the blue-haired man panicked and blurted out, Shinji. They also recognized the person standing before them, the Sage Media. She blinked coldly as she looked at them, 1 or 2 cancer cells, a total of 5. A battle-hardened elder hidden beneath the facade of a naive 20-year-old. But among the 7 stars, she is the only one. Immediately, the pink-haired man beside him channeled mana into his palm and warned, don't be fooled by her appearance. She's just an old hag who left the front lines more than 40 years ago. He smiled amusedly, staring at his arm as he felt the power. This is the power granted by our master. Now scram, you washed-up old crone. With those words, he lunged straight toward Media, preparing to attack. But the attack was easily evaded by Media. She nodded in agreement. Right? That's all in the past. As she spoke, she raised her foot. In a split second, the pink-haired man's body was sliced in half. Then she reached out her leg to touch his head and immediately stomped down hard onto the ground. The only individual in the 7 stars with an unconfirmed position, better known by her other moniker, the Tyrant Media. At that moment, one of her eyes transformed, flashing a terrifyingly ominous light. Her voice rang out. Next, as soon as her words faded, a heavy-set man suddenly appeared from behind, striking out with a roar. You crazy witch! But just as he was about to strike, a sharp slash cut through midair. The Sword Saint's voice echoed. Do you still not know how to hold back, Media? Turning back to him, she smirked. Humph. You're way too late. Seeing the sword radiating overwhelming power, the blue-haired man startled and blurted out. The Sword Emperor. The 2 of them fought side by side. He turned and evaluated. You still haven't thrown away that outfit? The attire she was wearing was the exact outfit she and the Sword Emperor had worn together on the battlefield. Her voice remained calm. I haven't forgotten it even once. Staring straight at the 2 of them, the blue-haired man roared in fury. You crazy bastards! What are you standing around for? Release all your mana. Media's eyes flashed. That's all the more reason why I cannot forgive you. The moment her words finished, she lunged straight at the 3 figures ahead. Inside the mansion, the blond man suddenly felt a violent tremor. He wondered, what's this? Why is it shaking all of a sudden? Then he looked up at the flickering wall lamp. Again, leaving them on all night is bound to cause a short circuit. He walked over to turn on the lamp. Lord Clady is clearly so wealthy, yet he's so stingy about this kind of thing. Am I here as a bodyguard or an electrician? The moment the lamp flickered back on was also the moment he departed this life. An assassin's strike executed with absolute precision. The moment the lamp flickered back on was also the moment he departed this life. An assassin's strike executed with absolute precision. His head rolled across the floor. Giama's calm footsteps walked past the pool of blood as he stepped inside. Other members followed close behind him. Seeing this, a guard questioned, What is this? With a trembling arm, he pointed toward the darkness. Hey, look over there. The old man's cold voice rang out. The Auditor family. Make way for this person. As soon as he spoke, 8 assassins suddenly materialized around Giama. This threw the guards into utter panic. They screamed. The Auditor family? The auditor family has infiltrated the building. Arm yourselves. Arm yourselves right now. He continued walking forward calmly, his eyes half closed. Two guards who overestimated their abilities lunged to attack him. But in a split second, they were finished off by a darting assassin. As he walked, countless corpses of the guards fell one after another. Two more guards recklessly charged forward, but a second later, they returned to dust. A massacre unfolded in the blink of an eye. Countless screams echoed through the halls. Run! Run! Help me! His footsteps came to a halt just as all the guards in the area were eradicated. The old man stepped forward to evaluate. Even considering it's a classified facility, this area is way too large. Noting the old man's calm demeanor, Giamma turned to ask, "Aren't you worried at all, head of the family? No matter how clear the evidence is, eliminating an elder will surely bring many risks." The old man smiled and replied, "Haha, we're the family of order. If we have solid evidence in hand and fail to act, that's when it becomes a real problem. Besides, with a future 7-star accompanying you here, what consequences could possibly arise?" Knox's figure suddenly appeared behind the two of them. He reported, "Lord Head, everyone has infiltrated Clady's study." The old man responded with satisfaction, "I see. Understood." They resumed walking. They soon reached a massive door, from beneath which light spilled out. "Is this the place?" Knox nodded in confirmation. "It is." The room inside made no sound at all, prompting the old man to wonder. It's far too quiet. Catching the old man's glance, as if understanding his intent, Giamma decisively stepped forward and placed his hand on the door. "Then let's go in." With that, he shoved open the heavy doors, revealing a dazzling, blinding light from within. As soon as stepping inside the room, a quiet space appeared before their eyes, causing the group with Giamma to be on high alert. Knox cast his gaze around, looking to see if anything was out of the ordinary. Immediately from the inside, a young man ran out, shouting loudly, "Head of the family!" Seeing him in such a rush, he reassured him, "Calm down. What is going on?" His voice stammered, "The thing is the others." Just as he said that, his entire body began to twist and swell up, looking extremely terrifying. Right away, his body grew huge, then exploded like a balloon, with fluid splashing all over the three of them. The lights in the room were only turned on at that moment. This horrifying scene terrified Knox, causing him to shout, "What on earth is this?" The head of the family immediately reassured Knox, "Keep your emotions in check." Although he said that on the surface, Giamma noticed that his arm was showing signs of trembling with fear at that moment. From the darkness, several people stepped out, clapping to welcome them. "Well, even while witnessing this tragic scene, you're still telling them to hide their emotions?" Truly the demeanor of the head of the Auditora family. Huh. A crowd appeared with extremely confident expressions. The pink-haired guy kept clapping. "Hey, old man. Or, do you perhaps not have any emotions at all to begin with?" Knox was losing his cool at that moment, clenching his fists and demanding, "These bastards dared to do that to our brothers?" Responding to his words were several severed arms thrown straight down onto the floor. Daring to interrupt when adults are talking. What absolute animals. "Take this. I was planning to keep it as a souvenir, but it looks like the stench is going to be strong. Since you guys are family, wash him up properly and take care of him." The arrogant actions of this group made the head of the family extremely angry. With eyes burning red, he shouted loudly, "Damn dogs." This only made the pink-haired guy more excited. "Well, turns out you do have emotions after all. Isn't that right, Mr. Claudy?" From behind, Claudy stepped forward and replied, "This is Lord Villain's command. How could I dare to have an opinion? Especially when seeing a lowly butcher squeeze his way into high society and still put on airs like he's someone powerful." Seeing this familiar face, the head of the family shouted angrily, "Claudy, you damn dog. No matter how rotten you are, how could you team up with that trash?" He immediately retorted, "Shut your mouth. Does a petty nobleman dare to lecture me? Tonight, I will personally flatten the Auditora family." The head of the family continued to curse. "You parasite living off the demons. You should be ashamed before your father's soul." These words made Claudy even angrier. "What did you just say?" The person beside him saw the tense situation and turned to call out the head of the family's name to calm him down. On this side, Claudia wasn't about to back down either. That filthy bastard! How dare he? Seeing them argue to no avail, Villain chimed in, "Stop it, sir." Claudia's body trembled with anger. But that despicable bastard dared to mention my father. Before he could finish his sentence, a large hand was placed straight onto his shoulder. Before he could finish his sentence, a large hand was placed straight onto his shoulder. Villain's voice turned cold. "I told you to stop." Afterwards, the corners of his mouth lifted into an amused smile upon realizing something. "It's that kid, an unprecedented phenomenon who entered the academy. He's called the Golden Generation, the one who defeated all of them with just a single slash, and seized the top spot among the candidates for the vessel. The person I'm talking about is none other than Giamma, and seized the top spot among the candidates for the vessel. The person I'm talking about is none other than Giamma. Truly different. No wonder the other corps commanders are so desperate for him. I'll take him away without wasting a shred of effort." His gaze dropped slightly at that moment, as if thinking about something. Then heavy killing intent emanated from his body, startling Villain slightly on the opposite side. A cold sensation ran down his spine. What's the point of surprising him like this? Failing to grasp the issue, Claudia shouted loudly at that moment. "A lowly scholarship student dares to look at me with that kind of gaze? And now you no longer have media's protection. Prepare to die right here." In front of these words, his gaze remained unchanged, as if preparing for a certain plan. He thought to himself, "Old man Claudia, the guy who's always lurking to ambush me, along with those blended-in villains I haven't been able to identify yet. There will never be a better opportunity than right now to settle all scores." Without a moment of hesitation, he drew his sashimi knife, preparing for battle. "I'll let the two of you take their lives. As for the magic, I'll cut it apart." Understanding his intent, the head of the family and Nox simultaneously drew their weapons. The disparity in force between the two sides excited Villain. "Ha! I thought you were supposed to be so special. Turns out you're just a lunatic. Magic, what the hell? Don't tell me you plan to chop me up with that kitchen knife." He didn't answer the guy, instead directly utilizing the blessing of the sword god. He also smiled and replied, "Of course." He also smiled and replied, "Of course." The power of the blessing erupted, shattering the room's door. On the opposite side, Villain didn't flinch at all. He still laughed loudly. "Enough. Stop attacking. With that much, they're practically all ascending to heaven anyway." He turned and ordered the guy beside him, "Finish them off." The guy smiled and replied, "He sure thing." Looking at the cloud of dust ahead, there were two hazy figures. Without a moment of hesitation, he rushed straight forward. "I can clearly see you guys hiding behind there. This is as easy as pie." But then he didn't realize that a neat, clean cut had appeared on his body at that moment. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was split into two parts. That was the result of the head of the family and Nox combining forces. Contrary to Villain's expectations, he gritted his teeth in anger. What? Not a single scratch? Did the magic fail? Afterwards, he immediately reached out his hand forward and ordered, "You idiots! He's still safe and sound. Aim properly according to the plan. Attack again, hurry!" At his command, the remaining ones unleashed successive magic attacks directed at Giamma's group. But at this moment, Nox had changed positions. He attacked toward Villain, causing him to scream in fear. "They're coming!" In the back, a fat guy immediately used magic, creating a huge rock flying straight toward Nox. Then from the shadows, a flash of light suddenly flickered, revealing half of his face. With just an extremely simple cut, he easily sliced the incoming boulder in half. This left the head of the family and Villain completely astonished. No way. Did that guy really cut the spell in half? Seeing this, the blond young man knew his end was near as well. He only managed to utter, "Damn it. How is this even?" Just as he said that, Nox sent him on his way. Faced with the overwhelming power of Giamma's group, the pink-haired guy started shifting the blame. "What the hell? What are you guys doing? Attack already!" The fat guy, realizing he was being used as a human shield, turned back angrily to question, "And what are you doing?" Villain replied, "I'm observing the situation." Over here, the two mages continued to unleash consecutive attacks. "Ha ha! Who knows when I'll get to unleash magic to my heart's content like this again. The girl beside her chimed in, Die. D. Go D. Unleashing a barrage of attacks like that. Their spells accidentally collided with each other, causing them to explode mid-air. This caused the pink-haired girl to turn around angrily. Hey, why can't you cast properly? They crashed into each other and evaporated. The purple-haired girl retorted, You idiot, do it right. Why do you keep firing in the direction of my movement? She reminded her, Don't get complacent just because the boss is dead. Just as she said that, the pink-haired girl next to her was killed by the head of the family with a single sword slash. Her fate was much the same immediately afterwards. The head of the family sneered, Truly a bunch of useless trash. Fighting, and yet taking your eyes off the enemy. Only the fat guy remained focused at that moment. He transformed his hand into a large hammer, swinging straight toward the head of the family. Is that something for someone who's losing focus to say? Just as the attack was about to land, Giamma appeared out of nowhere and slashed off his arm. The voice of the head of the family rang out. The weak don't know how to keep quiet. As soon as those words finished, Nox rushed in and cut off his remaining legs. His whole body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seizing this opportunity, the head of the family leaped straight down from above to deal him the finishing blow. That's why they have to die. Everything happened so fast that Claudia was completely taken aback. I couldn't see a thing. Indeed. Shall we secure our vision first, then? Beside him, Villain agreed with the idea. Good idea, great elder. Afterwards, he began to power up. Hey, you pieces of trash. More important than worrying about vision, start fighting properly. His power erupted, causing the automatic water pipes on the ceiling to spray water down like rain. After a few seconds, the dust and smoke in the room had cleared away. Looking at the scene before them, both of them were completely stunned. No way. This is so damn bad. Because all of their subordinates have been wiped out, not a single one remained. Claudia's entire body shook with fear. These bastards. His footsteps slowly moved forward. On this side, Villain thought to himself, Giamma, that guy's the real problem. Sensing the situation was turning bad, he grabbed Claudia by the neck. Back off. Don't come any closer. I'll kill this old man. This action of his also surprised the others. What the hell are you doing? But at this moment, he acted as if he heard nothing, immediately drawing his weapon and continuing to move forward. Villain's voice was extremely terrified at that moment. I'm serious. I'm going to kill him. He still didn't stop, making the other's expression grow even more panicked. He still didn't stop, making the other's expression grow even more panicked. Then an excited smile bloomed on the corners of his lips. Suddenly, from behind their backs, a massive explosion went off, leaving everyone completely shocked. Someone slowly stepped inside. A voice rang out. That thing shouldn't be used that way. Seeing backup arrive, Villain cheered excitedly. Oh, why are you only getting here now? I've been waiting for you for so long, Professor. Stepping out, this person spoke up. I didn't expect that, aside from one person, everyone else would be dead. Beyond my expectations. But for an educator, there is nothing prouder than seeing one's students' progress. This person's appearance made Villain extremely happy. Meanwhile, Claudia beside him coughed a few times. He on this side looked toward him, thinking to himself, that guy. He on this side looked toward him, thinking to himself, that guy. He merely snorted coldly and replied, You guys are weak yourselves, yet you go around blaming me. How foolish. Even more childish than those students. Finding himself insulted, Villain grew angry. What? What did you just say? Do you know how many people lost their lives because of you? You show up late and still dare to utter words like that. He continued to mock. An empty vessel makes the most noise, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Villain stepped forward, grabbing the collar in front of his mask. You bastard hiding behind that mask, stop rambling. Want to die that badly? Stop rambling. Want to die that badly? The mask was instantly ripped off and thrown straight to the ground. A mysterious face was revealed before everyone. Shifting back to this side, facing Media's overwhelming power, the blue-haired guy begged in fear. Please spare my life. Please, I'll tell you everything. Media's voice turned cold. Is that true? He was a bit scared, but still tried to maintain composure as he replied. Of course. If you want to know anything, just ask. But before he could finish his sentence, Media threw a punch, smashing the guy's head to pieces. In return, would you believe a person? The Sword Saint chimed in from the side. Looks like everything is settled. She nodded. The Sword Saint was somewhat puzzled. But could those 6 people really be all of them? Saying this, the surrounding space suddenly vibrated violently, startling the 2 of them a bit. This tremor is... A wave of anxiety arose in Media's mind. Giamma, the 2 of them then turned around and ran toward Claudia's mansion. Hurry up, returning to Giamma's location. At this moment, the voice of the stranger rang out. Guide, I'm sorry. You're way too noisy. With just a simple gesture, he easily eliminated villain. This startled Giamma's group a bit. He slowly removed his hood. Seeing this, Claudia stepped forward. You came to save me, right? After the hood was taken off, an extremely familiar face was revealed. Long time no see, student Giamma. Have you been doing well lately? This face was far from unfamiliar to him. A name popped up in his mind. Damien, he continued. It seems you're wondering how I got here. I'll tell you the reason, so don't get too mad. I planted eavesdropping magic on Choiseola, with someone who is always late and has such a desperate obsession with survival. I was certain that when in danger, she would cling to student Kong Giamma. In the back, the head of the family also realized the problem at that moment. So, this guy is... Drawing his weapon, he replied. He's the one behind everything. What you said about the blessing earlier. Damien explained. There's no need to worry about that. A scholar's curiosity is genuine, and what I imparted to you is also the truth. He spoke in a low, pressing tone, demanding, Then what is your reason for doing this? He smiled and replied, dying without even getting to say your last words? It's very simple. A single, gentle word slipped from his mouth. Vessel. But I made a miscalculation. There's still 2 annoying obstacles left here after all. Saying this, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly, startling him and causing him to cry out in fear. Nox. Immediately, a spatial vortex appeared in midair. It generated an overwhelmingly powerful suction force, forcing Nox to lean his body back to dodge. His voice continued, Don't bother resisting. I don't like pointless war of attrition matches. Saying that, he snapped his fingers again, sending 2 more magical vortexes straight toward the head of the family. The head of the family yelled angrily. There's no way to predict where the attack is coming from, he praised, and yet you still managed to dodge quite well. Truly worthy of the Auditora house. On this side, he didn't just stand by and take it either, immediately tightening his grip on his weapon and rushing straight forward to attack Damien. But at this moment, a magical vortex suddenly appeared before him, startling him. What? His entire body was pressed down by pressure, dropping one knee to the ground. He immediately regained his composure, fixing his gaze straight ahead at Damien. He looked amused. Even if you lose your limbs, using you as a vessel won't be affected. But if possible, I'd still prefer to take you away intact. Therefore, you should know your limits. Saying that, he snapped his fingers again, creating 2 more massive magical vortexes. On this side, the head of the family worriedly muttered, Can't this magic be sliced apart? Approaching him isn't easy at all. He continued, It's magic that detonates the air at a designated point. If you try to cut it, you'll get caught in the blast instead. He worried. Magic is truly hard to comprehend. Hearing these words from him, Damien grew excited. You figured it out? As expected, you're not ordinary like the others. It's as if you can see everything. The relentless barrage of attacks forced him to step back and dodge. Damn it. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, thinking to himself, triggered by hand gestures, but there's no way of knowing where it will detonate within the remaining 15 seconds. If we just keep dodging, the head of the family began to analyze. Read the movement of the air current. Hearing this, Damien chuckled coldly. Ridiculous. Immediately, a magic vortex was summoned right beneath the head of the family's feet, but he leaped away to dodge. Shortly after, another magic circle appeared under Nox's feet, and he barely managed to escape as well. He observed and thought to himself, they don't detonate at the same time. At this moment, the guy directed his attack straight at him. The trajectory, he leaped into the air, dodging with ease. The further away, the slower the detonation. attacking at the same time, but with a time gap. Could it be? In the back, Claudie chimed in with flattery. Absolute perfection. Just wipe them all out like that, Professor. No sooner had he finished his sentence than an explosion went off right beside him, scaring him out of his wits. No sooner had he finished his sentence than an explosion went off right beside him, scaring him out of his wits. He replied, Me? Why would I do such a thing? Claudie explained, Wasn't that the reason you gathered these villains here in the first place? This caused Damien to burst out laughing. Ha! What do I stand to gain by saving the elder? Someone who blows with the wind and has zero value like you? Insects, scum, garbage. Using those words to describe you is still not enough. Your father must be crying his eyes out down in hell. Insulted repeatedly, Claudie was furious. You! What did you say? He continued. You were just a decoy, meant to disperse them. Because even for me, it's impossible to take on the Sword Emperor, the headmaster, and the Auditora House all at the same time. He continued, You were just a decoy, meant to disperse them. Because even for me, it's impossible to take on the Sword Emperor, the headmaster, and the Auditora House all at the same time. But to tie you down so you couldn't escape. Because you've always been nothing more than a cowardly piece of trash who always runs away when scared. If all of them are already taken down, it doesn't matter anyway. My goal has been achieved regardless. Realizing he was just a pawn in the plan, Claudie trembled with anger. You terrifying villain! Damien raised his arm high, preparing to unleash his next attack. What a shame! To think those were your final words. Farewell, then. On this side, Giamma had also finished preparing his attack. He used a technique that seemed to freeze time itself. Everyone could feel that pressure. The mass of air was swallowing Claudie up, and it was connected to this spark in Damien's hand. The moment he found the weak point, he immediately aimed his weapon and lunged straight forward. Found it. On this side, Damien hadn't noticed his action yet, and spoke up, Farewell. But then, something flashed past between the two of them, startling him. What is that? Claudie didn't understand what was happening either at that moment. Damien snapped his fingers repeatedly with no results. How can this be? He continued snapping his fingers. What the hell is going on? Then he looked at the knife that had just flashed past his face. Could it be? He immediately reeled the knife back via a wire, stepped forward, and spoke up, Claudie's life, that belongs to me. Having his stance neutralized caught Damien completely off guard. Student Giamma. He gripped the knife in his hand tightly and approached. Damien, I'm going to cut you down. Time is relative. While decoding his magic, it felt like less than a second had passed. But everything slowed down until it became crystal clear. The connection line between him and the explosion pillar. I'm going to cut it apart. Seeing his attack nullified, Damien turned around in confusion. How could this be? This shouldn't be happening. It's just a coincidence. He reached his hand out again, wanting to snap his fingers one more time. But this time, nothing happened at all, because he had used the resonance of the sword God's blessing, awakening the teleportation blessing. He had grasped the magic with his mind's eye. At this moment, the room space was almost entirely under his control. I can see it clearly as long as the resonance maintains. He instantly spotted the opening in the enemy's attack, unleashing a slash that severed the connection wire. He instantly spotted the opening in the enemy's attack, unleashing a slash that severed the connection wire. He grew furious. Again. Can you really see it? Claudie was terrified at that moment, stammering out, Damn it. Then he glanced sideways at the man beside him. Damien still couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. How can a mere human see that thing? Fine. Whether you can see it or not doesn't matter anymore. Detonate everything at once. Explode together. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Immediately, he created countless bombs floating suspended in the air. But all the connections between him and the bombs remained within his sight. He prepared to snap his fingers, shouting, Giamma, if you can really see, let's see if you can block this. Let's see if you can deal with all of them at once. I'll flatten this entire place. But with just an extremely gentle wave of his hand, he easily created countless slashes, striking the connection threads. The attack continued to be neutralized. Damien was practically helpless at this moment. What? Just one explosion. Let's try again. He tried again, but the results still failed as before. He stared at him for a long moment, then tried once more. Explode. 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 I said explode. He on the opposite side remained calm, unleashing successive slashes to deflect the attack. The shadows that used to be behind him, all the enemies he had encountered before, appeared one by one in his mind. On this side, Damien was nearly in despair. Just one explosion will do. Looking at the opponent before him, he muttered to himself, the one who dragged everyone around him into this, the mastermind behind everything. Damien kept trying over and over countless times. I told you to explode. Explode. At this moment, 2 of the bombs showed signs of connecting. In exchange for that, streaks of blood had appeared on 2 of his fingers from snapping too many times. He was excited. That's it. It worked. It's attached. In the back, the head of the family also realized the problem. It's over. Just as the bombs were about to detonate, he immediately swung his hand, unleashing an attack that severed the connection threads. All the scattered bombs were neutralized. Damien was stunned. How? When did he appear right in front of me? Looking at how he controlled the knife in his hand, he realized, did he use it to gather them all together? The small bombs began to converge, forming a giant bomb right in front of him. In a split second, a massive explosion took place throughout the mansion. After the smoke and dust cleared away, the head of the family was still standing there, gazing straight into the center of the battle. The battle had ended. Damien, under the impact of the explosion, was left in pieces. He then decisively put his weapon away. Is that really all? Then he turned his gaze toward Claudie. The guy was about to run away at that moment. That was the only thing he could do. But he didn't know that Knox had been keeping an eye on him the whole time. The moment he saw his intention to flee, Knox placed his sword right against his neck. A spray of blood shot into the air, accompanied by a miserable scream. Not wanting to let him speak further, the head of the family stepped forward to cover his mouth. You said a bit too much for a traitor to humanity. He drew his knife out again at that moment, holding in his hand, and headed straight toward Claudie. Looking at the glowing knife in Giamma's hand, Claudie was terrified. Lowly piece of trash, this filthy commoner. Without a single moment of hesitation, a slash was unleashed. Another slash landed right on the old wound, making him scream in pain. But immediately after, he used healing blessings to treat his injuries. This left him confused. Healing, huh? What is the meaning of this? After finishing the treatment, he slashed him once more, then healed him again. Repeat. He was extremely terrified. You bastard. You want to slash me and heal me over and over again? Are you playing God to toy with me? Stop right now. Just as he said that, he fulfilled the guy's wish. A decisive slash finished him off. The space in the room fell into a quiet silence. To break this atmosphere, the head of the family spoke up. Knox, you seem calmer than I thought. He replied, Not at all, master. It's just that I've gotten used to this. He wondered, Used to it, huh? What does that mean? Knox explained, You must have heard of it. I myself have tasted the weight of his blade. At that time, I provoked him purely out of foolish pride, even calling him a commoner. Even though I was called a genius, I couldn't even scratch him the slightest bit. I didn't even know how to describe how utterly helpless I felt at that moment. But now I understand. Chloe once said something, that Giamma alone was stronger than the entire Auditora family. Back then I thought it was absurd. But now, I have no choice but to admit it. Giamma is the strongest person I've ever seen. Nothing can compare to him, and he is also using that power in a completely righteous way. I think that's why Chloe is so drawn to him. The head of the family spoke in a low voice. Knox. He continued, Master, you always used to tell me to cherish the family's legacy. But if my convictions are firm enough, I want to follow him. Without a single moment of hesitation, he took off the hat on his head. I have decided to become Kong Giamma's shadow. This time, the head of the family respected his decision as well. Won't you regret it? Looking toward him, he answered firmly, No, master. From the outside, the door opened, casting light into the room. 2 people, Media and the Sword Saint, had arrived. Looking at everything happening before their eyes, Media was completely stunned. The Sword Saint was no exception. He was still staring straight at Claudie's corpse at that moment, as if thinking about something. The Sword Saint approached the head of the family and asked, What happened here? He replied, As you can see, the villains ran amok. Even Claudie, we've taken them all down. Of course, there were losses on our side as well. Headmaster Media questioned, but is it logical for the elite of the Auditora family to be defeated? He replied, no. Before that, why the hell were there villains here and the ringleader and the intruders alike? It seems someone called a professor sent their entire force here. Hearing this, Media was extremely upset. What? What are you talking about? Seeing she was a bit overexcited, the Sword Saint raised a hand to stop her. Let's hear the details first. The scene of the entire mansion gradually returned to its inherent peaceful state. Inside, the head of the family figured out the issue. It seems this was all his doing. Hearing the story, Media couldn't help but be astonished. This is completely insane. Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, the Sword Saint quietly sensed the atmosphere. A blade, neither righteous nor evil. Kong Jiama, who on earth are you? The head of the family stated firmly. There is no doubt he is an exceptional talent, but a misdirected blade will sooner or later become a disaster. Therefore, the more talented someone is, the more they need someone to guide them on the right path. Then he looked straight at the Sword Saint. Don't you think you should take on this role, Sieg? Indeed. Furthermore, the break is coming up soon. Why don't you take Jiama with you during this period? That boy will surely fulfill the long-standing aspiration that the Nibelung family has carried for generations. Scene change. A few days later, in the classroom, everyone was chatting lively. I'm spending the break with my family at a beach house in Hawaii. The girl next to her heard this and grew envious. So jealous. I want to go too. The blonde girl suggested. Do you want to come along? Chloe approached him while he was still lost in his own thoughts. I heard the Sword Emperor and the headmaster are handling the aftermath. But since one of the members of the Council of Elders died, it's a serious incident. It won't be easy to resolve. Even so, there's plenty of evidence showing they colluded with the villains. But since one of the members of the Council of Elders died, it's a serious incident. It won't be easy to resolve. Even so, there's plenty of evidence showing they colluded with the villains. From behind, a voice rang out, catching his attention. The person who appeared was Saki. Chloe spoke up and asked, Saki, is your body okay? She happily replied, Did you arrive early? In her heart, she thought, I should have come earlier. Then she turned to Chloe. Everything is fine now. Thank you so much. Chloe continued, That's great. Don't skimp on money for medicine. Saki then returned to her seat. He turned to ask, At the hospital, what did the doctor say? She replied, They said I need a few more outpatient treatments. He asked further, Then since it's the break, you're going back to Japan for treatment, right? Hearing this, she was a bit surprised. Huh? The break? She flusteredly asked back. What about you? What are you planning to do during this break? He answered, I don't have any plans. I guess I'll just stay at the academy. Hearing this, Saki was startled. What? You plan to stay here for a whole month? Chloe was also surprised. Really? He explained. Anyway, I don't have anywhere else to go. Saki thought for a moment, then said, But Jiama, you look a bit different somehow. It looks like your silver hair has increased a bit. Or did I see it wrong? Hearing this, he told himself, Looking closely now, it's true. With each passing day, my complexion changes noticeably. Both hands are also full of calluses. In my past life, I used to view these calluses as proof of growth. But now, they're the result of taking countless lives. I don't regret it at all. They were all scumbags who deserve to die. But this growing feeling is really unpleasant. I no longer hesitate when swinging my sword. I thought it was due to the blessing, but now, the body is the first thing that reacts. It's no longer the control of the blessing, but this very body itself. Kong Jiama, what on earth is going on with this body? Even my parents have vanished, leaving no trace, as if they never existed at all. After all, who on earth am I? A voice pulled him back to reality. Hey, are you going to answer or not? Hey, Saki next to him waved her hand. Hello. He looked like a soul out of body at that moment. Worried, she placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, Jiama, why are you suddenly like this? Are you okay? He answered, It's nothing. Chloe worriedly asked, Jiama, does that mean you're going to spend the whole break hunting in dungeons instead of going home? Saki chimed in. Probably. If it's Jiama, she mimicked his weapon-drawing motion. I'll slash everything away. He'd say something like that and go sweep dungeons the whole time, right? He felt a bit shy. Don't do that. Why are you bringing that up? Saki laughed. Well, it's not like you're very normal anyway. That's right. The monster who always thinks he's a normal person. He asked back, am I like that? Saki was surprised. Huh? What? He continued, that me not being normal. The silly question made the two girls laugh. Yeah, definitely. Right, Chloe? Chloe smiled. That's right. I think everyone in school knows number one is extraordinary. He suddenly recalled the head of the family's words. Don't become a monster. Thinking that, he said, during this break, I think I'll rest for a few weeks. Saki immediately got excited. Huh. Ujiyama? She changed her mind instantly. Then, I want to stay at the academy too. Jiyama, during this break. Right at that moment, the teacher entered along with the sword saint. Everyone sit down. The class quickly settled into their seats. Quiet down, quiet down. You guys look a bit too lively today. Starting today, summer break has begun. I know you're excited, but you are students of Joaquin Academy. Maintain your decorum when outside the academy. The reputation of the academy depends entirely on your behavior. The whole class chanted in unison. Understood, teacher. This made the teacher satisfied. These students answer with so much energy. Afterwards, he yielded his spot to the sword saint. The students whispered among themselves. Is he going to lecture for a full hour? Probably. The sword saint stepped up to the podium, coughed once, and said, only old-fashioned geezers talk a lot. I hope to see you all stronger next semester. Dismissed. The class erupted. Just like the Sword Emperor. I knew he'd do that. Summer break is here. The class ended, and everyone began saying their goodbyes. Chloe looked a bit sad. Jiyama, have a nice summer break. He smiled. You too, Chloe. She softly replied. He glanced out the door. Knox was already standing there waiting. He said, I'll wait to see you even stronger when you return. Those words filled Chloe with determination, and she clenched her fists tightly. Yeah, then, she cheerfully turned around and left. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great break. Saki beside him suddenly froze when she saw something, because the Sword Emperor was standing right in front of them. Realizing this wasn't simple, he said, Go on ahead, Saki. She nodded. All right. Even as she left, her gaze still followed him. Jiyama, the Sword Emperor spoke up. Do you have any plans for the break? He answered, I plan to train by myself at the academy. He didn't answer immediately, only saying, whatever you can do by yourself. You've already done it all, haven't you? Afterwards, he made an offer. Then, would you like to come with me? He asked back. Where to? He didn't hesitate. The Nibelung family. The unexpected offer left him frozen for a few seconds. Scene changed to the next day. Saki was working hard jogging in the school courtyard. She glanced at her phone. It's already 9 o'clock. Afterwards, she returned to the classroom, searching everywhere. She passed through all the familiar places where Jiyama used to appear. After searching for a while, she sat down on a stone bench in the schoolyard. He's not here, she thought to herself. I guess I'll just stay at the academy. I won't go home either. Looking at the message that still hadn't been replied to, she wondered, could he still be asleep? He hasn't even seen the message yet. Recalling the image of herself lying in his arms, she felt a bit shy. I didn't even get to thank him properly. Afterwards, she appeared in front of the male dormitory, standing outside room 307. Done with things here. Standing outside his room, her whole body trembled uncontrollably, not daring to knock on the door. But, not replying to messages, this is your fault. Her arms slowly raised, preparing to knock, but then pulled back again. Shyly, she turned around and left. That's right. He must be very exhausted. Ever since the festival ended, he hasn't had a proper rest. Anyway, today is the first day of the break. Sleeping in is completely normal. I can wait. I'm very patient. At this moment, outside the academy, a bus had arrived as usual. On the bus, Jiyama was sitting inside, gazing toward the academy. Going abroad. Huh? That feels a bit nerve-wracking. He recalled the conversation with the Sword Saint. Once you've decided to inherit my legacy, it's time for me to properly tutor you. Consider this a power transfer trip. But there is an even more important reason. The Auditora family has a reason to eliminate the traitor. But to the Council of Elders, that's enough to suspect you as the culprit. This break is when people pay the least attention, and also the most appropriate time for them to act. No matter how hard the Auditora family tries to cover up the information, It's only a matter of time before everything is exposed. Once it's impossible to stop it from spreading, the best choice is to stay away. Go to a place they cannot touch. That is the Nibelung family, a lineage of heroes that has existed for 700 years. The birthplace of Aaron Nibelung, Sigurd Castle. He thought to himself, I only caught glimpses of it in the game, but that territory is practically a miniature nation. There, the Sword Emperor's existence is the law. No normal person would dare violate it, unless they've completely lost their mind. Just as he said, it's best to leave. After a moment of hesitation, he made his decision. Then I will do as you say. Hearing the answer, he turned around and left. A wise decision. To avoid prying eyes, we will depart first. Tomorrow, you should take a different route, and until you reach the Nibelung family, absolutely do not use any communication devices, including phones. Understand? He wondered, but how am I supposed to know the way? He reassured him, don't worry. Someone will come to pick you up when the time comes. On the bus, the two girls were surprised when they saw him. Awesome. The purple-haired girl asked, what's going on? He thought to himself, this is really annoying. The blonde girl realized, hey, that black-haired guy. Isn't that the person from the festival? The purple-haired girl replied, it really is him. The guy who defeated Iron Leg. Spot on, Sashimi Sword Saint. He looks even more handsome in real life. He remained silent. I heard all of that, you know. The two girls whispered. Should we go over and talk to him? Go ahead. Who knows? He might turn out to be your future husband. Right at that moment, someone stepped onto the bus, letting out a soft, cold huff. The two male students in front were startled. For real. The blonde girl intended to approach and strike up a conversation. Hey, Sashimi Sword Saint. But before she could finish speaking, a familiar figure flashed past. That person sat down right next to Giamma. It was Abel. Her appearance surprised him. Why are you here? She replied. Didn't he tell you? He recalled the Sword Saint's words. Don't worry, someone will come to pick you up, the guy. Seeing him stay silent, she asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? You're making me feel awkward. He nodded. Ah, he did mention it. She smiled. That's my line to say. Then I'll leave it in your hands, Giamma. He thought to himself. Makes sense. That place is basically her home. The bus started rolling. The two male students in front chatted. Look at that, man. Totally unreal. That look, in real life, it's really on another level. But what's the deal with those two? The brown-haired guy replied. Best not to look. Being scrutinized from front to back made Abel somewhat uncomfortable. She recalled the scene in the forest. Ever since that day, this is the first time it's just the two of us. It feels a bit weird. He was still looking out the window. She thought, Chloe, Saki, Rachel, he's very sociable with everyone. But with me, he keeps his distance. The bus suddenly bumped hard as it went over a speed bump. The driver spoke up, sorry about that. The jolt made Abel feel nauseous. I feel so sick. Memories rushed back. I don't want to go anywhere. I feel so nauseous. A gentle voice. Our Abel still needs her dad by her side. I don't want to ride the bus. Her father offered a patch. Here, take this. You'll definitely be fine. A patch. This is a motion sickness patch. Is that really true? Definitely. Then, let's go. It's time to go home. Reality rushed back. It's been 10 years since that day. For me, that day was when I lost my parents and my grandfather, who had lost his own son, that house. Realizing this, the guy beside her handed her a patch. Abel, use this if you get motion sickness. She took it. He said, it's motion sickness medicine. Old memories surfaced again. A patch. Seeing her stare blankly, he asked, don't you know how to use it? She hurriedly stuck it on her neck. I do. Thank you. After a long journey, they arrived at the airport. Abel yawned, sorry. I fell asleep. Looking at her, he thought to himself, what a model navigator. Puts on a patch and immediately falls asleep. It's best to keep quiet about her drooling. She went to the restroom to change clothes. When she came back, her appearance was completely different. Everything is ready. He was a bit bewildered, a rebellious style, very much like Rachel. Embarrassed, she said, don't get me wrong. It's not that I'm scared, but we need to avoid drawing attention. There are a lot of eyes at the airport. He asked, reporters? We're not celebrities. She replied, someone is always tracking me. They might recognize us. The two of them headed toward the check-in counter. But in the end, there they are. The reporters immediately recognized them. Abel stepped back. The questions poured in. Mr. Giamma, this is USTVC. How does it feel to be called the Sashimi Sword Saint? You just defeated Mao Rang in China. What's your next plan? This is CCB. Can you share your upcoming goals? What is the reason for your visit to the airport today? The entire hero world is watching you. Can you talk about your vacation plans? He remained silent. It doesn't matter how they found out. But if we don't answer, they won't clear the way. My whereabouts must be kept secret. I can't reveal them. Abel looked at him anxiously. After a moment of thought, he said, I'm going to the United States. After the steel legs, they started drawing the story, which is Almut. Your next target is Almut. Abel anxiously rushed over, grabbed his hand, and pulled him along. Right now, let's go. Just a few minutes later, information about his interview was posted online. The Sashimi Sword Saint is on his way to the U.S. to fight China, which has now become ridiculously depressing. America's super rookie, Almut, is his only matching rival. Reading this information made Abel extremely angry. At that moment, she muttered to herself, it's time to go home. Let's go home. A Swiss landscape billboard hung right in the station hallway. Kong Geometrima and Abel von Nibelung dragged their luggage up the escalator. He thought to himself how much easier it would have been if they had taken a private jet. As Abel was fixing her hair, she noticed Geometrima staring intently at something. She asked him what he was looking at. It turned out to be a giant bulletin board congratulating her on achieving second place at the Joaquin Academy. Geometrima couldn't stop marveling. Abel blushed beet red with embarrassment upon seeing her own face plastered right in the middle of the train station. Sitting in economy class, Geometrima realized that despite being a world-renowned prestigious family, they lived extremely modestly without any flashiness. The two of them pulled their suitcases out of the airport waiting lobby. Before them lay the majestic, snow-capped Alps. Abel cheered when she saw her grandfather. The Sword Emperor Nibelung was already waiting there to greet his granddaughter. He explained that he had arranged a layover flight, so he could pick up both of them at the same time. Thank you for being so thoughtful, Grandpa. The Sword Emperor nodded in praise of Geometrima for performing quite well on his first expedition. He humbly replied that everything went fine. Abel asked when Gaines would arrive. The Sword Emperor affectionately called his granddaughter sweetheart and said he would be here soon. Turning bright red, she shouted at him not to call her that in front of Geometrima anymore, since she was all grown up. The Sword Emperor chuckled, saying that to him she would always be his little child. Abel just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it out of shame. A shiny black car pulled up right to the curb. A squad of bodyguards in dark sunglasses stepped out of the leading limousines, forming a majestic line. The Sword Emperor maintained a calm expression, quietly looking toward the vehicle. A luxurious man stepped out of the car, preparing to approach. It was none other than Gaines Sebastian, the president of Switzerland, appearing with the demeanor of a true statesman. Geometrima and Abel quietly observed this special guest walking toward them. The president walked along the crosswalk with an extremely serious expression. Gaines looked straight at the Sword Emperor, while the old man remained as nonchalant as if nothing were happening. Unexpectedly, the president bowed respectfully to the Sword Emperor and Abel. Standing nearby, Geometrima couldn't help but be surprised. Behind them, the entire squad of bodyguards simultaneously raised their hands in a military salute. The Sword Emperor smiled, saying Gaines was always so flamboyant and that he didn't deserve such a lavish reception. But Gaines insisted this was the necessary respect for a hero of humanity. Gaines was about to ask if Geometrima was that person, but the Sword Emperor immediately cut him off and told him to keep quiet. He demanded that Gaines keep the identity of this kid a secret until an explanation could be given later. The president nodded in understanding. Gaines respectfully invited the Sword Emperor into the car so he could personally guide and drive them back. Geometrima clearly saw the massive gap in status, but for sure, that guy wasn't just a regular butler or subordinate. He leaned over and whispered to Abel, asking who the uncle bowing down and serving them actually was. Abel casually replied that he was the current president of Switzerland, leaving Geometrima frozen for a few seconds. The luxurious limousine glided along the quiet highway. Sitting in the car, Abel pointed out the window to let Geometrima know they were almost there. Geometrima followed the direction of her finger, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. That was Sigurd Castle, the headquarters of the Nibelung family. A magnificent ancient castle standing tall amidst the lush green valley of the Alps. The group arrived safely. The Sword Emperor thanked Gaines for the comfortable ride, while Gaines replied that he also enjoyed the fresh air by riding along. Standing next to his luggage, Geometrima was still somewhat dazed by this one-of-a-kind reception. Gaines took the initiative to reach out his hand, apologizing for not properly introducing himself early. The two shook hands. Geometrima introduced his name, and Gaines revealed that he had carefully watched videos of him at the Academy Festival. The president affirmed that it was a great honor to meet him and hoped both would maintain a good relationship in the future. Standing nearby, the Sword Emperor cut in, telling Gaines not to overdo it since Geometrima was still young and didn't need such excessive pleasantries. Gaines chuckled, saying geniuses always possessed a strange charm, and he had completely fallen for Geometrima's talent. Afterward, the president bowed for the last time, asking the Sword Emperor's permission to take his leave. The fleet of luxury limousines gradually faded into the distance along the mountain trail. The Sword Emperor turned and asked Geometrima what he thought of President Gaines. He remained silent and pensive. Geometrima honestly remarked that the uncle seemed quite relaxed despite holding the position of head of state. Hearing this, the Sword Emperor burst into a hearty laugh. He revealed that right now, the entire world's attention was focused on who would inherit his position in the future. The Sword Emperor posed a hypothetical question. What would Gaines think if he saw someone like him inviting a strange kid into his private home? He explained that Gaines was the type of person who always put reason above emotion. As long as he saw an advantage, he would definitely keep this secret. In this world, people in high and powerful positions like that were not lacking, and the higher up they went, the more there were. The advice for Geometrima was to always doubt, analyze, and even know how to use them when necessary. Hearing this, Geometrima grew pensive. His first lesson in power felt a bit heavy. That was the price and also the weight of the 7-star hero seat the Sword Emperor was sitting on. Don't completely reject help, but don't sink too deep into it either. He emphasized that without clear boundaries, Geometrima would soon be looked down upon and his strength would consequently wane. Politics really was complicated. Abel stood nearby, quietly observing without saying a word, though she too seemed to be pondering her grandfather's teachings. The Sword Emperor told him he would get used to it soon, and that was partly why he brought him here. Now let's go have dinner. You must be starving. But Geometrima said he wanted to stay and look at the mountain scenery a little longer. It had been a long time since he felt this peaceful. The Sword Emperor nodded in agreement. He and Abel pulled their luggage inside first, leaving some private space for the kid. Geometrima stood alone on the trail, looking tiny before the vastness of the Alps under the sunset. The last rays of daylight faded away, giving way to the night covering Sigurd Castle. The castle doors closed, signaling a rare night of rest after a long journey. At 5 a.m. the next day, the electronic clock just flipped to a new number. The start of a new day at Sigurd. Bam! Maid Shao rushed straight into the room, flinging off the blanket to yank Geometrima awake. Her glowing red eyes in the dark made him wide awake instantly. With a cold expression devoid of emotion, Shao stood tall, waiting for him to get up. Looking at this girl, she seemed more like an assassin than a maid. She briefly announced that the Sword Emperor was waiting for him. Her list of chores was truly impressive, ranging from doing laundry to hunting and suppressing criminals. Exactly at 6 a.m., breakfast took place in the Grand Hall. The space was completely silent, save for the soft clinking of cutlery against porcelain plates. Seeing Geometrima fumble clumsily, Abel asked if he wasn't used to using a knife and fork since he was about to eat a steak in one whole piece. He flushed, not knowing how to reply. Butler Sharon, standing right beside them, spoke up to remind him. The rule here was no talking during meals. This butler managed everything from food ledgers to castle repairs. Scolded, Abel blushed, lowered her head, and continued eating. Geometry Ma thought to himself that this was truly an extremely strict family. At 7 a.m., Geometry Ma had already been pushed out to the yard to chop wood. The axe blows fell decisively in the morning sunlight. Before he knew it, for days had passed. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his breath slightly heavy from fatigue. He pulled out his phone to check. 7:04 a.m. on July 23rd. The cellular signal in this remote place was so bad he couldn't call anyone. Geometry Ma looked at the massive Sigurd castle and wondered how only 2 servants could handle all this work. Now he understood why Abel lived so frugally. He silently cursed the Sword Emperor as a heavy-duty skinflint. Having money, yet refusing to hire extra, helped to lighten the load. That was why an intern like him now had to manually chop wood like this. An axe stroke split the log into 2 perfectly even pieces. In return, the air here was extremely fresh and the view was unbeatable. He stood in the middle of the lawn, backed by snowy mountain peaks sparkling in the sun. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with this life. But if that was all there was, it would be a huge waste of time. At 4 p.m., the Sword Emperor led him to the backyard of the castle to meditate. He remarked that the foundation of his blessing was already complete. However, because that power was too primitive and intense, trying to forcibly strengthen it further would be of no use. The first step he needed to take was dialogue with oneself, meditation to hone and sharpen the blessing. Geometry Ma understood the idea, but traveling all the way here just to sit still like this was frustrating. His legs began to go numb from sitting too long. He let out a soft groan, beads of sweat beginning to stream down his face. My legs are about to break. Glancing over, the Sword Emperor told him not to make a fuss. He was still young, so he had to endure and train his patience. Geometry Ma could only silently obey. Training was truly never an easy matter. Knock, knock. 2 sharp knocks rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the meditation session. Geometry Ma guessed that a 2-beat knock according to protocol must definitely be Butler Sharon. Sharon stepped in with a serious expression, bowing to ask permission to report an urgent matter to the Sword Emperor. Both the Sword Emperor and Geometry Ma opened their eyes simultaneously. What kind of matter could make this usually calm Butler rush in like this? What? That crazy bastard Richa? The Sword Emperor roared, killing intent radiating so intensely that Sharon had to quickly remind him that Geometry Ma was still here. Geometry Ma was bewildered. Richa, wasn't he the legendary star Genesis? Why did the Sword Emperor address him with such a hostile title as crazy bastard? Without another word of explanation, the Sword Emperor hurriedly grabbed his coat and left, telling Geometry Ma to go ahead and eat dinner tonight because he had a major issue to resolve. Thus, the training session ended earlier than expected. Geometry Ma sat alone in the courtyard, his mind still spinning from the unexpected influx of information. He let out a long sigh. He had thought training with the strongest man in humanity would involve earth-shattering battles or supreme martial arts manuals. Who would have thought the past few days would consist entirely of chopping wood and meditating until his legs went numb? It was worlds apart from what he had imagined dungeon crawling to be like. Sitting blankly on the sofa under the dim lights, Geometry Ma chuckled at himself. Had he really grown so accustomed to danger that he felt driven crazy by this peace? Suddenly, a flash of light crossed his mind. Switzerland seemed to be located very close to an extremely famous dungeon. Looking at the sharp saber resting on the rack, Geometry Ma's gaze suddenly turned sharp. If he remembered correctly, that dungeon held an extremely precious reward. But a tricky problem was that the dungeon required a minimum party of 3 to enter. Where was he supposed to find another person right now? Knock, knock, knock. This time it was 3 fast and decisive knocks. He knew for sure whose style this was. It must be Maid Shile coming to rush me for dinner again, Geometry Ma thought to himself as he stood up and headed toward the door. As he answered and opened the door to step out, the person standing right in front of him made him freeze for a few seconds. It was Abel. She stood there with a face as red as a ripe tomato, her hands hidden behind her back with an extremely flustered and shy expression. Surprised, Geometry Ma asked, "Huh, Abel? Why is it you? Wasn't Shile supposed to come call me?" Abel lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye, her voice whispering so softly the words were unclear. Can I come into the room? Her unexpected proposal made the atmosphere suddenly suffocating and full of hidden meaning. What on earth was going to happen next? Abel sat dazed in front of the vanity under the flickering candlelight. 4 days had passed since Kong Geometry set foot in Sigurd Castle. She seemed to be harboring heavy thoughts. Even though they crossed paths every day, the emotions in Abel's heart remained tangled like a mess of yarn. Down in the dining room, Kong Geometry was struggling clumsily with his knife and fork. Seeing this, Abel checked in on him, wondering if he had gotten used to this aristocratic dining style yet. But immediately, butler Sharon reminded them that this family had no habit of talking during meals. Abel's grandfather, the Sword Emperor, simply ate quietly without saying a word. Even talking isn't allowed. Abel thought to herself in frustration. She suddenly recalled her grandfather's teachings from the past. She had to choose a man very carefully, someone at least stronger than her grandfather. Back then, Abel was tiny, only knowing how to smile brightly and believe her grandfather was the strongest man in the world whom no one could defeat. Returning to the present, her gaze was tinted with contemplation as she looked out the window. And as for Kong Geometry, ever since the two of them started living under the same roof like this, there were things her grandfather had specifically warned her about. During a quiet afternoon tea, he said that for a man, strength wasn't everything. You must still choose the man for your life wisely, he emphasized. He said to look at character, because those willing to help without calculating were sometimes scarier than those pointing a sword at you. Especially to be extremely wary of people who do good deeds without a shred of personal gain. At the time, Abel just smiled it off, figuring the old man was worrying too much again. Afterward, he instructed Sharon and Shild to take good care of him, making sure absolutely no one disturbed Kong Geometry's training. Hearing that, Abel could only remain silent and thoughtfully pensive. She knew very well that what her grandfather said made complete sense. But why did her heart feel so unusually restless? Just being in the same castle together was enough to excite her so much that she felt childish. Abel blushed brightly, silently wishing he hadn't been so nice to her. She kept dwelling on the thought of doing good without personal gain. Abel struggled fiercely with her thoughts, intending to return the item to him, but then grew too timid to face him right this moment. "Milady," a steady voice sounded from behind. Maid Shile's sudden appearance made her jump in surprise. Shile reported that her grandfather had gone out due to urgent business and would return late tonight. The perceptive maid noticed Abel's expression looked as though she were waiting for this news, which was why she proactively reported. Abel sat back down in her chair, starting to plot something in her head. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly, running after Shile to tell her to wait a moment. Looking at the young lady's retreating figure, Shile merely offered a subtle, knowing smile. Running out to the hallway with the garment in hand, Abel began to hesitate once more, wondering if she should just head back to her room to be safe. But it was rare for her grandfather to be away from home. This was her only chance to return the item to him. Let's just do it. Abel made up her mind and ran for her life. Turning the corner of the hallway, she almost crashed straight into butler Sharon, who was standing tall and imposing right there. Sharon looked at her with a probing gaze, instantly reminding Abel of her grandfather's order not to let anyone disturb Geometry's training. She hurriedly forced an awkward smile, clumsily making up an excuse that she had been studying at the academy for so long that she had somewhat forgotten her way around her own home. Sharon silently pointed the way to guide her, but did not forget to ask a question that hit right at the bulls. Is the young miss trying to run away again? Abel was stunned by the old butler's words that hit right where it hurt. Adjusting his monocle, Sharon continued, saying that she always stopped right before her target and chose to run away from herself. He also reiterated the wish of her father, Orion, hoping that one day she would become someone who never took a step backward. Mentioning her late father, Abel's eyes suddenly grew sorrowful and full of contemplation. She tightly gripped the hem of her shirt in her hands, as if making a tremendous resolve. Abel's amber golden eyes blazed with determination, completely free of her usual hesitation. Standing in front of Kong Geometry's room, Abel took a deep breath to regain her composure. She softly asked if she could come in, her pretty face already starting to flush. The door to the room opened, revealing the interior space where Geometry Ma was staying. Abel stepped inside, trying to force an awkward smile to mask the rising nervousness in her heart. When she returned his shirt, Geometry Ma said she didn't need to go through the trouble of bringing it all the way here, but still politely thanked her. At this moment, Abel blushed bright red, her heart pounding wildly as she stood in a private space with him. Seeing Geometry Ma about to start a conversation, she hurriedly cut him off. Abel bluntly asked if he was free tomorrow afternoon, catching Geometry Ma so off guard that he froze. When he questioned her reason, she immediately got irritated, demanding that he answer straight to the point instead of questioning her back. The guy explained that since the Sword Emperor was busy tomorrow, he was free too, thinking that taking a quick stroll to stretch his legs wouldn't be a bad idea. Thus, Geometry Ma took the initiative to invite her to lunch tomorrow for a change of pace after days of intense training. The unexpected invitation caused Abel to freeze on the spot, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. In her head right now, only a single word echoed. Going on a date? Seriously? Abel flusteredly agreed and immediately suggested a good sushi restaurant in Geneva, though she still claimed she was just curious about its taste. Geometry Ma found it a bit weird to go all the way to Switzerland just to eat sushi, as he wanted to try something more locally characteristic. Seeing Abel ask if he didn't like sushi, he honestly replied that he had just gone out to eat with some members of the travel club. Abel stopped dead in her tracks the moment she heard the phrase, "just went out to eat with the members." "You mean that girl Saki?" Her gaze turned razor-sharp and full of jealousy. Abel closed in, radiating terrifying pressure that made Geometry Ma's face turn pale with fear. The guy was bewildered, unable to understand how her mood could change as fast as lightning. Abel's golden eyes flared with murderous intent, making her look utterly terrifying right now. Geometry Ma hurriedly explained that Chloe had tagged along too, because both of them loved fish, so they just invited each other out to eat. But that explanation only added fuel to the fire, causing Abel's murderous aura to violently explode all over the room. Geometry Ma could only stand frozen, watching her go crazy out of groundless jealousy. "Whatever. Just make sure you're on time tomorrow," Abel shouted loudly before turning around and running away. She stormed off in a huff, leaving Geometry Ma still clueless about what he had done wrong. The guy sighed helplessly, completely unable to fathom a girl's mind right now. Outside, Abel leaned her back against the door, her heart beating so fast it felt like it wanted to jump out of her chest. She tightly clutched her chest, trying to regain her composure after the outburst. Clearly, the original plan was just to invite him for a little walk. Yet in the end, it turned into an actual date. Abel was so embarrassed she didn't dare face anyone anymore. The scene shifted to another hallway, where a secretary was running in absolute panic. The majestic Sword Emperor Nibelung strode forward, demanding that his subordinates skip the formalities and report the emergency situation immediately. The secretary reported that Murat had suddenly appeared and was exerting immense pressure on the president to extract information. Despite being threatened in the dark room, the president stubbornly refused to keep the secret about the person the Sword Emperor brought back. He even arrogantly challenged the president. "You're so afraid of the Nibelung family, yet you're not afraid of this Murat?" The Sword Emperor told his subordinate to step back, stating that he had a grasp of the situation and would handle this uninvited guest himself. In the meeting room, the intruder casually rested his arm on the chair, displaying extreme arrogance and self-confidence. The Sword Emperor let out a soft sigh, as if he wasn't unfamiliar with the trouble this guy brought along. At the far end of the long table, Murat sat triumphantly, surrounded by guards who had been knocked out. The guards lay sprawled across the floor, endlessly groaning from the painful injuries inflicted by Murat. A discarded cigar lay on the floor as Murat sarcastically greeted, "Long time no see, Nibelung." A close-up of the Sword Emperor's razor-sharp eyes staring straight at his rival without the slightest hesitation. Murat wore a sinister smirk, reminding him that nearly 10 years had passed since their last encounter. The screen displayed text introducing the intruder's formidable identity: Saint of Blades Richa de Murat. The Sword Emperor leisurely stepped up to the conference table, his voice cold as he asked what game the fellow was trying to play here. Murat burst out laughing, mocking that the Sword Emperor looked a lot more manly after losing an arm. The Sword Emperor delivered a sharp retort, saying perhaps old age had turned Richa into a nag like an old woman. Faced with the harsh attack from his old friend, Murat merely smiled defiantly with blazing eyes. Without wasting any more useless words, the Sword Emperor began drawing his sword, a deep blue aura surging forth with immense pressure. He coldly declared that he would take this opportunity to turn him into a true man in his own special way. The Sword Emperor Nibelung radiated a blazing blue murderous aura, his gaze hardening threateningly. Opposite him was Hada Murat with a crafty expression, surrounded by fiery red spiritual power that was no less intense. The two seven-star legends clashed directly inside the office, warping the surrounding space. Nibelung scolded Murat for being a fool to brazenly infiltrate the country where he resided. Under the terrifying pressure from both sides, President Gaines could only stand and watch helplessly. Murat scoffed, saying that being around kids must have made Nibelung regain his youth and become naive too. An angry roar echoed as the Saint of Blades continued to provoke. Nibelung didn't yield an inch, his silhouette standing as sturdy as an ice mountain before his opponent. The room shook violently under the pressure of the world's most terrifying streams of power. President Gaines turned pale, terrified at the prospect of these two entities actually trading blows. He wondered if these two were even human to possess such godlike power. Gaines saw a stark contrast. Nibelung was the pinnacle of technique, while Murat was the embodiment of raw power. A power so pure that it required no technique to crush everything in its path. That was the Saint of Blades. Murat reigned in his murderous aura, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh as if regaining a shred of composure. He got straight to the point, promising to leave in peace if he heard the truth straight from Nibelung's mouth. A shocking piece of news was dropped. General Igor, one of the 5 great generals under his command, was dead. President Gaines was stunned, unable to believe such a powerful general had suddenly perished. Murat relentlessly fired off questions about the culprit, the motive, and the method by which Igor was slain. He mocked Switzerland for being far too slow in gathering information due to its neutral policy. Murat firmly asserted that Nibelung was somehow connected to Igor's death. However, the Saint of Blades still had one unexplainable point in his head. According to basic logic, Nibelung couldn't have single-handedly defeated such a general without leaving a trace. Nibelung stood quietly listening to his rival talk about the so-called absolute truth with a cold expression. Nibelung's gaze tightened as he demanded to know what Murat was really implying behind his hints. A heavy name was uttered, Kong Geometrima. He called the boy the Sashimi Kid, and claimed he was the one who made the move. The moment that name was spoken, Nibelung drew his sword, a blinding blue light flooding the entire room. A chilling, murderous aura enveloped Murat, startling even someone as arrogant as him. An immense, invisible pressure weighed down on everything, and Murat was shocked, wondering what on earth this was. He realized he had truly pushed the Sword Emperor past his breaking point. The air grew thick with pressure, and President Gaines was nearly suffocated by Nibelung's killing intent. Despite being threatened, Murat remained firmly seated, staring at his opponent with a defiant look. He remarked that Nibelung had genuinely taken another step forward on the path of power. Nibelung threatened to cut out Murat's tongue if he dared to speak insolently and harass his country again. He would rather wipe out this Saint of Blades right here than let Kong Geometrima be touched. Even if he had to become the association's target, Nibelung wouldn't hold back. President Gaines shouted in desperation, begging the Sword Emperor not to cause a catastrophe. Nibelung took a step forward, decisive and full of killing intent, ready to strike. Murat scoffed, saying the older Nibelung got, the easier he lost his composure. He leisurely lit a cigar, ignoring the sword poised to fall. Murat looked straight into the Sword Emperor's eyes, criticizing that such hot-headedness didn't suit him at all. The two stood in a terrifying silence, the room still simmering with the aftermath of an impending storm. Murat remarked that Nibelung must really care about the kid Kong Geometrima to react so fiercely. He admitted Geometrima was quite interesting, even mentioning that his granddaughter Rachel seemed to have a crush on him. Murat kept pushing further, laughing that there must be some reason for Nibelung to protect him so carefully. He even teased about the prospect of Geometrima marrying Rachel, wondering what Nibelung's face would look like then. Before leaving, the Saint of Blades didn't forget to tell Nibelung to send his regards to Medea and her twin sister. Murat left the office with an arrogant laugh, leaving behind a terrifyingly silent atmosphere. President Gaines anxiously inquired about the Sword Emperor's condition after the murderous clash. Nibelung apologized for causing a ruckus, while Gaines seized the opportunity to invite him to dinner to discuss the previous matter. Nibelung's gaze was heavy with thought as he pondered how clearly Murat had targeted Geometrima. He coldly turned down the invitation, saying he wouldn't have time that day. Gaines was stunned because he hadn't even specified which day before the Sword Emperor turned and walked straight away. Nibelung concluded that he was busy all next week, then vanished behind the door. Scene cut to Sigurd Castle, where Geometrima and Abel were getting ready for their date in Geneva. While Abel was super excited, doling herself up, Geometrima was still sleepy and awkward. Abel enthusiastically picked out her favorite dress to make a good impression. On the other side, Geometrima pulled out a black t-shirt and decided to wear it for simplicity. Abel groomed herself carefully in front of the mirror, her heart overflowing with joy. Geometrima slipped on his shoes, completely oblivious to the fashion disaster he was about to cause. The two stepped outside together to prepare for departure. The door opened, promising an evening full of surprises. Geometrima strolled out on the castle balcony, enjoying the fresh Swiss air. He wondered if he was going too far in this relationship, but his main goal was still exploration. Geometrima told himself they would be staying together for a few more weeks anyway, so maintaining a good relationship was necessary. He started pondering the undead dungeon, located right on the majestic Alps. Even though it was just a D-rank dungeon, it hid the extremely dangerous hidden boss Lich Kingdrag. Geometrima recalled his master's words in the old game, regretting that he hadn't played longer before to know its rules. Since he had never fought Draugr, he had absolutely no clue about this boss's attack patterns. He planned to ask Abel to join so they could meet the minimum party size of 3. Besides, he couldn't clear dozens of undead all by himself in just 50 seconds. Geometrima decided to bring this up with Abel today. As soon as she saw Abel, she complimented him for not being late, but her smile instantly faded. Her jaw dropped in shock when she looked at his glaringly pink, dancing all-night shirt. Abel bluntly asked with an unbelievable expression, "Are you really planning to wear that outfit out?" Geometrima casually replied that this was the only outfit he had to wear out right now. Abel held her head in despair, but eventually had to accept the harsh reality. As they prepared to hit the road, Geometrima panicked and asked if Abel had a driver's license when he saw her reaching for the driver's seat. Abel nonchalantly answered no, making Geometrima freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, a blue convertible rushed over with the screech of burning tires. Maid Shile stepped out of the car with her usual polite demeanor. Abel thanked Shile for her timely help when she desperately needed a driver. Shile smiled, saying that since Geometrima was coming along, she would drive a bit slower than usual. She claimed it would only take 30 minutes to reach Geneva and advised the two of them to comfortably take a nap. Kong Geometrima felt a bit suspicious hearing Shile say it only took 30 minutes to Geneva, when it took him 3 full hours from the airport. But before he could question further, the car began shaking violently as if about to take off. Amidst the peaceful scenery of the Swiss mountains, a little rabbit was leisurely enjoying breakfast on a grassy hill. Suddenly, it froze upon feeling an immense wave of pressure tearing through the wind from afar. The blue convertible dashed past like a silver arrow, creating a small whirlwind that swept away everything in its path. The poor rabbit was blown away from its spot, panicked by the sudden appearance of a speed monster. The car soared over rugged mountain slopes, ignoring all laws of gravity. While Shao focused on controlling this insane machine, Abel was super pumped, her mouth constantly singing. Geometrima was completely helpless his face numb because his body had to endure overload pressure from the terrifying velocity. The tires frictioned fiercely, leaving long black skid marks on the pavement during unimaginable turns. Shile turned the steering wheel decisively, ignoring the two passengers in the back being flung from side to side at every corner. Geometry Ma glanced at the speedometer and almost fainted seeing the needle cross the 200 kilometers per hour mark. He couldn't believe he was sitting in a car racing at wind-tearing speeds right on this dangerous mountain route. A single conclusion popped into his head. This made Shile is genuinely insane. Despite the danger, Abel stood up on the car's seat and shouted loudly with joy. Geometry Ma tried to ask Abel if she hadn't suffered terribly from motion sickness when riding the bus. Abel nonchalantly replied that she only got sick when the car crawled like a turtle, and the faster it went, the more refreshing she felt. Shile announced that they were arriving, and in his heart, Geometry Ma thanked the heavens for still keeping his life intact. The city of Geneva appeared before their eyes under the brilliant sunlight, welcoming them after a stormy journey. Back at Sigurd Castle, the Sword Emperor Nibelung had just set foot back home after a long night of handling business. Morning sunlight blanketed the castle's ancient architecture, signaling the start of a new day. However, that peace was quickly shattered when the Sword Emperor heard the news that Abel had gone out on a private date with Kong Geometry Ma. The Sword Emperor Nibelung had just returned to the library and let out a sigh of relief, not forgetting to grumble that old Murat was a muscle-headed pig. Butler Sharon quickly poured tea for his master. The old Sword Emperor complained that living long meant seeing everything, but if that Saint of Blades dared to talk nonsense again, he wouldn't let him off easily. A dark vision began to form in his head of Kong Geometry Ma falling into the hands of Murat's family. Thinking of that, he could no longer sit still. Standing nearby, Sharon gently comforted him, saying he had worked hard. The Sword Emperor changed the subject to Geometry Ma, hearing that he still practiced diligently even while he was away. Sharon confirmed that this kid was very self-motivated and didn't need anyone to supervise him. Seeing Geometry Ma put in such an effort, the Sword Emperor nodded in satisfaction, silently calculating that at this rate, just another month would be enough for him to take on that challenge. While enjoying his tea, he suddenly remembered and asked where the kids were. Hearing Sharon report that the two of them had gone to Geneva together early in the morning, the old Sword Emperor was so shocked he dropped his teacup onto the table. His hands trembled violently, and his face turned pale upon hearing this shocking news. Then he started yelling frantically, unable to believe the two of them went off alone together like that. Meanwhile, in the beautiful city of Geneva, the stylish blue convertible had pulled to a stop. Young Miss Abel stretched comfortably after the long trip, while Geometry Ma walked behind her with a pale face and his hands clutching his stomach from motion sickness. Maychild said her goodbyes and promised to return to pick up the two of them at 5 p.m., and Abel cheerfully thanked her. The car sped away, leaving Geometry Ma standing in a daze with an indescribably familiar feeling. Seeing him standing frozen, Abel turned back and asked if he was sleepwalking or something. She cheerfully grabbed his hand and pulled him along, urging him to hurry because it was almost time for their appointment. Abel skipped ahead to lead the way, telling Geometry Ma to stick close to her. Abel's radiant appearance attracted all eyes on the street, and everyone who passed by had to marvel and praise her. Geometry Ma found it a bit bothersome, so he suggested they walk a little farther apart. Abel immediately blushed and made an excuse that the streets here were complicated, and if he got lost he was doomed, so she was just helping him out. She also said people were just staring because of her unusual hair color, telling him to ignore them. Geometry Ma thought to himself that no matter how striking her hair color was, it was nothing compared to the blessing radiating from her. He observed that anyone who walked past Abel was left dazed, as if under a spell. A notification appeared explaining Abel's skill blessing of the snowflower, a type of aura that mentally suppresses opponents upon first meeting. Geometry Ma realized this was truly an overpowered crowd control skill. Having something like this in real life was seriously game-breaking. He suddenly remembered something he had overlooked about Abel for a long time. She was the very reason he didn't hesitate to spend money on this game back then. But the strange thing was why he himself didn't feel affected by her aura at all. He wondered if he had started developing a resistance to the effect. Lost in thought, Abel cheered and announced they had arrived. Looking at the luxurious building in front of him, Geometrima asked if this was a sushi shop. Abel smiled mysteriously, telling him he would find out as soon as they went inside. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Abel sat down and ordered, as usual, with ultimate professionalism. Seeing her so fluent, Geometrima guessed she must be a regular customer here. Hearing that, Abel looked a bit flustered. She recounted that ever since she was little, her parents frequently brought her here to eat, which was why she was so familiar with it. Meanwhile, Geometrima began opening the menu to look. Recalling old memories, the young lady's eyes suddenly became soft and filled with a hint of nostalgia. Geometrima looked at the menu with an extremely serious expression, as if studying a martial arts manual. Finally, he had to confess that he had never heard of this name, raclette, before and had no idea what kind of dish it was. Abel excitedly explained that it was melted cheese poured directly over meat or sausages. She remembered Geometrima wanted to eat local food, which was why she specifically brought him here. Yet in Geometrima's head right now, there was only kimchi. Reading his mind, Abel shot him a glare and asked a direct question that made the guy jump in fright at her sharpness. A moment later, the waiter brought out the food and wished the two of them a pleasant dinner. Looking at the huge piece of meat and the sharp knife, Geometrima felt a bad omen again, cursing inwardly because this situation felt way too familiar. Abel didn't pay any attention. She was busy taking continuous photos of the food with her phone. Looking at her, Geometrima thought to herself that at times like this, she looked just like any normal girl. Realizing she was being a bit over the top, Abel awkwardly apologized, saying she hadn't been back in a long time, so she got a bit carried away. Geometrima said it was fine and asked if she really liked taking pictures that much. She bragged that she had just recently created an Instagram account. Hearing that, Geometrima simply replied with a dull "I see." Abel fidgeted with the phone in her hand, seemingly wrestling fiercely with her thoughts about what she was about to say. Gathering all her courage, she blushed and softly asked if he wanted to add her account to become friends. But life wasn't a dream. Geometrima poured cold water on her by saying never mind, because he never used social media at all. The blunt answer left the young lady frozen in place. Abel suddenly fell silent, her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Geometrima. The guy asked back in bewilderment, while Abel just gave a slight, awkward smile. She suddenly asked him to cut her food for her. Geometrima looked at the meat on the plate with a suspicious expression. It was truly impossible to please a young lady. This action reminded Abel of a memory from the past. Having someone else prepare your food carried a very special meaning. In her flashback, young little Abel once shouted, demanding to use a knife to cut her own food. But her father just smiled, saying she was still too young, and the Nibelung family didn't allow children under 7 to hold knives. Pouting, Abel brought up her grandfather's words that her father already knew how to hold a knife at just 1 year old. Her father could only look away with an embarrassed expression. The little girl even proudly said her father was a genius who would go down in Nibelung history. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor in the present was sipping his tea. The sad look in Abel's parents' eyes back then seemed to hold something hard to express. Her father cleared his throat to break the awkward atmosphere, while her mother, standing beside him, smiled gently. He said Grandpa must have remembered wrong, then told Abel to hand over the plate so he could cut it for her. Back then, Abel was still nagging that she was all grown up, yet her father always treated her like a kid. Her mother suddenly smiled and asked, "Don't you really know, Abel?" The little girl was blankly confused about what her mother meant. Her mother explained that giving your food to someone else meant you completely trusted and loved them. Her father did that just because he wanted to receive your love. Abel was stunned upon hearing her mother's words, a lesson on trust she would never forget. Her mother signaled to keep it a secret, telling her to just let her father do it today. Young little Abel happily agreed with her mother, bearing the radiant smile of a loved child. Returning to the present, Abel thought to herself that now she understood the meaning of that. It was a father's deep care, worrying that his daughter would hurt herself. Her eyes began to blur with tears. Seeing her unusually quiet, Geometrima also felt a bit strange. He wondered why she suddenly looked like she was about to cry. Geometrima asked himself if he had said anything wrong, or was it because of the meat-cutting request earlier? He only intended to ask her because he thought of the sword god's blessing. Abel wiped her tears and said she had just remembered something from the past. She told him to hand over the plate, and she would cut it for him right away. She firmly took the knife and cut the meat without a single moment of hesitation. Geometrima just silently observed. The pieces of meat were divided with absolute precision, truly matching the meticulous style of a Nibelung young lady. After finishing the cuts, she began eating in silence. Geometrima didn't know what else to say either. The two of them ate together, but the atmosphere between them suddenly turned unusually distant. Only the clinking sound of cutlery on porcelain plates remained. Every cut on the plate of meat seemed to be cutting into the young girl's heart as well. Seeing Geometrima remain so indifferent, she felt terribly self-pitying. She inwardly blamed him for being so heartless, not saying a word even when seeing her sad. Abel suddenly looked up and asked him if he wasn't curious to know why she was crying. Geometrima was still calmly chewing his piece of meat. Her question sounded like a reproach, but Geometrima remained silent, making the atmosphere even heavier. He figured he didn't know what happened to her, and didn't want to force her to speak if she wasn't willing. Abel lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping the cutlery. Why was he nice to everyone else, but so cold to her? She asked straight out, "Are you only like this with me alone?" Geometrima was stunned by the too sudden question. Geometrima simply and calmly replied that he already knew. A flash of shock crossed Abel's eyes. He remarked that she used to be a top student, so she must be very smart. Geometrima began analyzing in his own way. Abel could only give a bitter, forced smile. She realized this guy truly understood nothing about a young girl's heart. She asked one final question. "Do you really have no interest in me at all?" The question felt like the final knife blow ending their romantic date. Geometrima looked away, giving no clear answer. Disappointed, Abel realized her efforts were completely useless. In another turn of events, a song melody played about beginning to pursue someone. A hand holding a smartphone displayed news about Geometrima. In Japan, inside a dark room full of monitoring equipment, Saki Ryuju was observing Geometrima's every move on the screen. A terrifying obsession began to surface. Saki Ryuju sat alone in the dark room, her eyes glued to the phone screen with ragged breathing. She recalled the times she silently watched Geometrima from afar in class, an abnormal level of attention. Even when working late by the computer, his silhouette always occupied her mind. Beneath the pouring rain, Saki knelt in the middle of the martial arts training floor, her soul seemingly lost somewhere. She began her archery practice with intense focus, her hands pulling the bowstring taut with great strength. Her razor-sharp gaze locked straight onto the target ahead, without the slightest distraction. The arrow tore through the wind with terrifying force, carrying all her pent-up emotions. Every single arrow hit dead center in the bullseye, proving the female archer's master-level skills. The quiet training ground echoed only with falling rain and arrows bristling in the targets. An engulfing sense of isolation hung in the air. The airplane took off into the deep blue sky, carrying a promising new journey. Saki Ryuju appeared radiant at the airport wearing a wide-brimmed hat, her expression full of excitement. "I can't wait any longer." In her hand were her Japanese passport and plane ticket. She was ready for the trip to pursue her target. A flash of firm determination and a mysterious smile gleamed in her eyes. "Wait for me." Saki Ryuju's journey officially began. Abel sat dazed in front of the vanity under the flickering candlelight. 4 days had passed since Kong Geometrima set foot in Sigurd Castle. She seemed to be harboring heavy thoughts. Even though they crossed paths every day, the emotions in Abel's heart remained tangled like a mess of yarn. Down in the dining room, Kong Geometrima was struggling clumsily with his knife and fork. Seeing this, Abel checked in on him, wondering if he had gotten used to this aristocratic dining style yet. But immediately, Butler Sharon reminded them that this family had no habit of talking during meals. Abel's grandfather, the Sword Emperor, simply ate quietly without saying a word. Even talking isn't allowed. Abel thought to herself in frustration. She suddenly recalled her grandfather's teachings from the past. She had to choose a man very carefully, someone at least stronger than her grandfather. Back then, Abel was tiny, only knowing how to smile brightly and believe her grandfather was the strongest man in the world whom no one could defeat. Returning to the present, her gaze was tinted with contemplation as she looked out the window. And as for Kong Geometrima, ever since the two of them started living under the same roof like this, there were things her grandfather had specifically warned her about. During a quiet afternoon tea, he said that for a man, strength wasn't everything. You must still choose the man for your life wisely, he emphasized. He said to look at character, because those willing to help without calculating were sometimes scarier than those pointing a sword at you, especially to be extremely wary of people who do good deeds without a shred of personal gain. At the time, Abel just smiled it off, figuring the old man was worrying too much again. Afterward, he instructed Sharon and Shiles to take good care of him, making sure absolutely no one disturbed Kong Geometrima's training. Hearing that, Abel could only remain silent and thoughtfully pensive. She knew very well that what her grandfather said made complete sense. But why did her heart feel so unusually restless? Just being in the same castle together was enough to excite her so much that she felt childish. Abel blushed brightly, silently wishing he hadn't been so nice to her. She kept dwelling on the thought of doing good without personal gain. Abel struggled fiercely with her thoughts, intending to return the item to him, but then grew too timid to face him right this moment. "Milady," a steady voice sounded from behind. Maid Shiles' sudden appearance made her jump in surprise. Shiles reported that her grandfather had gone out due to urgent business and would return late tonight. The perceptive maid noticed Abel's expression looked as though she were waiting for this news, which was why she proactively reported. Abel sat back down in her chair, starting to plot something in her head. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly, running after Shiles to tell her to wait a moment. Looking at the young lady's retreating figure, Shiles merely offered a subtle, knowing smile. Running out to the hallway with the garment in hand, Abel began to hesitate once more, wondering if she should just head back to her room to be safe. But it was rare for her grandfather to be away from home. This was her only chance to return the item to him. Let's just do it. Abel made up her mind and ran for her life. Turning the corner of the hallway, she almost crashed straight into butler Sharon, who was standing tall and imposing right there. Sharon looked at her with a probing gaze, instantly reminding Abel of her grandfather's order not to let anyone disturb Geometrima's training. She hurriedly forced an awkward smile, clumsily making up an excuse that she had been studying at the academy for so long that she had somewhat forgotten her way around her own home. Sharon silently pointed the way to guide her, but did not forget to ask a question that hit right at the bulls. Is the young miss trying to run away again? Abel was stunned by the old butler's words that hit right where it hurt. Adjusting his monocle, Sharon continued, saying that she always stopped right before her target and chose to run away from herself. He also reiterated the wish of her father, Orion, hoping that one day she would become someone who never took a step backward. Mentioning her late father, Abel's eyes suddenly grew sorrowful and full of contemplation. She tightly gripped the hem of her shirt in her hands, as if making a tremendous resolve. Abel's amber-golden eyes blazed with determination, completely free of her usual hesitation. Standing in front of Kong Geometrima's room, Abel took a deep breath to regain her composure. She softly asked if she could come in, her pretty face already starting to flush. The door to the room opened, revealing the interior space where Geometrima was staying. Abel stepped inside, trying to force an awkward smile to mask the rising nervousness in her heart. When she returned his shirt, Geometrima said she didn't need to go through the trouble of bringing it all the way here, but still politely thanked her. At this moment, Abel blushed bright red, her heart pounding wildly as she stood in a private space with him. Seeing Geometrima about to start a conversation, she hurriedly cut him off. Abel bluntly asked if he was free tomorrow afternoon, catching Geometrima so off guard that he froze. When he questioned her reason, she immediately got irritated, demanding that he answer straight to the point instead of questioning her back. The guy explained that since the Sword Emperor was busy tomorrow, he was free too, thinking that taking a quick stroll to stretch his legs wouldn't be a bad idea. Thus, Geometrima took the initiative to invite her to lunch tomorrow for a change of pace after days of intense training. The unexpected invitation caused Abel to freeze on the spot, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. In her head right now, only a single word echoed. Going on a date? Seriously? Abel flusteredly agreed and immediately suggested a good sushi restaurant in Geneva, though she still claimed she was just curious about its taste. Geometry Ma found it a bit weird to go all the way to Switzerland just to eat sushi, as he wanted to try something more locally characteristic. Seeing Abel ask if he didn't like sushi, he honestly replied that he had just gone out to eat with some members of the travel club. Abel stopped dead in her tracks the moment she heard the phrase, "just went out to eat with the members." "You mean that girl Saki?" Her gaze turned razor-sharp and full of jealousy. Abel closed in, radiating terrifying pressure that made Geometry Ma's face turn pale with fear. The guy was bewildered, unable to understand how her mood could change as fast as lightning. Abel's golden eyes flared with murderous intent, making her look utterly terrifying right now. Geometry Ma hurriedly explained that Chloe had tagged along too, because both of them loved fish, so they just invited each other out to eat. But that explanation only added fuel to the fire, causing Abel's murderous aura to violently explode all over the room. Geometry Ma could only stand frozen, watching her go crazy out of groundless jealousy. "Whatever. Just make sure you're on time tomorrow," Abel shouted loudly before turning around and running away. She stormed off in a huff, leaving Geometry Ma still clueless about what he had done wrong. The guy sighed helplessly, completely unable to fathom a girl's mind right now. Outside, Abel leaned her back against the door, her heart beating so fast it felt like it wanted to jump out of her chest. She tightly clutched her chest, trying to regain her composure after the outburst. Clearly, the original plan was just to invite him for a little walk. Yet in the end, it turned into an actual date. Abel was so embarrassed she didn't dare face anyone anymore. The scene shifted to another hallway, where a secretary was running in absolute panic. The majestic Sword Emperor Nibelung strode forward, demanding that his subordinates skip the formalities and report the emergency situation immediately. The secretary reported that Murat had suddenly appeared and was exerting immense pressure on the president to extract information. Despite being threatened in the dark room, the president stubbornly refused to keep the secret about the person the Sword Emperor brought back. He even arrogantly challenged the president. "You're so afraid of the Nibelung family, yet you're not afraid of this Murat?" The Sword Emperor told his subordinate to step back, stating that he had a grasp of the situation and would handle this uninvited guest himself. In the meeting room, the intruder casually rested his arm on the chair, displaying extreme arrogance and self-confidence. The Sword Emperor let out a soft sigh, as if he wasn't unfamiliar with the trouble this guy brought along. At the far end of the long table, Murat sat triumphantly, surrounded by guards who had been knocked out. The guards lay sprawled across the floor, endlessly groaning from the painful injuries inflicted by Murat. A discarded cigar lay on the floor as Murat sarcastically greeted, "Long time no see, Nibelung." A close-up of the Sword Emperor's razor-sharp eyes staring straight at his rival without the slightest hesitation. Murat wore a sinister smirk, reminding him that nearly 10 years had passed since their last encounter. The screen displayed text introducing the intruder's formidable identity, Saint of Blades Richa de Murat. The Sword Emperor leisurely stepped up to the conference table, his voice cold as he asked what game the fellow was trying to play here. Murat burst out laughing, mocking that the Sword Emperor looked a lot more manly after losing an arm. The Sword Emperor delivered a sharp retort, saying perhaps old age had turned Richa into a nag like an old woman. Faced with the harsh attack from his old friend, Murat merely smiled defiantly with blazing eyes. Without wasting any more useless words, the Sword Emperor began drawing his sword, a deep blue aura surging forth with immense pressure. He coldly declared that he would take this opportunity to turn him into a true man in his own special way. The Sword Emperor Nibelung radiated a blazing blue murderous aura, his gaze hardening threateningly. Opposite him was Hada Murat with a crafty expression, surrounded by fiery red spiritual power that was no less intense. The two seven-star legends clashed directly inside the office, warping the surrounding space. Nibelung scolded Murat for being a fool to brazenly infiltrate the country where he resided. Under the terrifying pressure from both sides, President Gaines could only stand and watch helplessly. Murat scoffed, saying that being around kids must have made Nibelung regain his youth and become naive too. An angry roar echoed as the Saint of Blades continued to provoke. Nibelung didn't yield an inch, his silhouette standing as sturdy as an ice mountain before his opponent. The room shook violently under the pressure of the world's most terrifying streams of power. President Gaines turned pale, terrified at the prospect of these two entities actually trading blows. He wondered if these two were even human to possess such godlike power. Gaines saw a stark contrast. Nibelung was the pinnacle of technique, while Murat was the embodiment of raw power. A power so pure that it required no technique to crush everything in its path. That was the Saint of Blades. Murat reigned in his murderous aura, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh, as if regaining a shred of composure. He got straight to the point, promising to leave in peace if he heard the truth straight from Nibelung's mouth. A shocking piece of news was dropped. General Igor, one of the 5 great generals under his command, was dead. President Gaines was stunned, unable to believe such a powerful general had suddenly perished. Murat relentlessly fired off questions about the culprit, the motive, and the method by which Igor was slain. He mocked Switzerland for being far too slow in gathering information due to its neutral policy. Murat firmly asserted that Nibelung was somehow connected to Igor's death. However, the Saint of Blades still had one unexplainable point in his head. According to basic logic, Nibelung couldn't have single-handedly defeated such a general without leaving a trace. Nibelung stood quietly listening to his rival talk about the so-called absolute truth with a cold expression. Nibelung's gaze tightened as he demanded to know what Murat was really implying behind his hints. A heavy name was uttered, Kong Geometrima. He called the boy the Sashimi Kid, and claimed he was the one who made the move. The moment that name was spoken, Nibelung drew his sword, a blinding blue light flooding the entire room. A chilling, murderous aura enveloped Murat, startling even someone as arrogant as him. An immense, invisible pressure weighed down on everything, and Murat was shocked, wondering what on earth this was. He realized he had truly pushed the Sword Emperor past his breaking point. The air grew thick with pressure, and President Gaines was nearly suffocated by Nibelung's killing intent. Despite being threatened, Murat remained firmly seated, staring at his opponent with a defiant look. He remarked that Nibelung had genuinely taken another step forward on the path of power. Nibelung threatened to cut out Murat's tongue if he dared to speak insolently and harass his country again. He would rather wipe out this Saint of Blades right here than let Kong Geometrima be touched. Even if he had to become the association's target, Nibelung wouldn't hold back. President Gaines shouted in desperation, begging the Sword Emperor not to cause a catastrophe. Nibelung took a step forward, decisive and full of killing intent, ready to strike. Murat scoffed, saying the older Nibelung got, the easier he lost his composure. He leisurely lit a cigar, ignoring the sword poised to fall. Murat looked straight into the Sword Emperor's eyes, criticizing that such hot-headedness didn't suit him at all. The two stood in a terrifying silence, the room still simmering with the aftermath of an impending storm. Murat remarked that Nibelung must really care about the kid Kong Geometrima to react so fiercely. He admitted Geometrima was quite interesting, even mentioning that his granddaughter Rachel seemed to have a crush on him. Murat kept pushing further, laughing that there must be some reason for Nibelung to protect him so carefully. He even teased about the prospect of Geometrima marrying Rachel, wondering what Nibelung's face would look like then. Before leaving, the Saint of Blades didn't forget to tell Nibelung to send his regards to Medea and her twin sister. Murat left the office with an arrogant laugh, leaving behind a terrifyingly silent atmosphere. President Gaines anxiously inquired about the Sword Emperor's condition after the murderous clash. Nibelung apologized for causing a ruckus, while Gaines seized the opportunity to invite him to dinner to discuss the previous matter. Nibelung's gaze was heavy with thought as he pondered how clearly Murat had targeted Geometrima. He coldly turned down the invitation, saying he wouldn't have time that day. Gaines was stunned because he hadn't even specified which day before the Sword Emperor turned and walked straight away. Nibelung concluded that he was busy all next week, then vanished behind the door. Scene cut to Sigurd Castle, where Geometrima and Abel were getting ready for their date in Geneva. While Abel was super excited, doling herself up, Geometrima was still sleepy and awkward. Abel enthusiastically picked out her favorite dress to make a good impression. On the other side, Geometrima pulled out a black t-shirt and decided to wear it for simplicity. Abel groomed herself carefully in front of the mirror, her heart overflowing with joy. Geometrima slipped on his shoes, completely oblivious to the fashion disaster he was about to cause. The two stepped outside together to prepare for departure. The door opened, promising an evening full of surprises. Geometrima strolled out on the castle balcony, enjoying the fresh Swiss air. He wondered if he was going too far in this relationship, but his main goal was still exploration. Geometrima told himself they would be staying together for a few more weeks anyway, so maintaining a good relationship was necessary. He started pondering the undead dungeon, located right on the majestic Alps. Even though it was just a D-rank dungeon, it hid the extremely dangerous hidden boss Lich Kingdrag. Geometrima recalled his master's words in the old game, regretting that he hadn't played longer before to know its rules. Since he had never fought Draugr, he had absolutely no clue about this boss's attack patterns. He planned to ask Abel to join so they could meet the minimum party size of 3. Besides, he couldn't clear dozens of undead all by himself in just 50 seconds. Geometrima decided to bring this up with Abel today. As soon as she saw Abel, she complimented him for not being late, but her smile instantly faded. Her jaw dropped in shock when she looked at his glaringly pink, dancing all-night shirt. Abel bluntly asked with an unbelievable expression, "Are you really planning to wear that outfit out?" Geometrima casually replied that this was the only outfit he had to wear out right now. Abel held her head in despair, but eventually had to accept the harsh reality. As they prepared to hit the road, Geometrima panicked and asked if Abel had a driver's license when he saw her reaching for the driver's seat. Abel nonchalantly answered no, making Geometrima freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, a blue convertible rushed over with the screech of burning tires. Maid Shile stepped out of the car with her usual polite demeanor. Abel thanked Shile for her timely help when she desperately needed a driver. Shile smiled, saying that since Geometrima was coming along, she would drive a bit slower than usual. She claimed it would only take 30 minutes to reach Geneva and advised the two of them to comfortably take a nap. Geometrima felt a bit suspicious hearing Shile say it only took 30 minutes to Geneva, when it took him 3 full hours from the airport. But before he could question further, the car began shaking violently, as if about to take off. Amidst the peaceful scenery of the Swiss mountains, a little rabbit was leisurely enjoying breakfast on a grassy hill. Suddenly, it froze upon feeling an immense wave of pressure tearing through the wind from afar. The blue convertible dashed past like a silver arrow, creating a small whirlwind that swept away everything in its path. The poor rabbit was blown away from its spot, panicked by the sudden appearance of a speed monster. The car soared over rugged mountain slopes, ignoring all laws of gravity. While Shao focused on controlling this insane machine, Abel was super pumped, her mouth constantly singing. Geometrima was completely helpless, his face numb because his body had to endure overload pressure from the terrifying velocity. The tires frictioned fiercely, leaving long black skid marks on the pavement during unimaginable turns. Shile turned the steering wheel decisively, ignoring the 2 passengers in the back being flung from side to side at every corner. Geometrima glanced at the speedometer and almost fainted seeing the needle cross the 200 kilometers per hour mark. He couldn't believe he was sitting in a car racing at wind-tearing speeds right on this dangerous mountain route. A single conclusion popped into his head. This maid Shile is genuinely insane. Despite the danger, Abel stood up on the car's seat and shouted loudly with joy. Geometrima tried to ask Abel if she hadn't suffered terribly from motion sickness when riding the bus. Abel nonchalantly replied that she only got sick when the car crawled like a turtle, and the faster it went, the more refreshing she felt. Shile announced that they were arriving, and in his heart, Geometrima thanked the heavens for still keeping his life intact. The city of Geneva appeared before their eyes under the brilliant sunlight, welcoming them after a stormy journey. Back at Sigurd Castle, the Sword Emperor Nibelung had just set foot back home after a long night of handling business. Morning sunlight blanketed the castle's ancient architecture, signaling the start of a new day. However, that peace was quickly shattered when the Sword Emperor heard the news that Abel had gone out on a private date with Kong Geometrima. The Sword Emperor Nibelung had just returned to the library and let out a sigh of relief, not forgetting to grumble that old Murat was a muscle-headed pig. Butler Sharon quickly poured tea for his master. The old Sword Emperor complained that living long meant seeing everything, but if that Saint of Blades dared to talk nonsense again, he wouldn't let him off easily. A dark vision began to form in his head of Kong Geometrima falling into the hands of Murat's family. Thinking of that, he could no longer sit still. Standing nearby, Sharon gently comforted him, saying he had worked hard. The Sword Emperor changed the subject to Geometrima, hearing that he still practiced diligently even while he was away. Sharon confirmed that this kid was very self-motivated and didn't need anyone to supervise him. Seeing Geometrima put in such an effort, the Sword Emperor nodded in satisfaction, silently calculating that at this rate, just another month would be enough for him to take on that challenge. While enjoying his tea, he suddenly remembered and asked where the kids were. Hearing Sharon report that the two of them had gone to Geneva together early in the morning, the old Sword Emperor was so shocked he dropped his teacup onto the table. His hands trembled violently, and his face turned pale upon hearing this shocking news. Then he started yelling frantically, unable to believe the two of them went off alone together like that. Meanwhile, in the beautiful city of Geneva, the stylish blue convertible had pulled to a stop. Young Miss Abel stretched comfortably after the long trip, while Geometrima walked behind her with a pale face and his hands clutching his stomach from motion sickness. Maidchild said her goodbyes and promised to return to pick up the two of them at 5 p.m., and Abel cheerfully thanked her. The car sped away, leaving Geometrima standing in a daze with an indescribably familiar feeling. Seeing him standing frozen, Abel turned back and asked if he was sleepwalking or something. She cheerfully grabbed his hand and pulled him along, urging him to hurry because it was almost time for their appointment. Abel skipped ahead to lead the way, telling Geometrima to stick close to her. Abel's radiant appearance attracted all eyes on the street, and everyone who passed by had to marvel and praise her. Geometrima found it a bit bothersome, so he suggested they walk a little farther apart. Abel immediately blushed and made an excuse that the streets here were complicated, and if he got lost he was doomed, so she was just helping him out. She also said people were just staring because of her unusual hair color, telling him to ignore them. Geometrima thought to himself that no matter how striking her hair color was, it was nothing compared to the blessing radiating from her. He observed that anyone who walked past Abel was left dazed, as if under a spell. A notification appeared explaining Abel's skill blessing of the snowflower, a type of aura that mentally suppresses opponents upon first meeting. Geometrima realized this was truly an overpowered crowd control skill. Having something like this in real life was seriously game-breaking. He suddenly remembered something he had overlooked about Abel for a long time. She was the very reason he didn't hesitate to spend money on this game back then. But the strange thing was why he himself didn't feel affected by her aura at all. He wondered if he had started developing a resistance to the effect. Lost in thought, Abel cheered and announced they had arrived. Looking at the luxurious building in front of him, Geometrima asked if this was a sushi shop. Abel smiled mysteriously, telling him he would find out as soon as they went inside. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Abel sat down and ordered, as usual, with ultimate professionalism. Seeing her so fluent, Geometrima guessed she must be a regular customer here. Hearing that, Abel looked a bit flustered. She recounted that ever since she was little, her parents frequently brought her here to eat, which was why she was so familiar with it. Meanwhile, Geometrima began opening the menu to look. Recalling old memories, the young lady's eyes suddenly became soft and filled with a hint of nostalgia. Geometrima looked at the menu with an extremely serious expression, as if studying a martial arts manual. Finally, he had to confess that he had never even heard of this name, raclette, and had no idea what kind of dish it was. Abel excitedly explained that it was melted cheese poured directly over meat or sausage, and since she remembered Geometry Ma wanted to eat local food, she had specially brought him here. However, Geometry Ma's mind right now was filled entirely with kimchi, and reading his thoughts, Abel glared at him and asked bluntly, making the young man jump in surprise at her sharp intuition. After a moment, the waiter brought out the dish and didn't forget to wish the two of them a pleasant dinner. Looking at the huge piece of meat alongside the razor-sharp knife, Geometry Ma once again felt an ominous premonition and cursed inwardly because this situation felt way too familiar. Abel, paying no attention, was busy using her phone to continuously take pictures of the food, while Geometry Ma watched her and quietly thought that at times like this, she looked just like any ordinary girl. Realizing she was going a bit overboard, Abel shyly apologized, explaining she hadn't been back in a long time, so she got a bit carried away, but Geometry Ma told her it was fine and asked if she really liked taking pictures that much. The young lady proudly showed off that she had just created an Instagram account recently, leaving Geometry Ma to respond with a dry and dull, "I see." Abel twirled her phone in her hands, seemingly locked in an intense internal struggle over what she was about to say. Gathering all her courage, her face turning red, she softly asked if he wanted to add her account so they could be friends. But reality fell short of her dreams, as Geometry Ma instantly poured cold water on her hopes by telling her to forget it since he never used social media. A blunt answer that left the young lady frozen in place. Abel suddenly fell silent, casting a melancholic gaze at Geometry Ma. The young man asked in bewilderment, while Abel merely offered a faint, awkward smile. She abruptly asked him to cut her food for her, and Geometry Ma stared at the piece of meat on the plate with a skeptical expression, realizing just how hard it was to please a young lady. This action reminded Abel of a memory from her past, as having someone else prepare your food carried a very special meaning. In a flashback, a young Abel had once cried out, demanding to use the knife to cut her own food. But her father only smiled and told her she was still too young, adding that the Nibelung family did not allow children under 7 to handle knives. Pouting, Abel brought up her grandfather's words that her father had already been wielding a knife by the time he was 1 year old, causing her father to look away with an embarrassed expression. The little girl proudly declared that her father was a genius destined to go down in Nibelung history, while back in reality, the Sword Emperor was calmly sipping his tea. The sorrowful look in the eyes of Abel's parents back then seemed to harbor something difficult to put into words. Her father cleared his throat to break the awkward atmosphere, while her mother standing beside them smiled gently. He said her grandfather must have remembered incorrectly, then told Abel to hand him the plate so he could cut it for her. Back then, Abel had still nagged that she was already grown up, yet her father always treated her like a child. Her mother suddenly smiled and asked, "You really don't know why, Abel?" leaving the little girl bewildered and missing her mother's point. Her mother explained that entrusting your food to someone else meant you completely trusted and cherished them, and her father did it simply because he wanted to receive her love. Abel was stunned upon hearing her mother's words, absorbing a lesson about trust that she would never forget. Her mother gestured for her to keep it a secret, telling her to just let her father do it today. The young Abel cheerfully agreed with her mother, wearing the radiant smile of a deeply loved child. Returning to the present, Abel thought to herself that she finally understood the meaning behind it now. It was a father's profound affection and his worry that his daughter might hurt herself, and her eyes began to blur with tears. Noticing her unusual silence, Geometry Ma felt a bit strange. He wondered why she suddenly looked like she was about to cry. Geometry Ma questioned if he had said something wrong, or if it was because of her request to cut the meat earlier, since he had only asked her out of minding the sword god's blessing. Wiping her tears, Abel said she had just suddenly remembered the past, told him to hand over the plate so she could cut it right away, and took the knife to slice the meat decisively without the slightest hesitation while Geometry Ma watched in silence. The pieces of meat were divided into perfectly even portions, truly showcasing the meticulous style of a Nibelung young lady. After finishing, she began to eat in silence, and Geometry Ma had no idea what else to say either. The two of them ate together, but the atmosphere between them suddenly turned strangely distant, leaving only the sound of cutlery clinking against porcelain. Every single cut on the plate of meat seemed to be slicing into the young girl's heart. And feeling Geometry Ma's utter indifference, she felt a profound sense of self-pity. She silently blamed him for being so heartless, failing to say a single word even when he saw her looking sad. Abel suddenly looked up and asked if he wasn't even a little curious as to why she was crying, while Geometry Ma calmly continued chewing his piece of meat. Her question sounded like a reproach, but Geometry Ma remained silent, making the atmosphere even heavier. He figured he didn't know what had happened to her and didn't want to force her to speak if she wasn't willing. Abel lowered her head, her hands gripping tightly onto her cutlery, wondering why he treated everyone else nicely yet remained so cold toward her. She asked bluntly, "Do you only act like this with me?" Catching Geometry Ma completely off guard with the sudden question. Geometry Ma simply replied calmly that he already knew, a flash of astonishment crossing Abel's eyes. He remarked that she used to be a top student and must be very smart, beginning to analyze things in his own way. Abel could only offer a bitter, self-deprecating smile, realizing this guy truly understood nothing about a young girl's heart. She fired off a final question. "You really have zero interest in me at all, do you?" Which felt like a final blow ending their romantic date. Geometry Ma looked away without giving a clear answer, and Abel realized with disappointment that all her efforts had been entirely useless. In a turn of events, a melody played about beginning to pursue someone, accompanied by a hand holding a phone displaying news about Geometry Ma. In Japan, inside a dark room filled with monitoring equipment, Saki Ryaju watched Geometry Ma's every move on the screen as a terrifying obsession began to surface. Saki Ryaju sat alone in the dark room, her eyes glued to the phone screen as she breathed heavily. She recalled the times she used to quietly watch Geometry Ma from afar in class, an abnormal level of interest. Even when working late in front of the computer, his silhouette constantly occupied her mind. Under the pouring rain, Saki knelt in the middle of the martial arts training hall, her soul seemingly lost somewhere else. She began her archery practice with extreme focus, her hands pulling back the bowstring with powerful tension. Her sharp gaze locked firmly onto the target ahead without a single ounce of distraction. The arrow tore through the air with terrifying force, carrying all her pent-up emotions with it. Every single arrow struck the bullseye, proving the exquisite skill of the female archer. The quiet training ground was filled only with the sound of rain and arrows piercing the targets, wrapping everything in a sense of solitude. An airplane took off into the deep blue sky, carrying a promising new journey along with it. Saki Ryaju appeared radiant at the airport wearing a wide-brimmed hat, looking thoroughly excited as she declared, "I can't wait any longer." Holding her Japanese passport and plane ticket in her hands, she was fully prepared for the trip to chase after her goal. A flash of steadfast determination and a mysterious smile lit up her eyes as she whispered, "Wait for me," and Saki Ryaju's journey officially began. Images from the past flashed through her mind when the Sword Emperor handed her the sword. Abel accepted it, her eyes glued to it without moving away. Surrounding her were endless praises. The descendant of the Sword Saint family. The girl will undoubtedly surpass even her father. The young lady is not allowed to fall. She must become stronger at any cost. From now on, young Lady Abel, you are the sword of Nibelung. That heavy burden crushed down upon the small girl's back, proving just how suffocating a universally coveted title could truly be. But then the scenery shifted, and that sword transformed into a pre-grilled skewer of meat. Abel looked around in bewilderment as a voice spoke up. "If you leave your ankles like that, they'll get infected." Kongjiyama sat by the campfire, quietly grilling the skewers, and added, "Eat while it's hot. It's best right now." She stared at the thing in her hands and fell into deep thought, experiencing this feeling for the very first time. To outsiders, I'm just viewed as a Nibelung, but he doesn't expect anything from me at all and treats me so comfortably. Yet does he truly have zero interest in me? Abel's sudden question left him stunned, completely flustered as to how he should answer properly. "I thought you had your own reasons for not telling me you were the top student, but the more I look at you, the more I realize I was wrong. Back then, You simply didn't want to get mixed up with me. She slowly set her knife down on the table and continued. Kong Jiama, do you think everyone in this world is a genius like you? Of course not. There are ordinary people like me who have no choice but to rely on others. But before she could finish her sentence, Kong Jiama cut her off. Abel. She paused, looking up at him intently, and Kong Jiama began to explain. You're only saying that because you're insecure. Abel looked surprised. What? You keep talking about how different I am, but those very words are looking down on me more than anyone else. Do you think saying things like that means you understand how hard I've tried or what kind of life I've had to live? By saying that, right now you're just devaluing your own efforts, devaluing myself. His voice carried no emotion. By blaming everything on two simple words, a genius. People used to call me a knife-wielding genius, but they never looked at the process. They only looked at the results. I gripped my knife until my hands were bruised and my bone spurs rotted, sharpening blades that piled up into mountains. Even now, it's the exact same thing when it comes to the blessing of the sword god that helps me stand against enemies I couldn't possibly fight alone. Other people call that talent, a power granted to me at the heavy cost of both body and mind. But what kind of power doesn't require a price? The original storyline has already been horribly distorted anyway. I have no idea what will happen tomorrow, so I can only do one single thing. Try my absolute best just to survive. Abel listened in silence for a moment before speaking up. I'm sorry. Kong Jiama didn't mind it and continued. It's fine. Let's just eat. Yeah. I never expected that my decision to prevent the blessing activation would lead to such a mess. The atmosphere was certainly not suitable for asking what I wanted to ask anymore. I even felt hesitant about comforting her, probably because my rationality always forces me to stay level-headed in any situation. Then Abel quietly opened up. My parents went missing inside a dungeon. They disappeared on this exact day 10 years ago. I've been looking forward to this break so much, since the bare minimum requirement to enter that dungeon is to become an academy student. Because of that, this vacation holds immense meaning for me. It's an enormous pressure. Kong Jiama replied, That must be a pretty dangerous dungeon, to which she answered, Actually, the difficulty level isn't high at all. It's a very low-tier dungeon, and honestly, to this day, I still don't understand how my parents could have gone missing there. Kong Jiama's gaze dropped slightly as he tried to recall the image of his own parents. But all his efforts were useless, leading him to think, her parents? Her parents. Then he answered decisively, Let's go. I need to visit a dungeon to train during this break anyway. So let's go together. Abel was taken aback by his decision, asking in bewildered confusion, But this has nothing to do with you. I can't let my personal matters drag someone else into it. But he offered an explanation. Above all, you're letting me stay at your house, so I'll consider this as a way to repay you. Abel burst into tears of overwhelming emotion, covering her face as she thanked him. It's not that I'm unconcerned about Abel, but this is a decision I made after careful thought, as keeping Abel by my side will bring me overwhelming benefits. The higher the synchronization rate, the more my human side fades away, leaving a cold, mechanical heart that grows numb no matter the situation. Just what in the world will I end up turning into by the end? Then he asked about the location. So where is that dungeon? Abel slowly wiped the tears from her cheeks and replied, It's the undead dungeon. Her answer caught Kong Jiama by surprise, making him think. That's the exact place where my parents vanished. Time flew by until late afternoon, and the female butler arrived to pick the two of them up. The atmosphere inside the car was dead silent. Abel rested her head against the seat and drifted into a deep sleep. Suddenly, the female butler spoke up. I am truly grateful to you, Kong Jiama. He turned to look at her in confusion. Huh? And she answered, It's been such a long time since the young lady slept this peacefully. He glanced back at the girl in the back seat, noticing Abel smiling happily even while fast asleep. She looked quite happy today. Kong Jiama recalled her expression back during the exam and wondered, did she really make a face like that back then? And the car slowly rolled forward under the brilliant sunset that dyed the surroundings in crimson shades, seemingly so. The scene shifted to Los Angeles. Saki dragged her suitcase behind her after getting off the plane, muttering, It's about time, but they're always late. She walked up to a nearby group of people and asked, Excuse me, do you know this man? showing them a phone picture of Kongjiyama, only for them to look blankly and say, who's that? Never heard of him. Guess Sword Saint Sashimi isn't as famous as I thought, which just goes to show how obscure he really is. Finding him is going to be tough, she thought as a group of thugs approached and said, "Oh, you look exotic. Wait, let me take a closer look to see if I recognize him." No need. When Saki turned her face away to leave, one of them grabbed her arm. "Hey now, when someone is being kind, you gotta listen. You need to hear the man out completely." Suddenly, a hand shot out from behind and grabbed his wrist. "Hey, old man, what do you think you're doing?" Rachel's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she spoke up. "You want to die?" While Weapon calmly called the police in the background. Terrified, the thugs fled as Rachel happily bounded over, saying, "Consider it your lucky day," and adding, "You're late, Saki. It's so great to meet you here. Are you all right?" Running into bad luck the moment you arrived. A moment later, the three of them headed to a nearby diner to chat, where Saki exclaimed, "Really? That sounds so fun." And Rachel noted, "Yeah, I saw that article, but what kind of emergency made you bring it to him personally during vacation? Did you really have to rush all the way to America like this?" Saki shyly evaded the question. Something like that. "Anyway, since I've gone out of my way to come all this way, please do me a favor. To be honest, the request isn't that hard. Come on, are you planning to miss out on all the fun?" "All right, you agreed to it now. No backing out." Weapon chimed in with a question. "So where are we planning to look for him? You said you couldn't even contact him in the first place." "I don't know his exact location, so we'll just have to rely on the clues we have." "Clues." Saki held up her phone and said, "Landlock Corporation." Lancelot Corporation, the governing body for heroes in New York City. Sometime later in America, Weapon managed to score a rather flashy convertible, boasting, "Haha, this is my car, and its name is Speedwagon," prompting Shile to remark, "Whoa, that looks insanely cool. The Underworld's Angel. Long time no see." The three of them hopped into the car and took off, with their destination set for New York. The mission to track down Jiyama officially began. Beneath the brilliant golden glow of the setting sun, a classic convertible tore furiously down the highway, as Shile turned to look at him and asked, "Have you heard of the Undead Dungeon?" Kongjiyama nodded in response. Yeah. It's a dungeon located right on the border between Switzerland and France. It's not very famous, so it barely gets any maintenance or attention. However, according to international hero laws, it's still mandatory to have at least 3 people registered to enter it. So that was it. She had really prepared thoroughly, and frankly, she knew even more than he did, meaning things might go a lot smoother than he anticipated. When he looked over, their eyes accidentally met in midair, and Abel's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. She hurriedly leaned back, stammering, "You really prepared a lot for this trip, didn't you?" Abel lowered her head slightly, giving a weak, stuttered reply. "Yeah. But Abel, you said you needed 3 people, right? Doesn't that mean we're still short 1 person?" Why would we be short? A senior hero from Jokin Academy, who is also a contract hero with the association, is coming with us. Who? Shile? I could tell she wasn't an ordinary person, but this is a bit much. The Violent Maid Shile is actually a hero ranked in the top 10%. I heard she'll be accompanying the 2 of us down into this dungeon. Yes, my skills might not be top tier, but I'll do my absolute best not to get in your way. Leading Kongjiyama to think, a senior hero worried about getting in the way? She calmly explained, "I don't know if you've heard, but I actually graduated from Jokin Academy." "I think I've heard about that. The reason I managed to stay at the academy and the reason I'm still alive today is entirely thanks to the Nibelung family. 10 years ago, I was taken in by the young lady's parents, though they're no longer around. Before that, I only lived in an orphanage. So that was how it was, though she was just one of the few lucky ones allowed into the Nibelung household. To this day, she remained endlessly grateful to the family for seeing potential in a lowly maid like her and allowing her to attend the academy, prompting him to ask, "Then your talent back then must have been exceptional. Compared to you, I'm just an ordinary person. Anyway, joining the 2 of you in the dungeon was my own request." "Your own request?" "I made that decision because it's tied to finding the young lady's parents, the very people who gave me a reason to live. And I'm also one of the commoner students. Because of that, reading recent articles about what you've accomplished has felt immensely satisfying. That's why I'm quite fond of you. Even so, you really should dress in proper attire for once. The young lady must have been furious about it. Ah, I'm sorry. The next morning at the Sword Emperor's Nibelung estate, he announced, "It's me, Kong Jiama. Come in. I heard you wanted to see me," prompting him to wonder what kind of serious matter could be going on. The old man glanced sideways at him and spoke. "Sit down. I have a few things to discuss." "Ah, yes. But before we talk about that, I have something I'm curious about. What on earth did you and Abel do together all day yesterday?" Kong Jiama's face froze for a split second out of sheer shock. "We just had lunch together." "Are you sure?" "Yes." The old man gently set his teacup down on the table, the dry clacking sound shattering the quietness. "Haha, what a relief. Friends going out for lunch together is perfectly normal, though I would prefer it if you gave me a heads up if something similar happens next time." "Understand." "Ah, very well. What did you need to see me about?" "All right. I almost forgot the most important thing. I'll get straight to the point. I'm not entirely certain about it, but it might just turn out to be a pipe dream. Is something wrong?" The Sword Emperor handed him a document containing his personal information, telling him, "Take a look at this." Kong Jiama read through it silently and intently, asking, "Don't you see anything unusual? I just see basic information here." "Oomph. You need to sharpen your eyes. Look right here. This is your hero score." He explained slowly. A student's hero points aren't supposed to be calculated. That was the agreement between the association and the academy. Yet here, it says they are actively being calculated. So it goes against regulations or the law. No, it doesn't break any laws. It's simply an unprecedented occurrence. A student's job is to study, and students are already evaluated more than enough inside the academy. If this is happening, it means the association no longer views you merely as a student. This is likely the handiwork of the association president, along with Vice President Richard Murat. Kong Jiama narrowed his eyes, thinking, the Spear Saint and the association president? Figures of that caliber? His thoughts drifted back to the past. Could it be because of the recent articles? The Sword Emperor slowly sipped his tea and said, "Don't stress yourself out too much over it. The association calculating your hero points right now is definitely suspicious, but I believe it's because of what you did at the festival with Maolon, though you probably should have gone a bit easier on the girl." "Ah, Malasia apologias. No need to apologize. If there's a problem, we'll just solve it, and I can handle that in my capacity as your guardian." Those words left him stunned for a moment. A guardian? It felt just like his very first master. "Ah, I heard from Sharon that you'll be heading to the undead dungeon together with Abel and Shile." Suddenly, a knock echoed, and a voice called out from behind the door. "I am sorry." Abel walked in slowly with an extremely determined gaze. "Is that you?" She calmly spoke up. "Grandfather, I have something I need to confirm with Giamma before we set off." Hearing that, the Sword Emperor's expression was clearly displeased, while he remained completely clueless about what was going on. Then he sighed and put down his teacup. "Kong Jiama, I'm leaving Abel in your care." "Ah, yes." Abel's expression was unmistakably joyful upon hearing that decision, and so the two of them slowly left the room. Fragments of memories intertwined between reality and the past. Scene shifts elsewhere, in a car speeding through the blazing desert sunlight. Weapon piped up. "Say, Saki, what on earth do you need to deliver to the guildmaster anyway?" Saki immediately dodged the question. "I can't tell you." A little later, at a gas station. "Hey, Weapon, how much farther do we have to drive?" "I'm guessing 3 days if we take turns driving." "Is that so? Let me drive then." The desert night gradually revealed sparkling stars scattered across the sky. The desert night gradually revealed sparkling stars scattered across the sky. Taking action without even a shred of certainty really isn't your style at all. Rachel smiled teasingly. "Do you love him that much?" Saki calmly accepted it on the spot. "That's right." Her response caught the other two off guard. "Well, aren't you honest?" "Why is that?" "I'm not even entirely sure myself." "Have you tried contacting Abel yet?" "Abel? What for?" "Just asking." Hee hee. "Anyway, turn on some music." "Yes, madam." The three of them continued on their journey, passing through deserts and then cities. From a moment the sky began to brighten until it slowly grew dark, and finally, the three of them arrived at their destination. Saki, wake up. You damn sleepyhead. Take off her sleeping mask. Come on, I've been listening to everything the whole time. The exact moment Saki snapped her eyes open, a brilliant light struck her vision. A completely different world appeared before them, free of barren deserts and gloomy nights, revealing a modern city with glowing lights illuminating every corner. This is amazing. I've never been here before. Phew, we finally made it. Hola, we've set foot in New York. At that moment, the butler asked, "Are you all right, Sword Emperor?" The Sword Emperor replied, "How could I possibly be all right?" The butler spoke up. "Why didn't you stop the young miss? Isn't that the undead dungeon?" Leaving the danger aside, this could easily leave her with psychological trauma. "I think it would be best for you to accompany them, Sword Emperor." The Sword Emperor called out to Sharon. Sharon responded, "Yes, sir. I'll let my personal emotions get the better of me." The Sword Emperor spoke. "I understand you're worried about Abel, but we have to respect her decision. She's not a child anymore. Abel can't be tied down by the past forever. Even if I protect her, it will only slow down her growth. Besides, isn't Kong Jiama going with her? No matter who they face, those things pose no threat to him." Sharon asked back, "What?" The Sword Emperor continued. "He might be called a once-in-a-century genius, but that title alone isn't enough to fully describe that kid." "Perhaps so," Sharon replied. "I understand the underlying meaning of your words. Sword Emperor, if you need anything else, please let me know." Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor went on. "As expected, you're the one who understands me best." Scene change. At this moment, Kong Jiama sat looking at his status window and thought to himself, "Memory fragment limit. So now it just throws quests right in my face automatically? I can't let Abel's wish be tarnished because of me. I can't let Abel's wish be tarnished because of me." "Kong Jiama, what's wrong with you? You said you were going to watch my training posture." Kong Jiama replied, "I'm not really sure either." Abel spoke up, "But I can't become a burden to the people traveling with me. Especially not to you." Kong Jiama sat there thinking, "I'm not all that familiar with swordsmanship, but one thing I know for sure is that making it this far wasn't just pure talent." Scene shifts to the next morning. Abel spoke up. "I'm heading out, grandfather." The Sword Emperor replied, "Yeah." Kong Jiama stood there thinking. The Sword Emperor is calmer than I expected. Is it just because she's only clearing a low-level dungeon? Shao began whispering to Kong Jiama. The Sword Emperor seems even more impatient about this than we are. Kong Jiama asked back, "What?" Kong Jiama thought to himself. "He's impatient?" The Sword Emperor called out, "Trainee Kong Jiama." Kong Jiama replied, "Yes, Sword Emperor." The Sword Emperor spoke. "I put my faith in you." At this point, everyone set out to conquer the dungeon. The Sword Emperor walked inside and said, "All right, let's get moving too." The butler replied, Sword Emperor, I wonder if it's too suddenly visiting the guild like this." The Sword Emperor answered, "The Saint of Blades sending an invitation on his own accord is an invitation directed at me. So naturally, I have to return the gesture." Sharon spoke up. "Even so, visiting the guild at a time like this will be quite inconvenient for them." The Sword Emperor spoke. "They've already started investigating Kong Jiama. As his guardian, I need to issue them a warning. If anything stands in the way of the kids, we adults have a responsibility to clear the path for them. The kids are still too inexperienced, and all they can handle is limited." Sharon replied, "I understand." The Sword Emperor said, "You don't need to worry about a thing. With both of you and me going, do you think we're afraid of any dispute?" Sharon replied, "It's been over 20 years since I left the front lines." The Sword Emperor let out a hearty laugh and said, "Let me hear that again. Aren't you the hero who reached the level of a warrior in your early 20s? It's been a long time since I've had to rely on you, Sharon." Scene change. At this moment, Kong Jiama sat inside the house looking outside and said, "Phew, just one more night until the dungeon." Abel and Shao also walked over to the window. "It'll be tomorrow. How peaceful everything is here. It's like the calm before the storm." Scene change. By now, Saki's group had arrived in New York. Someone spoke up. Finally, Weapon thought to himself, "Be quiet." The blonde girl spoke up. "Do we really need to disguise ourselves to this extent?" Saki replied, "Better safe than sorry. Revealing our identity won't do us any good. What if Jiama isn't even in New York?" Saki thought to herself, "Until I see it with my own eyes, nothing is certain." Saki spoke. "Let's go." The blonde girl spoke up. We got kicked out the second we walked in. Weapon spoke up. So what do we do now? Forget management. We couldn't even get past the staff. The blonde girl spoke up. Well then, Saki, why don't we try hacking and just bypass those damn appointments altogether? Saki angrily said, that is not what I learned hacking for. Just then, a car with failed brakes plowed toward a young boy nearby. The car was about to crush the boy. Seeing that, Weapon yelled out, it's about to hit him. The blonde girl summoned her weapon and hurled it, striking the car and knocking it away from the boy. Weapon said, all right, we stopped it. Saki spoke up. No, that's still not enough to hold it off. The car began to fall toward where the boy was standing. Rachel started running over. Saki screamed out, Rachel. Saki turned and said, Weapon, you get in there too. Weapon replied, got it. Saki pulled out her device and said, that's right, this is exactly why I learned hack. At that moment, Saki hacked into the traffic lights. Rachel ran over and caught the car to save the boy. Rachel held out her hand and asked, Kid, are you okay? Weapon pulled out his flute and played a buff to boost Rachel's strength. Weapon, thank you so much. Saki began to breathe a sigh of relief. All across the city, people broadcasted an emergency news bulletin. A traffic accident had just occurred. A truck overturned in Midtown today after blowing a tire. But thanks to the efforts of a few tourists, no casualties resulted. Someone watching the news said, weren't those kids making a scene in the lobby demanding to meet you? She recalled those trainees as the purple-haired girl asked. The kids look quite promising. What do you think? Should I arrange a meeting? Illy deeply. Go ahead. At this point, the driver had brought everyone to their destination. He said, I'll come pick you guys up this afternoon. Now the three of them stood in front of the dungeon gates. Abel spoke up. Is this really the right place? Shao held up her phone to look at it and said, I checked multiple times to make sure we didn't mix up the location. However, at that moment, Kong Jama noticed something and spoke up. What's that? Abel asked. Is that a stone tablet? Kong Jiama asked. What does it say? Abel replied. Can you read it? Kong Jiama walked closer along with the others and said, I can't even recognize what kind of script this is. Do you know what this is? Abel replied. Well, if it were some European language, I'd recognize it right away. But when it comes to these characters, I'm completely clueless. It looks like ancient rune scripts. Abel asked, are they ancient runes? Kong Jiama asked, can you read and understand this? She touched the stone tablet and said, I studied this a bit back at the academy, so I can't say for absolute sure. However, the upper part of the text was intentionally destroyed by someone, but I think I can still decipher a few characters down here. The results might not be entirely accurate, so everyone should prepare themselves just in case. He who dares to disrupt the peace of the dead shall share their fate and lie down beside them. He who brings rest to the dead shall be revered as the Lord of the Dead. Abel asked, the Lord of the Dead? Kong Jiama thought to himself, that's all I managed to translate. The rest of it goes beyond my understanding. I am truly sorry. Abel replied, it's fine. That much information is already more than enough for us right now. Abel looked at Kong Jiama. Then let's head inside. After walking inside, Abel spoke up. I just heard some kind of sound. Kong Jiama, walking right beside her, thought to himself. Screams echoing through this desolate space every now and then. No wonder nobody wants to set foot near this place. Just then, a few zombies appeared in front of them. Shao called out, Jiama, young miss. After being surrounded, Shao said, those things appeared out of nowhere. Young miss, leave the path clearing to me. Abel replied, I will take the vanguard and lead the way. Shao turned around in surprise and asked, Huh? Abel answered, today's battle is going to drain a lot of stamina. If I start wearing out later, I'll hand things over to you. For now, you should rest. She replied, if that is the young miss's wish. Kong Jiama merely glanced over without saying a word. Abel gripped her sword, closed her eyes, focused her energy inward, and used the snowy harmony blessing technique. With a single decisive horizontal slash, the spot where the horde of zombies stood flashed brightly, accompanied by her words. I'm sorry. The entire group was wiped out in a single strike. After the battle, Abel said, may you all rest in peace. Right then, more creatures started walking toward them, and someone spoke up. They're swarming over to the other side. Abel rushed forward. Let's keep moving. Kong Jiama called out. Abel, what is it? You're apologizing before killing them again. Abel replied while fighting. Even though they've turned monstrous now, They used to be living human beings, just like us. We still don't know the exact cause, but this is the only location where undead creatures appear. Anyone who accidentally wanders in here turns into a zombie. The root of everything lies right inside this dungeon. I'm certain that there is some secret buried in this place. Yet we call these undead magical beasts now. Do you think that's wrong? They aren't demons, but people just default to slapping the label of magical beast on them because they've lost their humanity. Have you ever read any news reports about them overflowing out of dungeons to attack people? The living folks aren't precisely the ones who automatically classified them as dangerous on the Hero Association's list without caring about the actual level of threat. That's also why people are hesitant to step foot into this dungeon. But thinking about anyone calling them magical beasts just feels so wrong, doesn't it? Kangjiyama called out. Young miss. Abel continued. But we came here for a clear objective, and swinging my sword to take them down is unavoidable. Abel turned and said, I'm done taking care of them. I suppose I talked a bit too much. Let's keep going. At that moment, Abel fought and spoke at the same time. I am sorted, on and on from one creature to the next, accompanied by the words, I'm truly sorry. Please rest in peace. Meanwhile, Kangjiyama walked along using his surrounding scouting skill, thinking to himself, is this the effect gained from meditation? My vision is much farther and clearer than before. Right now, I can even sense the exact location of the Draugr. Kangjiyama stopped and called out, Abel, looks like there's a human figure up ahead. Abel asked with curiosity, someone appeared in a place like this? Kangjiyama drew his spear and replied, that's definitely what it feels like. Let's head over there and check it out together. The group stepped inside with tense expressions. Suddenly, Shile spotted something. A person with their hand over their face stood right before their eyes. Shile asked with confusion, whose silhouette is that over there? Kangjiyama grabbed his dagger and lunged forward to strike him. Abel called out, Jiyama, scene change. Saki met up with the blonde girl at this moment and said, not here. I mean, she hasn't even arrived at this place yet. She replied, that's correct. Weapon spoke up. Then what on earth were all those news articles about? She answered, all of that was just fabricated by the media. Saki replied, turns out it was just rumors after all. She answered, yeah. Saki turned and asked, Rachel, you're smiling. What's that about, Rachel? Rachel raised both hands and said, it's nothing, just feeling a bit let down that we didn't get to run into them. The blonde girl walked over and said, I'm sorry I couldn't offer any help to the juniors who traveled such a long way to get here. Weapon raised both hands and said, don't mention it, senior. Of course there's no problem at all. Just the fact that you spared some time for us is already precious enough. Rachel asked, so should we head back now? The blonde girl asked Rachel, what's your name? Rachel asked back, you're asking for my name? Rachel answered, it's Rachel Marat. She said, I see. Have you figured out any plans for the future after graduation? Rachel gestured towards Saki and said, if my love life went as smoothly as hers, I'd already have an answer. I'm caught up in a bit of trouble right now, so I'm not quite sure what I should do next. Saki yelled out, hey, you, she asked, are you interested in becoming a real hero? She asked with puzzlement. What? Are you trying to recruit me? I have zero interest in that whatsoever. How say nah? Saki spoke up. Wah, but just imagining Rachel wearing that tight bodysuit must look ridiculously cool. While Weapon said, this muscle brain wanted to be a hero just means we need to rethink this. Rachel replied, honestly though, it feels really great being able to help people like this. She said, I see. At that moment, the group left and said, it was an honor meeting you all, but I guess the fun ends here. Someone turned and asked, are you okay? Saki sighed. Saki spoke up, just make sure everyone keeps today and this trip a secret. Rachel replied, will do. While Weapon was completely certain, Saki pulled her suitcase along as she left and said, all right then, see you guys at school. While the other two said goodbye and promised to meet up later, Saki walked along muttering, I kind of anticipated this situation, but this is honestly so embarrassing. Why was Rachel grinning the whole time earlier anyway? Oh well, never mind. Whatever. Pale green magical light flared through the dark, cold cavern space. The zombie-like figure clutched its shattered face tight. The savage growls instantly turned into sounds of utter astonishment. I applied a recovery blessing to the tip of my sword. It was a bit heavy-handed, but I had to use the sword just in case he was infected. He didn't seem to have any intent to attack, and I figured we could talk if his jaw was healed. Recognizing his benefactor, the zombie hurriedly bowed, his voice coming out with unbelievable clarity. "Thank you so much, noble lord." And it seemed my deduction was correct. "What on earth are you?" "It is an honor to meet you, living souls. My name is Michelin." The bizarre atmosphere put the two girls accompanying Giamma on high alert. Shile immediately stepped out and spread her arms to shield Abel. "Young miss, step back behind me." "Haha. I apologize if I frightened you young ladies." The zombie named Michelin began to speak, his words pouring out like a dam broken after centuries. "I've spent 700 years watching living people come and go. Usually they just point their swords at me or run away. I never expected a day like today. I've lived long enough to witness everything." 700 years? That's right. To be honest, I stopped counting after year 689. But I'm still curious how you managed that. Truly amazing. This must be it. Definitely a miracle from the gods. Contrary to Michelin's excitement, Giamma's face remained ice cold. He had no time for flattery. "Mr. Michelin, I understand that being trapped for 700 years is a pitiful circumstance, but I'm a bit impatient, so I'd really appreciate it if you just answered what I ask." Michelin looked dejected. "Oh, is that so? I understand." Seeing Giamma's cold attitude, Abel slightly frowned and spoke up. "Kong Giamma, isn't that a bit harsh? If you leave him be, he'll ramble all day long. We're pressed for time, but I won't stop you if you want to keep him company, Abel." Abel grimaced. Right at that moment, Michelin's gaze accidentally locked onto Abel's brilliant golden pupils. His body froze up. "Wait, young lady, could those golden eyes... Don't tell me you're a descendant of the sword, Saint Aaron von Nibelung." Abel was startled. "You know the founding head of the family?" "Of course. I used to be the sword saint's closest confidant, his cousin's friend or something like that." "Oh Lord, I never imagined such a coincidence would happen again. The gods haven't abandoned me yet." "Ah, praise the Lord." But the sharp instincts of a swordsman made Abel zero in on the core of his words. "Just now, I'm certain you said again." "Ah, yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, a descendant of the sword saint passed by here about 10 years ago, accompanied by his wife, if I'm not mistaken. In all my 700 years of life, they were the most beautiful couple I've ever seen." Abel immediately stepped closer to Michelin, sheathing her sword, with a complex expression washing over her face. "Please tell me more details about them." The scene shifted back to the dark past of this land. A fragment of memory surfaced. A group of adventurers stepped into the sanctuary. A subordinate swung his sword to sever the bodies of zombies, mocking their ugliness. "Captain, besides looking hideous, these things aren't scary at all, are they?" The captain spoke up. "Stop talking nonsense and focus on the mission. We came here to investigate why the hero's sanctuary turned into a monster den." The trembling, blood-stained hand of a zombie held up 2 torn photo pieces. Even though it had faded, the smiling faces of the 2 people in the photo and the zombie before her made Abel's mother's heart skip a beat. A subordinate accompanying Abel's parents spoke up. "What? It's still moving? You should have slashed it properly. I told you we need to confirm they're dead like this." "Stop it. That's enough. It's already over." Some words were carved on the tombstone at the entrance. "Those who disturb the rest of the dead shall become the dead themselves." The subordinate brushed off the captain's warning. "Captain, who actually believes some scribbled nonsense like that? They're just magical beasts. Watch your mouth. This is the sanctuary of heroes, and they're someone's family members too." "I am so sorry. Please rest in peace. These aren't monsters." "What? They're calling for help, and that's all I remember. Did I say something wrong? I spent 700 years with my mouth sewn shut and try to keep my sanity. Usually, people say the brain rots first, but for some reason, my mind remained completely intact. However, as my jaw gradually decayed, I could only think and couldn't speak a word. That endless period of solitude was finally brought to an end by that noble lord. Wasn't his noble title Kong Giamma? But I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Black hair and black eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting, Michelin. I was just trying to organize my thoughts for a bit." "Ah, you don't need to apologize. It's totally understandable that you'd be shocked. The descendant of the Sword Saint. Letting a descendant of the Sword Saint apologize to you. That is something that should never happen. It's fine, leave it to me. Thanks to you, I've been able to confirm that my parents were here. So, do you know anything about their whereabouts? Back then, I was knocked out cold, so I have no idea what happened afterward. Heroes were constantly wandering in and out, and most of them went around slaughtering the dead indiscriminately. However, those two didn't kill anyone thoughtlessly. Even when it was necessary, they still made sure to show respect, just like the way you did. Their descendant. Maybe that's why when I saw you bow, I unconsciously... My nature is cowardly, so Mr. Michelin, do you remember anything else? Even the tiniest detail will do. Please tell me, no matter how trivial it is, anything at all. Everything in my head is just... They definitely left after saying those words. We must break the chains of death. The chains of death, you say? Hey, old man, have you ever seen a seal door? The kind that might be locked up loosely with a few padlocks. Yes, it's about a 20-minute walk from here. Then lead us there first. Let's go, let's move out. Giamma, please, let me know what's going on. Abel, huh? Sounds like your parents got mixed up in something they shouldn't have touched. But no matter what it is, we're going to rescue them. Down in this godforsaken dump, an S-rank monster is sealed away, and it looks like your parents try to stop it. Since it's a monster, it can't use magic. In return, it's a cunning bastard that specializes in growing its army using a demonic staff called the Death Staff. Wait a minute. Giamma, if what you're saying is true, how on earth do you know about it? Just learned about it through research. It's not like I don't understand how you feel, but right now, instead of asking about the source of the information, you should be asking how we're going to handle this situation. Giamma stepped forward, radiating a heavy pressure. Hey, old man, do you know anything about that monster? Everything I just said is literally all I know. I've been here for 700 years, but this is the first time I've ever heard of this. The gravestone near the entrance suddenly flashed in my mind. Are you talking about the inscription written in runes about the dead? That's right, you guys must have seen it too. Didn't the message mention a specific goal? The beginning was damaged, so I couldn't decode the whole thing. I see. Since it's a gravestone that's been around for centuries, that's not surprising at all. But don't worry, the entire content is safely stored right inside this old head of Michelin. You remember all of it. Despite how I look, I actually have a pretty good memory, though I've been a little forgetful lately. Anyway, I'll tell you guys what's written on it. Ahead lies the resting place of the dead and a sanctuary of peace. However, it always strikes without warning. A curse that binds and restrains death has descended upon this place. A curse that forces people to live and rot under the fake name of immortality. Can you hear them? The endless screams of the dead who are suffering. The struggles of those yearning for release. The cries begging for death. O living souls, please break our curse, break our chains. Do not be fooled by what you see, but listen to the whispers of the dead. The essence of the curse lies not in humanity, but in demonic power. The dead also harbor a wish that a human will appear and break this curse, so that our saint may descend and snap the chains of immortality. That person will receive our complete and endless blessing and be crowned as our Lord. Conversely, the foolish and rotten ones will suffer forever within the chains of immortality. Therefore, we warn you, those who disturb the rest of the dead shall also become the dead. But the one who brings peace to the dead shall be crowned. They shall become like them too. And those who bring rest to the dead, sooner or later, they shall be the lords of the dead. The sealed beginning part is way more ominous. I knew it. Back then, I thought it was just a plain warning message. But after hearing the real meaning, the corpses I used to cut down and leave behind are actually seeking salvation. They're crying out for help. O living souls, please break our curse, break our chains. Abel's usual cold gaze now held an absolute determination. Don't tell me that from the very beginning, my father was trying to break this curse. The darkness of the dungeon felt gloomy enough to swallow everything. The sound of dripping water echoed coldly. Leading the way, Michelin stopped in front of a cracked rock wall and nodded in confirmation. It's definitely right here. Deep down, Giamma quickly assessed the situation. Things seemed to be going even smoother than he anticipated. I didn't expect much, but thanks to you, I've found some crucial clues and info about the epitaph. Giamma, out of curiosity, You said you knew the first sword saint, right? What kind of person were you when you were alive? Caught off guard, Michelin scratched his chin, awkwardly trying to dig through the messy memories in his rotting brain. About that. Sorry. I can't really remember clearly. Pretty surprising for someone who can actually recite the epitaph word for word. Must be because that's a pretty recent memory. Anyway, thanks to you, Giamma, it looks like the mysteries of the epitaph are finally clearing up. Giamma pieced together all the data they had gathered since stepping foot in here. The pieces slowly clicked into place, painting a terrifying picture. Just a guess, but I believe the curse on the epitaph is a Draugr. Shao frowned as she analyzed it. I think so too. At first I thought it might be a Death Lord, but the traits of the demonic river and the details about the curse match up perfect. Suddenly Michelin turned back. The essence of the curse lies not in humans, but in demons. If the deduction is correct, this part sounds like a major clue. Both of their gazes turned heavy when the word demons came up. Cold sweat beads formed on Shao's forehead as she realized the scale of this threat. An S-rank monster steadily growing its power. Footsteps echoed steadily against the cold stone floor. The atmosphere dropped, pressing heavily down on everyone's shoulders. Unable to hide her anxiety, Shao spoke up to advise caution. Are we really okay taking this down by ourselves? Even for you, Giamma, isn't the risk way too high? Giamma stayed silent, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead. It's totally normal for you guys to have those doubts. Shao continued. We should just investigate until we find traces of the young lady's parents. Then we'll report it to the guild. It's best to let them handle the full-scale investigation and extermination. Right away, Giamma spoke up. I object. Giamma's decisive choice left Shao stunned. The group resumed walking in silence, the clacking sound of boots echoing through the massive cavern. Suddenly, Giamma turned his head back, his voice dropping low. If we do that, it'll be way too late. So you're saying we're going to take down an S rank by ourselves? That's right. If you guys feel too much pressure, I'll go alone. If the guild gets involved, it'll be too late by then. And what Abel wants to find isn't just traces, it's an answer. And that answer is definitely on the other side of this door. Magnificent and oppressive. A giant stone gate sealed by countless thick iron chains appeared before their eyes. Abel spoke up after a moment of silence. Let's give it a try. This is an S-rank monster, but Giamma is here too, so it shouldn't be completely impossible. Giamma turned to look at Abel with a steady gaze. Shao stepped closer to Giamma. Giamma, promise me one thing. If things get dangerous, you absolutely have to retreat. Giamma glanced at her, holding on to his own unyielding plans. He stepped forward toward the gate. His hand gripped the hilt of the great sword hidden behind his back. An ancient source of power began to surge forth. The sword god's blessing manifested. Brilliant blue sword aura sliced right through the thick chains with effortless ease. The heavy door slowly swung open, revealing a horrifying sight inside that utterly shocked the group. Oh my God, Lord! Giamma immediately spoke up. Let's go. Suddenly from a dark corner, a few zombies lunged out. Abel instantly stepped forward. I'll handle this, Giamma. In a split second, when Abel's guard was down, a wraith closed in on her. Right at that moment, Shao rushed in like a gust of wind, drawing sharp, hidden weapons from the folds of her dress, and hurled them straight at the unlucky wraith. A seamless teamwork rescue in the nick of time. With agile movements, she unleashed a devastating kick that blew the zombie away. Abel's long sword swung up in gorgeous arcs. I was too careless. Thanks. Giamma stood in front, watching the two of them fight with amusement. With that kind of gear, you don't look all that dead. As expected of a senior. Is that the Joaquin Academy uniform? That's right. You're pretty observant. This uniform is sturdier than most bulletproof vests out there. Doesn't it suit me? Not at all. I actually thought you were a student. Guess I'll have to enroll back in school. After the initial wave of attacks, the group slowly pushed deeper into the dark hall. Hey, Shao. Looks like all your doubts are gone. You feel reassured seeing Giamma use his sword, right? Yes, miss. Honestly, yeah, I really do. I get how you feel right now. Giamma feels like an impassable fortress. But are we the only ones feeling this way? The enemies facing him definitely feel the exact same thing. Of course I'm scared too. It's an S-rank monster after all. Even so, I trust him. If it's Giamma, he'll definitely pull off. Yes, miss. Leaving their worries behind, the group set their sights on the staircase leading further down. Stairs? There's a staircase right here. Judging by the location, we have to go down, so this is definitely the right path. And Mr. Michelin, you can head back now. Great job. Not at all. I'll stand by Kong Giamma's side to the very end. It's been centuries since my heart beat like this. Michelin, won't regret even if I die right here. Giamma teased him. Your sense of humor is really terrible. Got it. Then I'll keep it short before we go in. Draugr grows its army over time. We need to settle this as fast as possible. Abel and Shile, you two hold off as many as you can. I'll take care of the Draugr, and Mr. Michelin will act as tactician. The undead old man chuckled loudly, his eyes glowing with crazy excitement. Understood. Watch your surroundings. Then let's hit the road. The four of them started down the deep dark blue stone steps. Footsteps echoed loudly through the vast space. Kong Giamma thought to himself, I didn't expect him to actually be the perfect guide. Even in this darkness, he's doing a fantastic job leading the way. The darkness receded, giving way to an eerie greenish glow at the bottom of the abyss. Looks like we've finally arrived. Past this darkness. What is that? The old man turned back to explain the mystery of this place. Truth be told, spirits can vaguely sense each other's souls. You guys probably noticed from reading the stele, but it seems that even when their shells are destroyed, the spirits of the dead linger in the dungeon. As you can see, up on the ground outside the door, the number of souls is tiny. Even I, who's been here for centuries, have never seen more than 20 souls. Michelin's face drained of color, his voice trembling as he pointed toward the hazy hall. But it's different down here. There are so many of them, they practically form a tangible entity. Just how many are we talking about here? Easily over 100,000, I'd say. The scene unfolding before them left everyone petrified. A massive, endless courtyard died in the eerie blue light of deathly aura. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Giamma couldn't hide his shock. Everyone drew their weapons. This is insane. Is this place really this huge? There actually are over 100,000 spirits here. The group stood at the base of a glowing cyan throne. The atmosphere suddenly thickened, suffocatingly heavy. Tens of thousands of spirits gathered, stretching their withered arms up into the air. Giamma, look over there. At the towering peak, amidst a mystical glow, a figure slowly rose to its feet. Shile stammered out the harsh reality with a shaking voice. That's an S-rank monster, the king of the undead. Lord Draugr. Sweat poured down Giamma's forehead. Survivre l'instant crime extrême danger. It was an unbelievably terrifying pressure. Under the bright light of death, the zombie king slowly stood up. Kong Giamma couldn't help but be startled. A sword? Isn't that supposed to be the staff of death? Sensing something was off, Giamma turned back to look at Abel. Abel seemed to be muttering someone's name under her breath. Shocked, Giamma turned his gaze back toward the throne. A figure gradually emerged with white hair and blazing golden eyes tearing through the night. Looking at the figure standing on the throne, Abel gasped in utter shock. Dad. The atmosphere on the battlefield right then was thick and suffocating. In front of them, a giant green barrier emitted a spine-chilling miasma. Standing at the very peak of that ruined fortress was an oppressively intimidating silhouette. Kong Giamma froze, his eyes blown wide in sheer horror as he realized the truth. Damn it! I knew he was totally different from the Draugr I used to know. Abel's father is the Draugr. If I'd known this beforehand, I would have done whatever it takes to stop this. Abel and Shao were both panicked. Right now, we better get out of here. The undead old man barked loudly. Snap out of it, guys. We don't have time for this. But reality gave them no time to drown in fear. The ground began to shake violently as a surge of evil magical power boiled over. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a giant pillar of green light carrying miasma exploded across the battlefield. From beneath the cracks, deadly green light burst forth, dragging countless rotting figures screaming as they charged forward. In that moment, Abel's mind flooded with distant memories of her late father. A lonely childhood inside a massive mansion. Young Abel sobbed quietly. Is Dad going on another business trip? Always, every single day, her father comforted her. Dad will be back soon. Young Abel yelled. You're lying. I have to be all alone again. Her father wore a majestic expression, but his eyes held a deep tenderness. He knelt down on one knee to match her tiny height. When I get back, we'll practice swordsmanship together. Come here, Dad promises. Young Abel held out her pinky finger. Promise. Her father locked pinkies with her. I promise. Young Abel flashed a bright smile. All right, you better come back super early. Her father turned around and walked away. Well, I'm off then. I'll be right back. The massive wooden door slammed shut. Sometime later, Abel's father suddenly vanished. The head housekeepers and her family whispered anxiously among themselves. He's gone missing? Is that really true? That was also the last time she ever saw her father's back. Time ticked away. 1 year, 3 years, then 6 more years passed by. Time passed ruthlessly. The child from back then was now grown up and undergoing harsh training by her grandfather. And just like that, 10 years of waiting went by, with nobody home at all. The young woman's footsteps echoed firmly down the red-carpeted hallway. Her gaze held no weakness, replaced instead by a burning fire of determination. I'm not going to wait anymore. The memory snapped shut, pulling Abel back to the cruel present. Her hand tightened around the hilt of her sword. Ahead of them, a massive horde of zombies surged up from the abyss. She lunged into them like a whirlwind, her blade flashing as it cut through every obstacle in her path. Burning with resolve, Abel charged forward. I have to find out for myself. Standing right before her now was the undead King Drog, none other than the father she had longed to find. He stood right in front of her now, but the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming, and they charged at her like madmen. Abel's sword slashed continuously, shattering the remnants of death into pieces. The aura of a frost master erupted. Abel swung her sword, generating massive waves of freezing energy that swept away the zombies blocking her way. Abel gritted out, "Get out of the way!" Abel cut down the swarm of the living dead and lunged forward. "Don't you dare get in my way." At another corner of the battlefield, Kong Jiama was still hacking away straight through the zombies. He kept a close, watchful eye on everything from a distance. But amidst his observation, he spotted Abel charging straight toward the undead king. At that moment, Abel was still swinging her sword, carving a path right through the sea of zombies. Yet the enemy numbers were immense, clinging to her like leeches. Abel rushed forward, coming face to face with the embodiment of evil that had once been the person she loved most. The gentle face in Abel's memories blurred away, overlapping grotesquely with the terrifying visage of the monster right before her eyes. The gentle face in Abel's memories simply blurred away, blending over the terrifying visage of the demon right before her. Defying all odds, Abel lunged forward, reaching out a hand as if trying to grasp a phantom of the past. But in response to his daughter's affection, Draugr coldly swung his dark flame-engulfed greatsword, unleashing a lethal blow toward Abel. Right at that perilous second, a mysterious undead figure emerged from the shadows, shoving her out of harm's way just in time to dodge the fatal strike. Thanks to that, she managed to survive Draugr's deadly slash and scathe. Stumbling after her fall, Abel forced herself back up, slowly taking steps toward the undead King Draugr. At that exact moment, a swirl of dark, pitch-black smoke billowed up as Draugr raised his greatsword high. With eyes brimming with tears and all her resilience shattered, leaving only the vulnerability of a daughter who had lost her father, Abel cried out, "Why? Why on earth? Why is this happening, Dad?" But the monster swung his sword anyway, the darkness swallowing up any remaining hope. With reddened corners of her eyes, Abel looked up at the evil entity in front of her. In the absolute blink of an eye before death struck, Shao rushed in and threw her arms around Abel. At the same exact time, Jiama stepped up to block Draugr's powerful attack. Shao held Abel tight. "My lady, are you all right?" Panicking, Abel stammered, "Shao, this isn't real, right? My father." Locking her gaze on Abel, Jiama raised his voice to snap her back to her senses. "Pull yourself together, Abel. You know the truth just as well as I do, that he got dragged into that hellish curse a long time ago. That's why we're going to save him. Let's save him together." Jiama's words struck like a lightning bolt, blasting away the terror gripping Abel's heart. Her gaze shifted from sorrow into pure fury and an unyielding will to fight. Giamma, I'll leave the front lines to you, just like we planned. Shile, and I will figure something out in the rear. But in return, you have to promise me one thing. Please save my father. With a chilling gaze, Giamma tightened his grip on his weapon. Got it. Facing the overwhelming, dark energy radiating from the undead King Drog, Giamma drew his twin daggers, bracing himself for the greatest battle of his life. System notifications flashed continuously, announcing the awakening of his power. Sword God's Blessing activated. Infinite Blessing activated. The activation limit for the Infinite Blessing has been reached, recalibrating the remaining duration. Time remaining, 45 seconds. The space around them felt as though it was about to shatter from the blinding electrical current surging off Giamma. Right across from him, Draugr also ignited his dark flames, his greatsword radiating an oppressive, suffocating murderous aura. An unprecedented battle to the death officially began, where familial bonds, curses, and mortality itself will be decided by the edge of a blade. Amidst the hazy, chaotic, purple-tinged atmosphere, Kong Giamma surged forward into battle. Giamma blasted right into the middle of the pair of zombies with blinding speed, swinging his daggers to decisively slice right through their torsos. Standing across from him was Abel's father, clad in a grand cloak and standing loftily amidst the smoke and flames. With arrogant defiance, Giamma thought to himself, even if you're an immortal king or whatever the hell else. Kong Giamma's face turned icy cold, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent as he mused inwardly. If he gets slashed right after that. Kong Giamma sprang up high into the air, confidently unleashing a fatal blow while thinking to himself, he's obviously going to get blown to pieces anyway. Sneaking behind a wooden partition, the old man thought to himself in a panic. Being left all by myself is terrifying. What on earth happened to everyone else? Freaking out over the situation, he coughed nervously and leaped backward with a look of utter shock and terror. Right at that moment, an undead right beside him caught the brunt of a flash attack, sent flying backward amidst flickering sparks. Shile and Abel quickly rushed onto the scene. The pink-haired girl anxiously spoke up. Are you all right? Stay behind us for protection. The old man cried out in relief. Oh, you guys made it. Taking in the situation before her, Shile reported. My lady, it looks like the undead are flooding in endlessly from the entrance. While Abel calmly verified. Right? We just need to hold our ground here, right? The old man asked anxiously. Abel and Shile? Don't we need to go find Giamma? Abel replied with total composure. Ah, don't worry. Giamma is acting according to plan. Hearing that, the old man lit up with excitement. Oh, really? Just as expected of him. He'll be fine. Right at that moment, a dark blur flashed past, causing the group's expressions to shift in surprise. Shile gasped in utter astonishment. Meanwhile, Abel shouted out a name. Giamma! Instantly, a massive wave of zombies came stampede rushing forward with lightning speed through the thick dust cloud. Abel shrieked in panic, calling out Kong Giamma's name. In a split second, a flash attack carrying a razor-sharp green beam swept through, blasting away and slicing down a massive number of zombies as they charged. As the dust settled, Shile, Abel, and the old man stood frozen in the middle of a battlefield littered with enemy corpses, their faces tense with anxiety. On the opposite side, Kong Giamma dashed forward with crackling blue electricity sparking across his hands to close the distance on the cloaked boss, running while thinking to himself, damn it, if I let my guard down even for a split second, getting close to this guy is going to be a nightmare. Kong Giamma's face hardened with intense concentration, telling himself, I need to move fast before it's too late. The system displayed a notification. Kong Giamma's face bore an expression of razor-sharp focus as he reminded himself to finish this quickly while picturing overlapping slash wounds tearing across the boss's body. The boss plunged his sword into the ground, erupting a massive wave of deep purple energy. Swarms of zombies rose up once more, prompting Giamma to curse. Damn it, not again. Waves of the undead appeared, surrounded by glowing red threads trapping them in. Visualizing his slash marks, Giamma muttered to himself, "Damn it, if I lose focus for even a second, getting near this guy is impossible." Unleashing his technique, Giamma swung his blue lightning sword, decapitating them to carve out a path. As Kong Giamma slashed heads off left and right, he thought with tense urgency, "Their reproduction speed is way too fast. If I keep cutting them down one by one like this, when on Earth will this ever end?" Suddenly, a slash burst forth with blazing energy, and a blinding flash of light etched into the ground below him, startling him into thought. Has the myriad millennium ice sword technique been unleashed? Instantly, Kong Giamma shifted his grip on his sword, his cold eyes locking in on a decision. In that case, resolving himself to channel his aura and end this in a single strike, Kong Giamma charged straight into the mob of zombies. Letting out a fierce roar, he unleashed a tremendously powerful sword arc that ripped the airspace ahead of him wide open. The attack erupted into a dazzling flash of light amidst the enemy ranks. However, Kong Giamma was taken aback as things didn't play out quite the way he intended. He narrowed his eyes, observing the situation as he thought, "If it's going to be like this," delivering a powerful slash that emitted blinding light, Kong Giamma sent the surrounding zombies flying back. Shao watched the energy explosion unfold and let out an exclamation. At the same moment, the old man nearby thought in astonishment, "He can use aura at that age? And just what on earth has happened over the past 700 years? Shao shouted out, "My lady!" Observing Giamma's black hair and eyes, the old man wondered to himself, those black hair and black eyes. For some reason, staring straight ahead, the old man felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity wash over him. Lunging forward decisively, Kong Giamma unleashed his attack while telling himself, "Got you." His gaze was icy, calculating with utter confidence. Now I can finally close in on Draug. Yet the moment he swung a powerful sweep of his blade, Kong Giamma's eyes widened in sheer shock. Draugr materialized with a cold, piercing glare, surrounded by an aura of majestic purple energy. Kong Giamma stared in wide-eyed disbelief, thinking to himself, "This guy is openly using swordsmanship techniques, truly living up to his name as a descendant of the Sword Emperor. Unbelievable." A violent vortex of surging energy and explosive power spun fiercely into motion. Raising her voice, Abel called out, "Hey, old man." Lunging forward toward the raging surge of energy to intercept the blow, Abel let out a choked gasp. Ugh. Facing the terrifying might head-on, Abel raised her sword to block the devastating blow, triggering a massive, earth-shaking shockwave and a deafening clash. Abel's eyes popped wide in shock as she confronted the sudden turn of events. Quickly reacting, Abel spoke up, "Thank you." "What?" Her blade was cleanly sheared straight in half, with razor-sharp precision. Standing there with a broken sword and an expressionless face, Abel heard Shao cry out in panic, "My lady, your sword." At the exact same time, Shao exclaimed in awe, "Did the shockwave really reach all the way out here?" Raising her voice toward the front, Abel called out, "Old man." Worry coloring her tone, Abel asked, "Are you okay?" The old man replied, "I'm fine." Yet the old man stood deep in thought, his gaze resolute as he mused. The sword saint once said, "Whenever doubt clouds your heart, engrave the feeling of gripping the sword hilt in your palm to reclaim your courage." That's what he told me. Keeping a sharp, icy gaze locked ahead, Abel listened as Shao cautioned, "My lady, keeping this up is way too dangerous. For now, let's take this path." Standing right before the massive gates of the sanctuary, Abel voiced her concerns. Giamma's system interface displayed a countdown ticking down to the 10-minute mark, signaling his skill's remaining duration ticking further down to 9 minutes and 25 seconds. The battlefield scene at the main hall showed intense combat raging between Giamma and Draugr as the timer continued counting down to 8 minutes and 50 seconds, highlighting the grueling distance and direct head-to-head deadlock. Reaching the decisive 8-minute mark, Giamma and Draugr swung their swords at each other simultaneously, triggering a ferocious, explosive burst of energy. Jiama swung his blade to release a dazzling slash. As Draugr parried the violent counterattack, the two clashed head-on. Their blades collided with immense force, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that blanketed the entire space. Jiama sliced clean through the enemy's arm. The moment his arm was severed, the enemy struck back with his remaining hand. Jiama leaned backward to duck out of the way. Snatching Jiama's sword with his other hand, the enemy aimed a vicious downward chop straight at Jiama's legs. Moving faster, Jiama severed the enemy's head, triggering a massive explosion that blasted away the surrounding earth and stone. Taking a defensive stance, Kong Jiama figured that even if he lopped their heads off, they just kept regenerating, and told himself he needed to find a real solution. Resolving to push forward, he muttered that he had no time left to think and would cut down everything in his path. Draugr unleashed an attack wreathed in dark energy. Kong Jiama's eyes widened in shock as he faced the incoming strike. The two plunged right back into brutal, close-quarters combat, clashing directly in a fierce brawl. A brilliant flash of sword light slashed horizontally across. The two opponents traded positions across the space following the heavy strike. Kong Jiama stood ready in a guarded stance with a stern expression, while Draugr stood a short distance away. A close-up of Kong Jiama's face revealed a look of intense shock and strain. Jiama thought to himself, "That thing stabbed right into his chest is the staff of the god of death. And right dead center of it is the immortal mana stone, the very source of the immortality curse." With a chilling tone, Kong Jiama began counting down for seconds. A close-up showed Kong Jiama's hand tightening its grip around the sword hilt. Kong Jiama continued the countdown. 3 seconds. Setting his stance for the final decisive blow, a close-up captured Draugr's hand, tightly gripping his weapon enveloped in dark, malevolent energy. Kong Jiama pressed on with the countdown. 2 seconds. Tension peaked between Kong Jiama and Draugr as Kong Jiama delivered the final count. 1 second. In the exact same instant, both of them lunged forward with explosive power, Kong Jiama shooting forward amidst a streak of crackling blue electrical energy. Draugr watched and reacted to the onslaught, his face and sharp eyes displaying a chilling expression as danger closed in. Right then, Draugr found himself flashing back into the past, questioning his own existence as he stared down his opponent. Drowning in agony and the desperate yearning to be freed from the lingering curse of immortality, Draugr recalled the dying hopes of the fallen spirits that a holy swordsman would eventually arrive to save them. Standing before the harsh reality of it all, he came to the bitter realization that he had once been foolish enough to hallucinate and truly convince himself that he was that very savior of a holy swordsman.